Good Monday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here. And, man, have we got a lot to talk about as we head into Monday Night Football with our team. Right? I mean, listen. I don't think they can start 0-2 with the way the Colts are playing right now.
No, Jacksonville tricked one off.
That's what they do.
Oh, my God. There's a lot to talk about that Jacksonville game. Like, I'm telling you, analytics is going to, at some point, I feel like I see analytics hurt more than help on a regular basis. Maybe it's just, I see decisions that are steeped.
It's amazing that these
and
coaches.
Analytics cost teams so much, and it never seems to. And coaches, Liam Cohen will get his sound. He was, he went for it on fourth down instead of kicking a field goal to make it 6. But
I don't get
whatever. You had that. Jacksonville ended up losing a game that looked like they had it under control for the most part. When Jake Browning threw 3 interceptions in the second half, Joe Burrow toe injury, that may be something to keep an eye on.
You think?
Yeah, toe injuries. Yeah. Toe injuries to those. It's the equivalent of having a bone bruise for the Astros.
Mm-mm.
You think it's going to be something, but it ends up being something longer.
Something worse.
Well, it's already out that they're considering surgery, and if it's surgery, he's out for 3 months.
Ew, there goes anyone who has props on over touchdowns.
Wow.
Wildly specific.
That's your first thought.
Yeah.
Over touchdowns.
I've got somebody who.
That's why you take under all the time. You never know when the guy's going to get hurt.
Yeah, no kidding. And Joe Burrow's been hurt. This will be his 3rd time as a pro.
Yep.
Most quarterbacks don't get hurt that often. But
not only do we have Monday Night Football, but we've got Monday Night Baseball, which now is even
we are
bigger than
in
we've
second
seen.
place because the Seattle Mariners can't lose.
No, screw this Mariners. You got them. You got Seattle coming in here after Texas.
What are they? 8 or 9 game win streak now for
Seattle?
Seattle.
No one cares. They suck.
Well, I care. We're not. Well, now it's basically a fight against the Rangers and Cleveland Guardians.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Rangers and Guardians are 2.5 back.
You really don't have any pitchers that can win games for you if you're the. Right now, you're just hoping to hang on to a wild card spot.
Really? Because Jason Alexander goes tonight.
Well, King Alexander's fine. That's fine.
Yeah. Okay.
And
then Javier tomorrow.
Jason Alexander, the hero, goes tonight. It's basically Hunter and Alexander and pray for snow because Javier stinks. Fromber's quit baseball.
He has quit.
Fromber quit baseball. Yeah. And then I don't even know. Who else? I don't even know who the other one is. Jaden Murray or whatever, who was actually pretty good the other day.
He actually was.
The Astros actually hit. They actually did rack up runs on Friday and Saturday.
Yeah.
They did. It's
you
just
win
Seattle's,
2 out of 3.
Yeah,
and
Seattle's just not losing.
And you're out of, now you're out of first place, winning 2 out of 3.
We were really lucky that Seattle was sucking all that time.
Yeah.
All that time we kept losing, we still got a 5-game lead, still got 3.5-game lead. Guess who stopped losing? And now this is what it looks like when the other teams don't lose. You can't just back into the playoffs anymore.
This is on them. This is on Seattle for winning.
I know.
Yeah.
You know what? If you had a chance to win earlier and make this a non-issue, you should have done it. Now we got to complain about it.
And now you're home where you suck. You can't hit. And you got your 2 biggest opponents coming up.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see what happens with Altuve.
It's a bit of a concern.
Altuve's worrisome if he doesn't play or if he does play. Because, boy, has he sucked.
Yeah.
He has really been bad the last month.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know. This is really, really, really. I hate that they're at home. It's almost better if they're in the wild card and they have to go on the road to wherever they go to than being at home for the wild card round.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost better that they're on the road.
Why you are just locking them into the wild card. I'm glad you have that level of confidence because it takes one home games. It just takes one home series for you to be out of the playoffs.
Oh yeah, no, they're locked in. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
They are the Astros are in, bro. Okay. 2-game lead. Well, you got and the team that's chasing you is in town. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. You could be one back before this is over.
where you don't win. So maybe you're right. They got Leiter, Kelly, and DeGrom going. Kicked DeGrom's ass last time. Take that, brother. We got a lot of sound to get to too from the Texans. I'll start downloading it, Adele, and we got that before we hit the Monday Night Football game. What were your impressions from? My impression is, well, of course they made the right choice with Daniel Jones, but holy crap! Given how stupid was Denver with that penalty to give him another field goal try.
The leverage penalty was unbelievable.
15-yard
and you know what?
Penalty.
And listen, the Colts playing for the long field goal almost seemingly like we'll just lock in on a long 50. It turned into a 59, 60-yard field goal, and then you get a leverage penalty. It was a 60-yard field goal to win the game, and it came up short. And then there was a leverage penalty where you basically you cannot attack the center at all. You can't even put hands on. It wasn't much. It wasn't much. I was like, wow, that is not a lot. But it ended up being a 15-yard penalty and 45-yard field goal. Colts get the W with a 45-yard field goal, and they're 2-0 now. We cannot go 0-2. We cannot go 0-2. Look, Jacksonville is going to be up and down. Jacksonville will be about a 500 team. The Miami Dolphins are potentially in consideration for one of the top 5 picks. That's how bad it is. Good Lord, their defense is an atrocity. Just really bad. I was just sitting at home on multi-view watching 4 games at once. So, the Titans are just going to the Titans are not a factor. Jacksonville will be, they can beat the Texans. So it's going to, from that standpoint, I don't know how many games they're going to rack up, but I think 9 is the most games they can win. I think more than likely they're a 7 or 8 win team. Colts are concerned because Daniel Jones is literally just getting in the car and just driving the car at a reasonable speed, not taking any chances, putting his blinker on. He's not doing stupid stuff. Yeah. And so now you got Jonathan Taylor, a good offensive line, Josh Downs, Tyler Warren, Michael Pittman, Alec Pierce. Like, you start saying, wow, they got some guys that can play at this.
Yeah, Jonathan positions. Taylor seems to be rebirth for him.
Yeah.
That's dangerous.
And this is why you just should never pay attention to these Captain Save-A quarterbacks. Obviously, Anthony Richardson had no business being a starter in the NFL starting this season. It wasn't like Daniel Jones is a great option, but he's been a starter. He's gone to the playoffs. He can make regular throws, you know what I mean, from point A to point B. Richardson literally can't stay healthy, can't make even remotely consistent throws accuracy-wise. There was never a doubt. There was never a doubt who should be the starting quarterback, other than the fact that if you say, well, we just want to, unless you wanted to say, well, we're just still going to play for trying to get him reps, and so Anthony Richardson continues to develop. But you got a head coach and a general manager that I don't think they can just wait out development on a quarterback. They need to win games.
Well, especially your boy in Indy.
That's what I just said.
Yeah.
That's why I was talking about that position. Quarterback, I said head coach and GM, both of them. Yeah. Although GM may be in less trouble than head coach. It depends. The owner is just way different. She's way, way different. She's on the sideline listening. She's got headphones on.
Oh, she's taking notes. I saw.
Yeah, it's a way different. It's a way different deal now. But
and what do you think about? I'm a little. Should you really be that involved?
No.
Let people do their jobs.
No, I think that's too much. The more involved you get, the more. No, because you don't know all what you're listening to, and no, I'm just not a fan of that. But what I've heard, everyone's fine with it over there, so I don't know.
Well, you got to be fine. What are you going to do?
Well,
she's the owner.
Yeah. So if you probably haven't seen the video, but she, the new owner, Carly Irsay, I can't remember the hyphenated last name, but Jim Irsay passed away. His 3 daughters run the team. His one daughter is the one who's I think the one who really runs it. And they had a video of her on the sideline with headphones on, listening because she listens to the play calls, and then she was writing notes too. So it was something I've never seen that before.
No.
I've never seen anything like that before. But Colts are 2-0. Back to just the football part of it. Colts are 2-0, and the Texans are about a 2.5 point favorite tonight against the Tampa Bay team that is a very live offensive team. I think that, it's a good challenge of that Tampa offense against the Texans defense, and we'll see what the Texans have cooked up. This is a big one.
This is a big one.
You don't want to go down 0-2. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but you don't want to lose at home. We know the Rams, I figure, would be a tough one. This is one I mark as a Texans win. I'm marking this as a Texans win.
It's over.
It will be a Texans win, but you don't want to. You just don't want to get down 0-2 because the Colts look like they're a little bit more efficient this year.
Yeah. 713-780-3776.
When are we going to get to? We got Astros.
Yep.
We can talk about them. This is really a disappointing finish. And having Jose Altuve play like this is just terrible because he's our king. He's our GOAT. We got Texans we'll talk about a lot tomorrow. We got a lot of NFL stuff to talk about, but at some point we have to talk about the story of Arch Manning, because this is one of the most outlandish stories we've seen. The hype versus the results. This is a player who is not good enough to start for most Power 4 teams.
No. He's just
maybe
not
all
good.
Power 4 teams.
I mean, and all the indicate. Listen, this whole offseason.
Keep hearing he's not hurt.
Temper it. And listen, his spring game, holding ball, holding the ball. He can't make decisions.
Well, this spring was better, but the one from a couple years ago, yeah.
But there's a reason he didn't play last year. There's a big reason he didn't play last year, even when Quinn Ewers sucked.
Yeah, but this is a big if you're the Longhorns, I don't want to hear if he's not hurt, don't come tell me he's hurt later. Is he hurt or is he not hurt? Sark's yelling at everybody, mad that he's asked a question. Look, the throwing motion looks different. It was never great, but he's throwing the ball like he's got to have something wrong with him. If he has something wrong, he needs to stop playing. He's hurting his team. He's hurting himself. He's hurting everybody. Like he's undraftable. He's an undraftable prospect. Somebody would draft him, but the way he's playing, do you understand? He can't exactly.
Draft?
That's what I mean. Not anywhere. He would never enter the draft. But what I'm telling you is, if the thought was he was the first pick of the draft, I'm telling you now that as somebody who does this for a semi-living, because I do it for a living also, is if I saw that guy that I saw on Saturday, I'm not even looking at a second game. I'm writing some basic notes and just not a draftable pro. Has good size, good athleticism, highly inaccurate, does not have any arm strength, and it is a massive problem for Texas because I don't see Texas will have a dogfight on their hands against Vanderbilt. They absolutely will. They'll have a dogfight against most teams the way they look.
Listen, draft. I don't think he keeps playing like this.
He may get
He's
benched.
going to have to find another school.
Yeah, he may.
Because I'm not. If I'm Sark, I'm not starting him again next year.
No, not if this is what it looks like.
No.
If this is what you had a 7 and Saturday he was 5 of 14 at half against or 5 of 16
UTEP.
Against UTEP.
Yeah.
Against UTEP. They started running the ball every play in a 2-minute drill down the stretch of the first half. They weren't even throwing the ball. They were running the ball during a 2-minute drill. It got so bad with Arch Manning.
That's so crazy. So bad. And Sark said, okay, he's not oblivious to this, obviously. All right, we got a break. Let's talk a little Craig DeSurf. And if you want to get in, 713-780-3776.
Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. It's you can go to the website if you want, and you can see some of the options they have for your tremendous truck month offer right now. 2.9% APR financing, 72 months on a 2025 Chevy Silverado 1500 LT Crew Cab with TurboMax engine, or you can get up to $8,350 in dealer incentives that are available to you. With number one, you have to be a Texas resident for part of that, which I'm assuming most of you guys are going to be. So you might want to check that out because you might be looking for a new truck and you might have the best hookup you're going to find out there in Angleton. But it goes way deeper than that. 1.9% finance APR for well-qualified buyers on the 2026 Chevy Equinox. This is what my wife drives. 90 days of no payments when you use GM Financial to finance your vehicle. And there's so much more, including these great $7,500 tax credits EV tax credits. So if you're looking for an electric vehicle and you want to take advantage of $7,500 in tax credits, make sure you do it by the end of the month because it goes away at the end of the month. They've decided, the administration said, we're doing away with this. So you're not getting this tax credit anymore. So buy it before the end of September if you want a chance to do that. Let's take a look at all the great vehicles they have online at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC, because this is your chance to get a brand new vehicle from people who do it the right way. No hassle on the purchase, great trade-in value, the best trade-in value, and a great selection. It's Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC out in Angleton.
You know, it's a great day for us. It's payday. Today's payday, the 1st and the 15th, and it's always perfect. It's always done really. I mean, I'm telling you, the technology that HRP has is second to none. But it's more than just technology. Mike Holly told me there are so many guys that are he's got so many offers. The payroll game is big in the United States, and everybody wants his technology, and he's like, no, I'm going to just continue to do what I do, and that's help the people in the Houston area and beyond to bring payroll, to bring HR, to taxes, and just help those people manage their companies. You hear so many testimonials here by people that use HRP, that love what HRP does for them, and you will too. If you're not completely satisfied, first of all, if you're doing your own payroll and your company's growing, you ain't got time for that, and you don't even know what you're doing. Let the experts do it themselves. But if you're not completely satisfied with your admin company, HRP's here for you, bro. And it's absolutely free to find out what's going on. Just go to hrp.net or call 281-880-6525 and find out what HRP can do for your business. hrp.net, 281-880-6525 or hrp.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Got the game tonight, man. Mike Evans, possibly the last time he plays in his hometown. There was obviously there's some talk about that and what's going on with that, and he likes playing here. He said it was devastating the last time he came here and they lost. But we hopefully he'll be devastated again. That's what we like when Mike Evans is devastated. by a loss here in the city of Houston. As a matter of fact, we have that sound. Mike Evans, Hall of Famer.
Yeah, likely.
I don't think there's any. I don't think there's any question. Mike Evans is a Hall of Famer.
He's going to.
Every
He and
season,
Johnny are going to
1,000
be when he goes in. Johnny's going to give his speech probably because Johnny got him
here?
started. No, Johnny Manziel, because Johnny got him started off at Texas A&M.
Oh,
And the plan was for them both
He
to go
really
to the Hall
did.
of Fame together, but it just didn't. It just didn't work out that way.
Yeah, I was there for I don't know which game it was, and Mike Evans was huge. I forget which game it was, but yeah. No, I don't think there's any question. Mike Evans, other receivers. Well, Justin Jefferson's on his way. He's got 500 catches already. He is 26 years old. Larry Fitzgerald was 26 when he caught his 500th pass. Justin Jefferson obviously on his way.
CeeDee Lamb's got a chance.
CeeDee Lamb does have a chance, but
It takes a lot. I mean, it's getting tough. It's getting a little bit tougher. I mean, CeeDee's had some great, but you got to have some great years for a while.
yeah.
I mean, Sterling Sharp just got him.
Yeah. Well, Sterling was great. Sterling was really good.
But his numbers.
Yeah,
were-
but
he had
Mike
some
Evans,
injury
his
issues.
accomplishments are
No, Mike is a legit bona fide first
yeah,
ballot.
yeah, yeah.
He's played long enough to know that for sure. CeeDee
And
hasn't.
he's it's an area guy. That's an Aggie.
Galveston. He was Galveston guy, right or no?
Yeah,
Didn't
he
Mike
was a
Evans
ball
from-
guy.
Yeah,
I
he
think
was from
a
Galveston
guy,
ball?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure. No one knows. It's impossible to know.
Well,
that.
I'm just Googling it. I can find it immediately.
No,
So- Yeah, he went to
Pretty sure.
Galveston.
yeah. And
Ball High School. There you go. See, it is possible to know, John. You
well,
knew.
it's kind of impossible.
You knew.
I do know that he talked about this week. He talked about the loss in 2023. Here is Mike Evans.
What do you remember about that crazy game in Houston a few years ago? You score and
Oh, man.
47 seconds.
I was just talking about that earlier, man. It was like a bittersweet moment. Like, I thought we had the game won in Houston. I'm seeing all the 13 jerseys. I see some of my family in the crowd. I'm like, about to win this game, and then it broke our heart. And I'm usually like, especially at the end of my career, I've always been a little more composed. I was pissed. I was hurting. It hurt. It was one of the worst losses I've had in my career. But, hopefully we can get some payback.
No, you ain't getting no payback, Mike. Just go and get your Hall of Fame career done with, but we ain't getting no payback. I don't know what you're talking about, payback. That garbage. I don't know what that's about. No, that's tough. I'm going to tell you what. We haven't talked about Demeco Ryans yet. This dude, this is a problem. They got him on one side and Mike Evans on the other. This is a problem. Okay?
Well, it's a challenge. I mean, it's a challenge. They had Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua last week, and Nacua had a long catch. He had a big one. Nacua had a big day. Devontae Adams didn't do much. They scored 14. We'll see. I mean, they have – I don't know who the better quarterback is right now, to be honest with you. Baker or Stafford? I don't know. I mean, Stafford gets the love, but Baker Mayfield was really good last year.
Yeah.
Baker might be the better, more dangerous quarterback at this stage of both their careers. And Stafford is not – I don't know that he's 100% healthy right now, but – I can tell you that Tampa Bay is going to give you some looks again, on offense here. It's going to be a challenge. Yeah, Emeka Egbuka's a rookie. We had 2 touchdown catches last week. He's a great route runner. He's very consistent with his hands. You throw it, he's going to catch it wherever it is around him. And we know Mike Adams can still roll. He can still go. Is he top level like he was? No, but he's not way far off of it. I mean, he's not on the he's not in the elite. In the elite top 5 wide receivers, but he's probably in consideration in that next group. If not, he's in the group right below it, and we're in a tremendous era for wide receivers. So you're still in an extremely dangerous level once you get to tier 3. So yeah, but they have to deal with Nico Collins. That's probably going to get about 12 targets today. Nico's going to get targeted early and often, just like Malik Neighbors. I knew Neighbors would get his targets. Now, Malik was sitting there at 5 catches into the fourth quarter, and then, that game was incredible too. There were some incredible finishes yesterday. The Giants and the Cowboys. Oh, my gosh.
That was a great
game. The
Russell
bomb that Russ
Wilson's
threw was –
I know Russell threw for 450, But
Yeah.
that interception in overtime was
I really wonder.
awful.
Yeah, I think probably. I wonder if Malik Neighbors read the defense wrong and ran the wrong route, because Russ was throwing a different route.
Well, he had nowhere to go. The safety was right there.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He ran like, I don't know. Well, the safety was there on the touchdown pass. He just ran past the safety.
Well, yeah, but he didn't this time.
But yeah, I think Russ was throwing a different route than the one Malik Neighbors ran. So I don't know. I don't think they were on the same page, because that one didn't make any sense. Just throw it up for a guy who was basically like a pop. It's basically like a fly out to center field. It's just.
Yeah.
He was just Donovan was just sitting there waiting for it, just waiting for it to come down for the interception. But that was Russ had a really good game. Cowboys end up getting the win there. Brandon Aubrey, the big story was once you got to midfield, you're in field goal range with Brandon Aubrey.
Holy crap!
It's insane. 64-yarder, and I really felt like there's a much better than 60% chance that he makes this from 64. Wasn't going to be short. You knew that. And Aubrey makes a 64-yarder at the gun. They go to overtime, and these two teams screw it up left and right. I mean, it was
terrible.
a soup sandwich. And the funniest one is they're moving the ball. The Giants are moving the ball, and Russell ends up having what almost looks like a tuck rule throw, where he holds onto it. He's going to throw the ball, and then he hangs onto it. And as he's finishing his throwing motion, it's starting to move backwards. The ball slips out of his hands. That's a fumble, and
Yep.
They lost like 15 yards on the play. It turns into a 3rd and 17, so they have to end up punting. When they were it looked like they were on the move.
Yep.
But them in Dallas they were screwing that thing up, and no one could figure out. I watched the Patriots and Dolphins. Dell can tell you on this one, neither one of those teams knew how to win. They were both making winning plays on offense or special teams, but nobody on defense could get any stops. It was just terrible. Miami's going to have a hard time keeping there. That Mike McDaniel's done over there. Mike is done. But that was just a land of folly. The Cincinnati Bengals versus Jaguars, 3 interceptions in the second half for Jake Browning, and they win.
They won.
And they come back and win.
Yeah.
You got Jacksonville going for it on a 4th down by the goal line. Instead of taking a 6-point lead, they have a 3-point lead. And apparently analytics told you have to do that. You cannot take a field goal and make it 6, where the other team must play for 7. They say, well, it's still a 1-score game. You have to play it. That's what the analytics say. Okay. I mean, I get, look, if you don't make it, then they have to start, then the Bengals have to start way back near their goal line. But they actually did end up going down and getting a touchdown. So I don't know. It was just a bunch of, there's a lot to cover, but there were some really close, tight games at the end. And we haven't even talked about one of the biggest games of the week was the Kansas City Chiefs at home losing to Philadelphia. And Chiefs are now sitting at 0-2. And they're sitting at 0-2 in a division. The Broncos, they better be glad that there was a leverage call and that the Broncos lost that game to the Colts, because I don't know that the Chargers are going to lose a whole lot of games. I think my bolts up is going to end up being a good call in that AFC West. They look pretty good so far. We'll find out tonight. I mean, they got the Raiders, but
I kind of like the Raiders tonight.
Do you?
Yeah.
I mean, they could. Remember, the Chargers had to fly back from Brazil.
Yeah. And the Chiefs, I don't know if it cost the Chiefs. The Eagles are just better.
Eagles are just better team.
They're just better. And we'll find out how good the Raiders are. They're at home. We'll see. I think a lot of people are going to be on the
Well, yeah,
Chargers
2
tonight.
Monday night games going on simultaneously, although one doesn't start until
it's
much
one
late.
after another.
Oh, wait, what time did the Texas game start?
Texans game starts early, 6.
Oh, it's a 6 o'clock start, and then 9 o'clock on the other one.
Right.
Yeah, okay, so it should maybe a little bit of bleed over, but not much.
Might be a little bit.
So we'll get Lewis
But
Riddick
you
on
don't
a call.
have to worry.
You think we get Pat McAfee calling it? Him and Stephen A. Smith calling a game? Ryan Clark, Stephen A. Smith, and Pat McAfee on a call? And then Mina Kimes, Ben Solik, and Lewis Riddick on a call? Is that what we're getting? Is this the ESPN Super Game?
Joe Buck and Troy can't call a game?
Oh, that's right. They're going to ruin it. We could have had the ESPN Super Call.
I wonder which one they're at. Are they here?
Yeah. Yeah, they're here.
I would think.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
it's
they don't
the
get
real
to-
one. It's the 6
This is
o'clock
the real
/ 7 o'clock.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
ain't the
they're
fake
here.
one.
Let's get
This ain't
Troy
the
on.
full-
Del, get Troy Aikman on for us today. Del, can you call his
The
people?
day of you
Call his people
you
and get
decided
Troy
that's
on.
what you want.
Get
Get
Troy on.
Troy
Call
on.
his people.
You're not even sure that Troy's calling the game. You sure he's not going out to see Herbert and the Raiders?
No. Who would
No.
want to do that?
Why would he do that?
I don't know.
You got
I'm gonna
CJ
find
Stroud
out.
here.
Nobody's up for that game.
Awful announcing always.
Maybe you didn't hear CJ Stroud's here.
Yeah, I heard. Maybe I'm gonna look it up. Also, awful announcing generally has the announcers for each game of the weekend, so we'll see.
No
who's gonna
way.
be
The
here.
late game is the Lewis Riddick game. It always is.
Yeah, hopefully.
Ben Solak, Lewis Riddick, and Kevin
Ben
Clark.
Solak is not a
Clark are calling.
He is not an ESPN analyst for games. He doesn't.
He
do-
kind of is. Have you
doesn't
seen
do-
his
he-
Instagram?
Yeah, he doesn't
His
do
Twitter?
play-by-play though.
He
Beth
could.
Moen. Beth Moen's got that game.
Beth Moen is calling Purdue, Indiana from 1999.
Moen.
Yeah.
Pam Oliver's got the game.
She's on Fox.
Oh, okay.
Wow. Pam Oliver.
So
Doris
let's-
Burke's calling
Nope,
it.
she's an NBA person, not even,
Yeah,
but
'cause
not
she
even the
kinda
number one
does, though.
NBA person anymore.
She might have this game.
What?
What?
You're not gonna like it.
What?
It's Chris Fowler and Dan Orlovsky here in town.
No.
Joe Buck and Aikman are Raiders.
Oh,
Chargers.
My
what?
God. That's the biggest slap in the face.
I don't want to
I've
get
ever-
any of those guys on.
It's Fowler, Orlovsky, and Riddick. Those are the play-by-play.
No
voices.
way.
I'm looking at it right now. It is.
We don't get Buck and Aikman.
Nope. You get what I just told you.
You get
Oh
what you get.
Yeah, I just told you what you
You're
get.
like the worst
Well,
person.
it's almost like they're just saying you're not good enough.
Well, it is a continuation of what happens when they make the playoffs.
That's 10 o'clock Eastern is when that other
Yeah.
game starts, and they're putting the disrespect.
But it's 7
The
o'clock on the West
disrespect
Coast.
to Troy Aikman, a Super Bowl winner.
What they're doing is, hey, this is a West Coast game. We're giving you our
Okay.
number one team.
They're basically saying, we hate you, New Hampshire. We hate you, New York. We hate you
well, they don't want
everywhere in the New England
You
area.
haven't learned your lesson about how the media treats the Texans. It's the
I
reason
know.
you're always
I
sad.
know. What is
Listen, we
this?
got
Why
the-
don't we play 3 o'clock
What-
like the Astros
Yeah, why don't we
baseball
get
game?
the noon game
Well,
on Monday?
That's for the playoffs.
That is
Saturday.
Why don't we get a 2:17 start time for the Astros?
You know the deal.
for the Texans and Bucks
Unless you're getting one of the streaming services
on True TV.
where they only have one team. The team who comes to this city is the second team. Like last year, you didn't get Buck. It was a CBS game, I believe.
He's on the call. Smoltz is on our call.
Last year. You didn't get
No,
the
you
number.
don't get smoked.
You didn't get the number one team from CBS last year for the Texans. You got the second team.
You get Chris Burke.
Wow, the disrespect.
Yeah,
I thought we were I thought we were one of the hot teams.
No, even in the playoffs, Chargers, Texans, you didn't get Romo and Nance. You got the
it was
second
a special team. I mean, it was I guess all the games were actually they were all wild card games.
Yeah.
So we should have had one of the top ones.
No. CBS had two teams for that weekend. You got the second team. You're getting the second team here.
Well, the disrespect.
Wow, you just are reveling in this.
I'm not reveling because
You
Sean
kinda are.
and I talked about.
Oh, look what I found.
No, it's a point that was made on my show. Sean and I talked about this. My goal for the Texans this season was to get a number one team for the playoffs. I don't care, even if it's prime.
Never.
At least they only have one team, and we'll get the number one team. I don't want the second place team or the second team again. Like always. Can we get the number one team in town? Which
know.
means people consider the
Never.
Texans a real contender. Once again, disrespectful.
It's the dumbest thing you've ever
Chargers,
said.
Raiders get the number one team over
I mean,
the
that's
Texans.
not. It's the late game. This is the first time I've ever seen them go number one team on the late game.
It's all about the markets, man.
I know. I guess. I mean, because the Chargers are
It's
red
LA.
hot in L.A.
It's LA.
But L.A. doesn't care about the Chargers.
Well,
That's John.
Telling you.
They don't.
They don't.
I'm just telling you.
Every game they play is a road game at home.
There was a game.
even.
There was a game last year. They've done this a couple times. There was a game in New York, and it was maybe 2 seasons ago now. Game in New York, and then there's a game where the Dolphins were playing the Titans. The Dolphins at the time were fighting for the number one seed. They didn't get the number one team. The New York game got the number one team. The Giants, who were terrible, got the number one team.
Gang.
It's just how it is. They always do this.
I'm sick of this. All right, we got a break. I'm sick of this whole. I'm sick of Monday Night Football. No,
Wait, the game hadn't even been
It's
played
just
yet.
disrespectful.
it is.
You knew this was coming, right?
No,
You should have assumed.
we get Aikman and Buck.
No, you
Give us
You
Spiro.
clearly don't.
What's that guy Spiro?
He's on CBS. You can't get him.
Throw him to us while you're at it.
Spiro.
You think if they don't lose, if they lose
Sixth
tonight,
string.
if they lose tonight, You'll get Spiro in
Tasker.
Jacksonville.
Where's Steve Tasker?
I don't know
Is
if
he
he's still
around
calling it.
somewhere
We got
still?
Steve Tasker
You're
every
joking.
week.
You know who I don't like anymore is Todd Blackledge. I don't like him
On
anymore.
CBS?
Yeah, he was calling a game. Oh, no. I'm thinking not Todd Blackledge. The other one who was calling a play. He was calling. Who called the Notre Dame game? It's
that's
There was a guy who
NBC.
sounds exactly like Tom Hammond, who's actually some young guy who's in his 30s.
Noah Eagle? Is that who called
Yeah,
it?
I guess it was Noah Eagle,
Yeah.
and he sounded
Iron
exactly
Eagle's
like Tom
son?
Hammond. Yeah,
Well,
Iron
I
Eagle's
don't know
son,
if
yeah.
he was that, but he has been on NBC.
But is it Todd? It's not Todd.
Can't
Yeah,
be.
it was Todd Blackledge.
Okay.
It's not Gary. Gary Danielson is who I was thinking.
He's
of.
still on
It was
CBS.
Todd Blackledge calling a game, and he made some joke about a T-Rex because the guy had short arms, and he's like, "Is that what you were saying? He's a tyrannosaurus?" No, that's not what I was saying. Like, okay, he's making a joke. Todd, relax.
Why you mad at Todd Blackledge of all
Well,
people?
who's mad at Todd?
Are we even
Blackledge?
sure
I
it
don't
was
know.
Todd
It's maybe
Blackledge?
another
You
one of
know
these
what?
days for me.
Are you even sure it was Todd Blackledge?
I
You
think it's
need to
Todd
buy
Blackledge.
him some jewelry to make up with him.
Well,
okay? And where do you get your jewelry?
I don't have to do anything. I can just go to Zadok to get something for my wife. How
Okay.
about that? Maybe I go get a Rolex Yachtmaster if I had more money. That's a luxury watch that insinuates you are balling, and that's what we're doing here. The Rolex Sail GPT is another one they've got. They got all the Rolexes going on right now. You can go take a look at them. And when you go to the website, Zadok.com, you see everything that they have. But one thing that I really don't talk about much is the service and the repair. You know, Zadok Jewelers has watch repair and watch service as well as jewelry service and repair. If you're sitting here and thinking, you know, this sounds great, Lance, I can't wait. When I need something, I'm going to go. But by the way, I do have a watch that isn't working well, and it's something that was a hand-me-down not a hand-me-down. It's a family heirloom that came from my father. Maybe your great-granddad Dane was in a war somewhere and had to hide the watch. Maybe that was something that happened. I know that Zadok Jewelers is going to fix any type of watch. They're certified in any watches. They do them all. Jewelry, the same thing. They can service it. They can repair it. They can even take your family heirloom, melt down the metal, and redesign it into something else, something new, something fresh, something modern. And so you can continue to pass down that heirloom and just change it into something different. And I think that's really cool that they do that. The designers they have there are extraordinarily talented. All the sales staff there know they have the answers to all your questions. I just love Zadok Jewelers. It's great. 28,000 square feet. It's right there at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard, right in the heart of the gallery area, and you're going to find something that you're going to love at Zadok Jewelers. It's Zadok.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN. Did anyone – I don't know if I've seen a worse day than James Hudson III's. It was maybe the worst. The first series, he had 4 penalties. It was – if you didn't see the game – the Giants, James Hudson, he was pulled after the first. He had 4 penalties on the first series. It was the worst.
I did not see that.
Yeah, and he was pulled.
4 penalties.
Yeah, and 2 15-yarders.
Is he the one? Didn't we have him?
2
for a little
false
bit?
starts, and then one hand to the face, and then he was, a blow to the head, and then he had another one where he was on top of the guy when he was blocking him, and unnecessary. It was the worst start I think I've ever seen.
I didn't like him. I remember.
James Hudson, the left tackle.
Yeah. I had a George Fant, raw but athletic, big, strong. Where did I say anything about a bunch of penalties? Let's see if I have anything. No. That's back when I used to write a whole lot more, and they told me, don't write so much. Yeah, no, I'm not a big fan. I think maybe the Texans had him just for a spell. I wanted to say either him or somebody else that I wrote up was with the Texans just for a brief moment. It maybe wasn't Hudson. I think it was somebody else, somebody from Louisville the Texans had, not from this kid from Cincinnati. So he didn't play there. Xavier Rhodes had something similar with the Colts. I had to go last night. My daughter had a performance. Her school had a performance, so I had to go get ready. So I'm in the shower, and all of a sudden I heard Sebastian screaming at the top of his lungs, and he's screaming, and he's like, "Dad!" It's like, what? I can't hear him in the shower. And he screams something. I hear Xavier Rhodes. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, he's, and then he comes in, he does it again. He's like, oh my God, he did it again. And then he comes like, of course, a 3rd straight penalty. And I'm like, what is happening? Why are you screaming? I'm trying to take a shower. He goes, Xavier Rhodes, you want to know how bad he is? 3 straight penalties. He's the worst. He's the worst signing Ballard's ever made, and that's saying a lot. I'm like, good Lord, son. And apparently he had 3 straight pass interference penalties. They just signed him this week. But it apparently wasn't as bad as James Hudson. Because James Hudson had 4 straight penalties.
James Hudson, that was absolutely.
How do you not bench him?
I've just gotten confirmation Joe Buck and Troy Aikman are here.
Well, I guess
you are such
I'm just reading what they put out.
Rat.
I'm reading what they put out.
Who put that out?
Chris Fowler's in Vegas.
Is it Ballsack?
No, it wasn't Ballsack. They had
I was
Chris
gonna
Fowler
say,
in
who
town.
would put the late ESPN 2 game on Joe Buck and
yeah, that's the stupidest.
Are you sure you got the right answer? You got
I'm reading it from a.
You got sacked.
No, I'm reading it
right in the ball.
From a USA Today affiliate, AZ Central, an Arizona paper, and they have Chris Fowler, Dan Orlovsky, and Louis Riddick here for whatever reason, and then they have Joe Buck and Troy in L.A. I mean in Vegas for the game.
This is such a bunch of crap.
I'm just reading what they
Sports
wrote.
Illustrated announcers.
You just wanted
week 2. That's all you were doing.
I'm just reading what they wrote. That's all
you were doing. Look, I'm going to double check this. AZ Central. Now, AZ Central might as well be Ballsack Central.
Okay.
That's what we're doing on that one. Come on. Where's my Monday night TV? Chris Fowler, Pete Schrager. That's what.
What? Oh, so I did.
That's
what
SI also has, John.
So sorry, I'm reading what people put out there.
John, where are you getting yours from? Are you getting Ballsack by
Chris Fowler apparently was on Insta and said.
Who told you
Who's
that?
telling you this? Did somebody text you bad information?
I got sources.
Mm,
no,
well.
this says it's Chris Fowler and Dan Orlovsky and Louis Riddick too.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
I think you have the bad intel,
didn't make
John.
it up.
I mean, no. Let's see.
I should.
All right, we got a break.
You owe me an apology, both of you.
We got. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? What did you learn this weekend in one
Sorry,
sentence?
Del.
Brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. So you learned something this weekend. I know I learned something this weekend. You learned something this weekend, and you're going to bring it to the show. Doesn't have to be sports. Could be anything. 713-780-3776. Call in now. Let's go. This could be a great one. And time for you to talk a little underdog fantasy. That's a great one.
I'll talk about underdog fantasy. I'll talk about winning days. That's what I'm having. Winning days. When you know what's going to happen in games, it becomes so much easier. You say, ooh, I think the Lions might put them things on the Bears. How's it going to happen? You know what? I think that we're going to see a lot of Amon-Ra St. Brown. And so you look at his statistics and underdog and you go higher on you find a favorite stat that you like. You say, I think he's higher catches, higher receiving, touchdown. He will score a touchdown. And you go make your decisions like that. And you do that with multiple players. And it can be as few as 2, but it can also be as many as like 6. And that means that your payout is substantially higher. If you take a look, if you're able to predict what's going to happen on one that's kind of, it's a little bit of, and no pun intended here, but it's the underdog to happen. Like, somebody scoring a touchdown who doesn't usually score a touchdown, it makes your payout even higher. Some people are making up to 500 times on their original play. So a $10 play turns into 5,000. Are you kidding me? But that's actually happening. People are actually doing that, using their sports knowledge, watching the games, and then playing along with them with Underdog Fantasy. You have to get into the game, though. So download the app Underdog, use promo code Lance, and on your first deposit. And when you play your first $5, all you have to do is play your first $5. They are going to put $50 of bonus cash into your account, and you are going to be in great shape. It's Underdog Fantasy. Let's get ready to play some football along with the game we're watching tonight on Monday Night Football. You got 2 games today. A lot of opportunity for you to go win money with Underdog Fantasy.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right. So what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Those of you that are just listening for the first time, never heard it before. This is a segment where you get one sentence to tell us something that you learned, all right, this weekend. Can be about anything. It can be about women. It can be about men. It can be about football. It can be about your job. Whatever it is. You learn something, you get one sentence, okay? So we get it, keep it quick, move through it. Somebody hangs up, get in. 713-780-3776. I learned this weekend that I actually hate when I hear that Vanderbilt wins a football game. And I hate that for me.
Yeah.
And Vanderbilt.
Yep.
And
win easily.
Yeah. I mean, I hate that now. Let's go to, all right, who's first up?
I learned Bud Crawford is that guy.
Keith is first up. Let's hear what Keith has to say. Hey, Keith.
I learned what I already knew this summer, that Vanderbilt football is absolutely legit. They just won in the
One sentence.
Whoa, one sentence. That's
We
it.
had to guard against the. We
That's
knew
it.
a second
One
sentence
sentence.
was coming.
He asked for special compensation or whatever the word is.
Dispensation?
So
No, you don't get
he
special
wanted
dispensation.
another sentence. He goes, "Can I go longer?" It's like, no.
No.
The name of this isn't. What did you learn, and however many sentences you
I
need?
told
Keith.
him, and he still tried to get it off.
No, he didn't get it off, though.
Well, he
Sorry.
tried because I
You
hung
get
up
one
on him.
sentence. That's it.
Dale Gate keeps that.
So
I mean-
I learned this weekend
Yeah, what'd you learn?
that the 2025 Colts through 2 weeks are the 2024 Saints through 2 weeks.
Meaning,
They haven't punted the football all year long.
no punts in 2 games.
Wow.
We've
That's
got plenty of punts so far in
That's
one game.
just Daniel Jones just driving that ship.
You know who's happy about this? Gary.
Gary hates this. Gary hates this.
So excited for Daniel Jones.
That Anthony Richardson is sitting there watching Daniel Jones. He hates this with everything, his whole body. Everything. Who's next, Del?
We move to David. What'd you learn?
Good morning, gentlemen. I learned that Mr. Clowney is coming back to Texas.
Well, how about that?
J.D. Clowney going to be a Cowboy.
How about that? Okay.
He learned
All
it.
right. I don't think he's going to be Micah, but okay. 713-780-3776. What'd you learn this weekend in one sentence? Brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Game Day Men's Health. It's where you feel great. Who's next, Del?
We go to Chris in the north side. What'd you learn?
Hey, what's up, guys? So I learned that the biggest fight that happened this weekend was me fighting to stay awake in order to watch the Canelo fight.
It's a great call. The longest wait time in history for Canelo and Bud Crawford. Holy crap. That thing didn't come on until like midnight.
Really?
It didn't start until midnight. Yeah, it was crazy. It took forever. I was falling asleep. They had so many mariachi bands. Crawford came out to a mariachi band. And then, of course, you had mariachis. There was dueling mariachis. So it's like the longest intros, the longest everything. It was midnight. I'm like, can we please get this thing started? Yeah. It was long.
And Bud Crawford won the fight.
Yeah, he did. I liked it just fine, but people who are only into UFC and don't like boxing, it's not going to be your thing. There's not enough action for you.
Yeah.
But Crawford did a great job.
All right.
Next up,
Who's next,
Del?
Del?
Tom on Alexa. What have you learned?
Tom on Alexa.
I'm on Alexa.
All right.
Gentlemen, I learned that you can get a part-time job at Lance McCullers Coffee Shop and never show up.
You can get no-show jobs at Maven?
Wow.
I did not know that.
I didn't know that either.
Lance is hurt again.
Okay.
That's surprising.
Did y'all know that?
yeah.
Lance was on the list.
He went back on the list, yes.
Yeah, he
I
ain't
never
coming
saw
back.
Lance Burrow being
I
hurt
don't
again.
think Lance will come back off the list ever.
Oh,
I
but
think we're done. I think he gets paid off next year and does coffee. I don't think he's an Astro.
and
Okay.
it looks like Schefter has confirmed, you mentioned Lance Burrow, that Burrow's going to need surgery and be out 3 months.
What a weakling. They should cut that loser.
For why?
I'm looking at the NFL Monday Night Football ESPN PR team put out. It's Aikman and Buck here.
I don't. Okay.
Then what is? Then there must have been something
Everybody's
else.
Wrong. It's ESPN put it out. I'll send it to you too.
Send it. Make sure it's not ESPN Tell. Next caller.
Next.
All right, we go to Ocho. Ocho, what have you learned?
Yeah, I learned that the Indianapolis Colts, led by the best quarterback in the AFC South, Mr. Daniel Stephen Jones III, is the first team in history to score on their first 10 possessions.
Let's go.
Yeah,
that was a run-on sentence.
Sure.
By the way, 3 hours ago on Bucks Wire, which is USA Today, Troy Aikman, Laura Rutledge, Lisa Salters, Joe Buck. And I'm sitting there sending text messages to Peter Schrager. Hey, what did you about getting you on the radio? He's asleep right now because he's got a West Coast game. Because people, I don't know how these websites all got it wrong.
I don't know either. We got Buck and Aikman.
Good. The way that Jesus wanted us to have it.
According to ESPN, they might know.
The way the Lord wanted us to have it. To have Troy Aikman and Joe Buck calling a real Monday night game.
It's all good now.
Thank you, Chase.
Unless they're singing poetically about Baker Mayfield. It's all good now.
Who's next, Al?
We go to Will. Will, what have you learned? Will?
All right, next. Who's next, Al?
We go to Tom. Tom, what have you learned?
Morning, gentlemen. I learned when your young coworker invites you to a baby shower, she's going to pull you aside and ask you not to hit on her mom.
Oh, my God. What kind of reputation do you have, Tom? You got a heavy rep. Here's what I learned this weekend. I learned that Diego Pavia told Theo Vaughn that if they upset South Carolina, he would set up a date for Theo Vaughn with his mom.
Yes. How about that? Mm-hmm. And what happened? How about his mom's got a date now?
Yeah, I guess. Cole Kubelik had that on the broadcast.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I never tried to set my mom up with a date.
I'm not setting my mom up with anybody.
No.
Not a podcaster, not a comedian, not anybody. Mike Newland, I thought Mike Newland was trying to hit on my mom at the swim pool at Pecan Grove one time, so I swam over there like, hey, when's Dad get back in town from recruiting? I wanted to just mess up his game if he thought he was spitting game at my mom. I promise you. Not letting Mike Newland pull that crap at Pecan Grove swim pool.
All right. Next up, Del.
We go to Jeff. Jeff, what have you learned?
Hey, good morning, guys. Hope all is well. Hope you had a great weekend. Yeah, I learned that Charlie Kirk's name won't be forgotten for a long time.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
That's what he learned this weekend.
Yep. That is true. That is very true. One of the saddest stories I've heard in a long time. Who's next, Del?
Let's go to Tom on a mobile.
Tom on a mobile. Hi, guys.
Hey, guys. So this weekend, I learned if you take a stripper to a swinger party, you're just going to end up sitting in the corner in a little chair watching her have all the fun. You know what I mean?
Why, it sounds like a scene from Boogie Nights. Golly. We met Tom on a mobile at the listener party.
Oh, God.
My goodness. And he spawned a bunch of Tom on an Alexa.
There's so many Toms now. Why do we have so many Toms now? All right? That's the thing. For those of you that don't, never mind.
Just, it's not good. You're not going to be able to do it.
For a while, and he always has some story. And apparently now he's got a bunch of imitators. Who's next, Al?
Andy on an Android.
Andy on an Android.
Weird.
Hey, Andy on an Android.
What's up, fellas? I learned this weekend that Arch Manning indeed is adopted.
It's a hard way to learn it.
Yep.
Hard way to learn it.
Yep. That's out there.
Man, but he's always got commercials to fall back on.
He's a Manning. Look at him. I mean, he's got the ears. He's got the whole Manning package. It's just
he's
not the quarterback thing.
They are well. One of them is more accurate. Peyton's more accurate. I will say there's a lot of interceptions for Eli's docket.
That is true, but his dad Cooper was a wide receiver, so maybe he's a receiver, and we just don't know it yet.
It may be time. I did hear something about Tyrone Swoops got moved to tight end. Maybe time to move Arch Manning. I've heard Arch Gilbert, Arch Swoops. There's a lot of names going around with Arch. And then I heard Texas needs to, the entire university, the fan base, and the collective city needs to put an article in the paper, although you don't do this, or an advertisement in the paper apologizing to Quinn Ewers. I texted Quinn Ewers' agent. I said, you seen what's happening in Austin? He goes, it's great.
That's terrible. That he's rooting for the kid's downfall.
I think he's rooting against everyone who's rooting against Quinn.
That's what
more
he
than
is.
anything. Hey,
he's
look,
like, you guys crapped on Quinn Ewers like he was the worst thing that's ever happened. Meanwhile, 2 playoffs later, you wish you had Quinn Ewers back.
Yeah, well, the NFL agreed with everybody.
Well, he got drafted.
Well, the NFL's
he made a roster.
The NFL's going to agree with everybody on Arch, too.
Or disagree, depending on
disagree.
Yeah. They will disagree with Arch, that's for sure. He's got no chance to be a pro quarterback.
Arch right now is absolutely terrible. One of the worst quarterbacks I've seen at Texas in history.
David Ash is sitting somewhere saying, this guy?
Yeah. This is your guy?
Yeah, David Ash is like, how better than
was
this
the
guy?
Heisman favorite?
Ooh, yeah, best. Yeah, good luck, Field Yates, with that prediction of him being the number 1 overall pick. He wasn't alone, but he was one of many.
Feinbaum still is going to forever have that he will be the greatest
that's on his
college
resume.
quarterback to ever play the game, up there with Tebow.
That's on his
Tebow
resume,
wasn't a great pro quarterback, but that guy was an incredible college quarterback.
Oh, he was the best. He and Vince are 2 of the best ever.
Okay, we got a couple more before we go. Let's get to Elliot. Elliot, what have you learned?
Morning, guys. I learned that when you go out and drink for the first time in over 3 months, you tend to act like an argumentative, belligerent, loudmouth, sloppy moron.
Well, that's just
We've
me
seen
on a
that.
Tuesday.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you learned that. We've been knowing that.
Someone didn't learn it.
Yeah.
I mean, John's learned it, but he doesn't care.
I learned that a long time
He just doesn't care.
I don't have to well, actually, I do take, about almost 2 months off during Lent.
That's true.
And afterwards, I'm back.
He's like, I feel great. I get up. I feel
great every
different.
day.
And then, let's go back to.
Screw that.
Yeah, I'd rather not feel good in the mornings.
I did that again last night.
We got Woods, and then we'll wrap it up.
Yeah, we will have a separate little conversation about last night for you. Okay. And apparently Saturday night.
And Saturday night, too. Yeah. Who is it, Woods?
Yeah. What did you learn?
What's up, fellas? Man, I learned that not even Ben Simmons' agent wants to deal with that trash anymore. Somebody get that garbage out of the league.
All right, that's one sentence.
What happened?
His agent, who was also the agent for Jimmy Butler, dumped Ben Simmons. Says enough, because apparently Ben Simmons wasn't all that enthused because the Knicks were looking at him or something to bring him in, and Ben Simmons didn't have the requisite interest. And his agent was like, nah.
Ben Simmons should go down as one of the worst professional athletes in the history of the
It really is.
Professional athletes.
It really is.
I mean, a guy who literally just takes money and just doesn't.
There's another LSU guy that's like, really? Jamunchi.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's worse or. Russell had one good year. Ben Simmons looked like a really legitimate player, and he's just, not only is he paper soft, injury prone, and I just don't think he has any care or concern or consideration for playing basketball. I just don't think he likes basketball at all. I think he likes money.
Hey, that man got his bag.
Once a bag gets that high, you don't have to try anymore.
No.
That's the thing. When the bags are lower, there's incentive to keep playing. There is no incentive anymore for lazy guys, for guys who don't like sport. They don't have to when the money gets high enough.
All right. Thank you to Game Day Men's Health for sponsoring that segment. I'm a big fan. I don't know about you, but I feel great. I'm an older fella now, and you know what? And my testosterone levels were down, and they were. And so I went and I got my check, and if you haven't gotten your check yet, checked up to find out what your testosterone levels are, you need to. You need to find out. And maybe that's why you're sluggish. Maybe that's why you're not as good as you can still be as good as you used to be. You really can. I don't know what's happening with you and your body. I mean, are you getting soft? Are you getting flabby? Are you out of breath walking upstairs? Are you not as good sexually? Are you not as good focused at work? And there's all kinds of things that happen to you when you got low testosterone. Well, Game Day Men's Health will figure that out right away. They got labs on site, absolutely free to figure it out, because other places are charging you to find out whether or not you can. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. So go to Game Day Men's Health and see for yourself. Game Day Men's Health is where I get my testosterone. I'm telling you, it's just different. It's just better. You're not a number. They actually care. They're going to work their tail off to make sure that you're as good as you can possibly be. It's what they do. Find out for yourself. Locations all over the city, and you need to get better. You need to be better, and you will. GameDayMen'sHealth.com, GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. The number to hang out with us here on the show. You're more than welcome to get in. Come on, 713-780-3776. The number to get in here. Texans tonight, Astros tonight. That's going to be interesting with both teams playing at the same time and a lot at stake for both teams. Neither really can afford to lose tonight. We've had these situations before and been extremely disappointed where our teams are playing really big games. Because this is, make no mistake about it, I know it's only the second game of the season, but the numbers are there. You start 0-2 with a team in your division that's 2-0, and it's an uphill climb that ain't going to be easy. So this is kind of a big deal that the Texans come through tonight. And because now the pressure's on. You start 0-2, and now all of a sudden you're staring at 0-3. We ain't doing that. We got to get this thing done. And then, on the other side, the Astros just have a 2-game lead to make the playoffs now. So, and the team that's chasing them are here. The team that's been kicking their ass lately, too.
Yeah.
So, I mean, thank God Jason Alexander's on the mound. I didn't know that I'd ever say that in my life. Thank God.
I'm just thinking we finally have a shot. Fromber's not going to pitch this series, and Jason Alexander is. And if I had said that 3 months ago, and I'd say, Jason Alexander from Seinfeld?
Right.
Like, no, there's a pitcher in the organization. There is? Yeah.
You got one of them?
Yeah. Is he young? No. He's like 31, 32. What? And this guy's going to be the key to them making the playoffs? Yeah, Altuve's going to be hitting about 140 down the stretch. So Jordan didn't make it back? Yeah. Jordan made it back. Future Lance says Jordan made it back. He was like hitting everything all over the park. And they traded for Carlos Correa. And they got Correa back? But Jeremy Pena never made it back. He made it back. Yeah, Jeremy's there. He is? Yiner's in the whole sink. No, Yiner's actually doing okay. Well, wait a minute. So what about Javier? Lance McCullers? Coffee. Coffee, bro. Well, what about Luis Garcia? He's probably got UCL again. Something like that.
But Paredes might come back. Dana Brown said.
What's wrong with Paredes? Oh, sorry, past Lance. He tore like the whole hamstring off the bone.
Well, he's coming back.
Actually, before I even went into a coma, I already knew that.
Yeah, but Dana Brown has said that Friday. He said, yeah, it could be a little optimistic that I say that, but there's a chance.
Yeah, I don't believe anything Dana Brown says anymore. No offense, Dana, but you get your intel from your medical community, and it's just never right. So I'm not listening to you, Dana.
You're not listening to
not listening to the general manager. He's never right on injury information. Is he? Except when he says things like, no, he's working back. He's getting close. That's as good as he can be. I don't. Even Dana had to check himself. Didn't he, Dell? What you're saying that he put himself in check?
Yeah, he said it, but he goes, yeah, that could be a little optimistic, but there's a chance.
Even he said, I'm going to be known as the guy who never gets it right. I got to stop this.
You can't say he never gets it right, okay?
Injury-wise?
He's the GM.
How often does he get it right?
I don't want to say he's a liar, but I think
no, I don't think. I think he gets tremendously bad information.
I think they lie to us.
I have so much to talk about. Like, I got so much I want to talk about. We got a break coming up, but I mean, Caleb Williams. You're only in year 2, and it takes a while. And I don't give up on quarterbacks even after 2 years, unless they really, truly look terrible. Caleb does the same keep and play alive stuff. He doesn't stay in rhythm. I'm telling you, one of the first things that you're going to realize you got a problem with a quarterback, unless the guy's really special, is when he refuses to just throw on time. Well, when he thinks everything has to go to a play extension, you are asking for so much trouble. Cam Ward made an amazing touchdown throw. One of the greatest throws I've ever seen from a physical talent. He also took a ton of sacks, too, because he waits and waits and waits.
Yep. Caleb's got arch syndrome, where you just stand there and don't make any decision. Just stand there, stand there, and stand there.
And he got a generational label put on him by people, too.
I saw a clip with Tom Brady, though. He was on with Colin Cowherd. And he gave about a 5-minute answer on, because Colin Cowherd said, I'll know in the guy's second year by Thanksgiving if we got to move on. And Tom Brady said, wait a minute, what kind of coaching does he have? Okay, and Tom Brady went through. Tom Brady said, Bill Belichick was coaching me. He said that's a defensive guy, but he came in and he was telling me all of the different defenses that these teams play. And he was telling me what each guy was going to do in each of the situations. And he said, it's so invaluable. You know, Caleb Williams now has Ben Johnson, who's a great offensive. Liam Cohen is a great offensive coach. Mm-hmm. It might take a little while. I'll tell you this, though. I have more faith right now in Caleb Williams than I do in Trevor Lawrence.
I think Trevor is who he's going to be.
Trevor Lawrence is bad.
He had some bad interceptions. He had some that were just unfortunate, but Trevor Lawrence is just his stat. Oh, while we're talking bad, Brian from LSU, his wide receiver, Brian
Thomas.
Oh
my God,
Brian Thomas,
was he awful?
Terrible. 2 alligator arms.
Brian Thomas.
For what? For who? I'm not getting hit for Trevor Lawrence.
He had a bad alligator arm in the middle of the field that turned into, I think, an interception. And then he had another. Yeah, it was an interception. And then he had one there on 4th. He heard steps coming. It was bad. He doesn't look good through 2 games so far.
What about Kelsey throwing one right to the defense? I mean, holy crap.
What do you mean, Kelsey?
Travis Kelsey had one right in his hands at the goal line that he threw right to the Eagles.
I don't think I saw it. I was at my daughter's thing, so I wasn't able to see it.
It was
I was
awful.
Keeping score on Score Tracker.
No, but Brian Thomas Jr. had himself a game. He said, Liam Cohen couldn't even answer about Brian Thomas. He said, I got to look at the tape.
It was
and
really
the same with
bad.
Trevor Lawrence.
Bad alligator.
The previous week he He illustrated how many times Trevor Lawrence missed Brian Thomas on what could have been big plays. This week, it's Brian Thomas not making plays, and he also got into Trevor Lawrence. We saw it on the sideline.
Oh, he did.
When he was throw the ball at their chest. Stop making them reach. Throw it at
and
their
what
chest.
did Trevor do? He
Waved
hit it with
them
the
off.
Trevor Lawrence went, whatever.
He waved them off.
Waved
They
them
talked
off.
about after the game. Trevor Lawrence said, hey,
throw
man.
it only in his chest. Brian can't make a play unless it's literally in his
Because
chest.
there was a play where Trevor made – it wasn't Brian Thomas this time. He made a guy reach around the goal line in between two guys. He didn't catch it. He's like, hey.
Trevor is who he is. This is who Trevor is. Caleb Williams still has – we still don't know for sure. He does have some things he does well, but you should have saw a matchup. And look, Detroit's better than Chicago. But here's a quarterback who isn't exciting but just does his job in Jared Goff. And here's one who's this exceptional playmaker, a generational talent, a blah, blah, blah. Both guys were first picks of the draft, but in Jared Goff, Jared Goff actually played okay right out of the gate. Jared Goff actually kept building up and then hit a bad Super Bowl against New England, and he fell off a cliff. And then he was rebuilt by Ben, in part. Ben Johnson rebuilt him. Caleb's got weapons around him. Caleb Williams, if it goes well with Jaden Daniels, continues to go well for Jaden Daniels, God, is that going to look like a bad pick by the Bears.
And the other thing is Jared Goff has a smoking hot model while I don't know what Caleb Williams has.
Don't start.
I don't know what he
I don't know what one has to do with quarterback play, but
well, one is doing pretty damn well for himself.
Patrick Mahomes, you wouldn't say he's got a smoking hot, and
she's fine. He's known
I'm
her forever.
him.
Del. What are we doing here?
I didn't say me.
Why are you taking
him.
shots
He's
at him?
He also has multiple Super Bowl titles. Okay.
Yeah, whatever. He's 0-2.
He knew her since they were in
It's not about
college.
me. I said what he would say.
Who? He isn't John?
Yeah, not me.
Well,
don't let him speak for John. Don't let him speak for you. You know you wouldn't say that.
But he just said, "Well, he's 0-2. He's 0-2 now."
Well, but he's lost 2 games.
No, but he said, "Look, if he had a better looking woman, he wouldn't be 0-2."
Oh, that was his
apparently.
You don't know. You don't know.
See? Let's listen to him. Forget the Super Bowl wins. He's 0-2.
Time to talk Chastang Ford. They're 8,000-0. Chastang Ford wins, and you're a winner when you go to Chastang Ford. 0.9% APR financing on select 2025 F-150 XLT models. Or lease them for just $388 a month. $388 a month, and you can be into a 2025 F-150 XLT. Terms and conditions apply, obviously. See dealer for full details. Offers available with approved credit. But the thing about that is that what? That's what I want. An F-150 XLT. I got the XLT. I think my Lightning is an XLT. It's a beautiful, beautiful truck. I love my F-150. You will love your F-150 as well. And you get it at Chastang Ford. I don't know that there's a better place. There's no place that's more transparent. There's no place that's going to be full disclosure for you. There's no place that's not going to add on or mark up. They don't care about that. You can buy it all online, which other dealerships won't let you because they want you in there so they can upsell you. That never happens at Chastang Ford. Get that truck at the price you need it at the payments you need it at ChastangFord.com. On 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. It's just 5 minutes from downtown. Go to Chastang Ford. Tell them you heard it right here.
Hey, let's talk about St. Arnold. Chance for you to go have your private event there. Could be a holiday party, big Christmas party in your office. I heard of somebody having a neighborhood party where instead of a block party, everyone was really close. They got together. You know, it's great to do that at the Investors Pub. That handles 50 to 100 people. So, I mean, it can handle less, but it primarily, you know, if you're talking 50 to 100, that's great. That's great. You've got a great spot to go to. If you want something really big for a wedding reception, for example, they can do that. Did you know that their catering, they can handle just appetizers if you want to do something smaller, an appetizer table, or they can do a full-on feast if you want something sit down or you want something that can be buffet style, but it's really hearty food. They can do that for you as well. They've got a great menu, a great chef. Of course, they've got amazing beer. Of course, they've got amazing cider, awesome root beer for you as well. I mean, we know what they can do on that front, but the food is great. The hospitality is amazing. We had in the beer hall, which holds up to 300, we had our listener appreciation event, and that was awesome there. That was fantastic. Make sure that St. Arnold is the spot you're looking for your holiday party or personal event, private event that you want to host for yourself, because they've got the space and they've got all of the heavy lifting taken care of for you so that you can just enjoy the event. Go to starnold.com, click private event, and let's get ready to have some fun.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. We got some callers we're going to get to here. We got you at 713-780-3776. Just a couple of notes. We haven't even mentioned Deshaun Foster and Brent Pry, both fired 3 weeks into the college football season. But I don't know that it's more brutal than UCLA here.
Deshaun Foster
Iamaleava has to feel, watching that Tennessee game and watching how good Tennessee
Aguilar
was.
They lost, though.
They lost, but only
he started off good. It slowed down a little bit for him now.
He slowed down a little bit, but he was great. I mean, that's Georgia he's up against.
Yeah.
I can't feel worse for that kicker. I mean,
me and Solis were at Keneally's watching it, and I just, as soon as they had that stupid little 5-yard penalty, and I'm just like, he's missing. Well, number one, you could see they kept showing his dad for some reason, which, how do you even know where the kicker's dad is? Number one. And then number two, I just kept thinking, you could just see he was going to make brown in his pants. You could see that look on his face. He was like, I am going to literally crap in my pants. I am going to crap in my pants. On the sideline, he's looking. He's just sitting there. And I was like, look how scared he looks. I don't even know if he'll be able to bring his leg back on this one.
And then he had a pick from the same exact place in overtime, and he hit it.
Same
exact place.
No, he did. So you can't.
42 yards out.
It would have been a game winner.
Yeah, but it wasn't nearly as big then.
The game winner would have been the game winner.
Right.
I mean, that was a really good game. The Aggies and Notre Dame was a shootout. It ended up being a really good game,
bad
too.
For the kicker. What about the holder?
Actually,
Buckner.
In that game for Notre Dame, the holder mishandles a snap on a college extra point, which is like 4 yards, a kick of 4 yards. Technically, it's actually 20, but it feels like, or 19, it feels like a 4-yard kick because it's that short little, it's just a snap right to his hands, and he mishandled it. And I got to tell you this. I'm just going to say this. I know we live in a society where we like our vengeance, and we love vengeance more than anything as a society. We love revenge. We love watching someone fail. We love schadenfreude. I'll tell you what I didn't love. I didn't love NBC continuing to go back to the holder time after time. I thought this is kind of horse crap. That kid feels terrible. He's a holder. I get the first shot, but, I mean, they're getting shots of him leading up to A&M getting ready to win the game. After the game, they will go to him multiple times. Whoever the director was, to continue to take shots of the holder, I thought that was kind of chicken bleep, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
We get it. He screwed up. We saw it. We know it. But for them to continue to say, let's keep this storyline alive, see if we can get him to cry. I felt like they were just waiting, and his eyes looked a little red. I felt like they were just waiting to see if they could get him to cry, if they could catch him crying on the sideline. I thought it was
still a kid. That kid ain't a millionaire. That kid ain't making, you know what? Oh, well, they'll make millions now, so they're a fair game.
But
that's a holder.
I will say, Marcel Reed played great. They threw the ball exceptionally well. Well, I shouldn't say played great. He was a little up and down.
I think he was like 17 or 30, whatever
it
was.
Yeah. To be honest with you, I say he played great. Marcel Reed threw to guys on crossing routes that played great. Craver and Concepcion were terrific.
Two transfers, yep.
Craver
Where did Concepcion come from? Because he can.
NC State. Craver didn't do much at, was it Miss-State? Was that where he was?
Miss-State, man. He was killing Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Christian Gray looked like turds. The whole secondary for Notre Dame was awful.
He did mention Brown in the pants earlier, so turds is right in line.
This is no big deal.
Yeah. Mario Craver, no one was putting up numbers at Miss State last year, but I think he's already exceeded his catch total from last year in the first 3 games.
He's got 20.
Yeah, he had 17 all of last year, and he's got 20 through the first 3 games.
So somebody who's in the world of football was talking about that Tennessee game, said anytime you play for the field goal and play conservatively, it usually turns out bad. It almost always does.
Turned out bad for the Colts until the Broncos screwed up.
Yeah.
Well, see, and now that's where this is what the portal was for. The kid obviously was not being used how he should have been. And so he gets out of there, and now he's in a great spot.
He can roll. He's good. But Notre Dame, shout out to Notre Dame going 0-2 and still being 21st in the AP poll.
They're Notre Dame and started top 5. Now they're 21st is what you said.
I mean, but it was valiant efforts both times.
Yeah, they
and
lost.
by the way, LSU's win over Clemson ain't looking all that good.
No.
Although they played tough. They played Georgia Tech tough. Haynes King.
Play Georgia Tech tough or Clemson.
I know. But Haynes King, you ain't beating Haynes
Josh
King.
Pate had the right side of that one, too. And he had the right side of Miami, Southern Florida.
Yeah.
We're sitting there talking about how, and Josh like, I like the other side. I like Miami. And Miami
how did
rolled.
You last through that delay?
How did you last through that 4-hour rain delay,
I wasn't at the game. Just watch another football game until they come back. I mean,
I had pizza and gin and tonics to pull me through, but I don't know how you did it.
Keneally's Pizza?
Yeah.
What?
Tavern style.
They were 14-3. If they were down 14-3, I might not have survived. But up 14-3, I was fine. Just to go back to Clemson, A&M, we love a transfer receiver. Dabo, I'm not interested in that many transfers. No. And their offense is outside of a couple explosives that they had to keep them in the game.
This is a
terrible.
Disappointing year for the quarterback. I was excited about DJ Lagway. He sucked the other day.
Speaking of LSU, 5 picks against LSU, and LSU still wanted to keep him in the game.
Yeah, you've got Lagway. You've got who's had a terrible year. Arch Manning, terrible. Lenore Sellers went out with an injury. He hasn't done anything this year. Cade Klubnik, nothing. I don't know how Nussmeier. I know he wasn't very good the other day.
He threw an awful
Is
pick.
anyone playing? I guess Drew Aller. I don't know. He's not even been challenged.
No one's
yet.
even watching.
No one even watching.
Beck threw a couple picks. One went high, but he's for the most part played really well. He's rebuilding a stock that had dipped quite considerably. All of a sudden, Mario Cristobal, kingmaker at quarterback. Who would have thought? Who else?
John Mateer is playing well.
Yeah, John Mateer's playing well.
The Cal freshman who people are already saying won't be at Cal very long.
No.
He's
Cal farm system.
Well, he initially committed to Cal, and then Mendoza, who's now at Indiana. There's some leaks and rumors to suggest that Mendoza kind of told the kid, "Hey, I'm staying. You ain't gonna play here. You might as well commit someplace else." Allegedly, he commits to Oregon, and then when Mendoza goes to Indiana, he decommits from Oregon and then goes to play for Cal. So that kid really wanted to play at Cal. Now the question is, can Cal pony up $4 million a year to keep him? But he's a good one, but we don't have to worry about him in the NFL for a couple of years. But take a look. I mean, it's West Coast football, but I don't want to butcher his name, so we're just going to call him JKS for right now. He's a 3-name guy, freshman left-hander from Hawaii. It's playing pretty well.
Green is playing real well, too.
Oh, yeah, from tall kid from Arkansas, yeah. Ole Miss won, didn't they? I didn't see
They did.
Beat him,
But that was a dog fight.
Yep.
It was like nobody could stop anybody in the first half of that one.
Yeah, what's his name? Sam Pittman's now like 7-18 in one-score games.
Oh, God.
He's got some Nebraska in him because that's what Nebraska coaches have done. Now Matt Rule's avoided one possession games the last couple weeks, blowouts. Nebraska's rolling a little bit, but yeah, Sam Pittman's probably not going to last there, just off the back of not being able to win close games.
Yep. All right, let's break. We'll get your calls on the other side. 713-780-3776. Right now, we're talking Air Team. Air Team. It's a team. It's a team effort. It's been a team effort for 30-some years now. They've grown this business. They've got trucks all over the city now. The Curtises have been doing this. Love doing business with a family-owned and operated business that's been around for generations. They have 60-plus full-time employees. Most of them they've been with the company for years and years. They make sure that every time they're punctual, professional. You have any air conditioning issues, I highly recommend these people. I love what they did for me. I hated putting in the air conditioners that I had to put in because it's expensive, but they made it as painless as possible. Okay, it ain't easy putting in air conditioners. It ain't easy on your pocketbook. Air conditioning, but we got to have it. You have to have it. And I'm telling you, do some preemptive work and let them come and check out your air conditioning system to make sure that no small problems turn into a big problem. AirTeamLTD.com, 713-936-5346. AirTeamLTD.com. Make sure you tell them you heard it here.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to Walmart, who is the sponsor of our Josh Pate segment, where we have a lot of great college football talk with one of the best in the country. And Walmart, well, the Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? Walmart has more than 500 million items online. If you want to do your online shopping, you can find a huge selections that you can't even find in the stores. And unlike other grocery stores, Walmart's grocery prices are the same for delivery as they are in store. So you don't have a different price built into your online shopping. And when it comes to feeding your family or hosting a tailgate or just throwing a great party, think Walmart for all of your grocery needs. They can deliver in as fast as an hour. So get all your groceries at the same great prices without even having to leave your home. Fees and terms apply. Use Express Delivery to get all the eligible things you need from Walmart, from groceries to home goods to prescriptions, subject to availability. Learn more at walmart.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We got some calls. Dell, is Chris in Woodland still there? Oh, just Chris. Chris, let's get Chris in here. Anybody else wants in? 713-780-3776.
Yeah, let's go, man. Let's go. We got a lot of pro football we haven't gotten to. I mean, the Astros, I just feel like, I mean, you won and then you still lost ground, but I feel like all of our Astros talk is going to be over the next 6 games. The next 6 games over the Seattle and then the Rangers are going to decide. Frankly, it may decide the season.
It does decide the season.
Well, Lance,
let's get this call in there, though. Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Go ahead, Chris.
Aren't you forgetting, Lance, the rookie phenom, Zach Cole, who set the record on Friday night? I mean, he's the next up-and-coming, I'm blanking, man. Guy went to the Cubs. Sorry, Kyle Tucker. It looks like Kyle Tucker at the plate, man. Hey, this series is important also, Lance, because if we sweep the Rangers in the next 3 days, I believe we hold on to the silver boot, or we get the silver boot this year. So that's real important to me. Yeah, that's important. And I've got this theory about Fromber, and you guys are probably going to disagree, but I'm just trying to figure out what's going on in this guy's head. I personally think that he's upset that he was not given a contract. I think he's upset. I think he's mad. And I can't believe I'm saying this because I love Fromber. He's been one of the best pitchers the last 4 or 5 years in the majors with all of his quality starts that he's had and everything. But I think maybe he just needs to be removed from the rotation if we can find somebody else who wants to be there. Like do an addition by subtraction, just get the guy out of the clubhouse if he's going to continue to pitch like this. And I'll talk to you guys later.
Well,
man, you're talking about literally conduct detrimental to team type stuff. If you're talking about pulling him out of the rotation, I don't think they'll do that.
Boy, he was going. He threw a 6-pitch inning, and then walked the first 3 guys the next inning.
I know what is going on.
What? How did that happen? And by the way, Zach Cole, what a great story. Did you see the guys from Corpus Christi watching him?
Yeah, that was really cool. They all celebrated his home run.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really cool.
Zach Cole, and then he cooled off. But
like when you have teammates that feel good for you when you do good things, that's got to feel great. Like, could you ever see Dell cheering for us as something good happened?
Why am I the example?
Well, just teammates. We're just doing a teammate.
Is he a good teammate?
Obvious. Who?
John.
Yes. I always
Lance?
cheer for you guys when good stuff happens.
When?
Who are we up against? A break?
When? Name
12
the time.
of Lance's kids being born. We celebrated that.
We didn't celebrate. I didn't even tell you about the last one because I was like, they're just going to make fun of me having another kid. I'm going to keep Monty on the wraps.
Go ahead.
And Dell, you and Granny, I celebrate your love.
You don't celebrate that.
I do. It's a celebration.
How did you celebrate the career accomplishment of when I got my show? How did you celebrate? Did you?
Are you kidding?
Yeah. No, I'm not kidding. What'd you do?
Are you kidding? I drank that day.
You drink all the time.
Well, I was celebrating.
No, you weren't.
Yeah, I was.
No, you
Dell's
weren't.
got a show. What?
No.
Yeah.
Did he go? Did he go? Hey man, congrats! None of that. What's he talking about? You don't celebrate anyone here.
I said your show's full of lies.
Well, that was at least after when you found out what the show was about.
Yeah.
Beforehand, he wasn't like, "Hey, congrats, man! I know you wanted this." None of it. He doesn't.
This ain't your first show. You did it with that phony Raheel for a while.
That's true.
And I knew it was going to be all lies.
But it had been a while. That was like Raheel's bag, and they threw me on. This is mine, and he's like, whatever, mopey and mapes. That's what he does. You don't celebrate anything.
Are you kidding?
He's the worst,
we gave
actually.
It a great name.
Actually, now that I think about it, he is the worst.
Thank you. Why am I the example of guy who wouldn't celebrate? He would never.
He would have booed Zach Cole from the dugout.
Yeah, because he took his spot.
He would have just given him a thumbs down, like
he would have felt like Jesus Sanchez felt.
I'm just a team guy. That's all I am.
Not at all.
Yep.
Stop it.
The people love that. People love that about me. That's right. Man of the people and team guy. That's it. That's all.
All right.
713-780-3776. This is a big series. And we got Texans and we got Astros at the same damn time.
Double TV it, boys. If you need to.
Crap.
If you need to.
Too much. It's way too
You're
much.
You're going to be overwhelmed tonight?
Yeah, I am. I really am. I'll probably go to Buffalo Wild Wings tonight over here. Go watch it.
You're going to watch the Texans game and the Astros at Buffalo Wild Wings? What an ass. He's going to, hey, all right, I got my Monday Night Football game. Could you put on the Texas Rangers Astros game on for me? And they're like, huh? Oh, okay, we'll do that. Sure.
Ooh, I don't think you're getting that.
Yeah, they will. Yeah, they will.
Where are you going to see this?
Buffalo Wild Wings.
You think they'll turn that game on?
They absolutely do.
Trash Stros. You want to watch a Trash Stros, bro? That's what they're going to give you.
To put the Astros on.
They have women there, right? They're not. He's not going to get Trash Stros from the women at the Buffalo Wild Wings.
No. They're nice people. They're not like you two.
What?
Yeah, nice people. Nice.
Trust me, they want to say Trash Stros. Trust me.
This is
if you get the right dude, if you get the right bro in there.
Maybe.
You totally stole the World Series from the Lakers, bro, from the Dodgers, bro. No, he didn't. You let us hit home runs in the second inning, in the ninth inning against your closers in Game 2. You losers.
Look, it's 8:43, and I've realized something. I don't care about this stuff anymore. This man was in the vicinity of Kerry Russell, we haven't talked about it yet.
I know.
Well,
she just looked kind of.
Break again?
She didn't look like she was all dressed up. She just looked like she was there to pick her kids up from something.
Yeah. So
that's why I like her, though. That's why she can get it.
Oh, is that why?
That was the
Listen
highlight.
to you. You want to apologize?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Carrie.
And Nicole. I meant Nicole, actually.
And Nicole and Carrie.
Yeah.
Sorry to both of you and listeners.
That was the highlight of the weekend. Was Kerry Russell.
And then seeing her husband, Matthew Reese. Is it Reese?
Reese, whatever.
Her husband, her real life husband, and co-star from The Americans.
And they were doing stuff on The Americans. And
that turned into real life doing stuff.
That's right.
Well, I mean, you get that close to it, just all of a sudden.
What is it, by the way?
8:44 here on the show.
Okay.
Let's get to a break. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. You got Astros. You got Texans Monday Night Football. We'll get into it. We'll get into the mud here with some Texans Monday Night Football. Start breaking it down, and we'll tell you exactly how the game's going to go when we come back.
Yep. But first, we are talking about Air Team. No. We're talking about McGrath Pest Control is what we're talking about. Just catching up on breaks. We apologize. We got behind. But I want to tell you about Scott McGrath and McGrath Pest Control. I mean, and listen, I have seen Scott McGrath work wonders. I knew a place that they just couldn't get rid of the roaches. They just couldn't. They tried, and they just couldn't get rid of them. Scott McGrath said, watch this. And Scott McGrath, it was a big, big job, and Scott McGrath did it. And Scott McGrath made that business viable because he was able to help them get rid of those, and they were a problem. It's a problem. You can't have roaches, right? So Scott McGrath did that, and Scott McGrath is going to work tirelessly to make sure that if you have any bugs, I mean, bugs are gross, get them out. I saw so many dead roaches outside of the house just trying to get through that invisible force field that Scott McGrath puts up. And they're not breaking that plane. They're just not breaking that plane. because Scott McGrath will make sure that you have no bugs in the house, all right? So, and not only that, he's got the mosquito murdering system, okay? If you need a termite inspection, they do that. Scott McGrath has been doing pest control. I love a family-owned business. This is another one. Scott McGrath is a tops, okay? I've used him for I don't know how long. You will too. McGrathPestControl.com. McGrathPestControl.com. Make sure you tell Scott you heard it here.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's go to our Spanish-speaking friend. La raza, güey. Hijo de la minche, güey. La raza, ¿qué pasó, mi hijo?
¿Qué pedo, Juanito G? ¿Qué pedo, Lance?
¿Qué pasó?
Nada, man. Well, I'll make it short and sweet, gentlemen. I have a serious question, and I got what I learned over the weekend. All right, so I'll start off with the serious question. It's a hot take. What will convince you guys to sign CJ Stroud to a max contract? What is the bar that he needs to achieve in order to get that contract? Because I've seen a lot of quarterbacks with high pay contracts, and they don't even reach the AFC or NFC championships. I'm just saying, if it was me, he has to get to that top level, get that top contract, or even Super Bowl. That's just me. But what I learned over the weekend as well is that apparently during the Dolphins and Bengals game, one of the refs lost his flag, so he had to improvise, and he used his personal point.
No, I saw that go flying on the field. I know exactly what he's talking about. One of the green ones flew on the field that game.
Yeah, Jags Bengals game.
I'm watching the game live, and I'm like, I just saw it.
Yeah, and CBS Yeah, I think it's CBS. Put up flag on the play because they thought that the green Bilbo
I did not see that.
was a flag. Yes, they put up flag immediately. And
well,
you know,
no, there was
graphic.
actually they did have a flag.
Yeah, but it wasn't a flag. It was the Bilbo.
Oh, because I was wondering what the flag was for penalty because they called it a touchdown then, and I just figured there was no call or it was on the No, they said decline. I thought on TV they were like
I'll look it up
declined?
to see if there was an actual flag. But yes, it was on that great touchdown catch by Tinsley.
Yeah,
he made a great
catch.
play.
One-handed
One-handed, got the shin down for the touchdown, and yes, and it was an unidentified flying object by the broadcast, but for the rest of us,
no, I identified
we knew
it
what
quickly.
Was. Yes,
yeah.
I'm like, did somebody just make a layup down in the paint or miss a layup in a game that involved Cordosa or Angel Reese or whatever?
No. Yeah,
can't be Angel Reese because
no, but the NFL's been doing this longer than the
Bills fans.
Yeah,
have
the
done
Bills
it.
do it.
I don't know that it had been done in Cincinnati until they saw it on WNBA games, but there it is, a bright green one on the field.
Yeah,
it's not the trend-setting WNBA wanted.
No.
Well, the Bills started it. The Bills actually started it. And then the
lime green? Did they start lime green?
It was not lime green. No.
No, but the WNBA is appropriating.
Well,
some would argue they had it first.
Well, they didn't though.
But did they?
In some ways, right?
You don't have to go any further with it.
Okay.
Just let it sit there and
You're
marinate.
following up the previous segment with this?
Yeah, it's not been a good show for me so far.
No. What did you say about Kerry Russell?
Something about getting it.
Yeah. 713-780-3776 is the number. Okay, so we got a couple. We got your coach. Del, okay.
What?
First NFL coach fired, McDaniel?
Daboll too, probably. They're both on the list. McDaniel likely will go 0-3. I mean, they play Buffalo tough up there, but they never win.
I'll put big money on McDaniel because at least Daboll's been competitive.
Well, they were competitive yesterday.
Your team wasn't competitive against the Patriots at home.
What are you talking about? It came down to a final drive. Just because I countered your nonsense with the truth doesn't mean you have to go
terrible.
He farted.
I know, because you're wrong. They were competitive.
Well,
what?
I don't know. I don't know what your definition of competitive
I mean,
is.
a one-score game with
you're a 2.5 point favorite over the Patriots.
Maybe you had a bet on the game. That's
you
why
made
you're
Drake
upset.
May look good.
We made Daniel Jones look good, so that's what's happening.
I'm
going
to send your post game, but let's listen to Brian Kelly's post game first. So Brian Kelly won 20-10, beat Florida.
Hard fought.
What they have
SEC
5
game.
interceptions. I mean, DJ Lagway sucked, and LSU's defense is real this year.
Maybe LSU's defense made them look bad, kind of.
Because Klubnik stinks too, so who knows how good their
Well,
defense actually
Weeks
is.
got thrown out in the first series. Their best player, so he got thrown out of the game in the first series for targeting, and they still were. I mean, that kid is really, really good. Anyway, they go on to win 20-10. And here is the press conference immediately after. First question.
Brian in the back, I know you love these immediate post-game sessions, but what are you seeing with your offense?
Stop. Really? Is that the first question? We won the game 20-10. Try another question. What do you want me to tell you? I just laid it out for you. We played the game to win the game. We played the game to win the game.
All right. How about third down then? What is going on with third down?
It's one game. Last game, we were great on third down. You're looking at this from the wrong perspective. LSU won the football game. Won the game. I don't know what you want from me. What do you want? You want us to win 70-0 against Florida to keep you happy?
No, I think people want to know why you can't run the ball, quite honestly.
We can run the ball. Did you see the last play of the game? That's all you need. You just need one. There's a ridiculous questions. And I'm getting tired of it. That football team just worked their tail off to get an SEC win, and you want to know what's wrong. You know what? You're spoiled. You're spoiled. This team is 17-1 at night. 17-1. Give them some respect. How about that? Give them some respect instead of micro-analyzing every little thing. This is ridiculous. For a group of seasoned reporters, that kind of question is so out of line.
That said, they sucked offensively.
I mean, you won 20-10.
What was that?
And the other quarterback threw 5 interceptions.
So the run he was talking about, was that the 51-yarder for Durham?
I guess. At the
Okay,
end of the
so
game.
before that, they had run for 51 yards.
Yeah, and at
on
that point,
21 carries.
At that point, Florida was broken, so you break off a big one. But for the most part, you did nothing on the ground.
Yeah. And, their offense has been, what about last week? Who'd they play last week?
La Tech they played.
La
Scored
Tech.
23 points against
I mean,
La
I could
Tech.
see.
They were great on third down.
Where does Brian Kelly think he is? Does he not know he's not going to be there beyond this year? He doesn't want to be there. He doesn't want to be with the media. He doesn't like the fans. It's obvious. Brian Kelly doesn't want to be there. LSU is not for everybody. It's not an easy job. It's not an easy job. There's a lot of SEC jobs that are not easy jobs. Even the great Cajun national championship winner couldn't last. They were done with him. Brian Kelly, but what you can't do is berate. That wasn't a dumb question. I get it. Maybe you should lead like, Coach, can you talk a little bit about the defensive effort, your defensive effort, 5 interceptions against Lagway, coming into Florida, you hold them to 10 points. Can you talk about the job defense did? Yeah, blah, 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 blah. And then you get into that offensive question maybe later because it is a win. It's a road win, 10-point win at Florida. It is a good win for them.
It was at LSU.
Oh, no, that's right. It wasn't. That's right. It wasn't. It's still you know what? It's still an SEC win. But that's a very legitimate question that the guy asked.
Yeah.
That's a very legitimate question.
Yeah, but you know what? It is kind of.
Yeah.
You
coach
get right
don't
off
want to
the
hear that
field,
right
and the
off the
first
bat,
thing it's negative. You did just win a game. You do have to. There's an art to this, to asking, questions. You gotta ease into the stuff. You can't go right after them right away. Your offense sucks. What's the deal?
You always are going to. And this is the thing with fans and media, and sometimes the media are fans now. You are always looking at things glass half empty. That's just the reality of it, and so it's always about what are you not doing right.
Listen, it was a legitimate question. It was just at the wrong time, immediately after a hard-fought game. I mean, give the coach a little bit of love before you. You're right. Coach,
First
how about that defense? Hey, Coach.
Yeah, the story was Lagway had 5 interceptions. You had 5 interceptions against Lagway.
Yeah.
The story wasn't your third down conversion.
No.
How you run the football.
No. I mean, let him. Now, Coach, offensively weren't great. What's the deal? That's all. You did that. You ask it like, I mean, yeah. After you butter him up a little bit.
Oh, Brian Kelly. Feelings got hurt. I gotta butter the head coach making how many millions of dollars? I gotta butter him up first.
Yeah.
I gotta butter him up when your offense through 3 games has not been good. Just because you beat up on a bad Florida team, who just lost to USF, I'm supposed to give you credit.
Yeah,
by the way, USF held them to 16 points? Who cares what your defense did?
Yeah.
Who cares?
They're not good offensively, and they got weapons now. The wide receivers are good. Durham is good. Nussmeier's supposed to be good. That's whole Nussmeier number 1 overall. I just don't buy. I told you this. I don't know how many
This looks
times.
like a shaky year for quarterback again.
Yep.
Well, Nussmeier's going to be up there with Carson Beck and
know.
Drew Aller. Those are your 3 that you're and John Mateer. Those are going to be the ones you're looking at probably.
Yep. And then there's the Mike McDaniel. I mean, I don't know. Here's Mike McDaniel.
Now when you hear this, he's basically just talking about the Dolphins really tricked that game out at the end, but New England was too. Like both teams were making losing plays. They were making winning plays, but you could also look at it as they were also making some losing plays. But ultimately, New England was pretty evenly played. I watched a lot of that game.
Yeah, but special teams.
Well, you had 2 consecutive.
Yeah.
And New England missed 2 extra points.
So I'll say this.
2 consecutive
I'll admit
returns
this.
for touchdowns for
I'll
teams.
admit this. The NFL made some changes to the kickoff rules this offseason because they were getting nothing last year. They made some minor changes that have had a major impact on the kickoff.
Yeah,
the kickoff's back now.
The kickoff is back. All right, here's Mike McDaniel. Just see if you can understand what he says.
Where to win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
Yeah,
honestly,
sure
and
enough.
that is how you lose the game. You're moving the ball down the field. You're 1st and 10, and then you find yourself at 2nd and 20. That was critical.
That's all.
Okay. You play
There
to
was
lose
more.
the
No,
game.
that's only 23 seconds. That's all of it.
That's all of it.
Yeah.
He sounds like a beaten man.
Well, he sounds like that all the time. He's never been a guy who's been good on the mic. That's no different from his first introductory presser. He's always been the guy.
Yeah.
But yeah, you lose a game like that, you shouldn't sound great. And
I always thought it was kind of intentional, but now I'm realizing it's not even intentional.
it's just how he speaks. That's
he's
his
not
speech pattern.
He and Chris Greer are not going to last over there.
Yeah, they were down, I think, to their – it didn't show up until very late where the Patriots, I think, got 2 sacks on the final 2 plays when they were dealing with the 2nd and 20. They were down to their third-string guard and a backup tackle, and it showed itself. When you were that deep into your depth chart, at some point it's going to come back. And when they know you got to pass, Milton Williams, the big Patriots acquisition, closed out the game with the sack. So they got Buffalo next. They're going to go 0-3, and then they got 11 days to sit and stew with the Jets coming. So, yeah, it's going to be tough.
11 days. They got a bye already?
No, they play on Thursday.
Oh.
So they'll have the 11 days after that. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough 11 days if they even make it.
I don't think Mike's going to make it past. If Buffalo throws them a beating, which is possible, I don't know if Mike McDaniel lasts more than 3 weeks. They might wait. They might still wait.
And they'll probably go, hey, can he beat the Jets at home?
And I'm unloading Tyreek Hill too. I'm going to go get some draft picks. We're in If I'm Miami, I'm in rebuild. I'm going to go see if I can get a second for Tyreek, which I don't think I will.
I don't think that's a little much.
We'll see. I mean, you got to pay him a lot, and he's got.
How desperate are the Chiefs?
Baggage.
Hey, but they look good, and the Chiefs would welcome. Yeah, the Chiefs have got to be desperate. Chiefs have got to be desperate.
Well, yeah, when Juju's your best wide receiver.
You just had Xavier Worthy snapped off with Kelsey running the wrong route or whatever he did.
Yeah.
Running into him. By the way, somebody just said, we got to get to a break, but just said, John can't be serious. They won 20-10 with 5 interceptions, including a pick 6. Their offense sucked. Houston Christian had more yards against an undefeated Nebraska team than LSU had against Florida.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the point we're making.
Listen, I said
the point we're making is you can probably lead with the defensive effort and then get into the offense after that.
Poor Brian
because
Kelly.
you got to, because you don't want to piss Brian Kelly off. You got to treat him nice.
That's great for that. That's great for that reporter to piss Kelly off.
You got to treat him nice. Yeah, they're done with him too. By the way, he can be done with
him.
him.
Get an answer out of a
Steve
guy.
Sarkisian
you got an answer.
Steve Sarkisian's going to be pissy with Austin. Me, don't ask me about Arch Manning being hurt. Although, if Arch Manning's not hurt, this is really concerning. If you're Texas, like right now, you got to be hoping for a rotator cuff injury. In a weird way, I hope this kid's got a rotator cuff injury because this is the only thing that could explain him being this bad, where he couldn't throw the ball to people. Did you see he couldn't throw it to the hands of somebody that was 4 yards away? He wasn't able to do it, and now Sark's saying it's all mental.
Sorry, I'm stuck.
Dude, if he's this mentally, what?
I'm stuck on LSU's offense. So in 2 games against Power 4 competition, they've scored 17 and 13 points offensively.
Yeah,
and he's
supposedly.
He's got the nerve to be upset about an guy asking him about struggling on offense. Okay,
be better.
Okay,
be better.
Come on, you know better than this.
You be better on offense
to do this. Don't ask those questions right now. We just beat a good Florida team.
Not good.
Held them to 10.
Wait, you know what?
And they were beaten by a really good South Florida team.
Who got beat by 37.
Yeah, but talk about the Boise win.
Okay, sure.
Talk about John Daspit.
Let's talk about John Daspit. John Daspit is the preeminent personal injury lawyer here in the city of Houston. But it's more than just, look, he focuses clearly on personal injury law. But it really goes deeper than that. If you go to the website and you go click practice areas, you see things like plant and refinery accidents are a huge one for him along the coast. That's a really, really big one. Catastrophic injuries, which has huge impact on families, loss of life in many cases, loss of limbs, inability to work anymore, industrial accidents. But he also handles commercial litigation, construction accidents, pedestrian accidents, boat accidents, tractor accidents, property contamination, chemical exposure, those toxic torts. There's really a lot. If you have been wronged due to someone else's negligence and your life has changed either through hospitalization or hospital bills or an inability to work, let John Daspit come fight for you. He will get the money that you have coming to you for your injuries, for your medical bills, for your time missed from work, and for your pain and suffering. John Daspit does that, and he does it exceptionally well. The lawyers he has on staff are going to fight hard for you across the state of Texas, no matter where you have friends or family who need his help. He is going to be there for you. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW. Or you can go online and start a live chat and get your caseload, get your case looked at absolutely free to make sure that you have a case with John Daspit at daspitlaw.com.
Yeah. Did you guys happen to see the tush push? How the two guards were jumped before the ball was snapped?
Yeah, it's a play that's terribly officiated on both sides. Like, the Chiefs were in the neutral zone. The Eagles are starting early. There's a question of whether the center is in front of the ball.
The whole play. That was cheating.
Yeah,
there's no question that was cheating.
If for no other reason than the refs can't officiate it properly, that should be the reason it goes because they can't even adjudicate it right.
Yeah.
From every time it's just a mess, and you see penalties.
Well, I've never seen it where it was that egregious. The two guards were moving before.
Yeah, I don't know how often we get it, the down the line thing, but I would not be surprised if they are getting off early quite a bit. And it never gets called, so why not get off early?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just to take it out of the officials' hands, because they don't know how to handle that play at all. Even Dean Blandino, when they went to him, it wasn't even the one that's getting criticized the most, the one where the Eagles scored a touchdown. It was later, I think, to close out the game or something, and Jalen Hurts almost fumbled. Dino's like, I'm done with the tush push. He just because he's done talking about it because of everything you can point out that's not making it a real football play. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you do with it. They tried to get it out of the game in the offseason. I imagine if it becomes as blatant as it was yesterday, they'll do it again and maybe get it done this time.
Did you see the end of the game where the hot mics caught we can't play it.
Yeah.
You don't even have – Chris Jones is telling Jalen Hurts, you don't even have 100 yards.
Chris Jones.
And Jalen says, we won the bleeping game, so shut your ass up.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, the mics caught it clearly.
It is what Chris Jones was doing is, hey, I'm trying to leave here with something. And I'm sure they were talking trash all game, and he's going to tell them, hey, you didn't do much. But Jalen Hurts doesn't have to point to this game. What are you talking about? The last time we played you, we killed you in a Super Bowl. Stop talking to me about anything. I mean, there's nothing. Look, Chris Jones can talk, and that's what those guys do no matter the situation. At least Michael Jordan respects it. You talk when you're losing, but they won the game and they won the Super Bowl. And now you're 0-2.
Yeah.
So be it.
And Texans tonight, boys. I got a couple of Whataburger quotes in here, Del, that we're going to have to get to.
Whataburger quotes?
Yeah.
From who?
From Baker and Mike Evans.
About Whataburger?
Yeah, they're trying to get back to it.
That's what they love playing.
I bet you that's what it is. Yeah.
They love playing here. Okay? That's what they love about. You're not a Whataburger guy.
I am.
I eat Whataburger. Not often, but maybe once every 3 weeks or something. If that.
What do you get there?
I just get the double meat.
Yeah.
So I get a lot of chicken sometimes.
Their double cheeseburger is
it's good.
Fantastic.
I don't go with the cheese. But
you see,
sure.
I Show Speed. Was it Trillburger?
I didn't see that.
With buns? Yeah. And he sold it. He'd take a bite and he'd like, oh my God. He stood on the table. It's crazy. Yeah, you know Shipley sold to a California private equity company? Shipley's.
That's all right. I know Lawrence. Get that money. Get that money, Lawrence.
What? I don't know what that means.
Well, Lawrence got paid. That's what
Who's
it means.
Lawrence?
Lawrence Shipley.
That's a real person?
Yeah. Well, what do you think?
I know, but it's been around forever. I figured it's owned by somebody named, Roger Davidson or something. Not somebody actually named Shipley.
Shipley. Yes, it's a family-owned and operated business.
They
forever.
better not mess with anything. We sold Whataburger. It's like Chicago now. Chicago owns Whataburger. I think it's Chicago.
That's not true.
Yeah, Whataburger sold a few years ago.
To Chicago? Well, it's still good. It's still delicious, isn't it?
Here, Chicago-based BDT Capital Partners in 2019. Yeah. So we sold Whataburger to Chicago. L.A. owns Shipley now. What's next? What's
another Houston institution that's going to be sold?
Pappas's, but that's family-owned. The Pappas family will never sell anything.
Well, the Shipleys did, so maybe they will. You don't know. Honestly, you get that bag. You don't have to work no more.
Kind of like Ben Simmons.
That's the way I'm going about it.
You're still working.
Barely.
Because I didn't get that bag. If I get that bag, trust me, I ain't going to be here.
What did you make that somebody's buying from you?
Trust me.
What are they buying from you?
This morning I wanted to get up.
Empty Coors Lights cans? What are you making? What is a product that they're going to buy from you?
He's an artist?
Yeah, he's not doing Coors Light art installations. I mean, trust me, I would too.
Is that why you moved out to L.A. to get your art career?
I can't believe I didn't invent the iPhone. I wish I would have invented the iPhone.
Yeah. Oh, no, I know, right?
Yeah.
What can I invent?
What discernible skill do either of you have to get a giant bag where you don't have to work anymore? What can you both create?
You got to make something or influence people.
Right.
You also have to influence people. Why can't I be travel influencer?
Why can't I be that? Kids have made so much money.
You're not a pretty woman, that's why.
I know.
Or Bourdain.
A dude. It's hard for a dude to be an influencer in travel.
Yeah,
it's just hard.
Bourdain had it, but that was before
he was
the market turned to pretty women doing
himself. it. Yeah, I don't know if I want to do that. He went and killed himself.
Well, I don't know if they're tied together.
I should have never started traveling and eating food.
I don't think that led to what
I'm
happened.
not sure it's all tied together.
Yeah, you don't know.
Can I be an influencer of travel? Or college football influence where I just go to games and watch games.
You mean Josh Pate is what you want to be?
I wish I had his life.
What? You got a great life.
He can do a show over here. Okay? I'm going to games.
You got a great life, Lance.
I'm
What do you
going
You
to
said
games.
that before, Del. It ain't that great.
No, right? Oh, is anyone listening that would be offended by you saying you don't have a good life?
No, it's fine. My kids are on school.
Why, how couldn't they be offended by me saying I don't have a great
Not
life?
you.
It's
I'm
my
talking about
life.
Lance's life. I don't care about your life. I
John's
hope it's
got it good,
terrible.
but John just.
No.
John's pretty good.
See, what a bad person
John
you are.
was near Kerry Russell. How bad can your life be?
Yeah, I don't want to hear it from you.
Yeah, and then
So tell us about the
and
Emmys.
then you're near Carmi's girl on as well.
So tell us about the
Oh,
Emmys.
so yeah. Listen, she had him out, bro. I'll tell you
See what I'm
something.
saying?
What?
She had him out, bro.
Is her name Molly Gordon? Is that who you're talking
Is that
about?
her? Man, she's strong, and she don't wear much clothing.
Well, at least at the Emmy she don't.
No, this was the party before the night before.
Yeah. So what was Saturday?
Saturday was a party for FX at Chateau Marmont.
Oh, look
It
how
was-
fancy John is.
It was really nice. We'd never been there before.
Chateau Marmont.
We'd never been there before, so we wanted to go. But
You know what
it
they
was-
had it in Houston?
FX
Nick's
was
from Nick's place.
Kind of a gay fart. Kind of a
Dive
gay
bar.
fart.
Hey, there's Kerry Russell. She can get it.
Hey, it's Molly Gordon. She can get it too. She had him out, bro.
She's got him out. Look at the guns on that one. Look at the puppies on that one, guys. Next place. Matthew Reese from the Americans like, where are
Can
we?
you
What are we
imagine
doing here?
if we transported John's weekend to Nick's place?
Yeah.
Natalie
Hey,
was
it's
there.
Lulings.
Natalie was there. She was from the Bear, the sister.
Oh, okay, yeah. She
Yeah.
seems like, she seems
And
like.
she lost a lot of weight. She looks really good.
'Cause she had
Cuz
that
was
baby.
there. The cousin he fought with all season.
I mean, the Hulk? I mean, no, the Thing. The Thing from Fantastic Four.
He was the Thing?
Yeah.
That guy?
Yeah.
What?
Cousin was Thing from Fantastic
That
Four.
probably flopped at the box office.
Well, we've heard that today or previously on the show.
That's right.
So Natalie was there. Carmi's girl was there. She was most impressive to you, Carmi's girl.
So
Yeah.
that's an FX show?
Yes.
The
That's
Bear?
FX.
Yeah.
Yeah.
FX got some pretty good
Hulu,
shows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
FX had What They Do in the Shadows.
No, they was there too?
They weren't. No. Oh, I saw. Oh,
Was the Energy
walking
Vampire
in-
there?
No, walking into the Emmys last night. What's his name? Titi Wapiti. What is his name?
Taika Waititi.
Titi Wapiti.
Whatever.
Taika Waititi, yes. New Zealand. guy.
He's walking in, and Roy from they're right in front of us. Roy from the soccer show on.
Oh,
Right.
God dog it. The big soccer show with Jason Sudeikis.
Yeah,
Sudeikis.
Cicadas, whatever.
What's cicadas? No, yeah. Roy was there, and they're
Come on, what's the
talking
name of the show, Del?
I have to
You
know
dummy?
it.
Yeah.
I'm the
Apple
dummy.
TV. What's his name?
I'm watching you flail, and I'm the dummy.
Hold on, it's Pete. No.
Go ahead. What's his
Ted
first?
Lasso.
There it is.
Ted Lasso.
Ted Lasso.
Pete.
Yeah, Roy from Ted Lasso. Yeah, and they were talking, and Roy's wife. Wow, holy crap, he's doing good for himself. Yeah, that was that. My wife and Reba McEntire are best friends now.
That's nice.
They're walking in. That's all you have to do. My wife goes, "Man, you are beautiful," and Reba was like, "Oh, you're beautiful. Oh no, you're beautiful." And it was like they were. And now they're talking on. We're going to spend a weekend at Reba's house now. So that's all you got to do is tell them how wonderful they are, and then you're best friends, even just walking in. And then I don't know what we were by a lot of the Bear people. Oh my God, though, the studio cleaned up.
Yeah.
And Adolescence cleaned up.
Dude,
Adolescence was
April,
great.
so January, February, March 19th, I said on that application known as Twitter, I said, Stephen Graham has won the Emmy. You can shut it down from Adolescence. His performance was brilliant. The little kid who's got like one scene, basically.
He won an Emmy, yeah.
He won an Emmy for a scene that was awesome. The
Yeah.
scene he has is
Well,
scary.
the whole concept of it, one take for the whole show, every
One-shots.
show.
Every show was a
One-shots.
one shot.
One shot.
It
Every
truly,
show was one.
it truly was magnificent.
And that ain't
filmmaking,
easy
so
to
to
just
speak.
do a one shot for the
No.
whole show.
No, it's not. It's a hard.
Hard.
It's a one shot, and then the acting was great. The subject matter was really, really good. And you know what it is? and it's kind of I don't want to get too far in the weeds here, but it talks about how grown-ups, like the kid, I won't go too far into it, but the Charlie Kirk stuff, the shell casings and the stuff he wrote on it.
Yeah,
a lot of that's meme culture. A lot of the stuff that's written is, there's no way any of us would know what it is, because it's gamer culture, it's meme culture. You got to know what these things mean, and they're memes.
Right.
And
he had an Antifa saying on it.
Well, no, not necessarily. It's a song from the 40s or whatever, and there's another one that comes from a video game called Double Something. It's
Hellraisers or whatever it's called.
Yeah, that video game thing that he had. But the thing Helldivers, that's what it is. It's a video game meme. And then when you watch Adolescents, the grown-ups couldn't understand what some of the Instagram stuff meant. They had to go to the kids basically told them in that show, no, what you think it means, it actually meant the exact opposite based on this emoji. And it's, in a weird way, it really hit home with me, because there is a whole different culture and subculture of speaking right now through emojis and social media that a lot of us will never understand. And that led to this one kid in the show. He ended up murdering someone because of something, I guess she said on social media. She embarrassed him.
Yeah, she was bullying him through
he was being bullied
emojis,
through emojis,
on social media.
So it's like a scary show, because you say, man, this could really happen. Actually, is it based on a true story or no?
I don't know. I don't know exactly where he pulled
the guy
it
who
from.
won, Stephen Graham, actually, I think he wrote, and I don't know about
he did,
but he wrote the show.
Did you see Heliar when she won her Emmy? She had a little on her speech.
Yeah.
She had a paper. She had something written on the back. I think it said
it was from her therapist.
On the back.
Really?
On the back, it's people think because it said "Get me out" that it was her doing the whole severance thing.
That would actually make some sense.
Oh, but she said during her speech, she said, I wrote this down, I jotted this down on my notes from my therapist, so don't read the back of it.
To bring attention to the back.
Yeah, but actually read the back of it. And
right.
It says
probably big enough to read it.
Yeah, it's big enough that if you zoom in, you can see what it says.
That's probably what she did. And then the guy, Terrence Treadwell, or I don't know his name, the black guy who was so good, and it was good to see him too. Yeah, Trammell. It's Taylor Trammell's dad, actually.
It's not.
No, it's not. It's Trammell's his first name.
Trammell, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Trammell Tillman is his name.
Oh, yeah. I thought that was Taylor Trammell's dad.
It's not the case.
All right.
And Alan Trammell isn't.
What was his name, Mr.?
I forgot what his name is. I actually know his real name, not his character name. I don't remember.
But man, it was a night for the studio. It was a night for Adolescents and the Pit. Have you guys watched the Pit?
I did. It was good.
I've heard it's good.
I liked it.
Yeah. Wasn't it somebody saying it was a ripoff of some other hospital show?
So there's a connection with ER because of the star Noah Wyle, and I think the person who's a part of ER, I forgot if creator is the right word, but he helped make this one. So people said it's in some ways like a sequel to ER, but they had to make sure it wasn't exactly that because they didn't have any rights to it. But yeah, when you see Noah Wyle there, and he's best known for being a doctor on ER, people will make that connection.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not like it. It's for people who don't know the concept. It's
Milchick is his name.
Yeah, Mr. Milchick from Severance. The concept of the Pit is it's one shift, kind of like 24, stretch over however many episodes. Yeah,
right.
12
it's
episodes,
like
something like that.
2 a.m., 7 a.m.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just an hour of the emergency room.
Yeah, it's their entire shift. And the new season, it'll be the July 4th.
You mean the whole season is one shift?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Just an hour of each shift. And the next season will be July 4th. That'll be the date.
Oh, wow. And then nobody had a bigger night than Stephen Colbert. He was celebrated like.
What else happened to him, though? Anything else? They gave him a standing ovation.
Yeah,
that's
gave
all.
a couple standing ovations.
I actually didn't watch.
He came out first, and then when he won the Emmy, they love him some Stephen Colbert. But that's
what I love? Underdogs.
Underdog fantasy.
I love Underdog fantasy too. As a matter of fact, Underdog fantasy. I gotta get to work tonight, man. I gotta study this game. Here's what I think's going to happen in the Texans game. As I've told you before, if you're playing Underdog fantasy, what you do is you download the app, use promo code Lance on your first deposit. When you make your first play of $5, they're going to throw $50 of bonus cash into your account. How do you like that? $50 to go do with what you want. But the great thing is you can get started by playing the Pick'em Challenge with as few as 2 players. So if you just want to do 2, and that typically pays 3-1, you say, I want to get started small, Lance. Well, here's what I would tell you. Go higher in catches for, and I need to look up what the number is, but higher for catches in Nico Collins. And then let's take a look at in the Charger game, I am going to say they get O'Marion Hampton going. So I'm going to go higher in rushing yardage for O'Marion Hampton with the Chargers. Just those are the 2. That's what I'm giving you today. I think they get the running game going. And I know Nico Collins is going to get an avalanche of targets. So I'm giving you 2. There it is. Now when you're watching games, 2 different games to watch. Now you're playing along with them. And that's how it works. You can pick 5, 6 players. You can even do a flex option, which means, let's say you picked 5 players. You only have to win 4 of them. If 4 out of the 5 hit for you, they go higher or lower the way you predicted, you're going to still win money. And you can play flex or standard. It changes your payout, but it's different ways of doing it. There's a lot of different things that you can do to win money with Underdog Fantasy. They've created a lot of options. You choose the one that makes the most sense for you, but I'm telling you, it makes it so much more fun. And you are able to be in the action while you're watching the games from your own home. Underdog Fantasy, use promo code Lance.
All right. I've been with Champion Energy forever. I'm no longer with them because I don't have a place in Texas. Well, actually, I do. We do. We have the apartment where we're still. It's crazy, but I've been with Champion Energy for 17 years, and I got to tell you, I loved what they did for me, and you'll love what they do for you. If you're somebody that is really like, what the hell kind of electric bill is this? What? Go with Champion Energy. See for yourself. They're going to be less. I found I saved, I don't know how many tens of thousands of dollars I saved with Champion Energy over the years. If you are disgusted with how much your electricity bill is, try ours. Champion.energy/1560. Champion.energy/1560.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I got to send you this, Del, because we got to play this. The Jameis Winston, Mike Evans thing. Have you seen that?
From years ago now?
Is that from years ago?
Well, I don't know. Were they on the same team?
Yeah, they were. Well, we're playing Mike Evans tonight, okay? So here, I'll put it in there, and you can get it. So how does this game play out, Lance?
He was having a conversation with one of our.
I'm getting ready to go to the Spanish speaking station.
Yeah, he was having a conversation with one of the guys down there.
We're rolling. I'm going over there, taking over their morning show. Because they're syndicating.
You're going to move
Miami.
over to the Spanish-speaking station.
Well, you just don't know. We're talking about it. We're having some conversations.
Okay.
Claro.
Who will your co-hosts be?
We don't know yet. They got a Miami syndicated show. If it doesn't hit the way it's supposed to, I'm going to bring my own co-host. I got to figure it out.
One of the
First
weather
call.
girls? One of the Mexican weather girls?
They'll get a call.
Doesn't have to be Mexican.
Carrie Russell will get a call. She's not coming, though.
You think?
Dua?
You think Dua Lipa is going to do a morning radio show with you?
She won't come down to Houston.
That's the...
Just do a segment, and we'll get it sponsored by
That's
Walmart
the barrier? You think that's what's going to keep her coming to Houston?
Yeah, I think
not working with you.
Yeah. I think that's a barrier. Yeah. Here's what's going to happen: the Texans are going to, they're not going to run the ball well. I think they're going to air it out. I think the Texans, they can say they want to run a football. They're not running between the tackles with Vita Vea there. I don't think. And I think this turns into one of those where you're going to spread them out and you're going to fire at them. I wouldn't run conventional here against Tampa Bay. I'd take a look at, I'd alter my personnel groupings and things like that. I'd run a lot of play action, and I'd fire at that secondary. And I'm getting Nico Collins involved immediately.
Of their 17 games, how many unders will the Texans play?
Oh, man. Yeah, it'll probably be like
I think
9 or 10.
The league will catch it. I think it'll be more.
The number's going to come down, though.
The number is going to come down. The number is going to come down.
What is it tonight? Like 40?
Because their defense is so good. And I'm not sure this offense is.
Yeah, I'm not either.
Yeah.
But I think the offensive line is going to end up being a little. I think some of this is real hyperbole. The people just. The sky is falling on the offense. Texans have gone from 2.5 to 3. Texans now 3-point favorite. Over under is 42.5. That
Yeah,
feels like they've knocked that total down.
Yeah.
You think that's still high? I mean, Tampa can score some.
There's one team in the NFL that hasn't scored a touchdown this year.
Well, I mean, it's one game.
One game.
But even through one game, had anyone not scored a touchdown? How many people had not scored?
Yeah, there were 3 teams that didn't score.
I must say this goes over 42.5.
So the Texans have going to have a different looking offensive line this week. Jake Andrews out.
Yep.
And also Ed Ingram looks like he's back.
Yep.
So you'll have your.
Well, everyone's wait until Ed Ingram gets back and we get to keep our You do get to keep your tackles there.
Well,
no Cam, right?
No Cam,
so it'll
right?
be Ursary. It'll be Ursary and Titus Howard.
Right.
Ingram will be down at right guard. Jake Patterson is going to be Jarrett Patterson rather is at center, and then you got Lake and Tomlinson. So now we'll see how this unit does. I will tell you, you're not going to get as brutal. Well, the pass rush is still. They've got some.
Everybody's got pass rush.
Hassan Reddick is out there. He had a sack in the first week.
Hassan Reddick is a. Hassan Reddick always plays well, if I'm not mistaken. Here,
I think Hassan Reddick is lining up against Titus Howard. I believe. On that side. Yeah. Well, I'm just saying that's the matchup to look at. So we'll see what Ursary does here. Ursary's issues are more technical, so he could still have some of the same issues. I think he could still give up pressure like he did last week. I think Howard, I'm okay with Howard over there on Reddick if that's the combination.
So we're okay with Ursary on the left side and Cam Robinson sitting.
Yeah.
As opposed to Cam Robinson and Ursary on the right side, Titus Howard at the guard.
I'm not ready to say that won't be a combination that is used again in the future. I'm not ready to say this Ed Ingram version of the Texans. I think your best tackle combinations are out there tonight, and Titus Howard, but that doesn't, they'll have to prove that's the best offensive line combination. It could be that he just stays on the bench, even if it's not great. If Ed Ingram doesn't play well, they may just try Juice at guard. They may try somebody else. They may decide we just don't want Cam. We just don't want Cam playing attack. At some point, you could see Trent Brown.
No.
Well, he's practice squad right now.
Yeah, great. Yeah. Well, only if people.
Well, no. What I'm saying is, instead of Cam, you could end up seeing maybe Trent Brown play right tackle, and you could see Ursary stay left, and you may have Howard down at guard. You could see maybe that.
It depends on how Ed Ingram plays. That depends.
But Trent Brown is back on practice squad.
Titus is best at right tackle.
Yes. Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
And they're a better running team when Titus is not a guard.
Yeah. So
here's some other.
But here's the thing: is okay, great. That's all fine and good, but we need some explosive plays. Nico's the guy that'll give you some, but it's got to come from somewhere else. Is Christian Kirk alive this week?
No,
nope.
Not to play.
Not to play. He's living.
Not, he's alive still, right?
Yeah, he is alive.
He's breathing, but he's not going to play.
Not playing. Right. Why would he?
So you know what? Noel's got to step up. You know what? He's getting Noel.
What about Brandon? What about Nick Chubb?
You getting explosives out of Nick Chubb?
Yeah, well, if you block it really well.
Are you getting explosives out of Nick Chubb?
I mean, what do you think of explosives?
See what he's doing.
15 yards?
No. He's not even trying to do anything.
I'm asking a question.
Yeah, I mean, okay, you want 15 yards?
No, I wasn't doing that. That's your brain doing that to you. I was asking, are you getting explosive
I knew he
runs?
was. Now, if I said that, you had to make an assumption.
Yeah.
Not with Dell. I would say that's asking a lot to get a 15-yard run out of Nick Chubb. That's asking a lot.
His long this season will be 18 yards or so.
Oh, that's very
not
sad.
Long. That is short. No,
well, I mean,
he'll get. I bet he doesn't get into the 30s.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he'll have a 20-some yard run. Yeah, I mean that's a little harsh, but he's not explosive.
Baker Mayfield over under 23.5 yards, 232.5 yards passing.
Under.
Huh.
How many did Matt Stafford have?
How many did he have?
I think under, actually.
Yeah, I don't think he had 230. No way.
He had 245.
He had what?
Did he?
245.
Oh.
It just felt like he didn't because they only moved the ball for touchdowns.
Now, I am
drives.
curious to see if I haven't heard one thing about Stingley. So I guess Stingley's
Yeah, he wasn't. I thought that might be the case. He was never on the injury report.
Never on the injury report.
He fully practiced in every setting, so he'll be fine.
Baker Mayfield touchdown passes, 1.5 over under. I'm going to go under.
I don't know.
I think their success is going to be on the ground if they're going to have, and I think it goes over. Bucky Irvin's got 63.5 yards. I think
if you're saying that, then how do you got the over 42.5?
Because I think they're going to run the ball well.
You think Tampa's going to run the ball well?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
I think Tampa will run the ball well. I think Texans will throw the ball well.
Well,
I mean, it's not a ton, John. 42.5 is not a ton of points.
Not in the NFL.
That's 6 touchdowns. You got 0 so far.
No, you can get like 10 field goals.
Well, they don't have to score all 6.
Well,
what about 24-21? Wait, why do you keep saying so far? They had one game against the Rams team.
He's not thrilled with their offense.
I know, but that was one game.
So we talked about the
They
Texans.
acted like they had to settle for 2 50-yard field goals in that game.
No, they did.
They did.
You,
That's
you
right.
talked
They
about
did.
that
Yep.
last week. So the Texans are facing Todd Bowles, who loves to blitz, but leading into the season, he did not want to blitz more. He wanted to get more out of his four-man pass rush. They did blitz less last week because normally Bowles and the Bucs are in the top 5 of blitz pressure. Last week they ranked 12. So, but if I'm Todd Bowles, do we want to get with 4?
Actually, I'll tell you this.
I want to overwhelm him.
So my dad told me when he coached with Todd Bowles in Arizona that Todd had some of the best blitz packages, some of the most creative blitz packages. I think they will throw some exotics at the Texans. The Texans handled it pretty well from the Rams, the blitz stuff at least, for the most part. But I think the problem is, I think there was I think CJ and the running backs weren't on the same page a couple times, and they got right on CJ's tail. And I think it was up to CJ. So my guess is Todd Bowles is going to say, let's see if CJ knows what he's doing with his protection calls.
Let's see if Damian Pierce knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
But
see if anybody
Damian
not
Pierce
named
is in
Chubb.
the game.
Yeah,
blitz.
no. But Chubb was good.
Yeah.
Chubb was good with protections.
And so was Woody. Woody was pretty good too.
Yeah, he was. But I think Todd is going to test CJ and said, "Oh, you want to make your own protection calls? Let's see what you see pre-snap and what you see post-snap."
Mm-hmm.
So what did I say? Why did I say over?
I don't remember
tell us
that.
why do you think over is the play?
Yeah.
Just because it's just going to happen.
A team that
Favored
shoots
it
itself
over.
with penalties and sacks.
Yeah, in
let's
one
go
game.
over.
This is a whole new world when Ed Ingram plays, John. You dummy. You didn't hear the fans?
I heard.
When Ed Ingram's in, the offensive line is great.
Yeah. No. Because last year, where was Ed last year? That's right, on the bench.
Are we factoring in the Texans in prime time as well when we talk about this offense?
No, I am not.
Should we be factoring in Texans offense during prime time?
I should probably have considered that before I open my big mouth with the
Historically,
over.
even the
Historically
Demeco Ryans,
terrible.
Even the Demeco Ryans teams.
Historically
when
terrible.
it matters.
Matt
in
Schaub
prime time.
would literally leak down his leg when he was on national television.
CJ
This isn't going to be the Ravens' Christmas Day.
No, but even Chicago
any
last
Ravens
year, they
game.
weren't particularly impressive. The Lions' second half.
That was a Sunday night game, right?
Oh, God. That was an over, though.
How many points
What
did
about
they
their
score in the
first
second
half? Oh, hey.
Great.
That's all you want to talk about is the bad stuff.
How'd the game go,
hey,
John?
Hey, you know what? You're sitting here. It was a win, an
No,
SEC
it wasn't.
win.
It
Del.
wasn't a win.
All you want to do is it was a first half win for the
That
Texans
doesn't matter.
against the Lions.
They won the first half.
They won the first half.
They were
Forever.
scoreless in the second half.
You go focusing on the negative, just like Brian Kelly
Wait,
expected you to do.
were they scoreless in the second half last week too?
Technically.
Yeah, that's true. They're really explosive in that second half.
All right, Texans in the first half -1.5.
Okay, Texans first half?
Yeah.
I'll take Texans first half.
First half, yeah.
Yeah, I'd take them to first half.
Go ahead then.
Another primetime game against the Jets. 6 points in the second half, 13 points total.
Ooh, that's explosive.
Yeah, I don't like this. I don't even like the Demeco Ryans Texans on primetime.
Yeah, what's the difference? It's still Texans. It's still SOT when it comes to primetime. Until they prove it's not SOT, I got to think it's SOT.
Oh, 19-13 against the Bears last year in primetime, and you took the over. What's wrong with you?
I know. different. I'm built different.
3 points in the second half?
I'm built different.
It's what we do. It's tradition.
I'm wired different. I'm him.
Well, we'll see.
You are him.
I'm him.
What did we miss today, Dell?
Oh, we talked about the coaches being fired. We had some. Did we touch on all the big things in the NFL? Did we get to? We certainly didn't get to everything.
No, I don't think we got. We didn't get to Saints Cardinals.
Oh well, that's fine.
What a disgrace. Joe Burrow is out. He's going to have surgery. He's out for 3 months.
Yep.
We did talk about that, but in case
we
you
didn't
missed
talk
it.
about McCarthy peeing on himself last night.
How about they scored a
was
touchdown in 1 quarter this year?
Yeah, that was bad. Right now, Minnesota. Now he's literally played 2 pro football games.
He's had.
This is what happens when you're not a rookie technically, but you are. When you miss a whole season, this is what happens. Anthony Richardson had it with technically he didn't play a whole lot in the first year. J.J. McCarthy is being treated like he's a second-year player because he technically is. But he's only played 2 games in the NFL. And did you hear some of the panic surrounding Minnesota now?
Well, the problem is they have a Super Bowl roster outside of their quarterback. And when you decide, well, Sam Darnold kind of certainly fell apart late, but when you decide to go with the inexperienced guy, when you got this roster set up to win, there will be panic because it isn't, hey, let's watch him develop. Look at our roster. We're supposed to be winning.
They
and
do.
Then they're 1-1, to be fair. It's very early.
Your boy Scotty Scheffler won.
He did. They played. No one knows.
No one knows. Just another Scheffler win. We don't even pay attention anymore now.
Yeah.
Has McCarthy had like 1 good quarter of football? Is that what
Yes,
he's had so
he had
far?
1 good quarter, fourth quarter.
Yeah.
So this okay, we didn't mention this, but why is this a story that Adam Schefter reported or a Rappaport? One of them reported that the Ravens were going to take Shador and he didn't want to go there
because
Schefter did. I don't know why.
Because he Shador.
Why is this a
still,
story?
Because it's a Shador story. But I don't know why someone told him, somebody must have told him that, and now he went with it. Supposedly, he was going to go to the Ravens wanted to take him, and then Shador didn't want to go to the Ravens.
Because he knew he was never going to play there.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing. This is why it's such a huge mistake. You could have been learning behind Lamar with Harbaugh, with a stable organization.
Yeah.
And you could have learned and maybe been a traded pick. Maybe after your 4th year's over, you go out and you've learned so much. You've taken a lot of reps. When you get up big, you get in the games. There's not going to be any worry about the fans trying to chase out the starting quarterback and get Shador. It actually would have been a great spot for him. And I saw the arguments, and I get it. On the surface, you say he has a better chance to play in Cleveland.
But he's got Stefanski.
Sam Darnold.
It's not
with
like
the Jets.
he's with an idiot.
Okay. Well, tell me how Baker Mayfield did over there. Baker collapsed over there.
Stefanski wasn't there.
Yeah, you're right. And Odell Beckham who was a big part of the problem there apparently. But that's just a losing organization. Like quarterbacks don't make it there ever. I would much rather be at an organization that's good with quarterbacks. Like I remember when Aaron Rodgers waited 2.5 years, and he got a shot because Brett Favre got hurt. Jordan Love waited 2 years. 2 years he sat. Like, they're in good organizations, and they've become good quarterbacks who made a bunch of money. I'm not saying that Shador's in that level. I don't really think he is, but I think it would have been a better situation for him to be with the Ravens. Great stability, smart team.
You're learning from Monken.
Yeah, instead of and Stefanski's a good coach, but it's just sometimes you don't want to be in a bad situation.
And
Cleveland's not a good situation.
Well, we mentioned Aaron Rodgers. He reverted back to form. The one we remember, we know of him the last couple of years. He went back to being.
He had some bad interceptions.
So
and you know who else did? Justin Fields reverted back to form.
Oh, God.
Oh, is that what happened?
He got. I don't know if he played with the concussion. I just know he got concussed.
Oh.
He might have played with it.
No, he was back to bad, Justin Fields.
Mm-hmm.
And Aaron,
and we think now he kept playing. He only missed like a play. That what's his name? Josh Allen may have a broken nose. But he kept playing. Yeah,
and how about your boy Joe Burrow with his 3rd major injury in 6 years?
Yeah.
Tank Burrow. They're calling him Tank Burrow.
That's what you're calling him.
Well, the streets have said that.
Streets of wherever you're from. Now, they are calling him injury prone now. That I've seen
I
out
have
there
seen
now.
that too, yeah. Well, if you get injured every other year, you're
he's scheduled to miss about 12 games this year. That's if it goes well. And if they're out of it, they're probably not bringing him back. If they're out of the playoff push, they're not bringing him back. So he may miss 16 games
Is there
this
any
year.
chance they trade T. Higgins to us?
They just paid him.
I don't want any of your offensive
But
linemen.
but they might.
How about this? I'm saying we're good on offensive line against the Bengals. Their offensive line got the skulls cracked. They're still terrible on the offensive line. They're still bad on the offensive line. If the Bengals said, "Hey, Lance, you want one of our offensive linemen?" I'm like, I don't know. Who do you have inside?
No.
I don't know.
Alex Kappa? Is he there?
I'll take one of these guys for. I guess I'll take him in place of Ed Ingram.
All right, we got. Oh, one thing I forgot, dude. You know who was there last night at the Emmys?
Who?
Brianna from Game of Thrones.
Brienne?
Of Tarth?
Brienne of Tarth?
The monster?
She's like 6'4" or whatever.
Dude, she's 6'5". If she's she's the we were behind her, and I go, when?
Oh, she's legit that tall?
Then we saw her. I saw her from behind, and then we walked around, and Wendy goes, "Oh my God, that's Brienne or Brianna or whatever her name is from Game of Thrones." I was like, "Holy crap!"
Listed at 6'3", but in heels.
Oh,
she's in heels.
Elite. Well, she was. Yeah, I mean, she's towers. She's skinny now, though. She's really skinny now, though. But she is a giant.
Gwendolyn Christie is the name. Yes.
Yeah, no, she's Brienne.
I'm just saying. 6'3", but in heels on an Emmy night, probably around 6'7".
Probably. I'm telling you. We were both like,
Golly,
holy
that
crap.
tall?
She is. She is something. Yeah. All right. You, my friend, need to talk about Allstate.
Allstate windows and siding. I saw, as a matter of fact, this is actually a business. You know, they do businesses too. I always talk about residential, but they can do corporate as well. If you've got a business and you've got, you know, some place that it's not going to be rent. Let's say you own a place, or even the landlords, you know, understand that they need to get new windows. You know, Allstate windows and siding, they can do that for you as well. If you have bad windows, I really don't care if it's residential, commercial. What you've got is something that's going to cause leakage. And, you know, the electric prices, if you haven't noticed, have skyrocketed. We're very high. The delivery prices are very high. You can have a higher electric bill. Do you want to make it unnecessarily high with windows that are leaky? You can lower your energy bills by 40%, as much as 40% with high-efficiency windows that are double pane, double strength. They're made right here in the state of Texas. They're made for our extreme weather. And they're also giving big discounts, not just to ESPN 97.5 listeners. When you mention that, you can get big discounts on windows and siding jobs. But also, if you're a veteran or a senior citizen, make sure you ask about your discount on top of the other discounts that you're receiving. The process for which they take out the windows or replace the windows is outstanding. They keep a clean job site, and the work gets done the way it's supposed to and beautifies your home like you wouldn't believe. AllStateWindowsandSiding.com. That's AllStateWindowsandSiding.com.
A UK doctor left in the middle of surgery to have sex with a nurse. Apparently, he was caught in a compromising position, and he told the person that caught him he needed a comfort break.
What type of surgery was it?
That's what I was wondering.
Was it like
it was undergoing gallbladder removal surgery?
That's a big deal.
Wow, that's a lot.
He said he went that he asked the other doctor to monitor the situation while he took a comfort break.
A comfort break.
How long?
I like that name though.
How long was the break? Was it
I don't
a $5?
know. It doesn't say how long they were gone.
Like,
well, that's kind of important in this.
Did he do some prep work? So it took maybe
Well,
20 minutes.
Hey!
I said prep
cut
work.
the crap,
I
Dell.
said prep work.
What?
Like, did it take?
I think the most important question is, what did she look like?
Well, I mean, he's already had sex, so for whatever
Doesn't
reason,
really
he found
matter.
her attractive enough to do that.
Well, if he couldn't control himself because, she looked that good, then I'm like, okay.
You're going to excuse it?
Is the
I don't know what's going on here.
What if it's your gallbladder?
Well, was I being monitored fine? You know what?
So you would be fine being under longer if the doctor decided to take a comfort break.
Oh, after being gone for 8 minutes, he returned to the operating room and
So
completed
not
his work.
that much prep work was done.
No, wasn't really much prep work going on at all.
You think about it, he had to walk and lock a door, get the woman in there. So how much work was he actually doing? Maybe 3 minutes?
Because
he had to come back and clean up and then come back. So we're talking
did he wash his hands after?
I don't know that. I can't speak to that. But if I just say yes, the doctor, despite showing a lack of professionalism, decided to, sterilize his hands and come back, we're probably talking at most 3 minutes of work being put in.
Yeah. I mean, but again, I think the question is, what did she look like? Because if you can't control
Again,
yourself.
it comes back to the same question.
You're not actually adjudicating the case. So just because you would judge it one way.
I would no. Well, if I was the head of the hospital, I'd go, well, I can see this. Okay. I get it.
And a woman you found unattractive, you would find no
Oh,
reason.
no, he'd be gone.
Okay, got it.
He'd be gone.
What, does she deserve any punishment?
No, hell no.
For being unattractive?
She's just
punishment for being unattractive.
She's just being a good nurse. That's all she's being.
Does she deserve punishment for her looks?
I'm gonna ask.
You're a bad person.
I know a
Dell.
nurse. I'm gonna ask her. Is that what being a good nurse is?
Being a good nurse. I mean,
Is that
you
the
got to be an
definition?
assistant. You're an assistant to the doctor.
I don't think that's part of the job description.
If that's what he needed at the time, that's what he needed.
Yeah, no wonder you rarely ever
Suture.
put in a position. Yes, that's fine.
Suture.
All right.
And then you got to do your hand out, and then they have to put it in your hand.
And
like
now, and then this thing.
Suction.
Now, and then this.
Do you think the doctor used the word suction during his comfort break?
What you got a show to do, don't you?
Nah.
While you're asking these salacious questions, don't you have a show to do now?
I mean, News of the Weird started like 9:58. You guys don't care when my
No,
show starts,
John,
clearly.
Don't let him do this to you.
What? Do what? I asked him a question, John.
He's trying to
Do
eat
you
up the whole
think
segment.
The word suction was used during the comfort break.
No, probably when they got back. No, they weren't gone long enough. That I just don't
Well, we
believe
don't
there was
know
any.
what they actually
I don't
did.
believe there was any prep work being going on.
You don't
here.
know what they actually did. It could have been.
Well, he did get caught in the compromising position.
Oh, he got caught. Okay.
Yeah, he got caught. Yeah.
Lock a door.
Dr. Suhail Anjum. Okay.
True UK hero.
Well, I mean.
Oh, what if this goes in the medical journals?
That's the kind of doctor I want without the comfort break.
You don't know. Oh, I know what you're doing here. Now I'm offended. Let's move on.
Well, we're done because it's time for Mopey and Mapes.
No Mapes.
Well, what?
He's filling in today with Jeremy at where are they? Because Joe George is out, so he and Jeremy are doing a show.
Okay.
Out at Crawfish Cafe.
Oh, nice. For those of you U of H fans, tomorrow no coach. They got the bye week, so we will pick it up with Coach again next week We got Texans. Texans tonight. We got Astros tonight. We've got a lot to talk about. So
How we feeling? Predictions?
I got Astros 12-1.
Yeah.
12-1.
I'm gonna go 4-2.
I'm gonna go 12-1.
I mean, Jay Alexander's on the mound.
And then Texans. I'm gonna go Texans 37-7.
24-21 Texans.
37-7.
We got AJ in here. You'd rather have Mapes because he is all in on the Bucks tonight.
Because he's a hater.
He's pushing back hard.
Isn't he a Cowboy fan?
He hates our team.
He's a Cowboy fan.
He is a Cowboy fan.
He is a Cowboy
He doesn't
fan.
think
And your team sucks.
They hate us
too.
because they ain't us.
Well, they scored a touchdown
Should have got beat by Malik Neighbors yesterday.
To be fair to the Cowboys, they have scored a touchdown, John.
They have scored a touchdown. That's true.
They got an offense. There's no question. There's no question about that. And you know who's got a plumbing company? Billy Brown over at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. And we think they're the best. 281-488-6238. You have got to have that number in your phone. If you're a if you've got a house or even your apartment, whatever, you got to have Aqueduct Plumbing Company's number in your phone because at some point you're going to need them. I didn't need Lance. I don't know how long. I went a lot of years of my life without ever needing a plumber. But boy, when you need them, are you kidding me? You got to have them.
Man.
And Billy's guys are the best.
When you need them, you better have them. And that's what Billy Brown does. Big jobs, small jobs. You need to have a brand new tankless water heater. That's him. You need a repiping job done. It's a major job. That's him. If you need something small like just getting that leaky shower taken care of, that's him. Make sure that you don't have a leak in your home. Have a hydrostatic test like I did just 3 weeks ago. It's Billy Brown and AqueductPlumbingCompany.com.
We got a big night tonight. We got a chance for the Texans to avoid the fate of the Chiefs, who are 0-2. A couple teams are there who had playoff aspirations. And then we also have the Astros in an unfamiliar place. For the first time since early June, they do not have either sole or dual possession of first place in the AOS. And they had played poorly. Certainly, we've documented it. They played poorly for the last couple months, but the Mariners had done them all the favors in the world, playing poorly themselves. Now the Mariners can't lose games. The Rangers finally lost last night. So instead of being one game up on the Rangers, you're now 2 still. But the Mariners, after demolishing the Angels over the weekend, now hold the lead in the AOS all by themselves. Of course, you have a series against them for the weekend, but you got to get there first, and hopefully the Mariners will start to lose, and you will win some more. So you take 2 out of 3 from the Braves, and yet it didn't matter because night after night, not only were the Rangers winning, although they did lose yesterday, but the Mariners kept winning and kept winning and kept winning. So now you're in a spot where you're behind, and maybe the Astros will play better now if they have to chase something as opposed to, I wouldn't even say treading water. They've been in a below 500 baseball team since that point in June, and it finally caught up to them. We could out-of-town scoreboard and watch the Mariners lose and keep losing. Now they can't find a way to lose. So Rangers, Astros tonight, Texans, Bucks tonight, and how's it going to go? The city of Houston has had bad nights when 2 important games are going on at the same time. We'll see if we can avoid that. I will say this. The city of Houston had a good night on Friday. And I'm mentioning it now because the 2 jokers in the morning didn't make mention of it because they're not for the city. I mean, you guys think they're men of the people. They're not for the city. When the Cougs welcome the Buffs to town and Dion leaves the city talking about how bad his defense is and also the Cougs on defense got it done. They should at least get a mention. Their first mention was the fact that Willie Fritz won't join us because they're on a bye. That's a lack of respect. So when you think about John and Lance, think about disrespectful. That's all. Cougs win. There it is. We talked about them for the last couple weeks because we were giving away tickets to that game, and they showed out. So the Cougs, 3-0. Willie Fritz, program builder, and once again, getting it done. As I said, the coach won't join the morning show tomorrow. They got a bye as they get ready for more of the rest of their season. So we will start with Texans tomorrow and Astros, and it'll carry the show. And we will certainly talk some Bucks Texans today because going on to not what anyone expected. I imagine when you look at the schedule to start, when you see that come out, you go, okay, Bucks, Rams. NFC teams both made the playoffs. That's a tough test, but you at least expected a split. I'm sure some people thought before the year began and we got word that Joe Mixon wasn't going to be available, and of course Christian Kirk wasn't going to be available. There's a real thought of going over 2-0 because you got a good defense, and that showed itself on last Sunday. And you thought you got home game against the Bucks, and Baker still has a reputation built off of his early career where maybe he doesn't get the respect he deserves. Well, no Chris Godwin, but Ibuka's just fine. And Mike Evans is in town, who remembers the 2023 game, and we'll hear from him a little bit later. He talked about how he thought he had a win, and it's one of the more disappointing games of his career because of where he's from and his connections to the area. So it'll start at 6. The night will start at 6, and the game probably won't kick off to about 6:05, 6:10. But that's when the ESPN broadcast will get going. Bucks, Texans. It's a big one, man. You look at across the AFC, the Chiefs are 0-2. Yeah, the Bengals are 2-0, but Joe Burrow's out for the next 3 months. So he's at least going to miss 12 games. That's the projection, and this is if it goes well, the surgery, and the recovery goes well. They are projecting it at 3 months. It could be more. Maybe he's a fast healer. He comes back before, but he's going to miss it looks like double-digit games. So that's another team that's that you may remove from the playoff chase. And of course, we think the Texans can win this division. But all of a sudden, the Colts are the 2024 Saints in the first 2 weeks of the year, where the Saints couldn't be stopped. The Colts didn't punt against the Dolphins. They didn't punt at all against the Broncos yesterday either. Now, they had a couple stops on downs where they went for it a couple times and the Broncos got stops. But Daniel Jones and the Colts team, all of a sudden, they're a problem. And it took a leverage call on a field goal for them to go 2-0. They played for a long field goal. They got burned by it, but the Broncos made a mistake, and they kicked a much shorter field goal for the win. So do you want to fall 2 games behind the Colts and then have to go to Jacksonville, who lost the game they shouldn't have lost yesterday to the Bengals, and have the possibility of needing to win a road division game to get your first win? Nah, let's try to avoid that. So we'll talk about some of the things to look for in the game, because the Bucs have a defensive coordinator / head coach in Todd Bowles who loves to dial up the blitz. Will he continue that against the Texans? We'll talk about that. And, of course, we'll talk about how the Texans can attack that Bucs offensive line, which is missing Tristan Wirfs. So a lot to get to as far as Texans-Bucs. We got our hero on the mound tonight in Jason Alexander. So I expect a good performance, a bounce back from what was a subpar one for him in his last outing. And can the Astros get back on track? And I say that because despite winning 2 out of 3, you still are down 1 game in the division. And we need the Mariners to start dropping games. And look, hopefully they peaked a little early. They got to lose sometime. You can't stretch a winning streak to 15 to 20 games. They're not going to close out the season never losing a game. So they're only 1 game up. You should expect some losses. Hopefully those start to come before you get to them, and then you can add on to some of those losses. But it starts tonight against the Rangers team, who has everything to play for as well. So we'll go to break with that. We'll hear from the Texans when we come back, at least Demeco Ryans. He's talked about a guy in Joe Mixon, and he talked about him in a way that suggests it's the past tense when we talk about Joe Mixon. We'll hear from Demeco, and we'll see if we're reading too much into his comments about Joe Mixon. We'll also hear from Mike Evans, as I said, about coming back to Houston. All right, we'll get to that. It's me and AJ till noon. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olalea Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olalea.
Sorry for the delay. I was looking at something online, and while I don't think Erykah Badu or Rick Ross were at the Emmys, there is a lineup of two people who look like them, but they're wearing hats, so their faces are obscured. Then it's Martin Sheen, Steve Martin, and Selena Gomez, and then Benny Bianco. Now, if it was Erykah Badu and Rick Ross sitting next to each other, it'd be one hell of a section. All those people sitting next to each other. I don't believe it was them. It's just people who look like them from a bit of distance. But it was Martin Short, Steve Martin, Selena Gomez. Oh, and then Benny Bianco sitting there too, which is the significant other of one Selena Gomez. Still, that was the Emmys last night. It might have been John Granado there too. I don't know where he was sitting, but I know he was at the Emmys, so he could have been in viewing distance of that section of the audience. We do know, because he let us know, that he saw Kerry Russell at an Emmy party the night before. So living his best life in L.A. As far as what's going on tonight in this city, we got Texans and Bucks. And while the Texans will have a new offensive line tonight because Ed Ingram is back, who was their starting guard, one of their starting guards throughout the the preseason. He's back after missing the game against the Rams. You also have a switch at tackle. So you're going to have Ursary back at left tackle as opposed to Cam Robinson. You're also going to have Titus Howard at right tackle, it looks like, and then you're going to have Jared Patterson at center because Jake Andrews is down. So they've already gotten to another offensive line combination, but the Bucs got their own problems. They don't have Tristan Wirfs, and they also allowed this they allowed a pressure rate in week one that was the second highest mark since the start of 2024. Probably has something to do with not having Tristan Wirfs, excuse me. The year before, the Bucs, their pressure rate was second lowest. So their offensive line has some questions, and of course that means the Texans and their four guys, their four down linemen can get after them a little bit. It'll be a Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson game to force Baker Mayfield into some rush decisions, because if you don't rush him, he's got two big-time receivers to throw the ball to. So, of course, it's always about pass rush. It's always about affecting quarterback, and the Texans hopefully can do it with four. We talked quite a bit last week about whether Stingley would be available because he got banged up early in that week one game. He did not miss practice. He looks to be okay. He was never on the injury report, so that's good news, and you're going to need him. Partly because you're going to have this guy to deal with. Mike Evans is a Hall of Famer. I don't know if it'll be first ballot, but he has consistently put up big-time numbers throughout his career. He's one of the more underrated receivers in football, if you think about him. For a lot of his career, it was done in anonymity because he played for the Bucs when they weren't good, and then Tom Brady got there, and then people started to pay more attention to Mike Evans. He's continued to do that after Tom Brady left. But he is a Texas guy from the area, from Galveston. Here's Mike Evans talking about the last time they played the Texans, and that's the game where CJ Stroud kind of came onto the scene. We know he had that late drive to win it. Here's Mike Evans on that late drive and how it felt.
What do you remember about that crazy game in Houston a few years ago? You score and 47 seconds.
I was just talking about that earlier, man. It was like a bittersweet moment. Like I thought we had the game won in Houston. I'm seeing all the 13 jerseys. I see some of my family in the crowd. I'm like about to win this game, and then it broke our heart. And I'm usually like, especially at the end of my career, I've always been a little more composed. I was pissed. I was hurting. It hurt. It was one of the worst losses I've had in my career. But hopefully we can get some payback.
Man lost playoff games, and that loss was one of the worst of his career. Last time he was here, now we're talking 2 years ago, he had 5 catches for 87 yards. We'll see if the Texans can hold him down. 5 for 87 is kind of holding him down. So we'll see if they can do that and keep him out of the end zone and win this game. It's a giant one for them. And how are they going to score points? We believe after coming off a game where they didn't score a touchdown, that they're going to feed Nico Collins over and over again, particularly with the absence of Christian Kirk for another game. He is your one, outside of Dalton Schultz, proven weapon. But can they find explosive plays? The Texans can't be trusted to drive 10 to 12 plays because, there's going to be a penalty, maybe a missed assignment that leads to a sack. CJ has had the propensity to get sacked for big yards, and it change a red zone opportunity into a longer field goal attempt. Kaimi Fairbairn, thankfully, can make 50-yarders. The Texans, unfortunately, force him to kick a lot of them, at least compared to others, unless your name is Brandon Aubrey, and then they just doesn't matter. Hey, we're going to play for the 58-yarders because 60-plus is in your range, and that's how the Cowboys won. We'll get to more NFL stuff later, but I don't think they can go down the field because as I said, I don't trust them to be mistake-free. So can they find some explosive? And the one guy who's capable of that right now, at least we've seen it as a Texan, is Nico Collins. The Bucs know that. It's funny that we all believe that he's going to get a lot of targets after only getting 5 in the game before. The Bucs know that too. The Bucs know the Texans only have one sure option. I don't care to predict games because really what I think's going to happen doesn't matter. Hell, Sean and I talked about what it would happen in the Saturday games and what a mistake that was by us. We both thought the A&M Notre Dame game would be a tightly contested, which was true, but a low-scoring game, and then we just didn't realize that Notre Dame can't cover transfer receivers, and that's and that's what happened in that game. They left Craver and Concepcion open throughout, and of course they dropped the snap on a field goal. An extra point attempt. AJ knows something about that as far as dropping extra snaps when you're trying to kick something, whether it be a field goal or an extra point, and it came back to cost Notre Dame. So I don't care to predict how this game will go as far as game flow and what the score will be. But from all accounts, it's supposed to be a Nico Collins night. Can the Bucs keep the Texans from doing that? What I don't want to hear after the game is like, hey, they just took him away. Hey, I had to go to other things. Because when you're an elite receiver and you're supposed to be on the verge of being an elite quarterback, they don't just take away your number one option. You find ways, and that's up to Nick Caley and certainly CJ Stroud to make that happen. And it's a big test for CJ Stroud. Todd Bowles likes a blitz. Todd Bowles blitzed less in week 1 than he's done previously because during the offseason he said he wanted to rely more on the 4-down linemen to get pass rush. Now he has Hassan Reddick, who picked up the 1 sack for the Bucs in their win against the Falcons. So we will see if that continues. But it is an offensive line who's done a lot of moving of pieces, even since week 1 began. Did we test that unit who had all kinds of trouble last year with different players and a different head O-line coach? Does he test them with blitzing and stunting and see if, with all the changes they've made, can they get that done? So that'll be what I'm looking at. Can the Texans hold up early, or are we getting holding penalties and maybe picking up some offensive line pre-snap penalties that push them into long down or distance situations? Because last week they had a average third down of over 10 yards. I think it was 10.7. It was 30th worst in football. That's not sustainable for a winning football team, and we saw it. They scored 9 points last week. So they got to stay out of long down and distance situations, particularly on third down, and make things easy on themselves, which is something they have not been able to do consistently because they always commit penalties. They are one of the most penalized teams in football during Demeco Ryans' tenure. All right, let's get to Eric here before we go to break. Apparently, he's got a specific question for me. If you want to join the show, the number is 713-780-3776. You want to talk Texans, you want to talk the NFL weekend as a whole, even some college football, because as I talked about, the Notre Dame Texas A&M game, which you could hear right here on ESPN 97.5, was a great one. We had great games across the nation in college football, so we'll certainly touch on that as we go forward. But what's up, Eric?
Hey, Dale, how you doing? Yeah, I was watching a match on Sunday with Man United and Man City. What's going on with Man United? They really needed that win, and they lost 3-0. And also, what do you think of all these moment of silence for Charlie Kirk? Aren't we supposed to keep politics out of sports? Just asking for Colin Kaepernick. I'll hang up and listen.
So it's Eric. I'm gonna soften you up with the soccer question. Then, hey, you want to touch on something that's a little spicy? Here you go. As far as Man U, I didn't get my eyes on that game. I kept track of it, but I didn't see it. Man U's in big trouble. They've got a manager who they've invested in him and his project. That's what they call it. They call them projects overseas when they're trying to rebuild the roster. They weren't good last year. They're on pace to be not good again this year. Look, it's 4 games in. They already have dropped a couple, and they got punked by their city rival in Man City. Man City, who needed that win desperately as well, because they're trying to establish themselves again after a down season last season. Willie P, you're out there. If you want to call in about your club, maybe you hear this on the podcast and call in tomorrow. It's early in their setup as they try to get back to being one of the best clubs in the world. But so far, at least when it comes to Premier League football, they have underperformed. Eric mentioned it. They lost to Arsenal. Now the schedule's been relatively tough. They lost to Arsenal to start the year, they tied Everton to start the year. Lost to Arsenal, went in and tied Fulham on the roads, and then of course the Man City game. But they did beat Burnley 3-2, so that's their one win of the season. So I don't have any sympathy for Man U. They spent a lot of money, big club, and they're struggling. But hey, sometimes it happens. As far as your other one, how do I do this? Let's go. All right. I don't know why sports teams are involving, not your keep politics out of sports things. I just don't know why they're doing it, because there have been other deaths. In fact, there was another school shooting on the same day. And I guess it's just he has a name. He's had a movement, so we're going to acknowledge it. Look, for whatever reason, gun violence in this country, depending on who it happens to, gets acknowledged in different ways. Look, I'm not naive to the media aspect of it and covering things that are going to get eyeballs. But as I said, there was another school shooting the same day. You stretch back to a couple of months, you actually had an actual politician assassinated. And depending on where you're looking, the coverage is different. Look, there are a lot of aspects to why it happened, but I think the biggest one is he's got a notable name and he's got a notable following. So that's why he's getting covered differently. I'm not sure whether the Yankees got involved, but they did. That's all. We're good here? All right. Right? Okay. Did I cast any aspersions? I don't think so. I would just say this. I don't know why sports teams did it, but they did it. And does it bother me? I got a whole ass life to worry about. So no, it didn't bother me. It's just one thing I saw on social media. It's not a big deal to me. All right, we'll go to break with that. If you want to jump in and ask another spicy question and see if I can dance around as deftly as I did that, welcome. 713-780-3776. We'll go to break with that. We'll talk some Astros because they got a big series, so we'll get to them. We'll also hear from some of the coaches, at least one particular coach in this division. Liam Cohen, who we have a sounder of him saying Duval. That was before he ever coached the game for the Jags. Now he's got actual football to worry about, and he's got a Brian Thomas problem. And you know what? People are crushing Brian Thomas, but I got to say, I would have probably done the same thing, particularly when it's that quarterback throwing the football. We'll talk about that when we come back. But first, let's talk about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Aqueduct Plumbing Company is the place you go to when you got a problem. Not a Brian Thomas, Trevor Lawrence problem, but a problem with your plumbing. Because you don't know how to fix it. Let's be clear. Maybe if you need to jiggle the toilet handle because the water keeps running, maybe you can do that. But if it's a real plumbing problem, you ain't got no idea. So go to the people who do. Just go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com to find out what the problem is, because that's one of the best parts about them. They don't charge you for figuring it out. It sucks to feel like, wait a minute, you're going to charge me this much to find out what the problem is. It happened to me with a tree company when I needed some trees cut down. They gave me a charge for just telling me what the problem was. So you want to avoid that when it comes to your plumbing, go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. And then when you find out what the issue is, they'll take care of it for you in a very efficient and correct way. So whether it be something as big as a repipe, or maybe you need simply a drain cleaning, they do all that for you. They have a nice drop-down services menu that you can take a look at. You can call them at 281-488-6238, and talk to them if the website isn't what you want. But if you want to use the website, it's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You're listening to the Del Olaleya Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleya.
So last week we talked about how many more chances, or at least how many times will we need to see Brian Abreu come through before we felt good about him again after what had been a tough stretch. And then he went out and got a save, and that's when I started to ask the question, particularly to Sean, how many more times would he have to do that before we felt good? We felt like he needed to get through the month of September without blowing one before we felt good about him in the playoffs. And then, of course, one blown save in the playoffs, and we're right back to feeling bad. Now, the question is, will the Astros even get that opportunity? And one of the reasons that is in question is because of Framber. Framber went from how much is he going to get paid to we don't even want this guy anymore. Can he go? That's part of his. Well, while it's on the field because of what he did to Salazar, it's also a lot to do with what he's done after games. The conversations we're having with him through an interpreter, and him going against a lot of the unwritten stuff with baseball, where you don't talk about certain things in a certain way. He has not done any of that. But when you add to that his performances this last couple months, he is one of the primary reasons why the Astros went from having a comfortable lead to one where they're now trailing in the AL West to the Seattle Mariners. You look at Framber over his last really 2 months, which it continued yesterday afternoon, where he fell apart. You go through it, and he gives up the run early, but you get to and he gives up another run in the second, but he gets to the fifth, and he can't record an out, and you end his day where he only goes 4 and throws 76 pitches. And it's just been a continuation of what he has been for really more than the back half of the schedule. If you look at it, since actually, to be fair, now we look at it, since I would say really right after the All-Star break, but for the most part, the month of August and then to September. So you're talking about, as I look at it, 8 starts. The only one they won is the one where he was great against Colorado, where he went 7 and didn't give up a run. But you're looking at the rest of them. He had an ERA of 2.62 entering the month of August. His August ERA is over 5.5. His September ERA is nearly 7.9. So, right, a couple starts after the All-Star break, he was good. Closing out July, he was good. For whatever reason, when the month turned to August, he's been bad. He has not lived up to what we expected of him. And while his name will give him a spot in rotation, if they do make it in the playoffs, whether it's the wild card round or the divisional round, if they get hot really the rest of the way, as far as who he is now, he's a guy I don't trust more than Jason Alexander, who goes tonight. If you're asking me who I want to pitch for the Astros in a big game, we are at the point where Fromber isn't in the top 2. And if the Astros had more options as far as healthy ones, he wouldn't be in the top 3. But am I going to take him over Jaden Murray, who was your opener? No, although Jaden Murray was good in his opening role on Friday, helped the Astros get the first win in that series. He is ending his Astros time, and I'm going back to Fromber here, in a way that not a lot of people are going to miss him. Look, there'll be a retrospective whenever he signs with whatever team decides to give him a bag. At that point, once it's over, maybe we start to remember Fromber fondly. But he is doing everything he can for people to be able to not feel bad when he's gone. It's been rough. While Jason Alexander's on the mound, the Astros can't find a way to lose. When Fromber's on the mound, they can't find a way to win. And you're talking about, as I said, since September or August began, 5 runs, 4. 3 not so bad, of course, but they don't score any runs. They lose that game to Baltimore 7-0, 7 against Detroit, and then the good start against Colorado, where he didn't give up any runs. Back to 6, 3, 5. That's who he is now. He is not even an average MLB pitcher, but he still holds the spot as your second behind Hunter Brown now. And I wonder how they do it. Like, will they still give, if they make the playoffs, will they give Fromber the opening game 1? I don't see how they can. That was a question. Who would be your game 1 starter when it came to it? Now I feel like there's no question. Hunter Brown, as long as it lines up right, as long as you're not pitching, as long as Hunter Brown's not pitching in a deciding game to close out the season, he's got the requisite rest. You're getting Hunter Brown out there, and then by default you're going with Fromber. Hopefully they have that choice to make. Right now, that's not guaranteed. Willie P, I see you. You want to talk probably about Man U, and we'll hear from you when we come back. I honestly think Eric called in to bait you, because he doesn't call in about Man U unless it's to taunt you. So we'll hear from Willie P when we come back. If you want to follow him, the number is 713-780-3776. We'll get into the NFL as a whole in the second hour. We'll also touch on some college football as well, because it's a big weekend. Now, we won't do the misery index. That's reserved for Tuesday. But we will talk about a sport, and we'll talk about a Clemson team who probably is more name or logo on the side of the helmet than they are a program that we should fear. And Georgia Tech maybe opened a lot of people's eyes to that. We'll talk about that in the second hour. We'll get to Willie P when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleya Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleya.
All right, let's get to Willie P here. I mentioned his name. Felt like, in some ways, Eric mentioned his team to get him to call, and he has called. What's up, Willie P?
Hey, good morning, Doug. How you doing, man?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I can't complain. I'm out here hitting these streets, getting this money. What's funny? I didn't even know that Eric called. I mean, of course Eric called. He's the biggest Willie rider there is. But of course he called to talk about Manchester United. Look, I told you weeks ago. I asked you who's going to finish higher Fulham than Manchester United. I think you're like, Manchester United should. But I mean, we're seeing how it's going. Like, it's no coincidence that. Last year we let Scott McTominay go. He goes to Napoli. He wins, Serie A Player of the Year, and they win a Scudetto. And then we let Rasmus Højlund. He goes to Napoli too. And what does he do in his first game yesterday? He scores a goal, and they thrash whoever 4-0. So it's the coach, and until they can pick the right manager, they'll always be in that. But no, the reason why I called, two things. So one, Miami. I was impressed. I'm not gonna lie. They had my boy Byron Brown out there. Looking mad sad as hell, boy. I kept thinking to myself, how could a dude be that sad on the football field with that thick-ass diamond dookie chain he got on? But, Miami put it on him. So I'm actually impressed. It's funny. I remember you saying a couple of weeks ago, they were talking about Ken Dorsey, and I'm not going to lie, that's who Carson Beck literally reminds me of, watching him stand back there. But I got, huge expectations for Miami. But quick question. What's the name of the dude that's always shouting out Vanderbilt?
Keith.
Yo, shout out to that dude. Man, 2 weeks in a row, homie got me out here watching Vanderbilt on the SEC Plus. I watched the Virginia Tech game, and I was like, I can't wait till Monday. He going to give it to Dell and John and them. And then he had me watching the South Carolina game. And look, they beat South Carolina, but let's be real. That cheap shot on Lenore Sellers was something. That was bad juju. That wasn't a good look for Vandy. But you know what? At the end of the day, they're 3-0. So get it how you live. But yeah, shout out Keith, man. The dude might be on to something. Anyways, you guys have a good one. Sean A. Lee, what it do, baby? Love the show as always. Peace, fellas.
Appreciate it, Willie P. Sean isn't here. He's getting ready for what is now called the Jeremy and Joe show. He's filling in for Joe today. They're at Crawfish Cafe. Yeah, that's his man-u stuff. I talked about it. Just like anywhere else, the manager/coach matters quite a bit, and it matters a lot when it comes to international soccer or football, depending on what you want to call it. As far as the college football he mentioned, yeah, Byron Brown, he's got that chain on, which is now a thing. Quarterbacks, others will wear a chain while they're playing, and he didn't get it yanked, but he might as well. He might as well got his chain snatched the way that game went. 49-12. There was a lightning delay when it was 14-3 Miami. About an hour and a half delay. Didn't matter. Came back out and punished South Florida. To be fair, like they should. That is what a Marcus Ball-led team and built team should do after 4 seasons. It's a nice story for USF, but try to beat a ranked team 3 weeks in a row, and particularly one that didn't have the flaws that Boise State or Florida has. It should have gone that way, and it did. It was never a contest. And to his Ken Dorsey point, he wears the 11 just like Ken Dorsey did. He switched from the 15 he wore at Georgia because there was a player on the roster already wearing 15. So he just went with 11. Carson Beck will throw a ball maybe a half step behind a receiver. Makes them adjust, just like Ken Dorsey did. He was throwing it to Santana Moss and Reggie Wayne and Andre Johnson back then, and not every ball was pinpoint accurate. I mean, it got there, but it wasn't always something that hit a guy in stride. So Carson Beck right now has to calibrate his deep ball. He hit one, but it took the receiver, a freshman, making a play, strong hands after he was like 3 yards beyond the DB. So, yeah, nice win for Miami. Wasn't really a challenge at all. They got Florida this week, and we'll see how that goes after Florida threw 5 picks. DJ Lagway did, at least in their loss at LSU. So yeah, credit to the Canes for doing that. As far as Vanderbilt, see the thing with Vanderbilt is no one really wants to root against Vanderbilt, but when a guy is as persistent I use because annoying would be insulting, but in this case, take one for the other. Persistent as Keith is about Vanderbilt, you almost don't want to see them win because of Keith, but outside of Keith, Vanderbilt winning is fun. Watching them play, they kind of break teams. Like beyond knocking out Lenore Sellers, having to be fundamentally sound with all the things they do with the quarterback run game, and then if you cheat up, they'll have Pavia throw the ball on in breakers to his tight end or down the sideline. They force you to be disciplined over and over again, play after play. And when your offense isn't scoring and you feel like you got to make a play defensively, that's when they got you. They broke Virginia Tech in the second half last week, and on Saturday they kept coming at South Carolina until they broke two. It didn't help that Luke Doty was playing quarterback for them. I can't believe they can't find a better backup than Luke Doty. He's been around college football forever, it seems like, and he's been able to secure a spot as South Carolina's backup. But when Lenore Sellers went down, they weren't actually doing that well offensively either. South Carolina scored in the first drive of the game. Their first drive of the game, did nothing after that. And Lenore Sellers, I think, threw a bad interception before then. So Vanderbilt's on one right now, 3-0, now ranked, and the schedule still remains daunting. If you don't know the backstory, Keith thinks Vanderbilt's going 10-2. We all scoffed at him. I will say, when he added me and tried to kind of embarrass me with some national reporter, I was like, all right, Keith, relax. Just relax. Did I say Vanderbilt could lose to Virginia Tech? Yes. I don't know if I said they would. I just said they weren't favored against Virginia Tech, and they went out and stomped them in the second half. But you ain't got to at random people who don't know who I am. This is what Dell said. I don't even think I said that, but don't at me and then at one of the big college football reporters as well for whatever reason. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll come back with hour two. We'll get more into the Texans, of course, and we'll go around the NFL because we do have a Cowboy fan here, and somehow, some way, they found a way to win a game thanks to the Giants imploding, mostly because of penalties. Look, Russell Wilson turned into vintage Russ. Cowboys may just want to keep a safety back when Malik Neighbors or Wandale is running down the hashes. You may want to find a way to play deeper than the deepest against those two. That almost came back to bite them. But, of course, when you have Brandon Aubrey, you always got a shot. So we'll go around the NFL a little bit. We'll tell you again why the Bengals, despite being 2-0, seem to be in some trouble. We'll get to that in hour two. We'll be back. So while it was a relaxing Sunday, if you are if you're a Texan fan actually, because you could just sit and watch. Now you wait for your game tonight. What happened around the AFC South? You had the Colts winning a game, second consecutive week. They don't punt. This time, at least, they were stopped. They got stopped on downs a couple times. Last week, they didn't punt at all, and they scored on every possession. I believe they got to 10 straight possessions of scoring before the Broncos actually found a way to get a fourth down stop. But the Colts punter is not taking the field, other than I guess maybe a holder. I'm not sure he does hold, but other than that, he wouldn't be on the field. Somehow, someway, the Daniel Jones thing is working out well. So anyone who was yelling about what are the Colts doing? How could they not play Anthony Richardson and trust? That is mostly NFL film nerd person, because they are all about potential. They love the thought of a big, strong quarterback out there. Who cares if he can actually operate the offense? As long as he does fun stuff on the field, they like that. Daniel Jones generally isn't going to do fun stuff on the field, but kind of fun to win, and that's what they're doing. Partly thanks to the Broncos screwing up when they got hit with that leverage penalty, got the Colts closer. They knocked in a field goal, so they're now 2-0. But I don't know. I'm not listening to podcasts right now, but I imagine that some of those people are eating their words, because it's early though. But I would imagine they had no idea that Daniel Jones could operate an offense the way he has, and that's unfortunate for the Texans, that the Colts may have a viable candidate. Not to be great, but if he can be a better version of what Gardner Minshew was when it came down to the final game of the regular season, that's not what we're looking for. We were hoping for bad quarterback play there. Unfortunately, that's not the case. Maybe we're getting bad quarterback play in Jacksonville, though, because the Trevor Lawrence experience has had its ups and downs so far with Liam Cohen, their new head coach. We had last week where Liam Cohen kind of ran down the number of opportunities Brian Thomas would have had if Trevor Lawrence had actually hit him in stride or not overthrown him. This week, we've got Brian Thomas ducking contact. If you type in his name, if you're on social media, particularly on Twitter, you type in Brian Thomas's name, you're going to see a lot of alligator arm talk, him not wanted to get hit on a fourth down as the Jags are trying to put the game away and make it a two-possession game. He comes across and maybe what was a mesh concept doesn't really sit down because it's zone, and maybe out of fear of running into one of the zone defenders, he loses concentration and drops the ball. Bengals get a stop to go down and eventually win the game. Maybe on a questionable Travis Hunter pass interference penalty. The thing you should know about what's going on in Jacksonville right now, Trevor Lawrence, when he's targeting the two biggest names in Brian Thomas Jr. and Travis Hunter, got passer rating under 50 with both of them. Guys like his running backs or his tight end, guys you aren't focused on unless you play fantasy football, the passer rating's over 100. So the guys getting most of the acclaim, and certainly what we thought the targets were going to be directed at, are not having a good time playing wide receiver for Trevor Lawrence. So if you missed it during that game against the Bengals, you should have seen it. But Liam Cohen is standing on the sideline after, once again, Trevor Lawrence doesn't put the ball in the chest of a receiver. He gets it away from the frame of the receiver. The receiver's surrounded by DBs, and he doesn't make the catch. He stretches his arms out, doesn't make the catch. And Liam Cohen is pounding his chest, saying, throw the ball here. Throw the ball at their chest. And he's very demonstrative with it. Trevor Lawrence waves him off, saying, whatever, man, whatever. So, of course, everyone saw it. Here is Liam Cohen after the game when asked about it. So after the game, Trevor Lawrence was asked about it and said, hey, that's who he is. Kind of interesting that he brings that level of intensity. It's fine. So Trevor Lawrence wasn't bothered by it. So as of now, no big issues except if you're throwing the football Brian Thompson's way and he's ducking contact. That led to one of the interceptions. I said it previously. Look, if we all remember what Ricky Waters said when asked about, hey, Ricky, why didn't you go all out for that pass? He said, for what? For who? If I'm Brian Thomas Jr., I'm not getting concussed for Trevor Lawrence. Sorry. You're not concussing me for Trevor Lawrence. If he's going to throw me a hospital ball, nah, I'm good. Now, the one he dropped that would have converted a fourth down and gave them a shot to ice the game, that's a play you got to make. That wasn't a hospital ball. But the one that led to the pick, or at least maybe the pick around midfield or so, you know what, Trevor? I got a long career ahead of me. You aren't giving me a concussion in week 2, particularly. Wait till I get paid. You know what? Maybe if I get paid, Brian Thomas will, as long as he gets over what happened yesterday, he'll get paid a lot of money at some point, maybe 2 years from now. Then maybe I'm like, you know what? I got my money. But I don't know if that was going through his mind. But for me, I'm not doing that for Trevor Lawrence. Not in week 2 against the Bengals. And speaking of guys getting hurt in week 2, Trevor Lawrence is fine. Joe Burrow is not. Joe Burrow, at a minimum, it looks like, if things go well, he's out for 3 months. 12 games Joe Burrow would miss. This would be his third significant injury where it's cost him a good part of the season. He doesn't get the tag injury prone because there's a quarterback in the same draft class who's dealt with concussions who takes that mantle. It is not something people kind of bake into the Bengals. Generally, it's not like, well, if Joe Burrow's healthy. That's generally not a topic of conversation. I think that changes now. We're talking 3 years out of 6 where Joe Burrow's going to miss a lot of time. Now, Jake Browning found a way after throwing 3 picks to win against the Jags. But I don't know if Joe Burrow avoids the injury-prone slander going forward. He will get a bit of a buffer because a lot of people are blaming the Bengals offensive line, which hasn't really been good since he's been there. But when your quarterback's making the type of money he's making and you've paid those 2 receivers, he's paid to be available. And at this point in Joe Burrow's career, half the time he's available. The other half, he's missing time with big injuries that can short-circuit a Bengals season. So that has happened again. Surgery on the toe. And I'm not the first to say it, but somebody's got to get a new name for turf toe. Because if turf toe can knock you out for 3 months and require surgery when it's at its worst, we got to change the name. He tore ligaments in his toe. That's not turf toe. That doesn't deserve the name turf toe. It's funny to say it and to make reference to a guy not being able to get over it. It's just your toe and the turf hurt it, but it's an inappropriate name for what is actually going on, particularly when you tear ligaments. So goodbye to Joe Burrow. Look, I don't know if it's those Jordans he's wearing on the field. I don't know the protection standard that the Jordan 1s have as far as football cleats, but whatever it is, that man can't avoid an injury. Some of it you can't control. Someone dives into your leg on a sack in your rookie year, you tear your ACL. What are you going to do about that? You had the wrist thing a couple years ago, and now you got the toe. So the Bengals are 2-0, but it feels like there's a spot open in the AFC. And then there are the Chiefs, who are 0-2, which is something the Texans want to try to avoid tonight. Because they're the Chiefs, you can just assume that they're going to recover and find a way to make the playoffs. But no matter what happens tonight in the other Monday night game, the Raiders or the Chargers are going to be a game up or 2 games up on them. Because they're the Raiders and the Chargers, I can understand the belief that the Chiefs can hawk one of them down to win the division because they are the Chiefs. We just believe. But it's rough. It's rough watching them play. Now, they played the Eagles, probably the best team in the NFC alongside the Packers. But losing that first game to the Chargers, a team they dominate, that was the one that's probably a bigger eye opener. I didn't think they'd beat the Eagles no matter where that game was played. But losing to the Chargers in Brazil and allowing Justin Herbert to do what he did to you in week 1, some real questions. And I talked to AJ about this during the break. I ain't hearing a lot of, the refs bailed the Chiefs out this year. That stuff has stopped, right? Because they're losing football games now. So we don't need to talk about the refs anymore. Odd how that happens. Patrick Mahomes did get away with one in week 1 where people were pretty upset with him when he looked like he was going to run out of bounds, and then he ran over the DB because the DB held up. People still will have their slander for the Chiefs in that way, but all of a sudden, no one hyper focused on referees' calls, particularly when you had the push or the tush push, and that's not a legal play. We watch that. How often? Well, you would know, AJ, you're a Cowboy fan. You see it all the time. But the fact that the Eagles have two guards moving early before the snap, you even maybe have the center hovering over the football as opposed to behind it. Just the angle kind of determines, depending on how you're looking at it. But from the top view, the ball is obscured completely. It feels like he's offsides himself. That's not a legal play. Like, even, look, the Chiefs' helmets are in the neutral zone. It's like the refs are like, you know what, we're not going to ref this play anymore. You know what? If they're not going to take it out of the game, we're not going to over-officiate it. So let's just see how it goes. Dean Blandino, the Fox guy, the guy they go to for reviews on rules and whether a guy was in or out or touchdowns, he's like, you know what, I'm tired of this. I don't want to talk about the tush push anymore. It's too hard to talk about because there's a lot of gray area that the NFL has allowed for this play. I am not one who's like, ban it, unless you're not even going to ref it right. If the guys are moving early, that's a 5-yard penalty. It goes from Jalen Hurts sneaking in for a touchdown to now the Eagles have a real decision to make. But I think the refs have just washed their hands of it. And unfortunately for Eagles opponents, it's always favoring the Eagles. That was blatant. 2 guys moved early, and not a call was made. And, of course, we're stuck with it until a change is made. I mentioned the Cowboys. They won a close one. The Bengals did everything. The Giants did everything they could to give that game to them, and the Cowboys eventually took it. It took a while for them to figure out, hey, oh, yeah, we're playing the Giants. We probably should win this game. We probably shouldn't be 0-2 in the division. Certainly, we shouldn't allow Russell Wilson to feel like it's 2013 again. Congratulations to the Cowboys defense for absolutely nothing.
Yeah, it was a hard watch for sure. But, I mean, Trayvon Diggs toasted the whole game. Yeah. Donovan Wilson, too.
Yeah. Now, look at him. He was Micah Parsons' work wife in the offseason. Now look at you.
Oh, I'm fine.
No, not you.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking about Trayvon. No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Trayvon Diggs.
Oh, yeah. No, that's annoying. He's another player that, low-key, I wouldn't mind him being gone.
He looked like Hannah standing next to Cal when he gets interviewed. That's what he looked like.
It was very weird.
Why are you standing there? You got your own stuff. Go. Why? You're not practicing either. That's why you have time to hang out with Michael. Why don't you, I don't know, it's not getting the gym. Get on a practice field and figure out how to cover someone because if you're not picking passes off, what's the point of you at this point?
Because he's always giving it up.
Yeah. and Bland's just got paid, right, but he's out. He didn't play. Did he play?
But he might be back in the next 2 weeks. It's not like a long-term
It's not a long-term thing. The Cowboys are handing out checks to people. The one they didn't hand it out to looks like he's made the Packers a real contender for at least the NFC. And probably
the first 2 weeks.
Probably. Okay. Yeah, you tell me to relax. It's only 2 weeks for the Packers, but they do look pretty good, and Micah's had an impact on them so far. All right. We'll hear from Demeco Ryans on a player who's absent when we come back. Joe Mixon, not going to be available. One of the reasons why we expect the Texans to lean into Nico Collins and why Nick Chubb is now a very important piece of what the Texans do. We'll hear from Demeco on Joe Mixon when we come back. But first, I want to tell you about Monument Chevrolet. Simply put, it's the best place in the city when you need a Chevy. And they do more than Chevys. I mean, if you're looking for something from their pre-owned inventory, that's there for you too. But if you're looking for a new vehicle and it needs to be a Chevy, go to Monument Chevrolet. Just check out all they have to offer at monumentchevrolet.com. And maybe you're jonesing for an EV vehicle. They've got potentially a $7,500 federal tax credit when you buy an EV, but you got to hurry. The deal ends at the end of September. So EV Blazers are in stock now at Monument Chevrolet, and you can find them off of Beltway 8 and 225 in Pasadena. So maybe the EV is what you're looking for. They got Blazers in stock for you right now, but maybe you're looking for a truck. And fortunately for you, it is truck month. And what does that mean? Chevy Silverado 1500s. They've got 2.9% APR for 72 months. So I've talked about the Silverados quite a bit in the past. Now's your opportunity to get a great vehicle, one of their best, and you got that 2.9% APR for 17 months. So take advantage of it. Don't look past these deals because with truck month ending in 15 days or so, don't feel bad when it's October and truck month is over and all of a sudden the deal you thought you had isn't the one that's available. Go to monumentchevrolet.com, find the truck you want, find that Silverado 1500 you want, and then going out there. The best part about them is things don't change. You see the car you want or the truck you want, you go out there to Pasadena, and the car is going to be there. That truck's going to be there. And no hidden fees, no upcharges. They got great people who will get you into the vehicle of your choice at the price that you're looking for at Monument Chevrolet. So the website is monumentchevrolet.com. And as always, remember this, Chevrolet, together let's drive.
This is the Del Olalea Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olalea.
I have noticed this thing. We'll get to you, Lazy J, here. The refs are back at it. Beyond the whole, they can't ref the tush push, right? The college football refs are back at it when it comes to, hey, get off the field. They I think we're given a talking to about letting players celebrate too much. This comes on the heels of them having to tell the players, hey, could you not do the whole gun celebration thing? Hey, could you cut it out? Could you stop lifting up your jersey to show you have one in the tuck? Could you stop Dylan Stewart firing off a clip into the quarterback you just sacked? The refs are back at it. They're back to that 2000 form where you get half a second if you're not with your teammates to celebrate, or they're going to usher you off. They're back at that. So I did notice that over the weekend. The celebrations, as far as college players are concerned, they're going to tighten up a little bit. So if you pick up on a sportsmanlike conduct penalty, I think they've gotten a directive to cut some of that stuff out. All right, let's get to Lazy J. I don't know what he wants to talk about, but what's up?
Hey, good morning. Yeah. So hating ass.
What do you want to talk about?
I'm calling you talking about Cowboys, baby, Cowboys all day. Yeah, we got torched yesterday. If Donovan Wilson wouldn't have got that last minute pick, he probably would have been looking for a new job today, because his sorry ass was getting torched all day. Diggs, I'm not really too, Diggs, he's still hurt. If he probably wouldn't be worth all that money, he probably wouldn't be playing. They probably would have let us set him out for maybe Game 3 or Game 4, bringing him back. But I think they bringing him back too early because, he is worth a lot of money. We weren't missing DeRon Bland. We didn't look for a new corner this year, so maybe if we call our boy back, that Gilmore, maybe he might come back and help us out. But I want to talk about soccer, man. What you think about Mbappe, man? I think this might be his breakout year. He really looked good against that game against Real Sociedad. What do you think about that?
His breakout year when he was the best player and won a World Cup. Yeah, but I know what you're saying. With Real, you'd like him to be. He hung up early, but I did want to ask him about his absence from the listener appreciation party. It was noted, particularly by someone you'd probably call a friend. La Raza was on you, talking a lot of trash about you, but you're gone, so you can't defend yourself. I'm not going to get into Mbappe's breakout year. We're early into the La Liga season. Yes, he's one of the best players in the world who sometimes has had issues with the Real team, but joining them. But I think he'll be fine. He'll be fine. And look, it's a big year for him as he's getting prepped to play in the World Cup. He has got to get back to the form that France needs him to be. Look, the last time we saw him play for France in a game like most of the world cared about, there were Nations League games and World Cup qualifying games. The last time a lot of people paid attention to him, he nearly brought France all the way back and won the World Cup. So I'm not going to roll with you and say breakout. He has had big moments on the biggest stages, but yes, for Real, he hasn't exactly been the guy they thought he would be once they got him from PSG. And if this is the year, so be it. I ain't got no worries about Mbappe being a performer. As far as the Cowboys, I don't know if there's much else to say. They are defensively deficient. That's why they are a team that's assigned to Davion Clowney in the year 2025. I don't know what he's going to get. Jerry confirmed that they brought him in. He's one of the ultimate. I don't really need to practice, right? In the preseason training camp? Nah. Hey, I'm a pass rusher. You want to designate me as a pass rusher? I'll come in and play for you. And the Cowboys need all the help they can get on defense. So it can't hurt. I don't know how much he has left in the tank, but Clowney, a Cowboy, if you missed that over the weekend. So there that is. All right, let's hear from Demeco Ryans. Joe Mixon, not around. He's on IR, so at the earliest he can come back in 2 more weeks. He'll miss, of course, tonight, and then there could be two more weeks after that where he's unavailable. We can read into this or just take it for what it is. Here's Demeco Ryans on Joe Mixon.
Yeah, we're rolling with the guys that are here. That's the main thing. We miss Joe, miss his energy and his enthusiasm and everything that he brought to our team. But we continue to press forward. Hope he's doing well.
The hope he's doing well is what caught me. Wouldn't you know? If he was around the team, wouldn't you know? What do you mean? Hope he's doing well. I don't want to compare the two, so I'm just going to keep it to myself. Hope he's doing well sounds like he has an illness and he's away from the team and they check in on him about every 2 weeks to see how he's doing. I don't know what hope he's doing well means. You should know. You're the head coach of the team. Has Joe Mixon been out of contact with the Texans for enough amount of time where Demeco Ryans ain't even sure how he is? This is probably me certainly reading into it more than I should, but I found that interesting. He's a player in your team who could come back in about 2 weeks. I hope he's doing well. I don't know. Okay. Well, I guess we'll find out in 2 weeks because that is when he's first able to come back and get back to practice. And if we're still getting the hope he's doing well thing, then some people who suggested that, and it felt like speculation, that Joe Mixon was going to be out longer than 4 weeks, they may be right on the money there. So that's your update. The head coach hopes he's doing well. He's got bigger concerns at this point. Joe Mixon can't help him tonight. While the Bucs only have really one acclaimed pass rusher, that's Hassan Reddick, Vita Vea is going to be a problem in the middle. Hey, Jared Patterson, welcome back to being a starter. Now move this guy around and see if you can get a running game going, which, while I don't think will be explosive, they're going to need Nick Chubb to kind of do what he did last week. Get you 4 to 5 yards. Of course, be a pass protector when he's in and you're throwing the football. You just don't want Vita Vea just to bully your interior into points where CJ is escaping to the right or the left to try to make plays. He has shown the ability to do that. It's just not a viable way to run an offense where play after play, down after down, the interior is a no-go. And Vita Vea can make it so against the Texans' interior, which you would say is probably at best league average. And when you're starting a guy you didn't want to start in week 2, it raises some concerns about what they're going to do. So can they do enough with that offensive line to keep their quarterback upright? So he is not doing things to mitigate pressure like throwing early, throwing off his back foot, because he isn't the guy we saw break his nose in New York and then continue to play. He's not Josh Allen. He's not going to make the plays that Josh Allen can make, and we all know that. He's not the guy who plays for Baltimore. Hell, I mean, I'm not saying Cam Ward's better. This is not what I'm saying. Let me clear that up. But Cam Ward made that play against the Rams where he's rolling to his right and he's got the arm strength to throw it almost all the way across his body, all the way across the field for a score. CJ has some of that playmaking in him. He's just not one of those guys, particularly the first two I mentioned, as far as he can win that way. He can make a play or two that way, but when it comes down to it, he's got to win because of his anticipation, his accuracy, and his IQ. And all that stuff kind of goes away when you can't secure the interior of your offensive line, where he has to do things out of structure over and over again just to get you first downs, just to put drives together. That ain't going to work. We saw it not work to obvious effect against the Rams, where they only scored 9 points. This cannot be one of those games. The Bucs front isn't as good as the Rams. Their play caller is a crazy man as far as when it comes to blitzing. He may open up the entire bag against the Texans tonight and test all the things that were considered weaknesses before the year started and see if they've really improved that. It could be a night where Todd Bowles gets after, or at least attempts to get after CJ Stroud in a way that the Rams didn't, because they certainly trusted their front four a bit more. So just be prepared for that. And another test for the Texans in that offensive line. And when you have a reputation of not being able to handle it, why wouldn't anyone test you to see if you can? They did better in week 1. They're going to get a guy who will have all the tricks in week 2. All right, we'll go to break with that. We got a couple more segments to go before we're done. You want to join us? You can. 713-780-3776. We'll get into some college football. We'll talk about the AP Top 25 as there has been some changes there. And, I mean, I don't need to harp on Arch Manning, but the Arch Manning conversation for me is mostly about how wrong everyone was. It's less about Arch. Like, okay, he's an inexperienced quarterback who's struggling a great deal. How could everyone, or at least most people, be as wrong as they are? Probably, I'm going to guess, because his last name is Manning. If his last name was Russ, well, they might go great producer. Would they have treated him the same way if it was Arch Russ? If you don't know, that's a reference to AJ. If you haven't met him before or don't know him, his last name is Russ. I think the name has outshined the game for quite a bit now. And now anyone who had him as one of the top quarterbacks in college football, they should be catching it, because the praise was over the top. And the play has kind of been the direct of spectrums as far as positivity, as far as his play or his hype, and negativity as far as his play. They're at the complete opposite ends of how people thought things would go. And thankfully, Texas was playing who they're playing, or a real conversation about should he even be playing for the Texas Longhorns, at least as their QB1, could be had. But when you play who they played the last couple weeks, you can quiet that down. So we'll talk about college football as a whole beyond Arch when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleya Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleya.
I mentioned it in the first segment. Cougs win on Friday. They handle the Buffs. You know, at the end of the second quarter, you're like, oh, how are they still in this game? Like, they go down and put a drive together to make it a close ball game going into half, and then the Cougs took control. That defense, I like. And Coach Prime, when asked about his struggling team or defense, not struggling, we're getting our butts kicked. That's what the Cougs did. Willie Fritz, man, you just, it's nice to know you got a competent dude. Like, not everyone has a competent coach. Sometimes you figure it out early, sometimes you figure it out late that, oh, no matter what he did in his previous stop, this guy ain't it. I think even with the offensive struggles last year, you could kind of tell that there's something here. And as long as you figure out some things offensively, and you can do that pretty quickly in the transfer portal, and of course, with the guys you've been able to secure so far for the 2026 class, this guy knows what he's up to. The proof of concept happened at Tulane, and now it's happening here. And, you know, they started last year not scoring points in conference play. That's already out the window. You ain't got to worry about that. They scored plenty of points to beat the Buffaloes. Nice crowd out there, and the Cougs get a win. So that started off the college football weekend. Of course, you go to Saturday. I mentioned this as well early. I think we should be done looking at that Tiger paw and that Clemson helmet and going, oh, Clemson's going to be good. They should win this game. I think we're done with that. Whether it be the unwillingness to adapt when it comes to transfer portal, not being able to recruit a difference maker at wide receiver or running back. Look, they've had dudes, whether it be Travis Etienne, you can run down the outside receivers. Hell, DeAndre Hopkins made another play yesterday. That was one of the guys to start. Nuke Hopkins, you had Sammy Watkins. Later, you had Mike Williams, and of course, T. Higgins in the pros. Justin Ross was a big timer until his neck injury changed the trajectory of his career. Hunter Renfrow was an inside guy. They've had inside guys, but it's been that outside big time receiver, what we've known Clemson for, and of course the transcendent quarterbacks. Trevor Lawrence, at least in college, and certainly Deshaun Watson in college as well. They don't have that. They have Kay Klubnik, who stupidly was voted the 4th best player in college football by ESPN at some point. I was like, what? He's not even the 4th best player on his team. Sean and I were on that to start, and that has proven to be the case. Kay Klubnik against, well, anyone this year, but particularly over his career against teams who have athletes that can match Clemson's, it's not that guy. And that proved to be the case again Saturday. So Georgia Tech, who is going to run Haynes King into early retirement, got it done again. Brent Key is now 7-1 against ranked ACC opponents. Trust me, I am aware of the Georgia Tech effect when it comes to beating a top 25 team that they're certainly an underdog against. But if you are ranked and you're playing Georgia Tech when they're not ranked, you can almost guarantee yourself an L. And it happened in Atlanta. They had I think a 55-yard field goal where you would say it was a fire drill where they didn't have any timeouts. They ran a play to get it set up, and then they ran their field goal unit on. But they were calm. They were set. They had time to spare. They had time to run clock and then snap the football and won the game. So Clemson loses again. They're now 1-2. And Dabo, who predicted that Clemson would be like the first 16-0 team to win a national title, hold off, buddy. A lot of schools go through this where a guy's been there so long and is set in the way he thinks things should be. And because he's won before, there's nothing you can do to get him off it. Bobby Bowden at Florida State, they have a decade they call the lost decade, where they were continuously in the national title picture, and then they weren't. They did the whole coach and waiting thing with Jimbo. Of course, Jimbo did win a national title with Jameis Winston and others, but it happens everywhere. Frank Beamer had it. You're not going to get rid of Frank Beamer before you have to, or before you really want to, because he's Frank Beamer. Texas, how long was Mac Brown around before they made that decision? They would do it quicker than Florida State or Virginia Tech because they're Texas. They believe they'll just hire a guy and it'll work out. And it has not worked out until Sark. So I think Clemson could be on the verge of that where they're not terrible, but we can look at Clemson for years, and they will be helped by the lack of competence in the ACC. And they were helped last year by that because Miami seemed on their way, and then they blew it against Syracuse late. So they will certainly get more opportunities than others in better conferences. But is Clemson, should we consider them a national title contender? If it wasn't for that paw on the helmet, we probably shouldn't, because as much as they had returning, it was the same guys who had to limp their way into the ACC title game, nearly blew that, and then got beat by Texas in a first-round game. So they go down. They're not out of the picture yet because 2 losses now no longer removes you from the equation, but they do play Florida State. That's going to be their are we still in it moment. And if they can beat Florida State, then, yeah, we can pay attention to them again, but not right now. What else? The team they beat that they got beat by in week 1, LSU, took 5 picks, took a pick 6, but they beat Florida. They scored 13 offensive points, LSU did. Whether Brian Kelly wants to acknowledge it or not, which he did not want to do, he was asked about it. Do we have that over there up on, or at least on the rundown? I don't know if I put it. I probably didn't put it on the rundown. We played it on the morning show. I don't think I saved it. I think I played it right off of our rundown, AJ, so don't worry about it. But Brian Kelly did not like questions about his offense. And, yeah, you're coming off a big win, but your offense has been stale. We gave credit to Clemson's defense, and, okay, you're in a tough spot. Week 1, they weren't great offensively against La Tech. Now they were good on third down, which Brian Kelly wanted to mention in the post-game of their game against Florida. But they still only scored in the 20s against La Tech at home. And then you saw 13 offensive points with the help of 5 interceptions and a pick 6 that got them the 20. So LSU, good win against Clemson, but that feels like it loses its luster as the weeks go on. The Florida win, what do we say? I mean, South Florida scored more offensive points than LSU did against Florida. So who's to say what that win will mean later? Because Florida could very well be something like 1-5, 1-4, and all of a sudden winning in Death Valley against Florida won't mean very much, considering what Florida's schedule is the rest of the way. So you had that one. Of course, A&M and Notre Dame, along with Georgia and Tennessee, the best games of the weekend. Of course, though, Georgia Tech in there, too, against Clemson. So, yeah, it was some really good ones. I did not think that game would go that way. But as I said, did not think Texas A&M wide receivers would eat up that Notre Dame secondary the way they did. Notre Dame's got a problem. And for their fan base, it's a question of belief in their defensive coordinator. Because they had Al Golden last year, who's now the DC for the Bengals. And they played a more aggressive style. They played more man. They got into receivers. And, hell, it helped them make a national title game. And then when you come back and in your first 2 weeks you drop games. And I think the loss of Miami was a shock to the system. From what I could tell, particularly the reaction, I believe a lot of Notre Dame people thought they would go down there and bully Miami with their defensive front, not paying attention to what a Mario Cristobal team is about. And they thought they would do enough with the offensive line to get it done. They thought their defense would have their way. That didn't happen, and then you go with the week off. You play A&M. All right, Marcel Reed, not a great throw of the football, and that kind of played out. He missed some throws. He wasn't efficient, but he hit on the explosives because Notre Dame couldn't run with those guys, whether it be busted coverages or simply not being able to stick with guys in man. A&M, when Reed was accurate, kind of got whatever they wanted. When you're a backup quarterback and you drop a PAT snap, it's rough. It's a pretty good life, probably being a football player at Notre Dame. Not for Buckner. That guy, his face will never be forgotten because NBC wouldn't let his face be forgotten. They were on him throughout. You know, while Notre Dame's defense could have found a way to get off the field and win the game, every time Notre Dame's defense gave up a play, they went right to Buckner. And maybe a Chris Ash who looked like he was going to poop himself. But it was a lot of Buckner. Like, hey, you see what you did? If they don't get a stop, this is going to be on you. They said it without saying it. And I'm like, hey, you got 11 guys who are supposed to be part of a good defense. Get a stop. They couldn't get a stop, and they gave up a touchdown to a blocking tight end on like 4th and 11. And by the way, we're ignoring the fact that they gave up a kick return for a touchdown, except it got called back for holding. So it could have been 41-40 pretty quickly, and then Notre Dame would have had more time. Instead, the Aggies went down the field. So that's a big win for A&M. Mike Oko, who was a former DC at Notre Dame, got it done, man. I didn't think they'd do it because I didn't think they'd be able to score enough. And I just thought Notre Dame would find a way to not go 0-2. The fact that it happened, pretty happy about it. Screw those guys.
You don't like Notre Dame?
I'm a Miami fan.
Yeah,
How could I like Notre Dame?
Of course.
I don't know many Notre Dame people, but the ones I've met, outside of Joe.
Right.
Clean it up, Del. Remember, Joe works here. Outside of Joe, insufferable Notre Dame people. And it even played out, as I said, in their reaction to losing to Miami. I can't believe we would get bullied. Oh, you want to ignore the former offensive line coach's pedigree and how he builds his team? You're surprised that Miami has big, strong men who might move you around a little bit? They were so surprised. It's like, all right, just because you're Notre Dame, you don't have a right to be the toughest team on the field. And now, I always knew you guys were slower than you thought. That's just part of Notre Dame's legacy. But they thought they'd be pretty good defensively, and they weren't. Of course, the Georgia-Tennessee game, another one that didn't play out the way Sean and I thought it would. Because Josh Heupel hadn't scored like more than 17 points against the Kirby Smart defense since he's been there. That was over by the first quarter. I was like, oh, okay, I read this one wrong. Georgia couldn't cover. They left guys open. They were falling down. Chris Brazell, the Tennessee wide receiver, made play after play, and he made plays late too. Turns out Tennessee missing their top two corners mattered, as Gunnar Stockton, who had not proven to be a guy who could do what he did as far as throwing the football to win a game, did. He hit I think Landon Humphreys is the receiver's name, and then they got the 2-point conversion as well. So that was a great game. And the kicker who missed it, anyone who saw his prep knew he was going to miss it. That Tennessee kicker did not look like he wanted any part of that moment. He made a kick in overtime, but then Georgia went down and scored a touchdown. But with the chance to win it, that kid was like, are you sure you want to leave this to me? Are you sure? Are you sure you want me to do this? And it played out that way on the field. So Tennessee, once again, loses to Georgia. They have taken leads against Georgia since Josh Heupel's been there. Never to the point of 21-7, but they've had leads before. They just haven't been able to sustain it. And once Georgia figured out that, hey, they can't really run the ball on us, we can play a little bit more coverage and not blow coverages, particularly after the end of the first quarter into the third, they got some stops. Then Tennessee turned it back on in the fourth. Their defense just didn't have enough to keep Georgia off the board. So big weekend in college football. A lot of stuff going on. As far as AP poll, and Justin, is that the name up there? Justin, I see you. We'll get to you here. But the AP poll right now, we have a little bit of changes as far as movement in the top 5. Ohio State still won. They took care of business against Ohio, although that game was a little closer than people thought early. Penn State, no one's really paying attention to them because they've played no one. They're number 2. LSU is 3. And Miami's 4, Georgia's 5. They hop over Oregon. Oregon didn't really struggle with Northwestern. They didn't look great early, so that cost them a couple spots in the AP poll. And then you keep moving on. South Carolina out of the poll. Vanderbilt up at 20. Clemson out of the AP poll. Georgia Tech jumps up to 18. Texas Tech is in the poll. They were at 21. Now they're at 17. They had a big win. And then you look at it. Texas is at 8. They fell in the poll again. A&M jumps up to 10. So that's where we stand as far as the teams in town. I don't know that the Cougs received any votes when I look at it. Probably not ready for that yet. You keep winning games, that'll happen. If I look at them, no votes for the Cougs, but who cares? You're 1-0 in Big 12 play. All right, Justin, you know what? Hang on, man. I'll get to you when we come back. If you want to join him, the number is 713-780-3776. We got one more segment to go. We will be back.
this is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
After mix closed on Friday in which the Nasdaq hit a new all-time high, but the Dow and S&P pulled back, we have stocks up modestly across the board this morning as Wall Street is waiting on the Federal Reserve's decision on interest rates. It's widely expected the Fed will cut by at least a quarter point this Wednesday when they release not only their decision, but also Jay Powell holds a news conference and they have a summary of projections of how the economy is likely to do going forward. This morning we have interest rates edging up just a little bit. The yield on the 10-year note 4.07%. We also have a lot of economic data out before the Fed meets. We have industrial production, housing starts, and retail sales all due out. Dollar is a little weaker this morning. Oil up 9 cents to $62.78 a barrel. Gold giving back $5.30 to $36.81 the ounce. Europe mostly higher, Asia mostly lower in overnight trade, while crypto's a little bit on the soft side so far this morning. But again, all eyes on the Fed, with possibly a new member coming from the White House as early as this week.
This is the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olalea.
All right, we got a couple people who want to get on, so we'll get to you quickly before we wrap it up. Rich Eisen is up next. Let's get to Justin. What's up, Justin? Justin, you there?
Hey, guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, I first want to say I want to give Quinn Ewers an apology on the behalf of all Texas fans. And I'll tell you why. I don't know how much time I have, but I'll tell you why. Quinn Ewers was basically forced out of Texas, and he had an NIL deal to go to a different team, and due to his loyalty to Texas, he went in the 5th round to the NFL. And I think all that's coming back to haunt us now. And I just kind of wanted to get you guys' opinion on the situation in Austin right now with Arch Manning. In my personal opinion, I don't feel he's that generational talent that we were all expecting, let alone going to the NFL after this season. But I'll hang up and listen to what you guys have to say about that.
Yeah, appreciate it, Justin. The Quinn Ewers thing, I don't know if he wanted to return, but it felt like there was no chance for him to. Like, if he decided, you know what, I don't like the evaluations I'm getting from the NFL. I got a year left. I want to play with the team and maybe go win a national title, maybe improve my stock. I don't know if that it appeared impossible because it was like, you know what, Arch sat for 2 years. He's got to play. He's got to play. It was, Quinn, we appreciate it, man. Not necessarily from all Texas people, but from these people inside the program. We appreciate it. You're a starter. Clearly, Arch wasn't good enough to take your job, but you got to go. We got to get the Arch era started. And they were hyping Arch on their social media. Texas was QB1, all that stuff before the year began. And right now, I mean, I'm not locked in on Texas football because they're playing teams they should handle no matter how bad Arch is. I don't know if you can trust pass if he's going to complete it. There was a ball in the flat. He was just dumping it off to a running back. He overthrew him. Of course, he'll dirt multiple balls. From play to play, you kind of got to be holding your breath as far as where the ball is going to go. Look, your defense is so good against the teams you've played the last couple of weeks. You're not going to get challenged. They're going to make enough plays, put you in enough advantageous spots where you're going to score. But as far as the drop-back passing game, I don't know how you trust it. And whether you want to apologize to Quinn Ewers or wait for after the year, if you were in a group chat talking to your buddies about can't wait for Quinn to get out of here, now look at you. Now look at you. You won a lot of games and some big ones with Quinn Ewers. Can you trust that Archer's going to win you a big game? Like, Oklahoma's coming up, and laughing at Oklahoma is a thing we do on this show. But I ain't got to play him. Texas does. And the Texas guy, Sean, he'll be back tomorrow. I guess we'll ask him about Quinn Ewers tomorrow. But I don't know how you watch him play and go, that guy can beat that Oklahoma defense. And when Oklahoma has an actual quarterback and John Mateer, and then you got Brent Venables, as much as I want to make jokes about him playing as little kids for Clemson when he was the DC, he's still a good DC, still a good defensive play caller. You saw Arch against Matt Patricia. Okay, NFL play caller, former NFL play caller. Brent Venables ain't no slouch, and you want to match wits with Brent Venables when Arch can't throw a 5-yard hitch accurately? Got some real problems. Hopefully you can figure it out before then, or on one of the bigger stages in college football. It's going to get ugly. Let's get to Space City Houston quickly before we go. What's up, Space City Houston? Lights too bright, kind of like Arch. Lights too bright. All right, man, we'll get you tomorrow, or lady, I don't know who it was. We'll get you tomorrow if you want to join us. Tomorrow we're back at 10. We'll have a Texans game to discuss, an Astros opener against the Rangers. Jason Alexander, our hero on the mound. So we'll see if he can get us back on track after the Fromm performance yesterday. All right, AJ, we're done for the day. So what does that mean? We pay tribute to Jason Alexander, our hero. Go get us a win. All right, I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Now Wild Cherry. Get ramblin', Houston.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195.
Priority Tax
Stress relief.
For premier recreation, dining, and entertainment, head to East River 9, located 1 mile from downtown Houston. East River 9 is the only 9-hole par 3 golf course, driving range, and pickleball facility in town that features night golf under its LED stadium lights. The venue boasts a tremendous view of the Houston skyline, which is perfect for sunset gazing while enjoying your favorite cocktail or River House restaurant menu item. Go to eastriver9.com to book a tee time, pickleball court, or sign up for our annual membership. You'll be glad you did.
Hey guys, Lance Erline here. Football is so back and Underdog is ready for you. It's the best place to make picks, and of course, it's available for you right here in the state of Texas. Playing on Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions. Get your picks right, and you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. You can play with as little as $1. This year, there are 2 new opportunities for you, ladders and streaks. Make 3 to 5 picks and progressively win more based on how well each pick performs. Win a little on a different night and a lot on a great night, up to 250 times your money. That's a ladder. For streaks, each streak starts by making 2 picks. If both picks are correct, the next pick for the streak becomes available. Get all 11 correct and the prize is yours. Download the app today and sign up with promo code Lance. You are going to score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. That's promo code Lance. Millions of fans are winning with Underdog Fantasy. Must be 18 plus. Present in Texas. Terms apply. See website for complete details. Concern with your play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncbgambling.org.
Chill out with Inside the Icebox, your go-to Astros podcast for deep dives, hot takes, and bold predictions. Join Joe George and Jeremy Branham Fridays at 7 on ESPN 97.5 or on our YouTube channel, ESPN Houston. Powered by Blue Star Tequila. Smooth and always game ready.
Can you dig it? The Hall of Fame with Booker T and Brad Gilmore is on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zada Jewelers, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
You've got to be kidding me. I can't believe what I just saw.
Sack! Ball out in Atlanta. Scrambles for it.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
64. And sweet butter.
Today's guests. Senior writer for the MMQB, Albert Breer. And your phone calls, latest news, and more. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Well, hey, everybody. Welcome to this edition of the Rich Eisen Show. We're streaming live on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, everywhere you can check us out on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance, as well coast to coast, if this Rich Eisen Show radio affiliate is smart enough to have us. And you at 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Say hello to our Sirius XM on Channel 80 Sirius XM listeners. Good to chat with you all. If you're listening to us on our podcast, all 3 hours are available every single day through the Rich Eisen Podcast Network and our friends at ESPN and its Pod Center. Same thing with the latest edition of Overreaction Monday. Recorded it just a few minutes ago. Just wrapped it up with Christopher Brockman. Good to see you over there, Christopher. How are you?
Hey, Rich. What's up, man? I'm great.
DJ Mikey D is in D's Nuts. Good to see you over
Rich.
there.
How you doing?
And TJ Jefferson, I was thinking of you yesterday as the Metropolitans were taking on the Texas Rangers, and the Dallas Cowboys were in overtime, and the Mets were in extra innings, and everything was in your life was teetering on the edge or leaving you very happy. And you're here all happy as if both things were in the bag the entire time. Good to see you over there, TJ. How are you?
I'm great. Had a great weekend.
Yes,
great outcomes of those games, and I only have one thing to say.
I wasn't ready.
We weren't ready.
You got to go. Did you tell him before the show? Because
of course I did, Rich.
And I told him I wasn't going to do it, actually, because I said, you got to win 2 games in a row to get your.
But they,
You got to win 2 in a row. I told him that. Maybe next.
Well,
maybe next
and at
time.
one point yesterday, it did seem like the other job was going to be coming up
with
there.
That one, though. You know, no, I would have definitely. Are you kidding me?
No.
You just beat the Giants barely. Come
on. At any rate, good to see you over there. Oh, by the way, in part of your fun weekend, we will discuss later on. You were in Vegas for the Crawford Alvarez.
Yes, I was.
Set 2.
I was in the middle of some interesting group of people sitting next to each other.
Can't wait to hear those stories. That's later on. 844-204-RICH being the number to dial. Hey, everybody, we have our first situation in the NFL with an injured quarterback. As we all know, the San Francisco 49ers were the first team to go to their quarterback with an injured for an injury, just hopefully for a week or two, with Mac Jones getting the start for Brock Purdy. But now we have our first serious multiple week, multiple month, who knows what the heck's going to happen with this quarterback injury. And it belongs to the Cincinnati Bengals and Joe Burrow. And I guess the Bengals fans are sitting there saying, can we just finally be 2-0 in peace? Is that entirely possible? From 2019 to 2024, under Zach Taylor, the head coach of the Cincinnati Bengals, coming from out here in Los Angeles from the Sean McVay staff, the Bengals were 1-11 in the first 2 weeks of the season combined. Just one win to 11 losses in the first 2 weeks of an NFL season. And here they are finally 2-0, doubling up the number of wins in the first 2 weeks of this season than they had in the first 2 weeks of the first 6 seasons with Zach Taylor as their head coach. They finally got it done, but I guess the price to pay was Joe Burrow's big toe. I mean, and when he went down, I thought he was going to get up because it didn't. It looked innocuous. The sack that he suffered at the hands of the Jacksonville Jaguars looked completely innocuous, and then all of a sudden, something was seriously up, and he couldn't walk. And I thought to myself for a split second, could this be an Achilles injury? Another one of these things where we can't see it coming, and then all of a sudden the entire season gets altered. But there he goes, needing now, according to every single report you see out there, surgery that will cause him to miss at least, wait for it, 3 months. Wow. And off goes Joe Burrow again. And at some point, we're going to start talking about how, injury prone the guy is and whether that's fair or not. But here we go again, where something's up. Either it's 1 year where Burrow's hurt and the season goes down the tubes, or Burrow's hurt and can't rehab in the offseason, where he's spending his entire offseason rehabbing. So when he is healthy, it's something that the Bengals can't overcome. Man, it's just, again, how precious it is in the NFL to be healthy, and how 1 year you go to the Super Bowl and it's just like he is going to go every single year. And now here we go again, where we're wondering if the Cincinnati Bengals can forget the Super Bowl. I mean, just win their division. And I will just say this. Mike, our good friend years ago, Jim Morris Sr., once upon a time said this on a post-game show with the New Orleans Saints when they were, I guess, 1-3 or something like that. And he went and he flipped out. He wigged out at the sense that the Saints should start already turning the page and looking to next year. And he said this.
Season is not over.
I mean, we love our senior. I will say this to Bengals fans. The season is not over. I know. Chris?
I don't know.
I said this on the Overreaction Monday podcast that we just recorded and just finished, and I'll repeat it here on what we call the flagship. If I told you going into yesterday's game against the Jacksonville Jaguars that the Bengals would, in fact, be 2-0 for the first time in Zach Taylor's tenure, that the slow start that has been the bugaboo of this team would be out the gate. Done. Forget it. You're 2-0. The defense balled out in Cleveland and did just enough against Trevor Lawrence and a clearly stronger on offense with Travis Etienne and now a two-way threat in Travis Hunter and Trevor Lawrence looking better, even though he's waving Liam Cohen off at one point, and that the Bengals defense would do just enough to win this game instead of losing it, and that the Bengals would also see Jamar Chase come up with his 8th career game with 150 or more receiving yards and a receiving touchdown. He had 165 receiving yards on 14 catches on Sunday. If I told you that Jamar Chase would be doing such a thing, you would have told me, okay, this team can go to the Super Bowl. And Joe Burrow's looking great with Chase. It's Jake Browning who did it. I will say once again, we saw Jake Browning a couple of years ago be the darling of fantasy football. I think Jake Browning won some people fantasy football leagues a couple of years ago. And I know this is reality football. And I know he threw 3 interceptions coming off the bench. But I think we can give the guy a little bit of a break because I don't think he saw any of this coming, nor did I, nor did obviously Burrow, leaving the game in the second quarter with that toe injury that's going to have him out for 3 months. And that they did get a nice piece of officiating for them. I didn't think that was pass interference on Travis Hunter at all. I thought Travis Hunter played that ball very well. That gave a fresh set of downs to the Bengals in their game-winning drive, which is the 3rd career game-winning drive led by Jake Browning. The first one was Week 12 against Jacksonville 2 years ago when Jacksonville's entire season got upended with Trevor Lawrence getting hurt in that Monday night game, if you recall, and then it wasn't the same all next year, and yada, yada, yada. It's Liam Cohen on the sideline now. I think Jake Browning can win just enough games for this team to be not only above water, but a threat on offense. And we're going to be talking about, is this defense going to be doing just enough for Jake Browning? My concern is, can you protect him? I saw over and over and over again, repeated into my Threads timeline last night. Somebody, I don't know if it was a tweet or a post on Threads, but somebody said, what, there's 100 million obese people in America and they can't find 5 in Cincinnati to protect Joe Burrow?
Pretty funny. Wow. Pretty funny. A little aggressive.
Well, it's aggressive on just Americans' obesity, as well as, you know, I think the skill set of you got to be more than just fat to be an offensive lineman.
Yeah.
But I think it all just is said and done. Like, can the Cincinnati Bengals do just enough to protect Jake Browning? Because once again, Burrow is being picked up the turf, injured. I don't think the season's over. I think Jake Browning is better than maybe a third of the starting quarterbacks in the NFL. How does that sound?
Oh, really? Whoa. That's a bold statement, Richard.
I think Jake Browning is that good.
Can we go through the list?
I think Jake Browning, I don't want to do that. I think Jake Browning is the best backup quarterback in the NFL. And that's why I don't even think they should call Atlanta right now. And I know everybody's thinking,
I was just about to say
get Kirk Cousins on the phone, because he looked miserable last night. Sunday Night Football, NBC cameras kept finding him. By the way, he's keeping his helmet on his head like he's ready. Like, I'm so ready to get in there right now. My helmet's on. I don't even have to find my helmet.
You
know what I mean?
He stays ready, so he don't got to get ready.
Right, Dad?
Yeah, exactly,
I mean, could you imagine? Listen, all I know is that if Brock Osweiler was wearing his helmet, he might have gotten in the game that one time for Peyton Manning.
He was.
Remember that famous
I
chick who was
know.
looking for his
He
helmet?
was like, what was it? Peyton just went back in.
Out goes Peyton, and he's just like this. Hey, I mean, Kirk's, it's not his first rodeo, sir. Honestly, and I think Atlanta, and we'll ask this of Albert Breer later on when he joins us in hour 2, because everybody's basically saying Kirk Cousins is begging to get out of Atlanta, and Atlanta is trying to get rid of him, and because, you know, they're paying all this money to a backup quarterback, and so on and so forth. There's enough time between now and the trade deadline for Jake Browning to prove me right. And if I'm proven wrong, there's more than enough time to call up Atlanta and say, we've got ourselves a situation here in Cincinnati, and you think Kirk Cousins would get that phone call and say anything but, when's the next flight? To go to, I get to throw to Jamar Chase and T. Higgins and have Chase Brown?
Let me check.
I don't care that there's an offensive line that seemingly can't pull it together. That's my concern. Can you protect Browning? Can you figure that out? Maybe that's what they should do with the trade deadline instead of going and finding themselves another quarterback, because I like Jake Browning a lot. And Jordan Palmer was the first to tell us about him when in 2023 when Burrow went down, and he's like, hey, I think Browning's going to get this team where it needs to go. Anyway, here we are again. Burrow hurt, Browning in. Everyone wondering if the season is over for the Cincinnati Bengals. It's just 2 weeks. They are next in Minnesota. Last night, as we saw, J.J. McCarthy is struggling most of the time. And you go up there and put some points on the board, and the Vikings might be very hard-pressed to match it. They could be 3-0. The Monday Nighter at Denver, that's a different story. That's a higher register situation. Yeah, maybe Jake Browning can go and do that before Detroit comes back in. And we saw what Detroit proved on Sunday.
Good.
And we'll discuss exactly in detail what that is before a big game at Green Bay. I mean, it's not going to be easy. AFC North plays the NFC North. So those are two of the arguably toughest divisions in football. Although, crazy stat, as of this very recording, the Cincinnati Bengals are one of 3 AFC teams, only 3 AFC teams to be 2-0. As many 2-0 teams as there are in the NFC West. Crazy, true. And tonight, in the last game of week 2, in the back end of the doubleheader on the Disney family of networks, the winner of that game in Vegas between the Raiders and Chargers will be the 4th 2-0 team to emerge from the AFC unscathed through 2 weeks. With the Bills, Bengals, wait for it, Colts, and either Chargers/Raiders being the 4th. But one of them already being on their backup quarterback for 3 months. I say, hold the phone. Let's see what Jake Browning can do. And maybe, just maybe, you should go into the trade market for any team that's willing to flip you their offensive lineman. And I don't care how much that person costs. And then maybe Burrow comes back for their playoff run, tells Browning, thank you, I'm Joe Burr. I'm coming in your building. You're coming in ours because Browning did such a good job. Crazier things have happened. Like, say, Russell Wilson throwing for 450 yards passing and almost making TJ Sunday completely miserable. Crazier things have happened.
There are a couple of direct flights from Atlanta to Cincinnati.
I have a feeling, sir,
today.
he will not be going through, what, Hartsfield?
Yeah. It's only a 1 hour and 20-minute flight. There's one left in first class, if he's curious.
I think he'll be heading to what we call a fixed-based operator.
Good job, Rich.
Thank you, sir.
FBO for those. FBO for those.
Okay. I have a feeling Kirk's going to just fire up the PJ, and I don't mean pajamas.
There's 2 left at the 420 flight.
And at this point in time, I know you keep pushing it. I think Jake Browning's the best backup quarterback in the NFL, and I know you don't,
I'm just looking.
I don't know. I know you don't hand out any jackets and busts for that sort of thing. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. So much going down. Overreaction Monday is off and running for you to listen to or see on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show for all of that. When we come back, we will discuss what I thought 100% would be our lead item, which is the Chiefs-Eagles rematch of Super Bowl 59. The Giants and Cowboys played a dynamite, crazy-ass football game. So did your Patriots and Dolphins. Wow. Colts and Broncos went right down to the last second. Crazy stuff on Sunday to be discussed. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial, whether you're watching us on Disney Plus, ESPN, or listening to us on ESPN Radio or Sirius XM. Call us. We'll chat.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. You know I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW.
With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can easily find the right home insurance for you, even if it's not with Progressive. But if you don't choose us, then sure, okay, it's not going to work out. We're not going to cry about it or stay awake wondering what our future together would have looked like. We can't get emotionally invested even if it sounds like we are. Progressive's Home Quote Explorer allows you to easily compare home insurance rates and coverages in one place, even if it's not with us. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. I love you. I shouldn't have said that.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Our office computers were from like 2012.
What? They had computers then?
Yeah, I don't know much about new tech.
Apparently.
So I went to Staples and saved big on an AI-powered HP laptop and HP OfficeJet Pro printer, which also came with 3 months of free instant ink.
And we're back in this century. During Staples HP Tech Event, save up to 35% on HP printers and up to 40% on AI-powered HP PCs.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. Until 11/1, select models only.
You know what's built to handle whatever you throw at it? It's the 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation Crew Cab with 4-wheel drive and a Turbo Max engine. It does what the job demands. Lance Zerline here. Right now, well-qualified buyers can get this truck with 0% APR financing plus thousands more in dealer savings. It's pretty incredible. Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton. Your next GMC truck is there where professionals get professional trucks. Check them out online or just head on out to Angleton. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hi, this is Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I buy houses cash. Call me today, 832-779-4000. I'll buy your house for cash and pay you cash up front. I buy houses in any price range and any location in the Houston area. Do you own a house that needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Great, because I love buying fixer-upper houses. Do you have a tenant living in your property? Not a problem. I'll buy your house with the tenant in it. Do you think your property would be difficult to sell? Easy. We provide assistance for any situation for houses in any condition. Do you want the best price for your house? Done. I'll beat any offer you have on the table. Remember, if you need cash fast, I'll pay you cash up front. Give me a call today. Sean at Greenlight Offer, buying houses. Call me at 832-779-4000. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
Hey, Lance Zerline here. Allstate Windows and Siding knows what matters to Houstonians. That's why they're dedicated to earning your trust and giving you great value and service. Allstate Windows and Siding offers top quality products that protect your home from the toughest weather while saving you up to 40% on your energy bills. And right now they're offering 30% off windows and $2,500 off of complete siding jobs. Call 832-204-1936 to take advantage today. Call for your estimate, 832-204-1936, or go to allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
How old is your home? If it's 40 years or older, you might need a whole house repipe. Old pipes leak and corrode. This can damage your home and give you crappy quality water. Plus, old pipes can burst in freezing temperatures. You need Aqueduct Plumbing. They'll repipe a 1-story, 2-bath home for only $5,500. Even if your home is larger, they have great pricing. Aqueduct has done thousands of repipes. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com or call 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238.
Houston, have you tried Portillo's yet?
Portillo's brings authentic Chicago-style flavor with their slow-roasted Italian beef, Chicago-style hot dogs, char-broiled burgers, and crinkle-cut fries with cheese sauce. Save room for their famous chocolate cake and cake shake. Eat in, drive-thru, or order online. Now with 5 Houston locations. Find yours at Portillos.com. That's Portillos.com.
John Granato here for Game Day Health. Are you feeling lethargic, having issues in the bedroom? How about weight gain, muscle loss, even brain fog? You may have low testosterone. Game Day Men's Health are the experts in testosterone replacement therapy, ED, and weight management strategies. They can help you get back to feeling and performing better. With 5 locations, 15 more on the way, book a free testosterone test today at GameDayMen'sHealth.com. That's GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, here on Disney Plus and ESPN, the app. You can get to see ESPN everywhere. And ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Insurance for motorcycles, boats, and RVs for protection on the road and on the water. See how much you can save at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com. Okay. Now, Burrow's toe needing surgery and keeping him out for 3 months made that and the Bengals our top story coming into this Week 2 Monday show. I would have thought, leaving the studio last Friday, we would absolutely be leading with Chiefs and Eagles. Now we talk about them. We just showed to our ESPN and Disney Plus app viewing audience the statistics in the difference between starting 2-0, 1-1, and 0-2 in the expanded playoff era that started in 2021. If you're 2-0, you have a 77.4% chance based on the previous few years of making the playoffs. That drops down to 40% if you're 1-1 and 15.6% since starting 0-2. And the reason why, radio audience, we have Patrick Mahomes on the screen as the avatar for this statistic is because he is 0-2 for the first time in his career. The last time the Chiefs went 0-2 to start the season was 2014. It is the only time in the Andy Reid Kansas City era that the Chiefs missed the playoffs entirely. And that's a problem. Certainly, right now, the Chiefs winning their division for a 10th straight year is in extreme jeopardy because they've already lost a division game to the Chargers, albeit on the road. That was a road game for them and a home game for the Chargers that I called on YouTube a couple of Fridays ago in Brazil. Winning the conference from a wild card position is possible. At some point, the Chiefs will get Rashee Rice back from suspension. The question is, when can Xavier Worthy get out there with apparently a fully torn labrum in the shoulder? I mean, that collision with Travis Kelce was significant. Yeah. 3 snaps into the season. And the Chiefs coming into this year, their mantra was, we'll show everybody that the Super Bowl was an outlier. And we have a plan to no longer grind it out down the field. We want to take the top of the defense off like the good old days. Mahomes showed up as dad bodless as we've ever seen him. And he's looked terrific. Spry, running the ball. He looks vintage Mahomes as he just finished up with this loss to the Eagles, his final game of his career as a 20-something. He will turn 30 between now and the Sunday night game against the Giants. He turns 30 on Wednesday. So he looks great. The question is, how are they going to score points if they can't run it other than him? How are they going to score points if Tyquan Thornton isn't going to be putting the scaring anybody, although it was 20-10, and it did put a little bit of scare in the Eagles when he did find Thornton in an end zone to take the top of the defense off and make it a 3-point game. The Chiefs just couldn't get the ball back. And the biggest turnaround of this game was when Mahomes targets Kelsey. The ball goes off of Kelsey's hands right into the waiting arms of the Eagles, who damn near turned it into a pick six despite it. So 1 second, it looks like the Chiefs are going up for a touchdown. And instead, it's the Eagles who turn it into points and wind up with a 2-score lead, which leads me to say this. Chris, I know you were saying, what's it going to look like when the Chiefs don't get the breaks like they did last year? We're looking at it right now. Some of them are their own making. Chris Jones taking the wrong path to Justin Herbert on 3rd and 14 instead of Mahomes getting the ball back to try and win a game with no timeouts left, needing a touchdown in Brazil to beat the Chargers. Justin Herbert slides, and we're talking about him having an MVP-type game, 3 touchdowns, 300 yards passing, and the Chargers leave Brazil for the much happier long-ass flight home north of the equator. This one, just too many mistakes on top of not being able to run the ball. Mahomes took my bad for what happened with Kelsey. I don't know if we have that soundbite. This is what Patrick Mahomes had to say after the game about that one.
Yeah, I mean, we got the defense that we wanted. You know, we expect them to play that 0-0 with the whole player, with the safety. I think I threw it just a tad too early, you know, just trying to put it on his body low before that whole player got there. And I think if I can put him more on his body and not so far out in front of him, then he can catch it, take the hit, and get in the end zone.
And you want to throw that a little bit low at the goal line, though, to give him a chase like that across the end zone, right?
Yeah, you want to put it low, but more on his body. You know, whenever you're in those tight quarters like that, you want to give it to him, especially a bigger guy, more on his body where he can catch it, brace for that contact. We knew the whole player would be looking for him. I mean, that's our one of our big targets down there in the red zone. And so he was breaking to kind of make a hit, and it was just unfortunate. The ball bounced up in the air and went right to him.
We've been saying for years, you got to play a perfect game to beat the Chiefs. You make a mistake, they're going to take advantage of it and beat you with it. It looks like the Chiefs in 2025 are the team that can't make the mistakes. That's what it looks like to me through the first 2 weeks. And, you know, Worthy being out and Rashee Rice being suspended for 6 games doesn't help. It just doesn't. You know what would help? A 100-yard game from Pacheco. That would help.
Or a 60-yard game.
Or something.
Just something. Like, Patrick Mahomes can't be your leading rusher. You know, he's on pace for 1,000 yards this year. It's like that's not sustainable.
So that's the way it looks to me, is that the Chiefs have finally come back down to earth enough to be the team that can't make the mistake. That's what the first 2 weeks looks like to me. I'm not going to sit here and say this team is done. The window is closed. They have too many good players. But something is off, as Mahomes is now 0-2 for the first time ever, and if you include the playoffs, on a 3-game losing streak for the first time in his career. And how do they move forward with it? I think Mahomes was addressing some of that after the game about what happens from here.
I mean, knowing the guys in the locker room, man, I think they're going to respond by just working. I mean, that's how we've gotten to the point that we've gotten to in our career here in Kansas City, is that we believe the work kind of puts out the product. And so, obviously, we've never been 0-2, but we've had times where we've dealt with challenges before and lost games. And so I think the guys that we have in this locker room, they'll go back to work with that mindset of we're going to continue to work even harder so that when we step on that field this next time, we can find a way to win in those big moments like we have in this first 2 weeks.
Taking on the Giants and their new deep threat quarterback, Russell Wilson, on Sunday night.
Turn back the clock.
And that's a must-win. I mean, how many times have we said that about the Kansas City Chiefs in Week 3? A must-win because their next game is home against Baltimore, which would love to take a shovel and throw dirt on the Chiefs. Would just love nothing more than to do that. So I've never said those words in, the 11-plus year history of this show, I think, after just 3 weeks, is that this is a must-win game for the Chiefs. Maybe I said it in 2014. We weren't on the air. We weren't on the air in week 3 of the NFL season of 2014. That's how long it's been for this program entering year 11. So the Chiefs are now the team that can't make the mistakes. And they've made enough of them. As for the Eagles, I just mentioned how the Chiefs have turned into the team that can't make the mistakes. Because normally if you make the mistakes against them, they'll just beat you over the head with it. You can't give them extra opportunities. And the breaks are going to be coming their way. And I got to tell you, I think the Eagles have turned into that team. I think we've seen some role reversals here. The Eagles have turned into that team. If you make the mistake, they are going to take it and beat you over the head with it in the same way that I said the bad connection between Mahomes and Kelsey on the goal line with them going in, right? Guess what's going to happen? You make that mistake, you don't score a touchdown, and you put the ball up in the air, Chiefs are going to catch it, they're going to take it down the field, they're going to score points, and they're going to beat you with it. That's what the Eagles did.
Yeah.
I mean, again, the red zone turnover that the Ravens suffered with Zay Flowers in the AFC Championship game a few years ago, the Chiefs took advantage of that, won the game. The Eagles did the same thing to the Chiefs yesterday. And in the same way last year with the Chiefs, we're like, man, they're just, when are they going to put it all completely together, right? When are they just going to put it together and look like the team that's the top seed in your conference? Well, through 2 weeks, we might be wondering the same thing about the Eagles, who got fortunate when CeeDee Lamb dropped the ball. In the same way that everyone was talking about the Chiefs being fortunate. The snap goes off of Aiden O'Connell's chest when the Raiders had him dead to rights.
A size 14 shoe and a 13 would have won the game last year.
With Isaiah, with Likely.
White cleats.
Nice.
White, yeah.
Instead of black cleats.
Right. Yeah. With the Ravens last year. The same thing. It's that CeeDee Lamb dropping it against the Eagles. And, oh, man, Kelsey makes that one catch. Eagles are in trouble. Eagles could be 0-2 if CeeDee Lamb and Travis Kelsey caught a ball. Right? And at the same time, they are just put together to take advantage and sit back, let you make the mistakes, and then you try and stop them when it's time to have to stop them. Good luck. That's what the Eagles now look like as the defending champs coming into your house, and you better play a perfect game against them, because if you don't, you will lose. Good day, sir.
I say good day.
Honestly, you tell the Chiefs before the game, hey, guess what? Jalen Hurts in this game is going to have fewer than 130 passing yards. He's hardly going to wing it around at all.
Well, Chris Jones tried to tell him during the kneel down.
We'll talk about that in a second. Okay. Barkley's not going to run for 100. Jake Elliott's going to have 3 attempts. You're going to see a lot of Jake Elliott, and you'd be like, sold. Sold. I will sign for that. Andy Reid would have signed for that. Hurts not going to wing it around. Barkley's not going to run for 100, and you're going to see Jake Elliott 3 times. And Mahomes is going to run it all over the lot. You'd be like, done. Chiefs made the mistakes. Eagles did not. Eagles have this unstoppable play with this tush-push. Unstoppable, and it's certainly, definitely unstoppable if the Eagles' offensive line beats the snap. Their own snap, which is what's called a false start and is illegal. But guess what? These plays, man, it's tough to officiate them. It's tough to review them. All you just see is where Jalen Hurts winds up, which is most likely than not in the end zone. He leads the NFL with 55 rushing touchdowns since 2021. He has more rushing touchdowns since 2021 than Derrick Henry, who's the only one with more than 50 since 2021. And he's got 4 straight games of the rushing touchdown against the Chiefs, who are just, I think they want to take the, can they put this up for another vote to get rid of the tush push? Between now and, if they're so fortunate to play them again? But good luck, man, because the Eagles have this air of, they certainly have an air of invincibility when it's the tush-push lineup. And it just permeates out from that. Oh, A.J. Brown can hardly do a thing. Devontae Smith is hurt. Guess what? He's going to get off the mat, and he's going to break your back. He lands on his back and then breaks the other team's back. Saquon Barkley, hold him for less than 100, he'll still score a touchdown, and so will Jalen Hurts. Defensively, they're going to make a play with some guy you've never heard of. And that'll piss you off because they have enough people you've heard of. Jalen Carter kept the spit in his mouth. And he's unstoppable. And that's the way it feels with the Eagles right now. That's the way it feels. And right now, the only team I've seen out there through the first 2 weeks that can play mistake-free football, put the pressure on Hurts, and really make a very difficult day for him occur. And the rest of this, and not make the mistakes, right now, to me, looks like the Green Bay Packers through 2 weeks. I understand we're an eighth of the season in. I get it. That's what Overreaction Monday is all about.
Sure is.
It's out there on our YouTube channel for everyone to take in, youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show, and our podcast everywhere. But it's kind of role reversal. You see the Chiefs, the team that if you make a mistake against them, they will crush you with it, and they don't make the mistakes. Now, that's the Eagles. Now, the Eagles come in with an unstoppable force and an air of invincibility about them. They're the ones who come into your town to make your life miserable. And they're the ones you're going to have to beat in Philadelphia. And they're the ones who have gotten 2 breaks with 2 drop footballs already this season. CeeDee Lamb dropped 4, although the last one, I can't believe they call that a drop pass.
Yeah,
because that thing, he was fully extended, and it did hit him in the hands again. But it's the one that went over the middle that hit him between the eights.
Yeah, there was the 2 before that. I mean,
well, but again, he catches that, maybe a different result on opening night. Travis Kelce and Mahomes connect on the one that Mahomes said it was my bad. I should have put the ball closer to him on his body. Different story. The same way everybody's like, well, if when the Browns went into Kansas City, if that ball didn't, wasn't fumbled through the end zone, or hey, Aiden O'Connell doesn't fumble the snap. Oh, the Broncos don't have the field goal blocked. Oh, this, that, the other thing. Now with the Eagles, everybody's going to start hanging their hats on that sort of stuff because they're unstoppable. And that tush push, man. I mean, I go back and forth with whether I'm like so incredibly impressed with it, by it, and I can't wait for someone to stop it, or at this point in time, it's now like a farce, right? It was a farce in the NFC Championship game where it was that Luvu kept hopping over the line of scrimmage to the point where
the ref was just going to award them a touchdown.
The son of Hockley was essentially like, don't make me pull this car over, because if I do that, I'm awarding a touchdown for the Eagles. And now, if the Eagles are going to be allowed to false start, fire off before the snap, then it's definitely unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, the guards' helmets are ahead
come on
of the
now,
ball,
but so what is a referee supposed to get down on like his or her stomach to get down and get the proper sight line?
Well, yeah, if that's what it takes.
Everyone else can do this.
That's the other point. I don't understand why teams
yes,
aren't
they
doing
can.
it.
Everyone else can do this. 31 other teams. Banning it makes you anti-Eagles.
I don't know. I think you need to get a quarterback who
squats
like
600
Hurts,
pounds.
who can squat 600 pounds, and 3 guys up front.
Every
team has 5 300-pounders.
Everyone has obese players. You can just push them from behind.
Is this what the Chiefs? We have the Chiefs sound bites on this. Who's first up, Mr. Hoskins? Chris Jones on the tush push. Hit it.
Sometimes can't get them all the calls right, and just because we see it, sometimes the official is 15, 20 feet away. Sometimes it can miss those small things, and we think he jumped multiple times. So an official didn't see it, so it wasn't called. And, we just got to go play the next down.
Is that something you guys have seen on tape before as you prepared for this? Does that happen sometimes?
It happens. People jump all the time. It's just, if the officials see it, they'll call it. I don't think they've seen it, those few plays, and we didn't get a call.
It's tough to officiate, man. It's damn right impossible to officiate. Andy Reid, I believe, commented on it as well. Let's hear what the coach has to say.
Yeah, you try to get penetration is what you try to do and be able to stop it. But that's a pretty rough one. I might have had a couple of them that they got off a little early on, but we'll look at that.
Now, of course, he was going to be more diplomatic. Nick Sirianni, this is all brought to the attention of the Philadelphia Eagles head coach. I have not heard this soundbite. I'm just going to assume it is the most corporate, if you will, calm way to express in the English language the letters of GFY? That's in the GFY part of the menu?
He was like Bash Brother and one of the assistant coaches on the sideline.
Hit it.
Yeah, we got to be very good at it because, again, like I said, teams are, I would argue that they were in the neutral zone a lot, and taking every inch that they had. They called the first one to back them up. I didn't think they necessarily backed up, but it's, it is what it is. And they're going to do other things to try to stop that with, the way, again, don't want to get too much into it, but they're doing everything they can do. So it's a little bit, there's a little bit of gamesmanship on both sides with that. We know, though, that we have to be perfect with it, with how we come off the football, timing it up, all those different things. Because again, we know we have to be perfect with it. We got to get better at that portion of it, being perfect with it. When you're running that play, everyone knows you're running that play. So there's something pretty cool about being able to execute a play when you know exactly what's coming, and it just speaks to the volumes of our guys, and that's a heck of a football team.
It personifies the Eagles. We're coming to your town, and you can't stop us. It's the personification of what, by the way, any champion wants to be, not just the Eagles. Any champion wants to be. We're coming to your town, you can't stop us. And if you boil that down to one play, the whole world knows we're going to run it, and you can't stop it. And it is infuriating and deflating and absolutely something the Eagles run better than anybody else in any play in any sport that I've ever seen. And you can't stop it. You can't even hope to contain it.
You can't even hope to contain it.
That's what the Eagles are like 2 games in right now.
And that was my thought process when I drafted Hurts for fantasy.
Okay, all right.
I wondered why.
Like people care about that.
Sleeping with the enemy.
Oh, my God. Now I got to go to break, and I thought I put a button on it, and now this whole thing ruins it. I need to, go brush my teeth. You know what I mean? For fear of that keeps repeating on me.
It might come back.
Like the tush push.
Coach Saban here, and let me tell you, every second matters. Preparation is everything, and that's why I trust Kidde Smoke Alarms.
And as North America's #1 home fire safety brand, they're built to respond over 25% faster to smoke detection. Kidde helps protect what matters the most. Find it at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. #1 claim based on total household installations as of December 2023. 29% faster average smoke detection based on internal testing of smoldering wood fires for Kidde 9th edition versus leading competitor 8th edition products.
The post-career day press conference brought to you by Progressive.
Anthony, can you tell us what happened during career day?
I'm a biomedical researcher. The kids just weren't impressed.
How did you feel when your son called in the backup?
Embarrassed, and I knew it would be a fireman. It's always a fireman. It's cliche, but a crowd favorite. He had an axe and everything. I can't compete with that.
And will the fireman be helping your son with his science fair project?
Hope not. I'm literally a scientist.
Like it or not, sometimes you need a backup. That's why there's Progressive to protect your home and auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey, it's John Granato. If you've been waiting for the right time to buy a truck, this is it. Right now at Chastang Ford, get 0.9% APR financing on select 2025 F-150 XLT models or lease from just $397 a month. No dealer add-ons, just great deals and transparent pricing. How truck buying should be. Visit them on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. Chastang Ford, your Ford truck experts.
Offers available with approved credit. Terms and conditions apply. See dealer for full details.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-692-7009. 800-692-7009. That's 800-692-7009.
For premier recreation, dining, and entertainment, head to East River 9, located 1 mile from downtown Houston. East River 9 is the only 9-hole par 3 golf course, driving range, range and pickleball facility in town that features night golf under its LED stadium lights. The venue boasts a tremendous view of the Houston skyline, which is perfect for sunset gazing while enjoying your favorite cocktail or River House restaurant menu item. Go to eastriver9.com to book a tee time, pickleball court, or sign up for our annual membership. You'll be glad you did.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkas, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Protect your liver and give it the support that it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com.
Hey, why do people always put off minor plumbing problems? Are they afraid a dishonest company is going to try to rip them off? Don't be scared. We all done this. So work with Aqueduct Plumbing. They're straight shooters and take care of the 97.5 listeners. Listen, plumbing problems usually start out small and get bigger and then more expensive. So have Aqueduct Plumbing come out to your home at the first sign of an issue. Check them out at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Why sit on the bench when you can step up to the plate and start earning now? At Pipefitters Local 211, our free state-of-the-art apprenticeship program trains the next generation of pipe fitters, welders, and HVAC techs, and we're recruiting across the Texas coast from Houston to Beaumont. No experience? No problem. We'll coach you up, pay while you train, and set you up for a career that knocks it out of the park. Swing for success. Apply today at pipefitters211.com.
Back here on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. 844-204-RICH, number to dial here on the program. I mean, of the teams that are 0-2, I mean, the Dolphins are a hard 0-2. Hard 0-2. They're the only 0-2 team that when they were 0-1, 2 days after being 0-1, they had a team meeting to discuss what happened in that blowout loss, 33-8 in Indianapolis. And then they followed up with a home opener against the Patriots, who also lost at home to start the season. And somebody's paying for a plane to fly overhead that says, get rid of the coach and the general manager. And it's a hot day in South Florida. There probably were just as many Patriots fans there, expats, if you will, who are still Pats fans that were in the stadium. And then New England wins by scoring on special teams offense and almost defense, right?
Yep.
But they got home on defense with 2 sacks at the end of the game to end a potential comeback from Tua.
Yeah, and a pick.
And then there was Tyreek Hill had 100 yards receiving, but the one thing that everyone's talking about was him open amongst 3 defenders, and the ball went 15 feet over his head. And then he did one of those sort of emoting things. So folks went to Tua after the game and asked him about it, and that's only added more fuel to this entire 0-2 fire.
Having some talks with Reek and whatnot, that if I do, just don't think that I'm going to throw it 80 yards. Like, as you're running, just do your best to track it because you could potentially stop. That's what ended up happening on that play for Reek. And then with him and Waddle with those deeper outbreaking routes, just trying to help them get open while maneuvering, the corner in the flat.
Oh, boy.
Salty, too, is
No, it's not salty. That's not salty, Mike. What it is it's a frustrated guy.
Yeah.
Because normally quarterbacks will say, that was my bad. End of story. My bad. I'll be better next time. Normally, that's what you say?
Normally.
I mean, we'll ask Kurt Warner on Wednesday. Don't forget, Kurt Warner last week, when everyone was saying Caleb missed a wide-open DJ Moore, and, man, J.J. McCarthy, what a terrible pick six that was, almost cost the Vikings a game against the Bears. He's like, I think DJ Moore ran the wrong route, and I think Justin Jefferson cut his route short. Well, we probably won't know because I don't know if Justin's going to admit it. Next day, Justin admitted it, and 2 days later, the offensive coordinator of the Bears said, yeah, DJ Moore and Caleb were not on the same page. He ran a different route. Went long, and Caleb, in the middle of thinking he was going to be one place, had to throw long and missed him. So I don't know. We don't know. Again, there's always an iceberg. We just see the tip. And right now, that tip in South Florida has the Dolphins 0-2, and everybody talking about, Tua basically saying, yeah, I tell my guys, track my football. And fans are basically, yeah, we're tracking the football landing in the arms of the other team. Or going over the head of a guy who is our one guy who could beat the New England Patriots if you hit him between the 1 and the 0. And then the coach is going to have to answer for all this stuff. And he's already being asked about the plane flying overhead. And Mike McDaniel's like, I'm not taking it personal. They want to win, which is a great answer.
He wants to win too.
And they better find the same page because they're about to get the Thursday night book thrown at them. They're going to Buffalo.
Oh, the hammer.
They're going to Buffalo.
Yep.
And the Bills look super. Bills are handling everything thrown at them, whether it's a Ravens team going up on them by 40 points with a 40-burger and they come back and win it in the fourth quarter, or a Jets team that looks like the Jets team that we saw yesterday ready to be steamrolled, despite Josh Allen accounting for, wait for it, 0 touchdowns, and they still won by 20, and that's the team that's welcoming the Dolphins into town on a short week. Maybe helpful for the Dolphins to turn it around real fast, but they better turn it around figuratively fast. What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. Is it the driver behind the wheel? What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. That's 562-314-4603.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than any other firm, and that's Daspit Law Firm. Why? Because they're the best at what they do, getting their clients the compensation they deserve for injuries they've wrongfully suffered in an accident. Lance Zerline here, and if you suffered an injury in an accident and you would like a free case review, call John Daspit now, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or visit DaspitLaw.com.
Let's hydrate. Grab a Rambler Sparkling Water, the official sparkling water of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A Texas mineral blend available in original lemon lime, grapefruit, satsuma, blackberry, and now wild cherry. Get Ramblin', Houston.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000.
and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated. Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority tax relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195.
Priority tax relief. Trulux, Ocean's finest seafood and crab. A Houston original, proudly serving our great city for over 30 years. We have recently updated our restaurant with a modern sensibility and sophisticated finishes. We can't wait for you to come and see it. The look is totally new, but the sensation, hospitality, and quality remain unmistakably Trulux. Visit us today and experience the newest flavor of a true Houston original. Trulux, your table is waiting.
Summers in Texas are hot, but not for me, John Granato, because I have Coors Light. And Coors Light is all about keeping Texas chill. Do you want to beat the summer heat? I recommend cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Grab a 12-pack or case so that you got your home base covered. And when you're hanging at your favorite watering hole, order a bottle or a bucket with those beautiful blue mountains. I love me some Coors Light. You will too. Choose chill. Choose Coors Light.
This message is approved by the man of the people, John Granato.
If your business is growing and looking for working capital, funds to acquire a business or purchase equipment, Veritex Community Bank's lending team is standing by to help you navigate through the loan process. Visit veritexbank.com for more details. That's VERITEX bank.com. Member FDIC, subject to credit approval.
John Granato here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, you guys say that you have 100 colors or so. Actually, you've got thousands of colors, don't you?
Yes, so just in stock we have over 100 colors, which is the rainbow. But if you need that specific fuchsia pink, we'll find it for you and we'll coat it for you.
You can combine any colors, right?
You can dream of a color and we can find it for you.
What if I want the colors of my favorite team? Are you guys going to do it?
You should come see our Houston Astros chairs.
I saw them. You brought them out to our golf tournament.
Yes.
And they are awesome. A lot of people will tailgate, mostly Texans or University of Houston or Texas A&M. Hey, if you've got a favorite team, you guys will color code them that color of your team.
Even if you like the Saints and you need some sun gold in your life, we got you.
What about the Cougs?
I'm a Coug. Of course we got to have Cougar colors.
They're the biggest. They're the best. They're expanding. Houston Powder Coaters doesn't get any better. Call Robin. You probably deal with Robin when you call Houston Powder Coaters. 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zada Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal media station.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
You've got to be kidding me. I can't believe what I just saw. Sack! Ball out in Atlanta. Scrambles for it.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
64. And sweet butter.
Today's guests. Senior writer for the MMQB, Albert Breer. And your phone calls, latest news, and more. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. Overreaction Monday, our podcast, is ready for you to take in on our YouTube channel or wherever you get your podcasts. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Love looking down and seeing every phone line lit. We'll get to your phone calls in a second. Albert Breer of Sports Illustrated is going to join us in about 15 minutes' time to tell us the status of Joe Burrow's toe and whether or not the Bengals might actually make a phone call to the Atlanta Falcons to see just how expensive Kirk Cousins might be, or do they believe in Jake Browning as much as I do? That's how I started the program. And I think what Jim Moore Sr. said back in the day, and this is one of our favorite early drops. You have to go deep in the archives for this one, Mike Del Tufo.
Season is not over.
What he said as he was covering the Saints in New Orleans a few years ago.
Feels like you're ready to put in adoption papers on Jake Browning.
No. I'm just saying I wouldn't jump and call Terry Fontenot of the Falcons just yet and say how much for Kirk Cousins.
But, Rich, if you were a Bengals fan, I'm sure you wouldn't feel that way.
Well, I think Jake Browning did very well in 2023 when Burrow went down. And I think he's got it. And it's not like Jamar Chase was waiting to get thrown a football yesterday. Okay? T. Higgins was making plays. This guy can get the football to the rod guys. And let's just protect him. That's what I said in hour one. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Let's take Jimmy in San Antonio. That's line 5 for those scoring at home. Hey. What's up, Jimmy?
Ay, Dios mío.
What's going on, sir?
Jimmy.
What's going on?
Okay, I have a quick overreaction. The red zone commercials, it wasn't that bad. I think people thought it was going to be Frank Thomas and Doug Flutie pushing pickleball pills. It was quick.
Okay.
They were little hits. I didn't notice a difference.
Okay. And by the way, everybody blames ESPN for that. ESPN in the NFL, the deal is not, it hasn't been approved. ESPN has nothing to do with this right now. No. At all.
I know. And wasn't
by the way,
bad. It didn't interrupt programming, and I'm sure the host got to go pee every now and then.
And when the deal gets done, by the way, the NFL is still producing.
Yeah, nothing's going to change.
Honestly, and if the deal does get done and ESPN takes over NFL Network and turns any NFL Network employee that they're hopefully going to take all of us, that Scott Hansen will be the last NFL media employee ever. So, you know what I mean? Like, everybody just pipe down about that. Well, how about the Cowboys, Jimmy? Huh? What do you think about your Dallas Cowboys, Jimmy?
Okay, I'll get to Mr. Aubrey in a second because you and I have a beloved hating of Notre Dame, and my Aggies put it to the Irish.
Oh, yes, sir.
Shane Gillis, you can suck it.
Whoa.
Whoa. Well, sorry, he's staunch, and I'm the 12th man, so, gig him, Shane.
Okay.
And
listen, Jimmy, normally I would join you in this sort of thing.
But not against Shane.
Dude, the game-winning touchdown, I mean, the takedown of the defensive tackle that was somehow... Probably should have been. Give me a break. And the quarterback standing right next to the takedown hold. And how are you missing that? Good Lord.
I guess I missed it. I don't know.
Okay, yeah. Just like the officials. And then the Cowboys, man, the next day. Look at them, huh? Coming out with it.
Okay, so here's what Jerry Jones is going to do. He's going to make Aubrey the highest paid kicker in NFL history despite Macca.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jimmy in San Antonio, everybody. There we go. There you go. Well, there's a new guy in town. I don't know if we're going to get a drop of Jadeveon.
Macca. Macca.
All right.
That is a great drop.
Ladies and gentlemen. Dallas Cowboys versus the New York Giants.
What a game.
I mean,
Did you know, because this game usually starts the season or they play it on a Monday night or a Sunday night, right? Or it starts the season for either one of them on a Sunday night. It was the first 1 o'clock Eastern game in Dallas between these two since Drew Bledsoe beat Eli Manning.
Oh, wow. Manning, Eli?
Back in the day.
What's it, like 2007
in a game that, wait for it, went to overtime.
Woo.
Just like yesterday's did.
Woo.
And I'll tell you what, game should never have gone to overtime.
No.
Let's just start with one thing first. A mea culpa. I want it all from all of us. You join me in it, I'll join you in it. A sincere apology to Russell Wilson. You've got to conjure it up, Chris. I understand the tweet that got sent out last week when he put in mentally tough into all of our timelines.
Here we go.
Okay, everybody thought, okay, it's just like, is that the name of a new Subway sandwich? Like, is he promoting something? Like, what does he mean mentally tough? I honestly thought when you called that to my attention, it's that the Giants did indeed make the move to Jackson Dart.
Yeah,
because it looked that bad in Week 1.
Go Big Blue.
And we all thought Russ once again was going to disappoint. We all did. Except, I'll say this, you and I believe T.J. Jefferson in the What's More Likely segment on Friday, what if Russ balls out?
Ooh.
And you, Chris, said, yeah, but Really? Do we all expect that to happen? Does any of us expect that to happen? None of us agreed with you, but I think our silence said enough. Russell Wilson, ladies and gentlemen, he was spectacular in Dallas. He was vintage Russell Wilson cooking.
Yeah.
In the 23 years that I've been associated with the National Football League, thanks to my association with NFL Network, I don't think I've ever seen a better thrower of the deep ball than this guy. Aaron Rodgers is included in that regard. You know, Aaron Rodgers is the king of Hail Marys, and guy right next to him is this guy. Deep passing. That's a next-gen stat statistic that we hear all the time. 20-plus yards in the air. Deep passes. He was 7 for 11 for 264 yards, 3 passing touchdowns, and a pretty bad interception in overtime. 66 deep pass touchdowns since 2018 now. That's the most in the NFL per the next-gen stats. 10 more than anybody else. And who thought that was going to happen after what we saw in Washington, D.C. last Sunday? Maybe him and his lovely wife and anybody else in his family. If you put the Giants coaching staff, I'll say it. I haven't spoken to him. I'm just assuming, and we all know what that means. I might be the one who looks like an ass. But you put the Giants coaching staff on sodium pentothal, you put them in a Meet the Fockers basement, and they would definitely not expect what we saw. Malik Neighbors, $167 and 2 touchdowns, and Wan'Dale Robinson in the end zone. Boom! To put him up, boom. I was watching with Cooper. We were both screaming at the television set.
It was a great game.
That's funny.
Cooper was also noticing at the time, because he's Coop. TJ Jefferson, your Mets were in extra innings living on the razor's edge against the team from Texas as well, while the Giants were in overtime with your Cowboys. And so TJ Jefferson was sweating it out.
Shout out Pete Alonso.
Sweating it out. The Polar Bear got it done, and so did Brandon Aubrey. And that's why this game should never have gotten in overtime. Greg Olson was wondering it, watching the game. He and Joe Davis on the call on Fox. Why are the Giants backing up on defense when Dak had the ball last in regulation? Why are you letting them get close to midfield? You need to I'd rather be beaten deep, because all Brandon Aubrey has to do is get to one of the points of any of the stars on that star. Doesn't matter if it's one pointing up right at Jerry's box or at the field goal that he's aiming for, or the one pointing in the other direction, or any of the other stars' points. You got to get at one point of any of the stars, and it's a bunny field goal for this guy.
He's making it.
Out of any kicker in the NFL who's kicked more field goals from 60 yards that causes an announcer to say that would have been good from 70, it's Brandon Aubrey. He leads the league in that stat, if it was such a thing. And the Giants just let Dak just matriculate. What are you doing? Go and get beat deep. And I'm not saying this facetiously at all. I swear to God. When the game was on the line in Philadelphia, Dak and CD couldn't connect deep. Take that chance again. No, they just let him dink and dunk. Let him throw right over the middle so Brandon Aubrey can show up from 60 plus and be good from 70. And then he wins the game. He wins the game. Anyway, Brandon Aubrey, man. This guy is
best in the world.
He is the best in the world. 64-yard field goal as time expired in regulation. Second longest made field goal of his career. He made a 65-yarder, good from 70, against the Ravens in 2024. And his fifth made field goal of 60 or more yards in the final seconds of a game since 2000. The guy, this is what he does. And the Giants just said, do what you do. And then, of course, it fell apart in overtime for him. But it was the first win of Brian Schottenheimer's career as a head coach. And he needed to survive 6 lead changes in the fourth quarter in overtime. The most such lead changes in fourth quarter overtime in NFL history, so he earned it.
We would try it from 70-ish. I mean, we've seen him make those before. We always want to try to get as close as we can, but he's always like, yeah, I'm good. And, that's pretty cool for Dak's always like, oh, hey, what's the line to make? I'm like, yeah, 50-ish, 50-ish. He's like, oh, okay, well, that's like a 70-yard field goal. Like, that's cool. So there's really not one. But the confidence that you see the guy kick with is just incredible.
And I showed you earlier we'll keep bringing it up, the statistical difference between starting 0-2 and 1-1 since playoffs expanded in 2021. 0-2 teams make the playoffs 15% of the time. 1-1 teams 40%. That was a massive win for the Dallas Cowboys. Massive.
Super necessary.
Mm-hmm.
That's marvelous.
You don't want to drop those division games at home, certainly against a team that you're used to beating. Dak Prescott has now beaten the Giants 1 gajillion times in a row. Actually, it's 14 wins in his career. Only Roger Staubach has beaten the Giants more, 16.
14 straight wins.
14 wins, not 14 straight wins, sir.
That was not?
No. The Cowboys have won each of their last 9 matchups with the Giants. Dak is now 5-0 in a Week 2 following a Week 1 loss in his career. How about this, TJ?
Mm-hmm.
The Cowboys have now avoided going 0-2 14 straight years. Second longest such streak in the NFL behind the Packers, 19. And Dak got it done, man. He put the ball in the hands of George Pickens. He put the hands in the ball of CeeDee Lamb and overcame a performance of the ages for Russell Wilson. Dude. Do we apologize? We don't apologize? You can't bring yourself to look in the camera and say, I'm sorry, Russ, I didn't think you could do it, but you did it? Because I'll do that. I'll do that. You want me to do it for you? I know you're a prideful man.
They lost.
Okay. I'll do it then. Russell Wilson, on behalf of all of us here at the Rich Eisen Show.
Rich Eisen does not speak for me.
I will speak for you, if you don't mind. You do.
I do.
I'll just speak for myself then. I doubted you, man. We'll see if he can keep doing it. I don't know if he can. We might see Jackson Dart sooner rather than later. But he showed that there's a passing game, and he can connect it, and holy crap. Holy crap. 4th time Russell Wilson in his career. Multiple fourth quarter touchdown passes of 30 or more yards. No other player has done it more than twice since Russ came off the campus of Wisconsin in 2012. And he had this to say when asked if he wanted to spike the football on people who said he couldn't do it.
Yeah, I think that you got to respond in the midst of adversity. I think I don't think I know how talented I am. I know what I'm capable of. I don't need somebody to convince me of that. I don't need outside praise or criticism to convince me of what I'm capable of. I embrace the noise. I don't run from it. And we got to keep answering the call. Like today we didn't do enough to win. And that's all that matters, is us as a team, us finding a way to win that game. We believe in the guys in this room, the defense battling, the offense battling, special teams. We laid it all on the line, and you can't ask for any more effort and love and passion and energy and work than we just gave. So we have to respond back.
Next up for him is the Kansas City Chiefs on Sunday Night Football. Whole country will see if he can do it again. I'll just say this. That's my concern about your Dallas Cowboys, because Javonte Williams is running it, and in a way that I didn't see coming. But that back end of the defense, Diggs does not look like himself, man. Doesn't look like himself, and if they're also banged up on the back end, because Trent McDuffie is going to be coming through that door on Sunday night in New York and New Jersey, and we'll see what happens. I'd proffer to say it'll be a lot tougher for Russ to get done what he got done on Sunday in Dallas. But I just, for the moment, just tip my cap. And
the best thing about us, though, it's about us.
Which is kind of crazy. Normally, you're on the same page.
It was an awesome game. He played phenomenal.
He did.
Feels like a one-off. But if they can do that against Kansas City, they have a chance to beat them.
And then Jackson Dart can just marinate.
And guys, just to clarify, when I said Dak's won 14 in a row, that loss, Andy Dalton started that game. That wasn't a Dak Prescott game. So
844-204-RICH is the number to dial here on the program. Albert Breer is checked in. Let's take a break so we can check in with Albert. Sports Illustrated and the MMQB, a must-read on Monday. We'll get it verbally best we can coming up.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Lance Zerline here. I'm with Giovanni Marquez, undefeated fighter right here in Houston. You got a big fight coming up on September 20th. After you win, what is going to be your first order at Taqueria Serranos?
My first order is going to be 5 taquitos with a large horchata.
Everyone loves horchata. What do you love about Taqueria Serranos? A lot of locations in Houston. What do you love?
I love the great flavors and the excellent service.
If you're looking for authentic Mexican food, there's 24 locations around Houston. To find one nearest you, go to taqueriaserranos.com.
Thinking about going electric? Now's the time. Right now, you could get up to a $7,500 federal tax credit when you buy an EV. It's like getting paid to drive off in a quiet, comfortable, cutting-edge new ride. EVs already save you big on gas and maintenance, but that tax credit ends September 30th, so don't miss out. Head to Monument Chevrolet, where EV Blazers are in stock and ready to roll. Visit Monument Chevrolet off Beltway 8 and 225, or go to monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Friday Night Lights means one thing, high school football. And with football comes the homecoming game and the homecoming dance. Make sure you look sharp with Giorgio Dante suit separates at Suit Mart. Jackets start at just $89.99, vests from $29.99, and pants from $39.99. Choose from black, midnight navy, or charcoal gray. Then finish the look with a marquee slim fit dress shirt starting at only $22.99. Be ready for the big night with homecoming style from Suit Mart.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-692-7009. 800-692-7009. That's 800-692-7009.
You've heard me talking about Two Creeks Crossing Resort. What a beautiful, relaxing place. We took the family when school got out and we had a fantastic time. We stayed in the treehouse. You know the kids love that. I drove up after I got off work and was there in 90 minutes, which is pretty close to my normal commute. The family took it all in, from exploring their 92-acre property to fishing in the creeks and their catch-and-release pond, which the kids loved. Everybody had a great time, and we can't wait to go back. Book now at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different.
Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
McGrath Pest Control kills pests so you don't have to. Right now, their vigilance is directed at termites and mosquitoes. It's termite swarming season. These little fellows can cause big problems. Let McGrath bring their wrath to would-be termites around your home, especially if you're buying or selling a home. And when it comes to mosquitoes, their mosquito murdering system keeps your outdoor living space skeeter-free. It's completely safe for you, but not for mosquitoes. Rest in peace. Keep your home pest-free. Get started. McGrathPestControl.com. Tell them you heard it right here.
Championship teams are built with experience, skill, and teamwork, just like Pipefitters Local 211. For over 75 years, we've been representing the best in the trade across the Texas Gulf Coast. Our 4,300 union pipe fitters, welders, and HVAC techs bring the heat when it comes to quality, safety, and precision. When you need a home run in craftsmanship, trust the pros who do it right the first time. Pipefitters Local 211. Brought to you by the journeymen and apprentices of Pipefitters Local Union 211.
Out how to do it at the highest level possible. That said, if there's rule breaking on this or it's hard to officiate in that way, I think that adds another element to it. So I would love to. I think it was Jeff Schwartz, one of the former offensive linemen on Twitter, it said something yesterday along the lines of there's false starts on every one of these, and I would actually like to go back and take a good look at that too. Is that happening on every one of these? And it's just such a bang play that it's impossible to officiate whether somebody's got a false start. Here's the other part of it.
Yes, Albert Breer.
Here's the other part of it.
Yes.
They're not always pushing Hurts. He doesn't always need the push. So I don't know that the idea of going behind people and going behind the quarterback and pushing him would really materially change the Eagles' desire to do it. I think they would still do it without the people in back pushing. So do you have to go even further than just having the push-pull rule in there? I don't know. I mean, one thing that was interesting from inside the meeting in March was how, Rich McKay had the president or the chair of the competition committee and the president of the Falcons had explained how when the rule changed in 2004, to allow this, it was actually had nothing to do with what was happening at the line of scrimmage. This was about things happening down the field. And, they thought it was too difficult to officiate this stuff down the field where someone would come flying in and it was hard to tell whether he was blocking an opponent or pushing his own teammate into the end zone. So that's actually why that rule about pushing and pulling a teammate came out of the rule book in 2004, something that had zero to do with what the Eagles are doing.
Albert Breer, Sports Illustrated's MMQB is out there right now. We were just talking, starting on the Disney Plus ESPN app everywhere side, about the tush push from the Eagles-Chiefs game being front and center. And now ESPN Radio, its audience has rejoined us. ESPN Radio presented by Progressive Insurance. Albert here. Let's put a pin in the Eagles and the Chiefs and pull that later on in our conversation. Let's start with Joe Burrow's foot and what's going on with it and how long you really think he's going to be out and what they might do about it. I give you the floor.
I think 3 months minimum. And this is a bad injury. And it's one of those unfortunate, it's unfortunate how it's named because it doesn't sound that bad, but it is. It's like a high ankle sprain where it's this isn't somebody stubbing their toe. This is torn ligaments, and he sought second opinions, and now he's gonna have surgery. And it's gonna take him out for 3 months. Now, a couple silver linings here. The Bengals are 2-0, so they have a little bit of a cushion. If you look at their schedule from now until, and I have it circled, December 14th against the Ravens is, I believe yesterday was the 14th, right? So that'd be 3 months to the day.
Yep.
So December the 14th against the Ravens could be a day they target for a return. And I just have seen enough of Jake Browning where could he help them tread water? Like, could they go? Because if they go, because they had that 2-0 cushion now, say they can go 6-5 over that stretch. Now they're 8-5, and if you look at their schedule down the stretch, that Ravens game's a big one, but then it softens up after that. So, I don't think the Bengals season is over. And I think if Joe Burrow is a fast healer with this, and he can get back by mid-December, there is a chance that they're very much in the thick of it. Now the question becomes, at what level do you go get reinforcements, right? Like if you're the Bengals, because Jake Browning's proved that he can help you tread water. Do you call the Giants about Jameis Winston? Do you call the Falcons about Kirk Cousins? Like, how much are you willing to spend to go and give yourself the best chance, the most important position on the field while Joe Burrow is out? And I think that's an open question. I think they're discussing that today and what their plan's going to be. I would just say this, coming up in the league, covering the league in the Brady Manning era, I always think about how precious these opportunities are when you've got a quarterback like that, and how it's incumbent on the teams involved when they've got a quarterback like this to make the most out of the opportunities they have. And so I think that's got to be part of the equation here for the Bengals you've got a rare quarterback in Joe Burrow. And if there's a chance he comes back with a shot to make it into the playoffs, then you have to give yourself every opportunity you can to try and get your team there in mid-December, where you're still playing relevant games at the end of the season.
I mean, it's silly to say, but it's 7 weeks until the trade deadline. So that's a nice month and a half to try and see, what Jake Browning can do. And we've already seen what Jake Browning can do, not just the last time that Burrow was hurt, but I mean, I understand 3 interceptions will get you a little scared against the Jacksonville defense. Yeah, but Browning still winged it around, man. He winged it around, dude.
Credit to him though, Rich. Like, I talked to him after the game, and credit to him for throwing that pick in the fourth quarter and then turning it around and driving the team 92 yards. And it wasn't like there was a big chunk play there. They just sort of, the old Hank Stram, matriculated the ball down the field, and they had a couple breaks there. There was the DPI on Travis Hunter that converted a fourth down. But I thought Jake Browning showed everything about why the Bengals really like having him around, and that he can step into a situation like that and he can ride bumps out. And I actually think he deserves credit for riding the 3 interceptions out and being able to lead that 92-yard touchdown drive at the very end. They've got confidence in him in that building. And so, again, I look at their situation. I look at their schedule. I just don't think the season's over, I think you're going to have to, probably pull some upsets. Like, you'll have to split with the Steelers. Both the Steeler games are while Joe Burrow is out. I think that's reasonable to say, that will be one requirement. But I think they've got the team to do it if they can continue to improve on defense.
All right, let's move on, Albert Breer, to the team that I mentioned in hour number 1 is, I guess, of all the 0-2 teams, the one that's the hardest 0-2 might just be Miami, with a team that gets blown out on the road to start the season. 2 days later, they're having a team meeting. And 5 days after that, they lose at home by giving up touchdowns in almost all 3 phases to a Patriots team coming into a building that they've historically taken care of, even in the Brady era, Right. So where do things stand in Miami right now? Certainly with a lot of people talking today about Tua's comments that Tyreek Hill needs to track his ball when he's throwing it, Albert.
Yeah. Well, let me take you inside the players only meeting last week. My understanding is that there was a message from the captains to the rest of the team about accountability. And it was about accountability to each other and accountability to yourself. And more or less, it was the NFL is going to judge you regardless of your circumstances, regardless of your coaching. The NFL is going to judge you in a vacuum, and it's on everybody to take personal responsibility and to more or less closing ranks and saying this isn't about anybody else but the players. And sometimes that happens at the end for coaches, So I think, that message was received by the people in that, by the players in that building. The tough thing, I think, for McDaniel, and I really like Mike as a coach, and I've known him a long time. I think the tough thing for him is this narrative has been there for the last 4 or 5 months. Like that some of the stars in that building ran wild over the last couple of years, and they spent some time this offseason in their roster building trying to clean all of that up, and that you would have this sort of issue after week 1 and that sort of no-show in that week 1 game against the Colts. And now you're 0-2, I think only further fuels the narrative. The other thing that's just lingering out there is the fact that they're in the middle of, a sort of a soft rebuild. Teron Armstead retired. They traded Jalen Ramsey. They've moved now from the phase where they had 2 on the rookie contract into now he's on a big second contract. And so they're going to be gradually relying on more young players over the next couple of years. And when a franchise does that, the natural question for an owner to ask is, are these the people I want leading the rebuild? And so if things don't go well early this year, those questions will naturally come up. So I think all of that is in play. You've got a standalone game. You and I both know how that can affect things against maybe the best team in football on Thursday night in Buffalo. It's a lot, and that's a big spot, I think, coming up this Thursday night for Mike McDaniel. And another thing that's lingering here is the fact that his defensive coordinator, Anthony Weaver, is beloved inside that building and is seen by a lot of people as a future head coach. So if there comes a point where this really goes the wrong way, could Stephen Ross say, I want to take a look at Anthony Weaver as my head coach? I think you could eventually get there. I don't think it'll be after Thursday night, but I think they could eventually get there.
Yeah, I mean, ask Brandon Staley how a blowout loss in division on Thursday Night Football went for him a couple of years ago. But I mean,
it shouldn't be a factor, but it is, right? Like the owners have to hear that. Like it's the only game on, and so it becomes bigger than maybe it should be sometimes.
Albert Breer here on the Rich Eisen Show. What message do you think Dan Campbell was sending yesterday, against the Bears? And where do things stand for both teams?
I mean, what's so interesting about it, though, Rich, is like how like the whole we don't know crap in week 1 thing actually like kind of came to life with that, because it's like if you put all of those pieces together, okay, the Lions beat up on the Bears, and we thought the Bears were pretty good because they hung with the Vikings, but the Vikings lost. And then maybe the Lions offense looking the way it did in week 1 was just how good the Packers defense is, because we saw how good that Packers defense looked against the Commanders. So you're sort of putting some pieces together there. Look, like I talked to Jahmyr Gibbs after the game, and I thought the most interesting thing he said was our problem in week 1 was communication. And if you think about it, an offense on game day has 3 main communicators: the quarterback, the center, and the coordinator. And 2 of those 3 pieces have been pulled out, right? So you have, going into Green Bay, if you're Detroit, a new center and a new offensive coordinator with Jared Goff back as the quarterback. You're playing against a defense that is a new piece in Micah Parsons. You have no idea how they're going to use him, and a loud environment at Lambeau. And so, what Gibbs said was like our communication was really stressed, and we didn't think we did nearly a good enough job of it. Then they come home. They have this motivation of everybody thinks we're dead now. Johnny Morton's got a game under his belt as the offensive coordinator, and they have an opportunity to really put their foot on the gas. And I think there's this chip on their shoulder too, which I thought was kind of interesting. And I think you heard it if you really listen to what Dan said during the week and after the game, you really heard it. It's like Ben Johnson is great and did an awesome job here, and I think they all respect him. But Jamison Williams is a good player. Amon-Ra St. Brown's a good player. Penei Sewell and Taylor Decker are fantastic tackles. Sam Laporta is a great tight end. Jahmyr Gibbs is a really good running back. Jared Goff is a quarterback who's gone to conference title games with 2 different franchises. I think there were a lot of players that felt like this was about us too. This wasn't just about Ben. So I think it was a combination of, the first 2 weeks of the season, the adjustment and communication, and then I think a few guys, at least a few guys in that building, having a little bit of a hair across their ass about some of the perception on how that whole thing was put together over the last couple of years.
Interesting way of putting it right there. Yeah. Did Russell Wilson?
I don't know if your Disney Plus. I think this is my first Disney Plus appearance, so I'm not sure if that's okay.
It's all good. Give me the rules. It's all good. I think that line is in Encanto 2 coming up. Listen, did Russell Wilson stave off Jackson Dart? Do we do that or what? What do we got?
Yeah, I mean, I think what people aren't paying enough attention to here is the left tackle. The left tackle situation has really undermined where they thought they would be on the offensive line right now. And, obviously the offensive line didn't play great against the Commanders in week 1, which I think screwed some things up offensively. Andrew Thomas is still not back. And they lost him after, I think it was about 6 weeks last year. They felt like their offensive line had made a lot of progress before then. So I, just having talked to people there, I'm not sure how willing they would be to go to Jackson Dart anyway until the offensive line situation is sorted out, until they have their left tackle back. But certainly, I mean, they've felt comfortable with where Jackson Dart is, and there's a quiet confidence to the idea that he could very well play pretty good, as a rookie if they put him in there. And I think they showed that confidence by making him the second quarterback. You don't do that unless you're comfortable putting a rookie in a game. And it looks like, in fairness, like Russell Wilson really responded to a lot of that noise yesterday. So best case scenario for the Giants is that Russell keeps playing well. And, Jackson keeps developing. And, if Jackson looks like he's really pushing him in week 10, week 11, and the team's winning, that's a good problem to have. I do have their schedule up, though. And I pulled this up when I heard you talking about it in the last segment, Rich.
Yep.
Kansas City, Chargers, at New Orleans, Philly, at Denver, at Philly, San Francisco. That's between now and November 2nd.
Right, and at Chicago, and one assumes that an 8-game, run or 9-game run between Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams will eventually start looking like the Caleb Williams-Ben Johnson connection that everyone in Chicago is hoping for, and then there's
Green Bay
and Detroit, and then New England, which may not be New England
could be a lot better December 1st than they are now.
Right.
Yeah.
So I don't know when you would do something like that. I understand. Albert Breer here on the Rich Eisen Show. Before we get to the Eagles and Chiefs, before I send you on with the rest of your day, Brock Purdy, is this a 1-week sit down for him? Mac Jones, I know, looked really good. The Niners are 2-0. There's 3 2-0 teams in the NFC West. Yeah. By the way,
I was told 2 to 3. I was told 2 to 3 weeks. Okay. So my sense is like maybe it's one of those deals where he gets back out there on the practice field and does light work at the end of the week. But my sense is like that they wanted to sit him out at least 2 weeks and maybe the third week. And this is the less serious version of turf toe than what Joe Burrow has. But I think it sounds like he's going to be okay. And I really like where the Niners are too. I mean, I think, to be 2-0, given the amount of injuries that they've already dealt with and, some of the things they're working through, they won't have Ayuk till week 9 or 10 at least. So they McCaffrey's been banged up, Kittle's out. And then you look at the amount of young guys they're playing on defense. The cool thing about the Niners right now, I think, Rich, is they could really develop depth over the course of the next 2 months. And the impact that Robert Saleh is having with some of the young players on the defense, they really feel like that's going to take as the season goes on. So they've got a relatively manageable schedule if you look at it. And I think this is a team that believes, like I just said this about New England, I think this is a team that believes it's going to be a lot better come Thanksgiving, come Christmas than it is right now because the amount of young guys they're playing and the amount of depth they're being forced to develop because of the injuries. So I think Brock Purdy is back probably, if I had to, and this is a rough estimate, I would say week 4 or week 5. And as they start to work some of these injured guys back in, I think the hope would be that they're going to have a deeper team. And Mac Jones is part of that equation too. You hit the nail on the head there. He played really, really well yesterday in New Orleans.
Before I let you go, Albert, I would be remiss if I did not ask you your impressions of Eagles-Chiefs moving forward. The Chiefs 0-2 for the first time in Mahomes' time, and the Eagles 2-0 again, now moving on to take on the Rams next week. What a big Week 3 game that is. I give you the floor. Your takeaways from that big game is what?
So my number one takeaway is, my goodness, the job that Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni and Jeff Stoutland have done developing that offensive line and keeping it as one of the strongest units in the league at any position, right? And I say that because I think the Eagles' offensive line influenced the way the last 8 minutes of that game were played. And here's what I mean by that. They were able to churn out that first down, which was ended with a tush push, but they got the 9 yards to get in 3rd and 1 with a couple of Barkley carries there. right? That allows them to take another couple minutes off the clock. Then they punt it away to the Chiefs. The Chiefs wind up driving the field and scoring, so that makes it 20-17. And here's the key. The Chiefs decided not to kick away, and I believe it's because of the Eagles' offensive line. I believe it's because the Eagles, they did not think that they would be able to stop the Eagles on 4 straight plays because they thought the Eagles' offensive line would be able to lean on them and get into one of those 3rd and 2, 3rd and 1 situations where you're then able to push that thing over the line and end the game. And that concern wound up becoming justified when after the failed onside kick, the Eagles did just that. So, I mean, to me, it's so impressive. They've lost a starter every year. They lost, last year, Jason Kelsey. This year, they lose Mekhi Becton. But that was the thing that stuck out to me. Even on a day when the offense had less than 250 yards, that offensive line won that game for them at the end. So that'd be number one. The Eagles would be there at the end. We know that. And I'm not counting the Chiefs out yet at all. But my concern would be how much Patrick Mahomes is running right now. I know Mahomes doesn't want to run. Andy Reid doesn't want him to run. I feel like when you see him run this much as he's run the first couple of weeks of the season, you were there in Brazil for it, it means they don't have the answers right now. Now, I think that they're just, the same principles I used in talking about the Patriots for 20 years, I use talking about them. I think they'll figure it out. But this is going to be a process, and how do you survive and keep your record where it needs to be over the next 6 or 7 weeks so you can get Rashee Rice back, so you can get Xavier Worthy healthy, so you can get Josh Simmons the experience that he needs as your left tackle. I think those are the big things. And I trust that Andy Reid and Matt Nagy and Steve Spagnuolo on the other side of the ball will be able to figure it out. But this is definitely a little bit of a different challenge.
Albert, you're the man. Thanks for the time. Greatly appreciate it. Look forward to our next chat already. Everybody check out the MMQB on Sports Illustrated from the great Albert Breer. You be well, sir.
All right. Thanks, Rich.
That's Bert, everybody, right here
Albert.
on the Rich Eisen Show. We'll be back on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance, with our live stream on Disney Plus and the ESPN app everywhere after this.
As a scientist, I can tell you that Sundays are only 24 hours long. But with NFL Sunday Ticket and YouTube TV, you get every game every Sunday all in one place. That's upwards of 30 hours of NFL in one day. How can there be 30 hours in 24 hours, you ask? I have a theory. Magic. New users get NFL Sunday Ticket for 8 payments of $34.50 per month. Sign up at NFLSundayTicket.com. Local and national games on YouTube TV. NFL Sunday Ticket for out-of-market games excludes digital-only games and commercial use. Terms and embargoes apply. Availability varies.
The John Deere Gator XUV lets you cut, pack, drive, scout, weld, stack, feed, pull, load, tow, spray, and haul, all in a single day. Because with the highest cargo box volume in its class, customizable features, and a towing capacity of up to 4,000 pounds, it gets the job done. You just have to get in the seat. Learn more at your John Deere dealer or visit johndeere.com/Gator XUV.
Collector's Firearms. Don't let the name fool you. We have new guns too. With 12,000 new and pre-owned guns in stock, we have the largest selection in the country. Got a dirty gun? We'll clean it free while you wait. With over 50 years of experience, our expert staff help both seasoned collectors and first-time owners. From tactical firearms to historical rifles, modern handguns to vintage classics. Visit us at Westheimer and Voss or online at collectorsfirearms.com. Collector's Firearms, the best damn gun shop in the world.
Thinking about going electric? Now's the time. Get up to a $7,500 federal tax credit when you buy an EV. But hurry, it ends September 30th. EV Blazers are in stock now at Monument Chevrolet off Beltway 8 and 225. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Football fans, listen up. Game day just got an upgrade with Bites and Brews Tailgate Classics from Crawfish Cafe and Carbach Brewery. Load up with the game day pack. Spicy wings, Cajun fries, sausage, corn, and more. Ice cold Carbach beer, of course, buckets for $10, singles for $2. Plus, catch ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 as we broadcast live this Monday at Crawfish Cafe in the Heights. Find your flavor at crawfishcafe.com or follow on socials at Crawfish Cafe.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and miss the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195.
Priority Tax Relief.
It's midnight in Houston, and Bob just can't sleep. The AC is broken, and he can't count the sheep. Don't worry, big man. You don't need to scream. We can fix your AC with the help of Air Team. They'll come to your place, fix it up without a trace. Trust the ultimate fan with the paint on his face.
Is your air conditioner not performing at a pro level? Call Air Team, H-Town's HVAC team. The best heating and air conditioning installation services. 713-936-5346 or visit airteamltd.com.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. Allstate Windows and Siding knows what matters to Houstonians. That's why they're dedicated to earning your trust and giving you great value and service. Allstate Windows and Siding offers top-quality products that protect your home from the toughest weather while saving you up to 40% on your energy bills. And right now, they're offering 30% off windows and $2,500 off of complete siding jobs. Call 832-204-1936 to take advantage today. Call for your estimate, 832-204-1936, or go to allstatewindowsandsiding.com. Hey, Lance Zerline here. If you have low water pressure, dirty, or bad tasting water, call Aqueduct Plumbing Company. They're Houston's premier repiping company. If you have a water heater that's over 10 years old, it may be time to look into a tankless water heater. Go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. They are the local plumbing experts, and you can trust that they are going to take care of ESPN 97.5 listeners. Make sure that you keep the name aqueductplumbingcompany.com in your phone and ready for action.
Small businesses look for banking partners who make fast and efficient decisions. Veritex Community Bank has a lending team standing by to help you navigate through the loan process. Visit veritexbank.com for more details. That's VERITEX bank.com. Member FDIC, subject to credit approval.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, our friends at Hyundai want to let you know about the Hyundai, all-new Hyundai Palisade. It's an incredible SUV. It's got a spacious interior that's comfy for the entire crew. It can go off-road, and it's over 600-plus miles of range. It's the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. All that and more. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. That's 562-314-4603 for more details. Let's talk a little college football, shall we? LSU taking care of business against Florida. 4 interceptions for that LSU defense. Boy, Florida, once upon a time after, remember we were sitting here saying after Arch lost to Ohio State, wait till they play Florida, it's going to be a big test. Well, first of all, we're talking about Arch against UTEP first and how it still doesn't look like him blowing the doors off for everybody. And I think the Heisman Trophy conversation is definitely finished for Arch in Texas right now. I mean, it's going to take a monumental final 2 months of the season to get him back in that conversation. But anyway, long story short, we bring this up because Brian Kelly didn't like some of the questioning after the game, after they won at home against Florida in front of the whole country. He's feeling good about the way the team went. And somebody was asking him something that wasn't entirely positive about his team. Hit it.
I know you love these immediate post-game sessions, but what are you seeing with your offense?
Stop. Really? Is that the first question? We won the game 20-10. Try another question. What do you want me to tell you? I just laid it out for you. We played the game to win the game. We played the game to win the game.
All right. How about third down then? What is going on with third down?
It's one game. Last game, we were great on third down. You're looking at this from the wrong perspective. LSU won the football game. Won the game. I don't know what you want from me. What do you want? You want us to win 70-0 against Florida to keep you happy?
No, I think people want to know why you can't run the ball, quite honestly.
We can run the ball. Did you see the last play of the game? That's all you need. You just need one. There's a ridiculous questions. And I'm getting tired of it. That football team just worked their tail off to get an SEC win, and you want to know what's wrong. You know what? You're spoiled. You're spoiled. This team is 17-1 at night. 17-1. Give them some respect. How about that? Give them some respect instead of micro-analyzing every little thing. This is ridiculous. For a group of seasoned reporters, that kind of question is so out of line.
Coach Deshaun Spears, 2 interceptions tonight. It seems like he's worked into a role on.
That's a great question. Thank you.
Oh my word! That was the only thing that was missing was hello.
I know.
You know,
you don't play to just play it. That's the great thing about sports.
Oh boy! I mean, instead of you played to win the game, he said we played the game to win the game.
Right.
It's a little bit more wordy than you play to win the game, which is it's not going to look pretty sometimes. But all we needed to do in one moment was just get 2 yards. We don't need to go get 20. And I understand, reporters are like it's still not clicking. But the reason why I wonder if he's going to get any blowback for calling them spoiled.
That's what I was just going to say.
When you call someone spoiled, although he did also, did you see, he paused to pick and choose the right word to not offend them as to what to call them, what type of reporters. He used seasoned.
Yeah, is that the solid good. When talking about reporters?
Seasoned reporters means that you know better. You should know better than to just take the bait of you're having trouble running the ball when all you needed to do was run the ball well that one time to win the game. And I'm sure the reporters were responsible. If you ran the ball more consistently well, then you wouldn't be hanging on for dear life, potentially. Although LSU is ranked 3rd at 3-0.
32-11
right now.
LSU under Brian Kelly. They are 3-0 in bowl games. But spoiled. They haven't been in the mix to win a title since he's been there.
But this is the SEC.
This guy.
Hey, not in Central Michigan anymore. Cincinnati or even Notre Dame. Yeah. Even Notre Dame.
Played for the Natty, though, at Notre Dame.
LSU's ranked 3rd. Yeah, hello. That was the only word that was missing. Oh, I think we got ourselves a new rant.
Oh, yeah.
And the question about the interceptions was like the Matt Leinart will be next. It's a very, we are who they thought they were. Don't worry about it, Mike. We're out of time.
Just going to play the Matt Leinart.
Hour number two is in the books. Your phone calls in hour number 3, and we'll talk about the rest of week number 2. We'll get some Vegas stories, what happened there. Not exactly going to stay there from T.J. Jefferson, who was there for the prize fight over the weekend.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Out here, pets are always by your side, watching the herd, running fence lines, or asleep at your feet. Pets are some of our favorite customers. When you bring them along to Tractor Supply, we'll always have a treat waiting. And with our price match guarantee, you'll always get the best price on their favorite food, toys, treats they love, and pet meds to keep them healthy. Tractor Supply, for pets out here.
Suit up for savings. Suit Mart's Suit Timber Sale is on right now. Get 2 sharp wool suits in solids and fashion patterns for just $4.29. 2 wool suits for $4.29? That's incredible. That's style and value you won't find anywhere else. And complete your look with Italian-made socks. Get 3 pairs for only $18. Suit up smart. Suit up stylish. Only at Suit Mart. Don't wait. These Suit Timber savings won't last. 3 convenient locations to shop. Suit Mart, where style meets savings.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS.
Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-692-7009. 800-692-7009. That's 800-692-7009.
Blue Star Tequila, the world's first and only night-harvested tequila. This is tequila that's natural, unfiltered best, made with 100% blue agave and totally additive-free. Smooth, vibrant, and full of character. It's tequila the way it was meant to be. So whether you're chasing championships or celebrating the moment, raise your glass to bold beginnings and taste the Blue Star difference. Find it near you at bluestartequila.com.
Born in Austin, Texas, Rambler Sparkling Water's signature limestone mineral blend and crisp carbonation creates a unique flavor for a premium sparkling water without the sodium. Available in original lemon, lime, grapefruit, satsuma, blackberry, and now wild cherry. Grab a case today at your local grocery store. Learn more about Rambler at ramblersparklingwater.com. Get Ramblin', Houston.
Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you bought that TV in the parking lot. It just happened to not come in a box, or include a remote. And when you finally managed to turn it on, all it displayed was the menu of Grumpy's Tacos. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Mark your calendars. The Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC annual classic car show is back for its 8th year. It's Carcella in the cornfield. This year, it's a 2-day extravaganza. October 3rd and 4th. Friday night kicks off with a country and blues concert featuring Terry Rogers. Plus lots of food trucks, vendors, and fun. On Saturday, you'll be blown away by the collection of incredible classic cars. Carcella in the cornfield, a free event that's fun for the entire family. Learn more about this great event and learn how you can get there at GulfCoastChevyBuickGMC.com.
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zata Jewelers, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
You've got to be kidding me. I can't believe what I just saw.
Sack! Ball out in Atlanta. Scramble for it. Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
64. And sweet butter.
Earlier on the show, senior writer for the MMQB, Albert Breer. Coming up, your phone calls, latest news, and more. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Third and final hour of our Week 2 Monday edition of the Rich Eisen Show here on Disney Plus, ESPN app everywhere, and ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Not one, but two football games tonight. 2 football games tonight, 7 Eastern and 10 p.m. Eastern Time. The kickoffs to Tampa and Houston, the winners of the Southern divisions in last year's National Football League season. Texans coming off of licking its wounds here in Los Angeles, one of 3 teams to not score a touchdown in week number 1. The Houston Texans trying to bounce back to avoid the dreaded 0-2 start against the Bucs, trying to stay one in front of the Atlanta team that turned things around lickety-split last night defensively, pounding J.J. McCarthy and not letting him off the mat like the Bears did 1 week ago tonight. And then the Vegas Raiders trying to lead the division after just 2 weeks of action, taking on the Los Angeles Chargers, who we have not seen since 2 Fridays ago, and trying to take a 2.5-game lead over the 0-2 Chiefs and then lead the division by 1.5 over the Raiders and 1 over the Denver Broncos, who they are seeing in their house to kick off their home schedule on week 3. So that's what's all at stake tonight on ESPN and ABC and all the family of networks. And we'll be talking about it at length, obviously, tomorrow. Our first-hour guest tomorrow is Jordan Love of the Green Bay Packers. Nice. Check out our Overreaction Monday pod. It's already been out there for a couple of hours, wherever you get your podcasts. All 3 hours of this show available that way as well. A rhetorical question to kick off hour number 3, which means I already know the answer, and it does not require an answer.
But we'll give you one. Yeah, I mean.
Oh, man, I really want to answer.
Yeah,
do you think the Detroit Lions and Dan Campbell were sending a message on Sunday? Do you?
Do you? Hang on.
You got that?
Yeah, hold on.
Our favorite Bill Burr soundbite. Do you think they were sending a message?
Like Mighty Ducks. Not worth winning if you can't win big.
Exactly.
Gents, I was fearful for the Chicago Bears this week. The narrative that has been sitting out there. Oh, the secret sauce for Jared Goff. It's Ben Johnson. He's gone, and so is your opportunity to score points. How does a 50 burger sound to you with Ben Johnson in their house? And then, Ben Johnson's going to turn around Caleb Williams. That's what he's going to do. And so if Caleb Williams is turned around in their house and Jared Goff and the offense suffers, that's a double narrative salted away that Ben Johnson was the real reason that the Lions could do what they did on offense and thus win 15 games and be the 1 seed last year. Coming in with as many consecutive losses in a row as they had total losses last year, including, obviously, the playoff loss to the Washington Commanders. Potentially, it's Ben Johnson's doing, is it not? I mean, that stumble bum play that happened in Chicago was the moment that the Bears maybe thought, this is our guy. Jared Goff stumbling around, throwing for touchdowns on purpose. That guy's gone, and so are the Lions on offense, and thus, in general. How does 52 points sound?
A lot.
It is indeed.
So many.
Second most, tied for second most in the game all time. And how about Goff? Boy, Jared Goff, boy, you can't do jack without Ben Johnson. How does a 5-touchdown, no-interception game do? He's now had 3 of those as a Lion. Stafford only had 1 in his tenure. Amon-Ra St. Brown, what's he going to do without Ben Johnson, huh? We didn't see him very much of significance in week 1. How does 100 yards and a touchdown by halftime sound to you? That's what he had. First player with 100 yards receiving a touchdown in the first half of a game this year. First 100-yard first half game of his career. Oh, that's Ben Johnson on the other sideline doing that. How about Sonic and Knuckles scoring a touchdown for the 10th time as teammates Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery now have as many such games, 10, as Paul Hornung and Jim Taylor and Hugh McElhaney and Joe Perry had for the Packers and Niners, respectively. I'll give you a little hint. They're all in the Hall of Fame. How about that? Oh, and just in case you think you're missing Aaron Glenn, too, how about we just get all over Caleb Williams and Kirby Joseph comes up with his 18th career interception, most since 2022. Man, you would talk about it's the second most of any safety this century. in the first 4 seasons of a career. So Lions, I think, we're sending a message. You know, how about Jamison Williams and all? I mean, I could go on and on and on and on and on because the Lions did on Sunday. And, you know, restored a little bit of faith in me as they were restoring that roar in Ford Field for choosing them to win the conference. You heard Albert Breer saying in hour 2, the issue was communication in week 1, according to Jahmyr Gibbs on offense.
Makes sense.
Dan Campbell, I think, was communicated the narrative. And I told you, watch out. It's not the roster. It's certainly not the head coach. It's the guy who's now the head coach of the Bears. And it's not like Ben Johnson was the one who started that narrative. We're all in the media, the ones who've been talking about it. And I think Dan Campbell wanted to shut everybody up.
I mean, I don't know all that. I know this. That was a tough loss last week. That was tough. You know, we went out there. We expected to play much better than we did. You know, we didn't give ourselves a chance. You know, Green Bay got after us pretty good. And so I think more than anything, that was a big part of it. You know, I think we answered a lot of questions as it pertains back to what you said. You know, I've said this all along, man. This train keeps rolling, man. And we got plenty here, and it always is going to start with the players. We got players, we got playmakers, and they're made the right way. They're the right kind of guys, man. They know how to get in the ditch and just start digging, man. They don't worry about the other stuff. So, you know, it's a good job.
Good job, indeed, I would say. Can confirm. Good job. Ben Johnson didn't want to hear about the run-up the score stuff. I liked his response, actually. Hit it.
Do you believe Dan Campbell ran it up on you on that 4th and 4 goal?
What's he supposed to do? Is 4th and goal, what do you want him to do? Yeah, he could have kicked the field goal. They don't kick field goals. They go for it there. So he was doing what he was supposed to do. That's what he does.
How demoralizing is this loss, considering you were coming back, you left for Chicago?
It's not demoralizing at all. It's not demoralizing at all. We got to play better. Simple as that.
Okay. Not demoralized. I'll tell you what, man. Couple things. First on the Bears here. Rome Odunze's getting his, and if he's the first option, one would think in most of the schemes, right? He's first option. Caleb's finding him. The question is, what about options 2, 3, and 4? What about that? All of 3 of Caleb's touchdown passes this year have gone to Rome Odunze. As people, I imagine, who have DJ Moore and anybody else in fantasy or any of the tight ends are probably talking about right now.
I resemble that.
And Odunze's already matched his receiving touchdown total from all of last year. So the Caleb Odunze combination is working. DeAndre Swift got in the end zone. There's just going to be, certainly when you're 0-2, it's going to ratchet it up next week against Dallas and Chicago. That's a must-win for the Bears. And they're gonna have to start looking a lot more efficient on that side of the ball soon. I don't think I'm stating anything out of the ordinary here, but already, you know, we're seeing too many shades of last year and not enough of what we're supposed to see this year through 2 weeks. It's a long season. Let us see. I don't know how patient everyone's going to be. You're already hearing, I guess, you know, Ben Johnson. What's he supposed to do? Just kneel on the ball on 4th down? Last week he didn't want to hear questions deep into the week as he was getting about his decision to not kick the ball out of bounds to force the Minnesota Vikings to have fewer stoppages of the clock at their disposal, right?
Cost themselves about
of their own self, right?
Seconds, yeah.
Okay, so that was something you didn't want to talk about deep into the week. We'll see how Ben Johnson as HC handles everything. So far, we haven't seen enough wins. That's obvious. So I'll still counsel patience for you Bears fans. And as for the Lions, that's what you want to see. You want to see them feeling dominant again. The place in Ford Field going nuts. One of the toughest places to play. You want that right back at you. And week one caused a lot of the mojo to be taken away. And you wanted that right away. You didn't want more doubts. The Bears are leaving not demoralized, as he said, Ben Johnson, but feeling doubts. You want doubts removed. You want to feel like we're back. Check that box. Through the long run, though, we'll find out that week one Lions-Packers game, more about the Lions not having communication or the Packers are just that freaking good. The Lions are the first team to play since being beaten by the Packers this year, and we've seen the big difference between weeks 1 to week 2. Is it more about them getting their ducks in a row, better communication? We'll see down the line. But right now, I look at this, and I'm like, the Packers are maybe just that good. And we'll see how the Commanders are in week 3 against the Vegas Raiders, who will see how they follow up their week 1 win in New England on Monday night. But I'm like, great to see, certainly since I picked the Lions to win the conference, great to see Roar restored. They're back. It's not just Ben Johnson. It really is the guys there. They can get on the page and jump and maul people and be bullies and push around and bite kneecaps and take off, hunks of your muscles and all that sort of stuff. They can do that still. Great. Check that box. But are they better than the Packers? We shall see. And the Lions, as we can check out, next see the Packers. When is that? They are, oh boy, look at this.
13.
Thanksgiving. There you go. That's right. Yeah. Okay. So that's a nice meal to kick off the John Madden triple header celebration. Yes. So because the way we saw the Vikings struggle, we're going to see ups and downs clearly with them. And the Bears are, dare I say, who we thought they might be. I don't know just yet. That's the way I took, that was my takeaway from that. Let's go to, where are we going to go? Terzo in Iowa. All rise. Let's take our friend. What's up, Terzo? How are you, sir?
Doing well, Rich. Hey, man, Jimmy kind of took my joke away. I was going to make a funny joke about Jerry and who needs when you got a golden leg of Brandon Aubrey.
Nice.
But the Niners looked good yesterday. Mac Jones played well enough. I don't know if I really agree with Breer on saying that he looked really great. I just thought he played well, did what we needed him to do.
Yes.
It still just feels like we're just injury prone, and each game I'm just nervous that somebody's just going to continue to go down. And we had a couple people on the offensive line that happened to.
Yeah, I'm looking at the standings right here. I don't see any pictures, and I don't see any medical reports. I see 2-0. You know what I mean? And and not to go all Brian Kelly on you here, but Mac played the game to win the game. You know what I mean? And he won the game, which is more than anybody else who's backed up for Brock Purdy since Purdy became the man has done. You won the game. They improved that position. They didn't know by week 2 they'd need it. And they're also now 2-4 all time without Kittle. So you don't usually do well without anybody named Purdy when Purdy's been the starter, and you don't do well without anybody named Kittle in uniform. So you just got to check the boxes, man. Check the boxes, matriculate. Now you got Arizona, which is a battle of 2-0 teams in week 3. How about that?
That's going to be good, and I'm going to be at the game for my 40th birthday.
Hey, nice! Happy birthday in advance. Awesome. Look at you! Look at you! Happy birthday to you!
Yeah, I got an awesome girlfriend who's taking care of me, so I do appreciate that.
Love it.
Okay, thanks for the call, Terzo. Mac Jones had this to say about getting over the nerves. Oh. Okay. Hitting.
I think it's just like not making it bigger than it is, and like sometimes when you have them, like you fight them, but like you can't really do that. You just got to let them come and figure out how to work through it, and a lot of it's just breathing and slowing down your pulse. And obviously worked on that this off season, and got to continue to grow in that area. But really, the guys around me, like Trent, came up to me. He's like, "You're good, dude. Just go out there and hoop." And I was like, "I got you. I can go hoop." And then once he said that, I was like, "All right, let's play ball." So that was kind of cool.
I'm so happy for him. With Kurt, and the NFL Network crew called his game in Frankfurt, Germany against the Colts. That turned out to be his last gasp as the starter in New England. He was talking to his old teammate Tua and hearing about how Mike McDaniel would sit next to him on the bench, have him over, chit-chat, connect with him as a head coach. And it sounded to me like, I wish I had that here in New England.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
And when he left the room, and we were waiting for Bill to show up, I asked that of Kurt and everyone else in the room. I'm like, did you get that vibe from Mac? And they were all like, we were thinking the same exact thing. And now, I don't know if Kyle's inviting the Joneses, if he is married, I don't know what his situation is, over to the Shanahans. I don't know if the Joneses and Shanahans are all hanging together and, playing Scrabble. Or what do you do? Trivial Pursuit?
Yeah,
what do we do anymore? I don't know. A little Quizlet?
Cards Against Humanity?
I don't know. Whatever.
That's
but I don't know if that's what's happening. But he's got something different going for him. Last year he had it with Doug Peterson. And now he's got it with Kyle, and Kyle is the one who sent Darnold off into, the next iteration that wound up with a 14-win season for Sam, and then now here he is as the Pizzade quarterback of the 1-1 Seattle Seahawks, as Sam Darnold won the battle of former Jet quarterbacks in Pittsburgh. So I don't know. I mean, you are what you are, and what you are is a 2-0 team, and you know what helps? It helps to have number 22 around, Christian McCaffrey joined two other gentlemen as the only players in the history of the NFL with 50 or more career rushing touchdowns and 30 or more career receiving touchdowns, because he had a receiving touchdown on 5 catches for 89 yards. And let me tell you again.
He's 23 with the 49ers.
Oh, 23. Did I say 22?
He was 22 with the Carolina.
My bad. 23. Yeah. 23. My bad. Thank you for that number correction. But, it helps to have McCaffrey there. And I remember McCaffrey at the Combine when he was running routes. They had him run the route tree as a receiver, and he was running it better than the receivers in the Combine when he was there working out as a running back out of Stanford. And we were all talking about, oh, man, he didn't want to play in the Sun Bowl in El Paso, and what a bad teammate he might be. Do you want to have you want to pass on him in the draft because there's a red flag?
Big deal. Let's
not forget that one.
Such a big deal. So dumb.
At any rate, the two people he passed is the only ones with 50 or more rushing touchdowns and 30 more receiving touchdowns in a career. He joined Lenny Moore and our guy, 28, Marshall Faulk.
Hey.
So it helps to have that guy healthy. Isn't it crazy everyone else around him is getting hurt, and this guy is as strong as a bull, it seems, after scaring everybody with a limited
on right now, Rich Eisen.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. It's not wood, but I'm with you.
I understand.
To use the Gruden phrase.
I think this is wood.
So, hey, for you Niner fans, 2-0. Don't care about anything else. Oh man, we almost lost to Spencer Rattler. Okay, so what? Onward, move on. That's gone. You're 2-0. I see that on the standings without any pictures. Next up for them, Arizona and Jacksonville at home before an early week Thursday night trip here to take on the Rams. It's possible Purdy's back for that. Who knows? Before they visit Tampa and then have a pretty big Sunday nighter against Atlanta. The Niners have got some interesting games coming up, and we'll see, they keep sneaking through and nobody keeps paying attention to them. You never know. Get Ayuk back and off you go. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial right here on the program. ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Insurance for motorcycles, boats, and RVs for protection on the road and on the water. See how much you can save at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com. More of your phone calls, and we'll talk about the wild game in Indianapolis and a new nickname that I'm hoping will stick in the NFL. And more of your calls here on The Rich Eisen Show.
Jen has ordered a decadent seafood tower, king crab legs, lobster tails, and a waterfall of caviar. Pricey? You bet. But Jen worked with Empower on her savings and investment strategy and planned for splurges like these. She got good at money, so she can be a little bad. Ooh, champagne. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisory Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. OMG, those shrimps are really jumbo.
Well, here we are again, and I got to tell you, Jim, this match has me really concerned.
Here we have a powerful heavyweight, a train, weighing in at 6,000 tons. And this hasty lightweight challenger, a car, at just 1.5 tons.
This does not bode well for the car or the people in it.
It's no contest. Every day, people are injured or killed trying to beat a train at rail crossings. See tracks, think train.
McGrath Pest Control, basically hired killers. See their killing menu at McGrathPestControl.com.
Time to huddle up with Crawfish Cafe and Carbach Brewery for Bites and Brews Tailgate Classics. Feast on Crawfish Cafe's Game Day Pack. Spicy wings, Cajun fries, corn, potatoes, savory sausage, and a boiled egg. Wash it down with $10 Carbach lager buckets or grab a cold one for just $2. Big games on TV, bold flavors on your plate, and ice-cold brews in your hand. Head to any Crawfish Cafe in Greater Houston. Visit crawfishcafe.com or follow on socials at Crawfish Cafe. Crawfish Cafe, where game day is legendary.
The annual Katy Rice Harvest Festival is happening October 11th and 12th in Katy Historic Town Square. Check out country music artists like Sawyer Brown, Kylie Fry, and more performing free outdoor concerts. Plus, the carnival is back. Get all day or weekend unlimited ride carnival passes now. For the adults, visit the Sports Zone and enjoy adult bevs while you watch the big rivalry game between Texas and Oklahoma on Saturday. Get advance tickets and carnival passes now at KatyRiceHarvestFestival.com. That's KatyRiceHarvestFestival.com.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195.
Priority Tax Relief.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, a lot of people will tailgate, mostly Texans or University of Houston or Texas A&M. Hey, if you've got a favorite team, you guys will color code them that color of your team.
Even if you like the Saints and you need some sun gold in your life, we got you.
What about the Cougs?
I'm a Coug. Of course we got to have Cougar colors.
They're the biggest. They're the best. They're expanding. Houston Powder Coaters. Call Robin, 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
You've heard me talking about Two Creeks Crossing Resort. What a beautiful, relaxing place. We took the family when school got out, and we had a fantastic time. We stayed in the treehouse. You know the kids love that. I drove up after I got off work and was there in 90 minutes, which is pretty close to my normal commute. The family took it all in, from exploring their 92-acre property to fishing in the creeks and their catch-and-release pond, which the kids loved. Everybody had a great time, and we can't wait to go back. Book now at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Hey Texans fans, Sean Mapes here. You know every game counts, so don't miss a moment of the action this season on Prize Picks. Make your picks on your favorite Houston Stars and Battle Red all season long. Prize Picks is the best way to win cash this football season. You've been waiting all offseason preparing for this moment. Which players are going to go off? Which ones aren't? Make your picks, and in less than 60 seconds, you can turn your takes into cash all season long. Prize Picks is simple to play. All you have to do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections. If you get your picks right, you could cash in. And don't worry about injuries, because Prize Picks also offers injury reboots. If one of your players leaves the game in the first half and doesn't return, Prize Picks won't count it as a loss. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Houston is Soccer City, USA, and World Cup 2026 is coming our way. Join me, Glenn Davis, every Tuesday and Wednesday, 6 Central Time, for Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. You know I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW.
Do you have the ESPN Houston app? Download it now in your app store.
Back on the Rich Eisen Show radio network on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. We just got a nice update from what TJ was doing over the weekend at the Bud Crawford, coronation. It was neat stuff. Everyone buzzing about that. 844-204-RICH, number to dial here on the program. Let's go to Matt in Omaha, Nebraska. What's up, Matt?
Speaking of.
Not much. How you guys doing?
Good. What's on your mind, sir?
Home of Bud
You
Crawford.
got to be feeling good, man. Well, I was watching the Indiana Jones and the Leverage of Doom this weekend.
Nice.
Wow. How about that?
That's, by the way,
okay.
Next level. If I wasn't sitting down, I'd be standing up, if that means anything to you.
I've been watching
Leverage of Doom. Okay.
Indiana Jones do so well this weekend and also the weekend before. And I've been on record as being, before the season, very negative towards Danny Dimes when we signed him. I was really hoping Anthony Richardson would get the job, but I've been kind of turning the other way. But I'm a little nervous since I watched him last season, same as you did, Rich, in Europe, and how poorly he played then. And I'm nervous that, can we make it to the playoffs this year? And we'll be able to, take the division for the first time in almost 10 years. And, I'm unsure of how we're going to do this year. I was wondering if you had the same thoughts, or
Matt,
should I be riding the hype train?
Let me help you out here. Because you gave us Indiana Jones and the Leverage of Doom. Let me help you out here.
Very good.
Just soak in the moment, brother. Soak it in. 2-0 for the first time since 2009. This is a team that couldn't do anything in week one, and now you're 2-0 for the first time since 2009, and you have a coach who made the right decision. The new ownership group let the coach make the right decision. And again, thanks for the call, Matt in Omaha. I understand why Matt in Omaha and other Colts fans wanted Anthony Richardson to get the gig, because they drafted him so highly, and they thought so highly of him that they thought this is going to be our guy to run it and throw it and take a two-way quarterback threat and place him in Indianapolis, where there's a statue out in front of the stadium that exists because of the guy that the statue is made of, and he is the ultimate pocket passer. And so now we're going to take the 2.0, the 21st century type quarterback who can run it and throw it, and we're going to get that guy, and we're going to dominate the league just like Lamar's doing with the Ravens, Josh Allen with the Bills, and here comes now Daniel Jones, and he gets the gig, meaning Anthony Richardson ain't it, or at least he's not it yet. And I'll tell you what, the way this guy, Daniel Jones, has played over the first 2 weeks, you are not seeing Anthony Richardson again. If he keeps playing this way, he is done as a Colt. That's a fact. And this is also another fact about the NFL. You can't make it up. You never know. We hear that all the time. And Daniel Jones's first 2 weeks have proven it. Now, can he keep doing it? Great question. Will the Colts be a playoff team? Starting 2-0 means you got a 3 out of 4 chance of making the playoffs. Based, again, on the stats I started the show with, since 2021, when they expand the playoff field to 7 teams, 77% of the teams that started 2-0 made the playoffs. Looking good, Billy Ray. And Lewis is feeling good because look at what Daniel Jones has done. Stuff that they have not seen since Peyton Manning. I'm serious. 4th player in Colts history with a 100 or better passer rating in each of the first 2 games of the season. The only 3 other ones. One guy's got his name in the Ring of Honor. Jim Harbaugh, his captain comeback year in 95. He was dynamite that year. Johnny Unitas did it in 1967, and Peyton Manning did it in 2010. If you had said to me, name an offense that will score in its first 10 possessions and also be the first of the season and also be the first team in the Super Bowl era to not punt a single time in each of the first 2 games, we would have named a half dozen, if not a full other dozen teams with high-powered offenses and dynamite quarterbacks before we landed on Daniel Jones, Shane Steichen, and the Indianapolis Colts. And whatever Daniel Jones is dialing up and the RPOs that he never really ran with the Giants and he's now running because that is the bread and butter in many ways of the Indianapolis Colts offense, has gotten Jonathan Taylor fully off the hook. 25 carries, $165. And 2 receptions for 50 yards and a touchdown. 7th consecutive game with at least 70 or more rushing yards. That's the longest active streak in the NFL. 10th career game with 150 or more rushing yards. That's the most in the history of the Colts. The only player this decade with more than 10 such games is named Derrick Henry. 5th career game with 200 or more scrimmage yards for Taylor. Only Derrick Henry's had more than Taylor since he entered the NFL in 2020. And in terms of most games in Colts history with 200 or more scrimmage yards, he trails only Edgerrin James in that regard. He's one behind him, and he just broke a tie with Lenny Moore and Marshall Faulk, who are in the Hall of Fame. That's what he's doing. And Tyler Warren, he broke T.Y. Hilton's rookie record for most receiving yards by a Colts player in their first 2 games of their career, 155. And defensively, they're doing what they need to do. They got a big-ass break at the end of the game against the Broncos.
Sure did.
The leverage call, the leverage of doom. And this is something that, again, we're going to be talking about maybe the rest of the season. If the Broncos are as good as we think they are, and I think they are, and the Colts have proven to be as good as they are, looking like a playoff team that is going to be rooting for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers tonight, because if the Bucs beat the Texans, they'll have a 2-game lead over the Texans entering week 3. And so, this break that they got at the end of the game, because, the leverage call is rarely called. You did see the Broncos player in question put his hands on the lineman, blocking for the field goal at the end of the game for the Colts. And the 60-yarder, no good. Now after another untimed down, 15 yards closer, it's good. So the Broncos were 2-0 for literally 5 seconds, and the Colts were 1-1 for 5 seconds. And I told you the difference between making the playoffs is 37% difference between 1-1 and 2-0. And the Colts are leading their division, and the Broncos are going to be in second place in their division by the end of the night, depending on whoever wins in Vegas. Got to give it up to the Colts, man. And Daniel Jones, man. 588 pass yards in the Colts' first 2 games. 5 offensive touchdowns, and the key, 0 giveaways. No bird brain decisions that you're like, really? This guy went to Duke and did something as silly as that? Shouldn't he have a better brain than that? The first Colts player with 5 or more offensive touchdowns and no giveaways in the first 2 weeks since Peyton Manning in 2010. And again, the leverage call not only flipped the script for these 2 teams, but it took Shane Steichen off the hook because it looked like they were playing for a 60-yarder. It's crazy to watch coaches play for 60-yard field goals now.
Right.
Normally, it's like you're playing to make sure you're at least getting within 50 yards, but he played for the 60-yarder, and Spencer Schrader missed it. After that penalty, the 45-yarder was a gimme, right? And they're 2-0. First time since 2009, they made the Super Bowl that year. They started 14-0. If you remember, they took a knee on their undefeated season. Bill Polian took a knee on it, helped the Jets out, who they eventually saw in the AFC Championship game, beat and went on to the Super Bowl and lost to Sean Payton, who they beat yesterday. It's wild. Can't make it up. Never say never. And if Daniel Jones keeps playing this way, you just heard the caller from Omaha nickname him Danny Dimes. We've got to upgrade. As I mentioned on Overreaction Monday podcast, Danny Dollars, or Danny Diamonds.
Danny Diamonds. That one I like.
Because that's what pressure makes, from what I heard once upon a time.
Let's pump the brakes until like week 4. Okay?
No, I know. I got it. Don't forget, in his Carolina, brief tenure as Carolina quarterback, Sam Darnold was 3-0, and we were talking about MVP for him. Remember that?
Sam Darnold.
Okay. Indianapolis moving forward at Tennessee, at the Rams, home for Vegas, home for Arizona, at the Chargers, home for Tennessee, at Pittsburgh, Atlanta at home on a Monday night before a bye.
7-3.
That game against Atlanta is in Germany. My bad. That's in Berlin. It's going to be a pretty big game, by the way, the way the Colts are playing now.
7-3 at the bye week?
Wouldn't that be good enough to win to lead the division by that point in time?
I would think so, especially if Houston wins tonight.
Jacksonville looks improved.
Jacksonville, yeah. Something is up with Trevor Lawrence, man.
Let's go to Derek in Missouri. What's up, Derek?
Rich, yesterday was a bit of a humdinger until the very end. 1 minute I'm celebrating the victory. Next thing I know, I'm having that reaction of that Michael Jackson meme you guys showed last year.
Right.
So, not that going for me. But, unfortunately I have to say it. The call was right. He had not one but two Bronco players leverage on that play. And you got to give it to Daniel Jones. He just played a remarkable game. And whatever kind of Kool-Aid he's drinking down there in Indianapolis, it seems to be working out. So, but on the other hand, Rich, Rivers going to really meet the road the next couple of weeks for Denver. I mean, you got to go into Los Angeles next week. That's probably not going to be favored in that one. Then that Monday night game against Cincinnati has a lot more intrigue to it with Burrow being out. And then you got to go and play the champions in Philadelphia. So
yeah, before a London game that I'll be calling against the Jets, and then they got the Giants and then the Cowboys all back to back to back. Listen, man, and thanks for the call, Derek. If there's any also silver lining is Bo Nix looked terrific. He was good. And I'll tell you what, Troy Franklin, he is really, really good and probably available on your fantasy waiver wire.
Yeah, most definitely.
8 catches for 89 yards and a receiving touchdown, and they had no answer for him. Yeah, they took Cortland Sutton straight out. He had only one catch, but
Franklin's going to be that waiver wire darling this week.
I'm not worried about the Denver Broncos at all.
No,
not by any stretch. Let's go to Jason in Oregon. We'll take your call before we take a break. What's up, Jason? You there, Jason? Oh, boy. He's been waiting for 2+ hours.
Jason.
I'll give you another 2 seconds. Then we'll take a break, and we'll come back and see if Jason from Oregon wants to reach him. Put him back on hold, Mike. Don't hang up on him.
No, I didn't. Rich.
Okay. Hey, like you've never done that before.
Yeah, Rich.
This may be a new audience here, Mike. You can't shine off a new audience like that without us pushing back.
I haven't done that in
3 weeks.
Yeah, right. Okay. Maybe weeks.
Okay, very good. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial right here on the Rich Eisen Show. More of your phone calls and wrap things up right here. News involving Jaden Daniels. Is the MRI on his knee back?
Oh. Stay tuned.
Oh, my gosh. That's coming up.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent are required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text HIM to 369-369 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text HIM to 369-369. That's HIM to 369-369. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than any other firm, and that's Dasper Law Firm. Why? Because they're the best at what they do, getting their clients the compensation they deserve for injuries they've wrongfully suffered in an accident. Lance Zerline here, and if you suffered an injury in an accident and you would like a free case review, call John Daspit now, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or visit DaspitLaw.com.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-692-7009. 800-692-7009. That's 800-692-7009.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here. Everybody knows I'm a numbers guy, but I don't know plumbing. That's the one thing I don't know that Aqueduct Plumbing does know. That's why I put my trust in Aqueduct Plumbing Company. I've had them do so much work, whether it's the first sign of a minor problem or if you're doing a kitchen or bathroom remodel. Why don't you reach out to Aqueduct Plumbing Company? Make my plumber your plumber. I trust them, and you can find them at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. No matter how big the job or how small the job, you're going to get great work every single time from aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
It's your guy, Sean, with Greenlight Offer, and guess what? We are still buying houses at fair prices. If you own a house and want to sell it fast in the most simplest way, I'm your guy. Call me today at 832-779-4000. We buy houses in any condition, any price range, in any location in the Texas area. Every single month, every single weekend, every single day, we are doing two things, Houston, and that's helping homeowners like yourself with their property problems and buying houses. In 2024, we bought 138 houses, and we want to buy more. We buy inherited houses, vacant houses, pretty houses, not so pretty houses, behind in payment houses. We even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. We buy them all. We will buy your house in as-is condition. No repairs needed, no clean out, and we will pay for movers to help you move. Call me at 832-779-4000 for a same-day offer. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
Friday Night Lights means one thing, high school football. And with football comes the homecoming game and the homecoming dance. Make sure you look sharp with Giorgio Dante suit separates at Suit Mart. Jackets start at just $89.99, vests from $29.99, and pants from $39.99. Choose from black, midnight navy, or charcoal gray. Then finish the look with a marquee slim fit dress shirt starting at only $22.99. Be ready for the big night with homecoming style from Suit Mart.
Hey Houston, John Granato here. Chastang Ford is teaming up with the local Houston Food Bank for a local food drive happening September 15th through the 25th. They're collecting non-perishable items right at the dealership at 610 Loop East at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown. It's all about giving back, and they're proud to be here for the community. So swing by, drop off your donations, and help them make a difference. That's Chastang Ford, where community comes first. ChastangFord.com.
Rich Eisen Show. Back here, one big happy simulcast stream, radio and television. The Hyundai Palisade Hybrid is an incredible SUV. It is all new. You need to check it out. Certainly if you're looking for something with a spacious interior, comfy for your entire crew. If you want something that goes off-road too, you got that. Check that box. This one is remarkable. 600-plus miles of range. Does that sound good to you? I think it does.
Yeah, sign me up.
Maybe it's you. You put it together, you're driving behind the wheel. It makes it that much more incredible. So much more than another SUV. The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. That's 562-314-4603 for more details here on the Rich Eisen Show. Only fitting that we play our breaking news drop, maybe for the first time on our Disney Plus existence. fresh off of an award show night. It was Emmy last night. Our drop comes from, you'll hear some great moment from recent Oscars. Hit it.
Here it comes. And my eyes see.
Breaking news.
All right, Christopher, what's the latest on Jaden Daniels, sir?
Rich, Jaden Daniels had an MRI today. There was a thought going around that he had a banged-up knee. That is confirmed, and his status for Week 3 is in doubt.
In doubt. So the extra mini-bye might not be enough.
Not to believe to be a serious injury, but whether he can go this week.
Perhaps not enough to answer the bell.
Uncertain.
Okay. The Commanders next up for them as the Raiders at home. And then you see after that, if it's an issue, at Atlanta, which showed on Sunday night that they can get after a quarterback in a way that we're not used to associating with them. Marcus Mariota is next man up. So it could be Mariota v. Geno Smith in Week 3. That doesn't do a lot for anybody who may have Jaden Daniels in their fantasy, and that includes the person talking to the microphone right now.
It includes Sarah Tiana, who has him in every league.
Okay, pretty much an egg you would want to put in every basket, I understand.
I mean, what did you say you had him in fantasy?
Okay.
Is that, I thought earlier we didn't?
No, I didn't.
Oh, just my fantasy.
No, I'm also giving you.
Good job, TJ.
Okay.
That's perfect.
We got some more, Rich, we got some more quarterback news.
And speaking of...
Here it comes. And my eyes see. You get double.
Okay.
Bad news for the Minnesota Vikings.
Oh, no.
J.J. McCarthy has been ruled out Sunday already.
Why?
Due to an ankle injury.
Wow.
Aaron Jones also not playing this week with a hamstring injury. Unlikely, according to Kevin.
Yeah, Minnesota's next up is against the Bengals. So it'll be Carson Wentz v. Jake Browning.
Oh, yes. We're all in for that.
That's
Mike.
not the reaction that you should be having, Mike.
Very good. Man, oh, man alive.
I can guess which play that happened on McCarthy. It's got to be the fumble. He got taken down and rolled up, and the way he kind of landed definitely looked like he rolled his ankle on that play, forcing him to fumble.
Carson Wentz is going to start a football game.
I mean, in 2025.
And by the way,
he might win.
Rest, ice, compression, and elevation.
Yep.
Because the next 2 games for the Vikings are overseas.
Oh.
So you got to, put that foot up and hope it doesn't swell or anything like that, because their Week 4 is in Ireland against the Steelers. And then the Vikings are the first team in the history of the NFL to play back-to-back road games outside of the country in different countries. They have to then take all their gear and move it to London to play the Browns in Tottenham. Both games on NFL Network, I should add.
Wentz beats the Bengals, right?
Not if Jake Browning shows up and starts winging it around, pal.
This is a Vikings question. If he beats the Bengals, McCarthy hasn't looked good in 7 of the 8 quarters. You start Wentz against Pittsburgh and the overseas games, right?
100% not. You got to get this kid going, man. And it's unfortunate that he's banged up.
Got to get him going. Carson Wentz was MVP of this league for 15 weeks.
Let me tell you something. Do you know why Anthony Richardson was drafted? And the Indianapolis Colts...
I don't know why he was drafted, actually.
...could not get Carson Wentz out of Indianapolis fast enough. That was the worst-kept secret in Indianapolis at that combine after Wentz, I believe, lost a Week 18 game in Jacksonville, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, needed to win, and they would have been in.
Right. And the late Jim Irsay, may he rest in peace, wanted Carson Wentz disappeared from his organization.
Steak and shake.
But we'll see what, again, Kevin O'Connell.
Kevin O'Connell is the QB whisperer.
I mean.
But, in our final moments of this program.
Just saying. Just throw it out.
We do need to again, Jaden Daniels being out for the Washington Commanders is a significant piece of news if he's going to miss it. We shall see. Remember, he was going to miss that start against the Bears, and we're all like, what a bummer that his ribs are all banged up. I mean, he's not going to play against the number 1 overall pick, and we're missing 1 versus 2, and he wound up throwing a Hail Mary to win it anyway. I'm just going to reserve judgment on, obviously it's not, this just not good if he's not playing. Maybe you sit him out against the Vegas Raiders, let him nurse it up and hope that Marcus Mariota can win the game for you, and you go into Atlanta, he better be able to be spry, because if the Falcons pass rush that we saw that knocked J.J. McCarthy around and then potentially out of his next start.
Yeah, pass rush.
Let me just tell you, that is significant, what we saw from the Atlanta Falcons on Sunday night. I mean, the Falcons, one thing that you could say about the Atlanta Falcons, for sure, over the past decade is, boy, their quarterback's good, really good, and that offense is good, really good. They can win the division and be really good, maybe go deep. One thing they're not going to do, they're not going to sack your quarterback. The one thing they don't have is a pass rush. And so they said, screw it. We're going to draft 2 of them in the first round and trade up to get 1 of them. And against a banged-up offensive line. And again, that's what J.J. McCarthy's dealing with as well. His center went out. Ryan Kelly went out in the middle of the game. You take your center out of a game, in the middle of a game, you lose your center. That is a massive problem. Protection issues, certainly if you got a kid back there who needs some help with some protection, physically and also literally, figuratively, to figure stuff out neck up. And then you're down to your 3rd left tackle because Darrisaw's out. And Atlanta put a quarterback pressure percentage up of 53.3%. Their best such pressure since week 15 of 2018, when they also had 6 sacks in a game. And they had 7 on that day. Same date. That was the last time they had a quarterback pressure that much and as many sacks as they had on Sunday night. And only 179 sacks since that game, week 15 of 2018 against Arizona. No other team in the NFL since that date had fewer than 200. So if Atlanta's figured that out, and Penix can get the ball out that fast, and Bijan, call me Bijan, but call me Bijan again, Robinson is running the way that he did. I don't know.
During the Sunday night intros.
I don't know.
I heard Bijan. I was like, what?
Wait a minute. I thought it was Bijan. And then Tarico
explained it.
They said they want to be Bijan again.
Okay.
Hey, we'll just call you Awesome. Because he runs like the friggin' Matrix.
Yep.
Remember that 6-yarder at the end of the game?
Just like,
that looked like Barry Sanders. I'm not going to lie. I shouldn't say these things out loud, but
they were saying it on the broadcast.
Dude. 3rd career game with 125 or more rushing yards. And that's tied for the most in the NFL since he's come into the NFL. Only Derrick Henry, Saquon, and Jonathan Taylor have had more in that span. So here we go. Atlanta, nice bounce-back win. And kicker, John Parker Romo.
Oh.
Which, by the way, normally that's how you refer to, a serial killer. And the reason why I only say that is because that's the nickname associated with a kicker in week 1 by Mike Tomlin.
What's Boswell's middle name?
All right. And John Parker Romo had 5 field goals. So Koo gets the gate, and in comes Romo. Now, I got to tell you, Jim, this guy can kick. So the Falcons, nice bounce-back win, Brandon.
That was nice. He was meeting teammates in the post-game interview.
There you go. And that wraps it up this Monday show. Check out our Overreaction Monday podcast. If you're listening to this on a podcast, it's right there on your RSS feed or our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show. Back on Disney Plus and the ESPN app everywhere to wrap this show up on a Monday.
Are you looking to buy a new or used car? Or maybe you're looking to save some money by refinancing your current auto loan? Check out Navy Federal Credit Union. They offer great rates on auto loans. And if you're active duty or retired military, you could get a special discount too. Applying is super simple. You could do it online or through their mobile app, and in most cases, you'll get a decision in just seconds. Not ready to buy just yet? That's okay. Refinancing your current loan with Navy Federal might help you lower your monthly payments, pay it off faster, or just save some money. And here's a nice bonus. If you refinance a loan from another lender of at least $5,000 with Navy Federal, you could get a $200 bonus. At Navy Federal, our members are the mission. Find out more at NavyFederal.org/auto loans.
Credit and collateral subject to approval. Rates are subject to change and are based on credit worthiness. Refinance loan must be at least $5,000 to be eligible for the $200 bonus. Terms and conditions apply. Terms and conditions apply for military discounts. Message and data rates may apply. Visit NavyFederal.org for more information. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
This is Freddie and Harry on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. You can get old pretty quickly doing the same thing over and over again, being stuck on stupid, if you're not careful, you're Jalen Carter. Because then the NFL will forget all about you. It wasn't a mistake. It was a terrible decision. If you're Jalen Carter, if it sounds like a bad idea in your head, it's going to be an even dumber idea outside of your body. You got to learn exactly when to grow up.
Check out more from Freddie and Harry weekdays at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Evan, Canty, and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
Friday night, Cards, Brewers.
God.
First pitch, Smalls, bounce, bounce.
I was devastated. Raleigh Marmol coached me up before the pitch, and he looked in my eyes and he goes, "You're going to bounce this. You're two in your head. You're going to bounce this."
Wait a minute. The manager of the Cardinals said to you before you threw out the first pitch that you're going to bounce this?
Yes.
Psyched you out.
Does he do it to his players too?
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday mornings starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call
Hello, Houston. Inside a Crawfish Cafe in the Heights on Shepherd. It smells so good in here.
It does.
He's Sean. I am Jeremy. No one's working. It's a new show, and no one's working. Joe's not here. Brian is not here. Ryan is in for Brian. The Twitch rejoices. There's no one working. It's weird. It's Monday. It's after week 2 of the NFL season. Joe's not here. Brian's not here. It is Brian's birthday, though. I did see that on Facebook.
Okay.
Did you wish him a happy birthday?
No, I didn't, and I won't. I
Why not?
Once you get past 21 for birthdays,
yeah.
What am I supposed to do?
I gave him a happy birthday on Facebook, but
and he's at least twice that now. So yeah, not giving him a happy birthday.
I gave him a little happy birthday.
He only knows my birthday because he and me and his wife have the same birthday.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we're both April 23rd.
Okay, sounds good.
But that doesn't mean I'm obligated to know his birthday.
No, you're not obligated. We are at Crawfish Cafe, though. Fantastic food, great spot to hang out, great spot to watch the game tonight. Carbach's going to be out here for their Monday night football special a little bit later. Bucket of 6 beers for $10, long necks $2. So why wouldn't you be here to watch not 1 but 2 Monday night football games? Texans Chargers at 6. And then the Chargers and the Raiders at like 9:30, whatever time it is. I saw the broadcasting team for each of these games. The Texans are getting the varsity for what it's worth. They're getting the Buck Aikman treatment, the 2 sideline reporters that we know and love, and it's the Chargers and Raiders that are getting the backup crew. They're getting Chris Fowler, Louis Riddick. I think the new guy who went from NFL Network to ESPN is going to be their sideline reporter. Okay. What's his name? The guy that He didn't play in the NFL, so
who cares?
Yelled at.
Kyle Brandt? No,
the other guy.
The other Peter Schrager.
Peter Schrager, yeah. The guy that Ryan Clark said, you can't talk, you don't know
Dismiss
ball.
his opinion.
Yeah, he'll be on Monday night. He'll be on the second Monday night game.
Yeah.
So that's fun. It is a big day in Houston, though, for Houston Pro Sports. One, because you have a Monday night football game, first time in a long time.
Yeah.
And then secondly, the Astros, who are very much in a playoff race, take on the Rangers today. So lots going on in City of Houston today.
Yes, and it's both teams are in a similar situation of you can't really win anything tonight, but you can start to lose things. You can really it can be a very bad night more so than it can be a very good night, I would say, for Houston sports fans.
Yeah, you can't win the division in week 2, but you might lose the division in week 2. You can't make the playoffs with a couple weeks left in the season, but you could go on your way of losing a playoff spot.
Yeah,
2 weeks left in the season. Yeah, so lots to get to. NFL yesterday was elite. I don't know how you consumed your football yesterday because Texans don't play at noon. Kind of opens up some things. I went red zone all day. That's how I consume my ball.
I went red zone on laptop. TV was Cowboys-Giants.
Okay, so you were watching that like snap for snap, but when red zone on TV.
Yeah,
I got you. No, I went red zone on TV and I had the Astros on the laptop.
Okay,
which is the way that I went yesterday. Yeah. In red zone in the noon slate. The final few moments of each of these games were very, very good.
It's the best part about the Texans being good again is that they don't play noon games every single week anymore. And so first 2 weeks of the season, we got to be spoiled a little bit. Now, one was just because they're on the West Coast in week 1. But now playing Monday nights, they'll have a Thursday, some Sundays throughout the season. I like to treat myself to a little red zone. And people are like, because there's now some red zone backlash, I've noticed.
Because of the sponsors?
Because of the sponsors, and there's a little bit of like, well, this isn't how real ball knowers watch football. You don't get a feel for the game. And I'm like, I don't really need a feel for the game. I just want a little sampler platter of the 9, normally pretty subpar noon games. And we ended up getting some good ones. I'm not sure how many good teams were involved in these good games. I know Dallas Giants had hit a point of like, wow, this is like really captivating stuff. I'm not sure if I feel better about either of these teams.
Yeah. I think I feel worse about both.
Yeah, that's where I landed. I think the Russ interception where the DB could have fair caught it, that's where I was like, yeah, this is bad for everybody.
That was so weird because Russell had the best game
he was dealing
in the last decade of his career. And
the neighbor's throw was good. That was a great throw.
Neighbors went nuts. Wendell Robinson went nuts.
Yep.
Cam Scatteraboo can't catch a ball out of the backfield. I don't know why he was playing so much. But Russell Wilson goes nuts. Like, this is going to be by far the best game he has in the last 5 years of his career.
Well,
and then he makes one of the worst throws he's ever made that led to an easy Cowboy win.
Yeah, it was the definition of a heat check. Like, that felt like it was 450
No, he
yards,
went nuts.
3 touchdowns. It is like it's when Jalen Green makes 3 straight threes, and it's like, all right, the fourth one is getting shot from the logo here. Like, this will be a terrible possession. That's what Russ did, and in overtime, where at a certain point I was like, it looks like we're getting a tie or a Giants win.
Yeah,
and somehow we got neither of those.
I mean, Aubrey had to hit a 64-yard field goal to send it to overtime. Like, the Giants should have won that game. Like, flying back to New York, if you're a Giants fan, or they wouldn't be flying back because they didn't come to Dallas. But the Giants have to be extremely upset with themselves that they weren't able to close that one out because I thought that they were better. I mean, obviously their defense couldn't pick them up in a big spot. Aubrey hits the 64-yarder, ties it, sends it to overtime. Russ the interception, and then you just get into the field goal range, and then Aubrey, who. I mean, best kicker in the NFL, I guess. Like, he's really good, has a strong leg, very accurate. That was I don't know if it was a good win for the Cowboys, more as it was a needed win for the Cowboys. Yeah. I'm mad at the Cowboys, though, because they didn't cover the 5.5. I went 6-1 against the spread yesterday.
Oh, wow.
And I always do the thing where I'll parlay all my picks just in case. Like, I have a crazy week. They were the lone loss on a 17 parlay that would have won me like 90 units. So I'm not too happy with the Cowboys.
Understandable. And I'm guessing that's one where it wasn't all noon slate. So
no, it wasn't.
It was like a delayed, like, pissed off because you're like, wait, it was only this one that I lost.
But there was only had 2 games after the noon slate, though.
Okay.
Like, I had the Sunday Nighter, which Atlanta, controlled that pretty easily. And then I had – no, the other ones might have all been the noon slate, actually. I think they were. I think every other game was noon slate, and they were looking good.
Yeah.
So, like, or they were in the books. Like, because that game obviously went longer.
It went into,
So I was off to, like, a 5-0 start, and I'm like, man, if the Cowboys can somehow pull this off, I'll be looking to hedge, potentially. Like, I'm going to have some options after this noon slate, and then they can't get it done. I was hoping for a pick 6 as opposed to, like, a fair catch interception for Russell Wilson in overtime.
Yeah, that would be the only way, or a different touchdown from the Cowboys.
Yeah,
but that was
like a catch and run.
CeeDee
touchdown.
Lamb breaks loose.
But then I saw him like playing for the field goal. I'm like, oh, I'm screwed.
Oh yeah, and if my kicker hit a 64-yarder to send it to OT, maybe I'm setting up for the field goal too.
No, I don't blame them.
Normally,
they weren't like
the setup for the 46-yard field goal is like terrible. You should never do that. With Aubrey, it's a little bit different.
Yeah, like I don't.
Aubrey in a dome, too.
I mean, I understand that Schottenheimer is trying to win his first ever NFL game. I'm a little ticked off that he wasn't worrying about Branham's bets, though. Come on, Schottenheimer.
Lane Kiffin would have got you that cover.
Lane Kiffin would have got me that cover. So I'm a little ticked off at the Cowboys despite them winning. They got some bad news, too, with Cooper Beebe. He's going to be out for a little while. Good offensive lineman, center out of Kansas State. I liked him, by the way. I wanted the Texans to be on him, but they were not. They don't know how to draft offensive linemen.
No, obviously not.
Elsewhere in that division, Eagles beat the Chiefs yesterday. The big controversy is the tush push. I don't know how you feel about the tush push. I don't mind that it exists. Like, I don't think that they should have voted it out of the league like they tried to in the offseason, which it was funny. Like, Casario and Demeco were like, oh, no, we're not going to vote against that. And then they did. Like, whenever the votes came out, like, it didn't back up what they were saying publicly. It's like, okay. Was Cal McNair doing some, like, politicking where he was like, I'll vote for this if you vote for this?
Yeah, there's
like,
some
video
backroom
games
deals.
Yeah. Like, that was so weird. Casario and Demeco are like, no, we're against the ban. And then they vote to ban it. Like, what happened? Like, what changed there? I think Cal was trying to do his best politic, and he probably screwed it all up.
Or it's just Demeco and Casario want the, like, PR win of, like, hey, listen, I did all I could. That's big man upstairs shot it down.
It's so dumb, though. Like,
it is very.
If you're not on the same – like, I guess they weren't on the same page. But you can't potentially be on the same page, and then you're saying something publicly and then doing something else privately that you know is going to be public. Like, it's just – whatever. It doesn't matter. It was in the offseason. It's just really weird.
It's just a weird set of circumstances. And I think I know the controversy this time is just the false starting that happens and the lining up past the ball that the Eagles do that is the controversy this time, because nothing has really changed with the tush push and its effectiveness for the Eagles. It's just that we got a couple slow-mo looks of half their line jumping, and there's even, I forgot which chief it was, but there's one where he was jumping too. Like there's
I think
just
it was
like
Chris Jones.
Yeah, I thought it was Chris Jones. I didn't want to put it on him, but I think if they clean that up, we've got ourselves a normal play again that the Eagles are probably good at. But like the Patriots were good at the sneak with Tom Brady.
That's where I want it to be.
Yeah.
Like cool. You're going to do it. Fantastic. Awesome. More power to you. You have the best personnel to do it because you have the best offensive line.
Yeah.
You have a quarterback that squats 3,000 pounds. Like you have the perfect setup for it. You have Saquon Barkley who probably squats equal to what Jalen Hurts
and
squats.
then tight end
like,
to play.
Yeah. Like cool. Like you got this play. It's your thing. Everybody else tries to do it. Can't do it as well as you because you have all the pieces to do it. But you got to officiate if they're jumping.
Yeah, it's a crazy. I don't think I've ever seen more offensive linemen jump false start and not get caught.
It
looked like it should have been my favorite false start, everyone but the center call that you'll hear every once in a while.
And look, I don't think it determined the game.
No.
Maybe it took away from what would have been a more entertaining finish as opposed to just like putting it on a knee.
Yeah.
But just clean it up. Just clean it up a little bit. Now, Kansas City's 0-2. Any concerns about the Chiefs' 0-2 start?
A little bit, just because it's not 0-2. They play two good teams. Hey, listen, couple coin flips went the wrong way. They don't look good. They look bad out there, especially on offense. And doesn't help that their tight end either took out one of their receivers for several weeks or put at least a first down pass, if not a touchdown pass, into the arms of a defensive back when they really needed to score. I mean, they have no room for error, and they're not playing like a team that looks like they're about to flip a switch and have a 6-0 run in them.
Mahomes was their leading rusher yesterday by like 80
That's
yards.
Bad. That's very bad for the health of their offense.
I think Pacheco went like 15 carries, 20 yards. Like, I kind of like Pacheco at the start of the year. Like, they're getting that Pacheco back before he got hurt last year. He's going to add something to their offense, and he's been a dud. He's been nothing. Now, to your point, they played two really good teams. I'm not concerned about them yet. I'm not worried about them yet. They're still the Chiefs. Last year was like, oh, they're winning all these one-possession games. They're getting lucky. Still went to the Super Bowl. Like, I still believe in Kansas City. But I will say if they lose next week, then I will recant and backpedal and say that I'm very worried because they're going to the Giants.
Yeah, to the Giants and host the Ravens.
If you 1-3, they're staring down the barrel of 1-3.
I was going to say you kind of have to go 2-0 in the next two.
No,
I think you have to be 2-2.
Nah, they'll be okay at 1-3. They'll be okay at 1-3.
Jags, Lions, Raiders, Commanders. Next four after that.
Maybe go 3-4 there, 1-3. Then you're looking at a 4-4 start through 8.
Okay.
I mean, that's not a great schedule.
This is really. Then you get the Bills, Broncos, whatever. Colts with Daniel Jones, who's apparently the best quarterback in the league.
Vanilla Vic is awesome.
Cowboys, who cares? Texans loss. I mean, it eases up, but man, until November 2nd,
they can get away with a 1-3 start. They can't get away with an 0-3 start. They can, if they beat the Giants and then lose to Baltimore, they're okay.
It's also like what we said 10 minutes ago about the Giants. They look good. Russell Wilson looked awesome for the first time in 4 years, and we felt worse about him after the game. If you're the Chiefs, you have to beat this team, or else your season's over.
It could be in one of those situations though, where they win like an ugly game, like 20-17, and like okay, they're okay record-wise. But the perception of them is like
the foundation is still shaky.
Yeah, like it could easily be something like that, especially being like Sunday Night Football. They're probably going to be fair. I mean, early spreads are probably already out, but they're probably going to be favored by 6.5 points, maybe more than that as a road favorite, despite being 0-2. Like they're probably going to be favored by a touchdown. I saw the Jags Texans early line. You know the Jags are favored next week on the Texans, like 1.5.
The Jags are favored.
That surprised me.
It's in Jacksonville, but also it is Jacksonville. The Jaguars play in Jacksonville, so it's not.
Yeah, they play their home games there.
Yeah.
It's Duval, too, if you didn't know.
Yeah, no, that one, I feel like that's one where the Texans will be favored if they win tonight.
I agree. Like, I wonder if it's a sharp move to like play a little bit Texans plus 1.5. And then if the Texans win today, look good, maybe they get favored by like 2.5, 3 points, and then you try to middle it. Like, I wonder if it's worth the idea. I did think about
or at the
that.
very least, you just got insane value, like of where the line then moves. So yeah, that's interesting for sure. You talked me into that. That's actually I think what you should do.
I did. I haven't done anything yet, but I'm on it. But if you're going to do that, you have to do it before kickoff today.
Yeah, because the Jags. Talk about another team where, it's week 1, week 2. We're still gathering information. We're judging teams more on our preseason perception of them. The Jags, they look like the Jags, man. Like, they really you get 3 interceptions from a backup quarterback. Jake Browning comes in for Joe Burrow, and you can't win that. There's several clips on my timeline, and I'm not a Jags fan, of Brian Thomas Jr. looking like he doesn't want to get hit.
He's got a little wrist injury.
All right.
Liam Cohen said he had a little wrist injury today.
Okay.
And the reporter's like, well, why wasn't he on the injury report? And Liam's like,
yeah.
It's just a little knock.
All right.
No, he looks soft, though, Brian
he
Thomas
looks
Jr.
terrible and he's a good receiver. It's just it's just like it's nothing but bad film. Less so about like the routes because he's getting relatively open. It's just anytime anyone's near him, he cowers away from the ball. It's crazy.
Yeah, I was big on Brian Thomas Jr. too, but that wasn't a good look yesterday.
No.
All right, we're just getting started on Jeremy and Joe with Sean today. Plenty to get to. Busy day in Houston sports. You got a little Monday Night Football at 6 o'clock. You got a little Astros-Rangers in a critical 3-game series. Playoff implications coming up later tonight as well. We're at Crawfish Cafe on Shepherd in the Heights. It is fantastic in here. The food is great. Everybody having a great time. They got a little boil. That looks very, very good. But also Carbach Brewing Company coming out here a little bit later for their Monday Night Football special where you can get a bucket of 6 beers for just $10. Where else can you find those prices? Nowhere. Long necks, $2. So if you're looking for a spot to watch a little bit of Texans and Buccaneers on some Monday Night Football, this is your place to do it. Have some Carbach beverages along the way as well. Plenty to get to. A heavy NFL. Well, look at this division, too. This division's interesting in the AFC South heading into the final day of week 2 of the NFL season. We'll get to some college football. Lots going on. Good, bad, ugly from the Astros weekend, too. Canelo Crawford. I love boxing, so I'm going to force feed you some boxing. You a boxing guy?
No.
Not at all. I'm going to force feed you a little bit of boxing. 713-780-ESPN, the HR&P listener line, 713-780-3776. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitter at ESPN975. Sean's at Sean A. Mapes. I'm at Jeremy Branham. It is Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. I love football. Football is back hot and heavy with a little bit of football. And Underdog is the place to make picks and win money all season long. Playing an Underdog is fantastic. You get these little notification, I guess, on your phone that shows you which apps you've been using the most that week. The top of my list is always Underdog because Underdog is awesome. You're going to love it. It's so easy. Pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, yards, interceptions, and more. Also on Underdog, you can now pick your favorite teams. That's right. You can also pick the margin of victory. You can also pick the total points. So where else would you do that? Underdog is the spot to do it. Also, of course, your favorite picks. How are you feeling about Baker Mayfield, higher or lower, 1.5 passing touchdowns? How are you feeling about CJ Stroud, 231.5 passing yards? You higher, you lower there. How about Kaimi Fairbairn? I love some Kaimi Fairbairn plays. Field goals made, 1.5 higher or lower on that. So you can tell. So much fun to play, so much to make as well, so much money to win. And with Underdog, you still have the originals. You have the drafts. You can enter a draft right now. Start the ladders. Start the streaks. Win tons of money. Download the app today. Sign up with promo code KILLERB to score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. That's promo code KILLERB, KILLERB. Millions of fans have already won billions making picks on Underdog. Will you be next? Underdog. Make picks, win money.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Crawfish Cafe in the Heights. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Great food, great spot to watch some Monday Night Football, drink some Carbach. Monday Night Football special, buckets of $6, $10, long necks, $2. You're going to love it. They're actually going to be at Crawfish Cafes throughout the year on Monday night. Today, the Heights. They'll be out in Cypress on November 3rd, Pearland November 17th, and then the closest one to me, the Shenandoah Woodlands place at October 20th. Love coming here, too. They have fantastic food. No Joe today. Mapes is in for Joe. 713-780-3776. Branham, it's okay for Mapes to have a different opinion. Did I make you conform to one of mine? I don't remember doing that.
No,
I think maybe force-feeding you boxing.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
if you mix in some crawfish with the boxing, I think we're good.
Texture says that Dell is rubbing off on Mapes. I wish they would provide context there. How is Dell rubbing off on you?
I don't know, but I would like a different phrase.
They also spelled Dell D-A-L-E, which I always get a kick out of because it's not D-A-L-E.
Yeah.
Most of the letters there. What if the Chargers go 4-0? Chiefs are in trouble if they go 1-3. They would be in trouble for the division, no doubt.
Yeah, and I think that's where the 0-2 hole really gets you, is that it's so hard to dig out of that to win your division.
Win the division.
And you're having to walk such a thin line for the rest of the season that you don't. And in the Chiefs' case, you would have lost a game to the Chargers, so you would be down the division head-to-head right there.
I wonder who. Do you know whose home game that was?
That was a Chargers home game.
Okay, so that helps them a little bit. Slight advantage there.
Yes.
You don't lose a home game. But no, it wouldn't be good for the division, their divisional chances. But their playoff chances, I think, would still be alive and well. Joe Burrow, the other big thing in the AFC, I think the Texans can learn something from this situation. This is why it's important to protect your quarterback, why it's important to protect your franchise quarterback. That offense could be one of the best offenses in the NFL, and now they're going to have to deal with Jake Browning. Oh, they didn't look terrible for 3 months. I mean, who knows if Joe Burrow comes back at this point the rest of the year?
Yeah, I mean, they're already a team that basically how we're talking about the Chiefs being, if they're 1-3, it's going to be no margin for error. It's going to be a tightrope walk to make the playoffs. The Bengals really walked into the season with that already, just on how their team was constituted and how last season went. Now you got to depend on Jake Browning. I mean, it's really tough to see the way that this ends up being like, and then the Bengals put it all together, because they're a team that was so lopsided last year, and part of that was they had one of the best quarterbacks in football. Now they don't.
Yeah, it's you got to protect your quarterback. If you're going to have that kind of investment, you got to protect your quarterback. Like, I know that they want to be like a prolific passing team, and you will be with Burrow and Chase. Like, I'm not so sure it's great to have such a massive percentage of your cap loaded in 2 receivers.
The Higgins one is that's the luxury item that they had no business getting, and it's actually affecting their team now.
Yeah.
Is that whatever was $30-something million to Higgins? That's where it hurts. I think you can pay quarterback and receiver and still build a competent team around that.
Right.
But when you go quarterback, receiver, all on top of the market deals, that's when you have to be the team that they were last year, and what that team is 9-8.
Yeah, I think that it's tough to be like, okay, you see, we're going to let you walk, especially because it's hard. Like, free agents aren't great, right?
Yeah.
But could you have traded Higgins for a draft pick and then maybe isolated offensive line with that draft pick while also saving money so that you can then, earmark that money to help your team elsewhere? Maybe your defense.
Yeah, I was going to say, get some defense.
Yeah, I don't think that was the best roster build.
No, and I believe, if I'm correct, that Jamar Chase basically, in the Jamar Chase negotiations with the Bengals, kind of forced their hand, because Jamar Chase and T. Higgins have the same agent. So it was a little bit of a, hey, we're not going to sign with Chase if you don't also sign Higgins.
Yeah, he's ridiculous too, Jamar Chase. He had a massive – he's quarterback proof. Like,
yes.
we talked about this forever with Andre Johnson and DeAndre Hopkins, and I saw the fantasy community like, what's Chase going to do with no Burrow? Don't worry.
I think
he'll be fine.
He'll be fine.
They might not win games,
no,
but Chase is going to get his numbers.
Yeah, and Browning does seem like and he has experience backing up Burrow and having to play. He played 6 games or either 6 or 7 games.
Yeah, his
in
record was okay,
2023.
too.
Yeah. You look at his numbers, and you're like, he was on pace for a pretty good season if you extrapolate that as a full season. And I think he's a backup quarterback who can run the playbook and also knows the program and get it to number 1.
Like, do you think that they just roll with Browning as their starter? Because I do. Like,
I saw a lot of, like, Kirk Cousins Photoshop.
Yeah.
Kirk Cousins get ready to move to Cincinnati. I think Browning's good enough. I think Browning and Cousins, there's not that big of a difference enough to pull the trigger. And also, what we're talking about with their finances, like, can they afford to trade for Kirk Cousins?
That's the thing that annoys me. Is like, oh, they can just trade for Cousins. It's like, do you know Cousins is making a lot of money? Like, can they fit Kirk Cousins into their salary cap? I doubt it.
I don't think they can. Now, obviously, like, there's unlimited cap gymnastics moves that can be made at any time, seemingly.
Yeah.
But this seems a bit much, that you can trade for a quarterback making starting quarterback money. He's got to be top 10 in the NFL with quarterback salary.
His cap number is 40. And like I'm sure the Falcons could eat some of it too, but like how many teams are just walking around with the ability to create, depending on how much the Falcons would eat of it, $40 million in cap?
Yes, and then
no one.
And then you ask the question, how much better is this team with Kirk Cousins than it is Jake Browning? It's not that much better. Like I don't think the juice is worth the squeeze to do all this.
Yeah, B. Hannon says that Browning had 3 picks. I just don't think you're finding a better quarterback that can currently fit you better than Browning. And I don't think Browning's going to be good. But,
yes.
But, like, they were calling on Malik Willis. Like, okay, that would be fun because Willis was actually pretty good with the Packers. But would he have better success than Browning? I don't know. New offense. Browning knows it. Willis doesn't. I don't think that they do anything splashy. I think that they're going to – is it Easton who's on their practice squad? I think so.
I forgot.
I think that they just pull him up. He'll be the backup, and then they'll sign, like, Desmond Ridder, who was with them in the preseason that they cut.
Yeah.
But maybe they sound like a practice squad guy. I have a tough time –
Where's Josh Johnson?
He's probably around. Like maybe they sign a guy to be the backup. Maybe they sign a guy to be a backup. But I do not see a scenario where Browning's not their starter unless there's another injury.
It's also, again, you lost a top 5 quarterback in the league. You are the Cincinnati Bengals. You missed the playoffs last year with him playing 17 games for you.
Yep.
We're really throwing draft picks around to bring in a backup quarterback?
Yeah.
Like just it seems like a sunk cost at this point. It sucks that it happens in week 2, but it does seem like the Bengals season, like for the most part, it's kind of sunk.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's weird though because they're 2-0.
Yeah,
like that's the weird thing because like as soon as he got hurt yesterday, I'm like, man, they're going to be in the mix for the first overall pick, and look, maybe they still will. And it's like a quarterback receiver draft. Like, what would they do? They probably just trade down. And try to pick up as much capital as they can.
I was going to say, or just run to the podium and just say offensive line. Just an offensive lineman.
Knowing the Bengals, they'd run to the podium and take the best receiver.
Yeah.
Roster construction be darned. We're going to have the best quarterback and best receiver trio with zero protection.
Who's the best LSU receiver? We're drafting him. Worked last time.
Yeah. So, but then they won. Like, they're 2-0. Like, I think that they – look, I don't think they're a playoff team without Burrow, but I think that they're still, because Chase is so good and the Higgins is so good.
They'll win games.
They're going to stumble to 7 wins.
They have one more game against the Browns, which was close.
And they're 2-0.
Yeah.
So, like, all they would have to do, 17 games in a season, they have 15 left. If they can go 5-10 the rest of the year. I mean, that's a third of the games.
Yeah.
If they win a third of their games, if they don't get Burrow back, that's still a 7-win team. I think they win a third of their games, even without Burrow. Now, what will be interesting is if they're in a playoff race and then Burrow's healthy and comes back for, like, week 16, 17, 18.
Yeah, because that's the thing with 3 months is that just counting on my fingers, that's, okay, December, he'll be back. Like, that's not the entire season. Now, there was also some, and I don't know the specifics of it, of if it's surgery, it is season ending, but then all I've seen is 3 months on all the like newsbreaker tweets about it. So I'm just taking it at face value right now for 3 weeks. And especially the last 3 games of the season, if he can get back for December 21st, they have Dolphins, Cardinals, who are 2-0, and then Browns, who they beat by 1 in week 1.
Yeah, they could win those games.
Those
are winnable games.
On the table, they get some Jets, they get some Bears, some Patriots. You know what? Season's not over.
I mean,
maybe.
they could win all of those games.
Yeah.
They could also lose all of those games.
Yeah, that's what happens when you start a backup quarterback, is all the games that are winnable, for the most part, they also are losable because, as was it B. Hannon pointed out, the guy did throw 3 interceptions in 2.5 quarters.
I kind of like it when my backup quarterback's a gunslinger, though. Like, live by the sword, die by the sword. Who cares you're a backup quarterback? Like, I like that more than, like, the timid quarterback who's, like, 11 for 22 with, like, 100 yards. I kind of like the gunslinger. Maybe it's because I love Case Keenum. 713-780-ESPN. Jeremy and Joe broadcasting live at Crawfish Cafe. Sean in for Joe. Did Dan Campbell run up the score yesterday? And some mediocre quarterback play around the NFL. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe with Sean at Crawfish Cafe in the Heights.
But first, I want to talk to you about Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And, hey, listen, we've been talking about it. Monday Night Football. It's time for you to make some money on Prize Picks watching the Houston Texans. And Prize Picks, since they're so good to us, they just discounts galore. We're getting a discount in the Texans and Bucks game. CJ Stroud, discounted passing projection to 202 passing yards. Can he throw for over 200 yards against the Bucks? I saw a video of what he did to the Bucks last time he played, or was that the last time he played? His rookie year, at least in NRG Stadium, he threw for way more than 202 yards. You can get in on that. Throw in maybe Baker Mayfield to throw an interception with the swarming defense here Monday Night Football. And, yeah, throw in some kickers. How about this? Combined field goal yardage for Kaimi Fairbairn and Caleb McLaughlin. Let's get some stops in field goal range, and let's kick some field goals. That'll do more than 144.5 yards. Whatever you want, it's on Prize Picks. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. That's $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup using promo code MAPES. Prize Picks, it's good to be right.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Crawfish Cafe in the Heights. It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Mapes in for Joe. I'm still Jeremy. Rhino in for Brian. This is your spot. Watch some Monday Night Football. Carbach's going to be out here. A bucket of 6 beers, $10. Great value. Long necks, $2. They have some excellent wings here at Crawfish Cafe. They smell delicious. They look delicious, as does everything on the menu. Very, very good. We'll dive into that in a little bit. Do you think Dan Campbell was running up the score against his former offensive coordinator, Ben Johnson, yesterday?
I think it was. I think it was a – I don't know if there's actual animosity there or if it was just a let's get right after looking pretty bad week 1 against the Packers, and let's run it up. Let's have some fun. The defense, one of their group celebrations in the end zone, they ran the stumble
really?
Jared Goff stumble play and threw it to a different defensive back that was near the Bears sideline. They're clowning on the Bears. I think part of it was a get right game. B, we know we can get this off against the Bears.
Yeah, that was I don't think that they were doing it intentionally because of Ben Johnson. I feel like the relationships there are pretty good. I don't think that he stuck around for 2 years, longer than he needed to. He could have been a head coach 2 years earlier. So I don't think that there's bad blood. Jared Goff was like, I don't love that the Detroit fans booed him. He was good for our organization. Ben Johnson handled it pretty well afterwards too. He's like, that's what they do. They don't kick field goals, which is true. I mean, that's been their MO forever.
And that's where the Bills or the Lions get plausible deniability there of their team that will stun on you that. Ben Johnson would do that. He would throw to offensive linemen while they're up 3 scores. They know what the program is. That's how their team is built. And, I mean, you can't argue with the results. And they're one of the big, maybe not biggest winners of week 2, but the biggest, okay, so that really was just the Packers in week 1.
Right.
That against, and now the Bears are not a good team, but against a competent NFL team, you can look good still.
Yeah, it was a get-right game for them. 5 touchdowns for Goff's insane. I'm on raw. I played one DFS lineup because I hate doing the multi ones. It's just too much time. I stacked Goff and the wrong Lion. I picked the right quarterback. I picked the right stack.
Yeah.
But I went Laporta instead of Amon Ra. Dummy. Brandon no ball.
That is tough. Would you rather have Laporta, Gibbs, or Will Anderson?
Laporta, Gibbs, and a future first.
And let's relitigate that after the DFS
713-780-3776. Would you rather have Jahmyr Gibbs, Sam Laporta, and a future first, or Will Anderson?
Yeah, and then we'll talk about tomorrow based off what Will Anderson did.
Week by week.
Yeah, just game by game.
Yeah. More bad news for the Bears, too. Jalen Johnson out for the year, it looks like. Reports saying that. I thought there was 2 games that just weren't fair. Bills-Jets, that wasn't fair. Allen agreed to play that game with a broken nose, and they still cruised to victory.
That felt like what you watch on Saturdays in week 2, where it's this team's just totally overmatched. They kind of named their score.
Yeah, and then they're cruised to that game, too. Allen's numbers were pedestrian.
Yeah.
Cook had a big game, but everybody else was kind of quiet because they cruised to victory.
Yeah.
Fields proves why I can't trust him. Concussion for Fields. He's going to miss some time.
It's tough when the sell on a quarterback is we'll just run him a bunch, and that it'll be part of our offense. And it's you do need to be able to be Josh Allen, to be Lamar Jackson, who can also do the throwing part of that, so you're not dependent on using your quarterback as a runner. And because you just take more hits, you get more knocks.
It's hard to make it through 17 games.
Yeah, you just can't. It's hard. It's hard to do that. I won't say you can't, but it's very, very hard.
Same thing for Ravens-Browns. The Browns actually put up a fight a little bit. It was cute, and then Lamar threw for 4 touchdowns, and they cruised to victory against their former team. I thought the coolest, maybe not the coolest, it was coolest for me, but the most dramatic thing that came out of this game was what Schefter tweeted out before the game, that Shedeur Sanders in round 5 was going to be drafted by Baltimore, and Shedeur let it be known that he didn't want to be Lamar Jackson's backup, so he didn't want to go to Baltimore, and Baltimore was okay, well, if you don't want to be here, we're not going to draft you in the 5th round.
We'll probably draft a Pro Bowler in the 5th round instead.
Probably, because the Ravens are great.
Just D-back. He'll probably be good.
I understand a little bit where Shadeur's coming from, where okay, I want to land somewhere where I have a pathway to start.
Yeah.
At the same time, how in the world could you be a 5th-round quarterback making these kind of demands?
Yeah, normally you hear about these kind of things where it's in the 7th round. You're like, don't draft me. I want to be a undrafted free agent. Pick my spot. You don't really see that as much in the middle of, I guess not the middle, in the later part of the draft, the late part of the draft, early of day 3. Especially a team like the Ravens where it's like they're the opposite of the Browns, which is funny because they used to be the Browns, but it is just the complete opposite of it. They are a top flight organization basically in every way of like, hey, I think I'll be developed pretty well if I go to the Ravens, no matter what position.
I mean, and Lamar has been injured in his past.
He'll miss a couple games.
And you're in a better spot. Like, you're in a much better – it makes no sense to me.
Tyler Huntley made a Pro Bowl filling in for Lamar for like 3 games.
That's right, he did. Pro Bowler
you could
Tyler
just
Huntley.
do that.
And Shador didn't really simmer these conversations down because he had quotes after this game
really?
Hey, what did you think about this? And Shador said, my response is I'm focused on the now. I don't really talk about anything in the past. Whatever happened in the past, it is what it is. I'm more focused on now. I'm more focused on this game we just had and figure out how to move forward from that. When asked if the sequence of events unfolded as reported, Sanders said, I don't know. You wouldn't believe my memory. Don't even go back that far. I don't remember anything pre-draft. I remember I'm here. I go to practice every day, and this is there's a 24-hour rule. This is a long way of saying, yeah, I did that.
Yeah.
He did not say no to this at all. He did not dispute the report whatsoever. This was a long-winded, multi-worded way of saying, it did happen. Yeah, that happened.
Yeah, and the, I don't know, I can't. You're asking me about stuff that happened in April? I can't remember that far. Red flag for my quarterback. I need my quarterback to have 6 months of memory.
You don't remember that you told Baltimore that you didn't want to back up Lamar? You don't remember that?
The team you're playing this week?
Yeah.
No, I mean, it's not something I would have done. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it works out for him. That's kind of my read on this. Maybe he thought he was going somewhere else that isn't the Browns because on its face being like, no thanks, Ravens, going to Cleveland. That's tough.
I mean, this is why this is why he went in the 5th round, because he was making weird demands like this. Colts fan, how about my Colts? Y'all didn't see this coming after 2 games, but I did. Let's address that. Are you taking the Colts seriously as a problem in the AFC South? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe live from Crawfish Cafe in the Heights on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Crawfish Cafe in the Heights.
Munching on these game day wings they have here. A nice little sampling of little wings. I'm a wing aficionado. They're delicious. Fantastic.
Yes.
Some boiled corn, potatoes, a little boiled egg, too, for your fancy. Some seasoned fries that are very good. The sausage. Very good stuff here at the Crawfish Cafe. Carbach's going to be out here later, too, with outstanding beer specials, buckets of $6, $10, long necks, $2. This is the spot if you're looking to watch some Monday Night Football somewhere. Cheap beer and excellent, excellent food. Sean Mapes in for Joe. Joe's not here today. It makes the show name Jeremy and Joe weird when one of us is out.
Yeah, because during to break last segment, you said Jeremy and Joe here at Crawfish Cafe. I was like,
he's technically
half
not.
right.
The show is here.
Yes.
Joe technically
I'm here as an
not.
emissary of the show.
Alex on the Twitch said, did B-Mac and Joe have a lunch date today? 713-780. Maybe.
They should have had one here.
Maybe Joe's buying them lunch for his birthday.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is.
Or they didn't invite me because they know I don't buy people things on their birthday. Unless it's like my family.
Okay. That's understandable.
You okay with that rule?
I mean, I don't think it needs to be hard and fast, but yeah, like friends, you get a text.
Yeah, text is enough.
Yeah, I'll hang out with you.
Yeah. You want to go?
I'll buy you lunch.
Yeah, if we hang out, I'll buy you a beer.
Yeah, that's my gift.
But yeah,
I'm not like, I saw something on Pinterest I thought he might like. I'm not doing that.
No, definitely not. Colt fan is flexing his 2-0 record. Despite yesterday, it needed a fluke call in order to win that game. What did you think about that leverage play, that weird ending?
Well, the aforementioned Brian McDonald and I had a bet on that because I was like, the Broncos are obviously going to beat these guys.
On the game?
Yeah.
Straight up?
Straight up.
Oh, wow. He gave you value.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. So I ran to the window and took it. And B-Mac obviously made the call for the leverage play there and got the result more or less flipped. No, I mean, it's one of those calls. I mean, you watch football all season. You don't see that called. Watching the replay, I'm not entirely sure what – I mean, they contacted the long snapper and someone jumped near him.
Well, they said that I forget his name, 92 for the Broncos. They said that he put his hand on the guard, and then that's where the leverage came from because you're not allowed to use any player in order to gain leverage in an attempt to block the kick. Letter of the law, they got it right. Letter of the law, you can see him do it. Now, I don't think he gains an advantage, but letter of the law, you can't do it. My thing and my objection to this, if I were a Bronco fan, would be, and look, I had Colts money line, so I'm okay with it. My objection to this would be that you can call this on every single field goal or extra point. Like I think this happens on every single field goal extra point.
That's what's tough to see what illegal happened because it looked like every other field goal or extra point that you watched on Sunday.
No, 100%. Like I feel like that's one of those plays you can call it every single time. So it's like, oh, you call it one time in the most critical situation.
Yeah, and it's not, second quarter 13-10.
No, it's a game winner.
It's the game winner where a guy absolutely shanks it. It was nowhere close to making it. It wasn't a situation where it looked like it affected the play. That guy was going to miss. He would have missed with no one rushing him.
Yeah, I don't think he gained an advantage doing it. But again, letter of the law, probably. I would be ticked off of our Bronco fan, though, because every single
I was a Bronco fan for 3.5 hours. I'm ticked off.
So are we taking the Colts seriously as a problem?
I think you take them seriously in what we talked about earlier with the Chiefs and the Chargers, where if the Texans are to lose and you're 0-2, they're 2-0, like you have to take that seriously just on the numbers of they're up 2 games on you already in the season. So I take them seriously as they're not going to be a complete joke walkover like we thought they were going to be before 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
But I think it mostly depends on the context of what the Texans season, how the Texans season plays out.
They had my attention. I take them seriously.
Really?
Yeah, I like Steichen as a coach. I think he can get the most out of his quarterbacks. I think he's usually pretty good with mobile quarterbacks. I thought Richardson was going to be really good there. I didn't think Richardson was going to be good anywhere in the NFL unless Shane Steichen drafted him. Not even Shane Steichen could fix Anthony Richardson.
So you're out on Anthony Richardson.
Oh, totally out. How can you not be? Steichen was a great offensive great quarterback mind, great quarterback developer, great offensive mind. Anthony Richardson looks dreadful where they can't win any sort of games with him. He's lowest completion percentage like in NFL history.
Yep.
Paraphrasing. And then Daniel Jones comes in here. He's like, oh, my goodness, this is really good football player suddenly. How did that happen? Because Shane Steichen can coach. So he's got a quarterback that he's actually playing at a high level, that he has playing at a high level. He has great targets around him. Tyler Warren looks like this year's Brock Bowers.
Yes.
Jonathan Taylor's still a top 3, top 5 running back, and their defense is solid. Like, they have my attention. I think they're a playoff team.
A playoff
team. And look,
division winner?
If they're 2-0, and the Texans start off 0-2, that's going to be a tough hill to climb.
No, it's going to be a very tough hill to climb. It does remind me as you're going through that. You and Warren is new, but Taylor's there last year.
Yep.
The receivers were there
Pittman
last year.
Downs.
It is funny how much a quarterback who is like competent and can get the ball to the playmakers. You are like, you know what, this offense has some guys on it.
Yeah.
So,
they have some juice.
Yeah, and you think about what Steichen did in his first season with the Colts in 2023 with Gardner Minshew as their quarterback after Anthony Richardson went down early in that season. And it was a win-or-go-home game for the Houston Texans the last week, or might have been the second to last week of the season, in Indianapolis, where they had to win that game. Yeah, so obviously Steichen can coach. I still am dubious of, like, man, I saw for 5 years I saw Daniel Jones's game, from even including a year with, or 2 years with supposed quarterback whisperer.
He was
Brian
pretty good
Daboll.
with one of them, though. He was good enough in that 1 year to get a contract. He was pretty good the first year with Daboll. He was not bad.
Yeah. The thing is, his level of good is the level of good that I don't rate very well. Of you're just doing the bare minimum competency,
right?
And it's being schemed up for you in that situation. It's Saquon Barkley behind him. It's the most beneficial training wheels things, and you're not tipping over the tricycle.
I just think he's in the perfect system for him.
Yeah.
He's in the perfect system for him and has juice around him. I think they're a problem, actually. Not Super Bowl contender, but playoff team for sure. Can potentially win this division for sure.
I think, to me, and maybe it's not fair to the Colts that I am just viewing this through a Texans lens of if the Texans look better tonight or even if they are 1-1 tonight, I take them less seriously just over the course of the season. And I mean, the Colts and Texans don't play until very late in the season. I think they don't play until December.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
Wilson's going to fizzle like he has in the past. We have the tape, says Israel. He's not a big Russell Wilson guy, apparently.
Oh.
He says that Richardson beat the Texans. That's a low bar, though. Bryce Young beat the Texans.
Yeah.
Desmond Ridder beat the Texans.
Yeah.
Zach Wilson beat the Texans.
Yeah.
Will Levis beat the Texans. So, that's not the flex that you think it is.
Levis is pretty good.
Yeah, great talent. He got ruined by his head coach. His head coach ruined him. Key from L.A., 2-0 versus the AFC South. Easy work. That was a good result, I think, for the Texans, that the Rams kind of controlled the Titans. It's actually a game at the half, but the Rams pulled away in the second half. They look like a far better team than the Titans. So it's hey, okay, you gave them a tougher test than the Titans, so you're better than them, as we all knew. But also, I think the Rams are better than the public perception of them. I think they could be a top 3 team in the NFC.
So, speaking for myself, I think I also perceive them as worse for the whole season. I picked them against the Texans, but for the whole season, just because I had to bake in the fact that their quarterback needed an epidural to play. Their quarterback is in his mid to late 30s with a back injury that barely let him practice.
He looks good, too.
Where I've landed is, as long as he's out there, they're Super Bowl contenders. And the second he's off the team, maybe they're merely a playoff team because Jimmy G is their backup. He's another one of the guys where it's yes, I know he's been good in the past, but I don't think he's actually good. I think he's played well. I don't think he is a good player. And he's another guy where I think he can keep the ship righted. But, yeah, I think we baked in our preseason worries about Stafford's injury and injury management, and Nakua, too. Nakua gets knocked up, too.
He's so good.
Knocked around, not knocked up.
Epidural and knocked up in the same segment.
That's
what's going on out there in Hollywood.
I know it's L.A., but come on, fellas. But, yeah, I think if you take away the injury worries that you have about these guys, like, they are up there with the Eagles as far as contenders in the NFC.
Yeah, they're
throwing the Packers.
I think
too.
they're underrated. Yeah, Packers look good. The
It
NFC
is-
might be
it is
deeper than we
just-
thought.
It is just the marathon aspect of the season that has me doubting the Rams. But every week where they roll in and there's no question mark, no out next to any of Nakua, Adams, or Stafford, I think they're a good team.
I'm with you on that. Because if you lose Stafford, you're toast. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe with Sean out here at Crawfish Cafe in the Heights. This is your spot for lunch, dinner. It's your spot tonight for some Monday night football viewing and drinking with Carbach out here giving out half a dozen buckets of 6, $10, long necks, $2 as well. You're going to want to take advantage of that. 713-780-3776. We'll get your thoughts on the NFL yesterday. Also, the best of college football over the weekend. 713-780-3776. It's Jeremy and Sean with Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You're in the market for a new vehicle? Listen up. Monument Chevrolet is the dealer you can trust. They are the best. They're transparent. They're not going to hassle you with pricing. You're going to love your car buying experience with them. But that's not the end of it. You're going to love when you need a vehicle service. You're going to love when you have to trade in that vehicle, when you have to get the new vehicle. Monument Chevrolet is there for you every step of the way. It's why they've been in the Houston area for 50 years. They've been a pillar of the community for 5 decades. They've helped generations of families get into new vehicles, and they keep coming back because they love the experience with Monument Chevrolet. They love the people, too. It's a family feel, and you feel it from the moment you step foot on the lot. The moment that you walk through the doors, you can just feel it. It's palpable. A friendly atmosphere. They hire great people, which leads to a fantastic culture. Did you know right now the 25 Silverado 1500 is the best vehicle you can buy? Because the 26 Silverado is out, which means that you can get a great deal on the 25 Silverado 1500. These are what the smart shoppers doing, because you listen to us, we already know that you're smart. Monument Chevrolet is offering deep discounts plus 2.9% financing for 72 months on the 25 Silverado 1500s. I know you didn't think interest rates came that low anymore. Well, they do at Monument Chevrolet. So while everyone's rushing to get the newest model, you can save big by purchasing the 25 Silverado 1500 right now. Maybe you want to go electric. Maybe that's your thing now. Well, now is the time to do it because you can get a $7,500 tax credit for buying an EV, an electric vehicle, but that ends September 30th. So if you're going to go electric, do it now and take advantage of that $7,500 tax credit for buying an EV, and, of course, buy it at Monument Chevrolet. Get a fair deal, a fast deal, an easy deal without wasting your time in aggravating, stressful negotiations. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. Check out their full inventory at monumentchevrolet.com, monumentchevrolet.com, or go stop by in person, 225 and Beltway 8 at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
This is Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Crawfish Cafe in the Heights. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Crawfish Cafe in the Heights. Fantastic. The wings were very, very good here. I've been looking at other people's plates. The boils are very good.
Just shopping?
Yeah. Mapes has the shrimp tacos on the way. I'm going to get a little boudin. I'm a sucker for boudin. Victoria, what'd you eat? How are the oysters, Victoria? The oysters are fabulous here at Crawfish Cafe. Fantastic spot for lunch, dinner. Fantastic spot to watch some Monday Night Football. Carbach's going to be out here serving up a bucket of 6 beers for $10. Long necks for $2. Mapes is in for Joe if you haven't already figured that out. Sunshine at Twitch telling me to close my mouth and chew. I got to eat fast. Closing your mouth means that you can only eat 50% speed, and I got to hurry.
Was that to you? Because I was eating on camera during your live read.
Yeah, he said Jeremy.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, must have a little bit on the a little bit of shrapnel. That's okay. I don't mind a little shrapnel. College football over the weekend, lots of great game. Cougars 3-0 start. Go Cougs. Start there, of course.
Yeah.
The greatness that are the Houston Big 12 opening win. Todd the Show was upset. He's a big Colorado guy. Bye week this week, then to Oregon State, and then the next Big 12 game, Texas Tech at home. So could be looming like a big one. Tech has Utah this week. That's an underrated big game.
No, that is one of the best games this weekend, and it will get overlooked because it's not huge helmet matchup. But that as far as A, quality play, B, conference implications, that's going to be a good one. And if the Cougs can take care of business during I was about to say during the bye week, and against Oregon State, who doesn't look like they're that competitive, but I don't think, no offense to the Cougs, I don't think that Willie Fritz's program is quite on the level to where you can just auto win against Oregon State. But I think this does set up to be a very big matchup that will be in Houston, right? A couple weeks from now against Tech.
Yeah, it has a chance to be a big one.
And that's really, to me, why the game on Friday was so big for U of H, was that it kind of leaves the possibilities open for what this season could be. We talked about where it's like, yeah, bowl game would be nice before the season. And then you can talk yourself into a couple breaks going your way, and you go 7-8 win. I mean, now, again, dare to dream. You could dream some pretty dangerous stuff right now if you're a U of H fan.
Yeah, they're trending in the right direction. A lot of fun. And you're right. I mean, it's hard to win in college football. You can't overlook anybody, that's for sure. But fun beginning for Houston. We'll see where it goes the rest of the way. You went to Texas, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I thought I was 98% sure, but there's a lot of Texas fans who, of course, didn't go to Texas.
Oh, yeah, no.
They went to, Texas Roadhouse U and, hey, go, hook them. Do you watch the Aggies when you watch them?
Not really. I root against them for the most part.
You don't like that they saw varsity's horns off?
I don't enjoy that. No.
It was funny to me, and I know this has been going on for ages, but they get a massive – it was the first ranked win over a top 25 team in their last 3 coaches or whatever. It's been a really long time.
Yeah.
And the first thing they go is go in front of the student section and yell, "Let's saw varsity's horns off" as they sing their song. It's just kind of funny to me. But a big win for them. I mean, let's call it like it is. That was a big win going into Notre Dame, coming away with the victory. Now – look, credit to A&M, no doubt about that. But if you're Notre Dame and you're that holder, ooh.
Okay. Ooh. If I'm that not if I'm that holder. If I'm that holder, you just got to eat that. If I'm his family, what the hell, NBC? NBC was showing the holder more times than they were showing the players on the field. I don't know who got more time on camera, that holder or Marcel Reed, over the last 3 minutes of that game.
He cost him the game.
Yes, and it didn't help that he's wearing some stupid highlighter yellow penny and hat for some reason.
Yeah, what is that all about?
Are they worried he's going to run out there?
Quickly identify the specialist, maybe?
I guess.
I don't know. That's weird. You don't see many people do that.
Yeah, but I think, obviously, it was such a massive part of the game. And
it reminded me of Tony Romo in the playoff game against the Seahawks, where they had the chip shot field goal to win the game, and he just botched the snap. Botched the hold.
I mean, it was even a little bit different because that game just, boom, Cowboys lose. This one, you're still up 6. You can still make a stop. That's not against the rules. They had them on 4th down. I think it was 4th and goal from the 10 or 12. They had a good chance to win that game beyond the botched hold. The botched hold really cost them a 50% chance of winning in overtime.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. You're 100% right. You just wish you had, if you're an Irish fan, you wish you had that 50%.
Yeah.
Which might be why Joe's off today.
Yeah,
because he's a big Notre Dame guy.
Bereavement. Yeah.
Yeah. You good with Notre Dame being ranked despite being 0-2?
Yes. I think that it's people are being a little silly by saying that they shouldn't be ranked. They went on the road in week 1 and lost by 3 to the number 4 team in the nation, and then the team that's now ranked number 10 in the nation, they lost by 1.
What if those teams aren't good though? We're just going off arbitrary rankings because they tell us they're that good.
Isn't that what all these are?
Yes.
Like everyone's ranked arbitrarily.
Yeah, but you're not forming your opinion.
LSU is ranked arbitrarily. They should be lower.
Yeah, but
they're hanging their hat on a Clemson win.
You're giving equality a victory based on somebody else's opinion.
Isn't that all what we're doing?
Where a fraction of that opinion is some voter who boosted Florida after losing to USF and didn't have USF in the poll. I don't know.
I did check. She fixed her ballot, by the way.
She did?
Yeah. I think national
Does she still have
shame.
USF top 10 now, even after they lost to Miami?
Yeah, they actually went up a little.
I just don't like polls. I hate the poll.
No, I think if you're being real, like they're very close to having 2. I guess they wouldn't be top 10 wins if you win those games.
No, I think they're one of the best 25 teams in the country. Too.
I mean, really, what it is people are like they're winless. Well, how can you rank them? I'm like, well, if they didn't have a bye week 2, and they played Central Michigan and beat them by 50, now you're cool with them being 20th.
Yeah.
Like I think if we're being real, like in my head, I'm like they're probably the 15th best team in the country.
Are you old enough to remember the Sagarin ratings? Like this was like the first computer ranking. USA Today used to publish them. Like it was the.
Was it like part of the
BCS
at one point?
I think it was.
Like part of the.
It was part of the computer
polls?
analytics. Yeah. Sagarin rankings, like the first ever computer ranking that was widely known.
Mm-hmm.
They used to be in USA Today's. They still might be. I don't know. I don't get the USA Today, but they have the Sagarin ratings has Notre Dame as the 5th best team in the country. So that's probably too high, but it gives you a little bit of credence that they're one of the top 25 teams in the country.
Yeah, they looked good against 2 good teams. Like I don't. That is actually more than a lot of teams that are ahead of them in the rankings can say, because most teams have only played complete walkovers.
Yeah, a big-time win by Georgia at Tennessee. That was a
game.
That was a track meet the first half.
Game of the day, and then A&M Notre Dame game of the night.
Game of the night.
But yeah, that was completely the opposite of what I thought that game was going to be. I thought if you told me that it went to overtime, Georgia wins on a touchdown late, I'd be like, okay, so what, 27-24? Is that what we're talking about? No, what was it, 40-something, 44-40, something like that. It's just it's really the first time that Josh Heupel's offense has ever done anything close to that to Kirby Smart, and it really sucks that they somehow still lose that game.
Yeah. It was. I don't think either team should be dinged if they would have lost that game because it was obviously very competitive. Now Georgia goes on the road. You have to boost them, obviously. The missed field goal at the end of regulation talked about a lot. The reaction of the Tennessee kicker. I think what's being lost in that whole little sequence. Did you see Joey Aguilar celebrating as soon as the ball was kicked? He ran onto the field thinking it was good. I question your awareness a little bit.
But ultimate team guy. He's ready. He believes it. He believes in his kicker so much. He didn't even think about, wait, what if he misses? Should I wait? No, he had the utmost belief in Max Gilbert, and I think that today's probably a rough day for the Tennessee kicker. I think that should lift him up a little bit. His quarterback believes in him.
Yeah, that's a good way to spin it.
That's the only spin.
No,
you're right.
Lack of awareness. It was off the foot. What's he celebrating for? He's running, celebrating. His teammates are like, oh, in agony.
Yes. No, everyone else behind him had no problem seeing that it was off.
Unbelievable. How about some of these other top-ranked teams? Miami, LSU, are we buying into them? Brian Kelly losing his mind on reporters, which he apologized today. Are we buying Carson Beck? And 2 coaches already fired in college football. 713-780-3776. Mapes in for Joe. It's Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5, broadcasting live at Crawfish Cafe in the Heights.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Crawfish Cafe in the Heights. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Oh, Mapes in for Joe. Joe couldn't make it in today. He's too sad about his losing Irish. 713-780-3776. Crawfish Cafe in the Heights. Mapes got a little shrimp tacos, a little pickled onion on top of it. Oh, great. I got a little boudin link I'm about to get into. The wings here are fantastic.
Let's get out on time for this one so you can eat these tacos.
Some low-key shade there.
So producer mindset.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. You leave it up to the talent, man. The car box going to be out here in a little bit, too. They're going to sell you some buckets of 6 beers for just $10. Great value, tremendous value. Long necks, $2. Get on out here, Crawfish Cafe in the Heights, and get some good beers, some great eats, watch some football. Car box is going to give away some merch a little bit later, too. So if you're in the area, swing on by Crawfish Cafe in the Heights right on Shepherd. Texter taking me to task. Brahman, be quiet. Learn the real stats. This is not A&M's first top 25 win. Get real, dude. This was A&M's first top 10 road win in a couple years. Big dang difference. All right. Let's get a couple things straight. I didn't say it was their first ranked win. I said it was their first ranked road win in a long time. You said it's their first top 10 road win in a couple of years. The last time that A&M went on the road and beat a top 25 team, any top 25
ranked
team.
Win.
The last time that the Aggies had a road top 25 win, which is what I said, this was the first time it's happened since 2014. They had lost 13 straight road ranked games. So don't twist the words. Don't twist the words.
Just a couple years.
And then you're also gaslighting me, by the way, saying that it's only been in a couple of years. How many is a couple?
1, 2.
How many is a couple?
11.
What's a couple? A couple is 2. 2. So you're telling me that I'm wrong by saying that the Aggies have not had a road top 25 win in more than a couple years. Your words. The last time they beat a top 25 team was beating number 3 Auburn in 2014. So there you go.
I was a freshman in college.
But he said learn the real stats. He told me to learn. He called me Brahman. Brahman. Brahman.
Kenny Hill
was the Brahman Bull.
Yeah. Kenny Hill was in that game.
Was he the quarterback in that one? Kenny Trill?
2014. I don't know if he was still the quarterback, actually, at that point.
Did he go to TCU after A&M?
Yes.
Okay, I get lose track of the order sometimes.
Yes. His coming out party was week 1 of 2014.
Israel says Texas A&M has a quarterback. Flex emoji, flex emoji,
they
flex
do.
emoji.
They
Let's
do
go Aggies. Clap emoji, clap emoji, clap emoji. I do like Marcel Reed.
Yeah.
He
was good. He was good. Even if he is, because he was, I don't know if it was like technically efficient quarterbacking, but it like yards per attempt wasn't. I think it was like 10 yards per attempt, but it was 20 yards per completion because they were just bombing it every time with those receivers. And yeah, I think if you give them receivers, they're going to be able to separate. He's going to be able to hit them.
Yeah, he's pretty good. Meanwhile, the Texas quarterback, because Lamont's UT Arch Manning does not look very good. They struggled against UTEP. Another texture, does Arch Manning's throwing motion look different to you? It looks different from last year to me. The only way you're changing the same motion you've thrown since you were a kid is an injury. Injuries change throwing motions. What's been your thoughts on Arch?
It's a tough watch, guys. I was so glad that Georgia and Tennessee were playing an instant classic because less people would have been paying attention to this Texas game. That's why they only dropped down one spot in the AP poll, Jeremy's beloved AP poll. They only dropped down one spot because if you watch that game, it was bad. Like they can't move the ball through the air right now, and yeah, it looks like they're either gaslighting you or gaslighting all of us that it's not an injury, or it's like some severe mental issues, like severe yips kind of stuff.
I hope for his sake he's hurt.
That's what our group chat has been saying. The Texas group chat. It's just, God, somehow the best answer to any of these questions is he's actually hurt. Our starting quarterback is hurt. That's good.
Because if he's not hurt, he looks like and I'm being nice here, a bottom half SEC quarterback.
Yeah. No, he looks like he is
he looks that way regardless. But like the injury, he would have an excuse.
Yes, they weren't able to really like move the ball consistently. He had a stretch where he had 10 straight incomplete passes.
It's unacceptable.
They're able to move the ball because in the second half they're like, you know what, screw it, we're running this guy. And I'm like, yeah, get ready to learn Colin Klein. Like you're a running quarterback until proven otherwise.
How bad does it
Manning.
have to get for him to
get benched?
Yeah,
I think it probably an ugly game this week against Sam. Because the thing is, that's why he didn't get benched against UTSA, is that they're up 14-3 with him playing like that.
Right.
It's when you get to like Oklahoma. If he's bad against Oklahoma, then it's like pull the plug on this guy.
Florida hasn't looked great either, but at Florida doesn't seem like a layup right now for Texas. No. At Florida, go into the swamp with poor quarterback play. That's a losable game.
I will say they had poor quarterback play week 1 against Ohio State.
Yeah,
and Ohio State's much better, and they lost by 7. So there is a safety net of the defense of like they will keep you in this game, and at the very least, it's just going to be unwatchable 13-10 ball games until Arch, like you said, either gets healthy or gets over whatever is ailing him. Because the party line right now, and they had a media availability earlier today, is that it's like, nope, just gotta play my own game. Gotta it's all mental stuff is what they're leaning into, which in a weird way is worse.
Starting to think it's the Texas staff. They had multiple first-round picks, but struggled to score the last 3 years. They couldn't get the max out of viewers either.
That's a fair criticism for 23 and 24. I'm telling you guys, the quarterback's the problem. The quarterback.
The rest of their team looks
the way
loaded.
the quarterback is playing right now. Like you could have Kyle Shanahan, you could have Sean McVay, you could have the ghost of whoever you want, Air Coryell.
Yeah.
You could have the greatest offensive mind of all time, and they would probably be like, all right, we're running the triple option with this guy because he can't throw.
Most of my attention was on Georgia, Tennessee. Of that stretch of incomplete passes, how many were easy passes?
Probably like 6 out of 10.
Yikes.
Were like completable. There's a couple. There's like one batted at the line. There's a couple deep throws that were like relatively open, but they were like 40 yards down the field. And there's some just like, you got it. There's one where it ended in an interception, and a guy was just wide open. It was a rollout to the left. He had the guy open for the first down, didn't throw it, circled back, and threw an interception in the middle of the field.
Insert Tex Morton for Arch. They would be undefeated. Can my Red Raiders get some love?
That is just one more game, but yes.
He looks. It's only, it's a fancy way of saying they would have beaten Ohio State.
Yeah, they would have scored another touchdown against Ohio State.
Tech looks good though.
Tech right
really
now.
Good.
Tech. I mean, we'll see against Utah. This is really their first big test of the season, but they've checked all the boxes that you want to check when you're not playing good competition, which is beating the pants off of them, which is what they've done so far this season.
That's an 11 a.m. kick. That's 10 a.m. Mountain Time.
10 a.m.
That's
Mountain.
a weird kick. I don't know if that's good for Texas Tech.
Well,
I mean, it's short travel. It's not far.
And it would be worse for Utah.
Do you think so? Like the team that's at home, though?
Yeah. That it's 10 o'clock their time. It's 11 o'clock Tech time. Tech's played 11 o'clock kickoffs. I'm not sure how many 10 o'clock kickoffs Utah's had. Also,
that's a weird kickoff.
Rice-Eccles Stadium gets super loud. I don't know about the ferocity of it at 10 in the morning.
Yeah, they're going to have to recover after a night of drinking a bunch of milk. That's a good point.
You know what? That again tips the balance back in their favor Mormons being up at 10 in the morning.
No, you're right. The earlier the kickoff time, the better for the road team. You're right about that.
When I was in school, like we would have to set several alarms to make the 11 o'clock kickoff. Like it was sometimes a stretch to get it to 11.
You should be embarrassed by yourself. Or he was overrated, Arch. Yeah, that's
the thing is
true.
The thing is, he looks way worse than he did last year against bad competition.
Mm-hmm.
And he's playing bad. The last 2 games, he's played bad competition. He just looks worse. He
Connor,
looks worse than he was last year.
Texter Connor Wigman is fun to watch. He played well, played really well. Offense had its best game against Colorado. Ryan, who's producing instead of Brian. Look at the job that Ryan's doing today. Brian never does this kind of stuff. He texted us the big names the last time that A&M went on the road and beat a top 25 team, which was just a couple years ago, over a decade ago. 2014, Kyle Allen. Quarterback that game. Go Cougs. 277 yards, 4 touchdowns. He's still in the league. He's with – where is he at? I saw him play – oh, he's with Detroit. I think he's Detroit's backup, actually. Trey Williams, who, if I remember correctly, went to Decaney. I think Trey Williams is the Decaney kid. 10 carries, 64 yards. So those were the Aggies the last time they got a top 25 win, just a couple of years ago, back in 2014. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe broadcasting live at Crawfish Cafe. Great food. Carbach going to be out here later. Great drinks. They have a bunch of TVs in here. Perfect spot to watch your Monday night football. Let's get into these coaches that got fired in college football. Why would you do this after 3 weeks? And also, Brian Kelly got a little snappy. With the media after the Tigers win down in Baton Rouge over the weekend. 713-780-3776. It is Jeremy and Joe. Sean filling in for Joe, broadcasting live. Crawfish Cafe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. First, a moment on HR&P, Human Resources and Payroll. It's Cougar owned by Mike Holly. Go Cougs. He used to protect a Heisman Trophy winner. Now he's protecting business. He's been in the protection business his whole life. Was built for it. Business owners, let HR&P help you. They can help you in HR compliance, benefits administration, payroll, onboarding. They can help in any of those facets. They can help with all of those areas. There's no boxes with HR&P. Doesn't matter how small the job, how big the job, HR&P completely customizes a plan for whatever you and your business needs. You have a problem, you have an issue, you want to take a little bit off your plate, HR&P is going to find a way to help. They do it in a way that is unique. Technology meets service. They have the best technology in the game. It is top-notch. You'll love it, but you're also going to love their customer service. Their customer service is best in the business. Guaranteed fulfillment. You'll never talk to a stranger. Everybody will know about you, know about your business, and you're going to love that as the business owner because you're never going to talk to a stranger. So give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HR&P customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525, or visit them online, hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Crawfish Cafe in the Heights. It's Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
No Joe today. Mapes in for Joe. We're at Crawfish Cafe where the food is delicious. Cardbox going to be out here later with some of their beers. $10 bucket of 6, long necks $2. They're going to hand out some Cardbox merch here as well. So your spot to watch Monday Night Football. You're going to eat good. You're going to drink good. You're going to go home with some goodies as well. And hopefully you see the Texans win a game. I'm sure that you want that. Who doesn't? Who doesn't? No, Buccaneer fans, I guess. Corey, do y'all think Tech is legit or have they just not played anybody? Both. I think they are legit. They also haven't played. I mean, their best competitor was Oregon State, who they beat by 31.
Yeah. I think part of the reason I think they're good is that they are just burying bad teams, which is what really, really good teams do. They should be the favorite right now to win the Big 12, and that's really what the goal was heading into the season. That's what you can control the most if you are Tech is win your conference, make the playoff, and I think I've seen nothing that makes me shake from that. And really, that's what makes the Utah game so interesting this weekend, is that it's your first chance to see him against like competition.
Brian Kelly was a little bit snippy with some of the questioning he got. First question he got was about the offense in a game they won against an SEC opponent, so I understand where he's coming from. Like, you win a tough game, you had to fight hard to win it, you're very excited to win it. And then Brian Kelly, after the game, here was a little bit of the audio, the little bit of the press conference.
Brian in the back, I know you love these immediate post-game sessions, but what are you seeing with your offense?
Stop. Really? Is that the first question? We won the game 20-10. Try another question. What do you want me to tell you? I just laid it out for you. We played the game to win the game. We played the game to win the game.
All right. How about third down then? What is going on with third down?
It's one game. Last game, we were great on third down. You're looking at this from the wrong perspective. LSU won the football game. Won the game. I don't know what you want from me. What do you want? You want us to win 70-0 against Florida to keep you happy?
No, I think people want to know why you can't run the ball, quite honestly.
We can run the ball. Did you see the last play of the game? That's all you need. You just need one. There's ridiculous questions. And I'm getting tired of it. That football team just worked their tail off to get an SEC win, and you want to know what's wrong. You know what? You're spoiled. You're spoiled. This team is 17-1 at night. 17-1. Give them some respect. How about that? Give them some respect instead of micro-analyzing every little thing. This is ridiculous. For a group of seasoned reporters, that kind of question is so out of line.
I love the season reporters at the end. A little backhanded compliment.
Credit to the reporter. He was like, okay, how about you can't run the ball?
Brian, he did apologize today. He said that he texted this reporter who works at one of the TV stations, I guess in Baton Rouge, maybe New Orleans, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But a TV station in Louisiana. He said he texted him, apologized at his press conference today, saying I was out of line. I need to handle questions better. But I also understand where he's coming from. Like, you just win an SEC game. Like, those are all hard. Those are all tough. And then you're immediately being attacked about why does your offense stink? Like, that's not the first thing he wants to hear.
Yeah. Question one is tough, but I think there were fair questions. I mean, towards the end, it started becoming still fair questions, but worded more combatively by the Baton Rouge press corps. But I mean, it's a fair question. The other team's quarterback threw 5 interceptions. He scored 20 points.
Yeah.
I think it's fair to be like, you're operating on some short fields. Maybe we could get 27.
So what about third downs then? You're bad in third downs.
Yeah. He had it all right there.
Yeah, he was ready to go, which was pretty cool. Vanderbilt looking good. They have a big one this week. I'm blanking on who they play. It's another SEC team, obviously, because SEC play. I think it's a ranked SEC team, and I want to say Vanderbilt might be favored in this one. But Vanderbilt's playing pretty good. LSU.
No, they're playing Georgia State. Not yet in the SEC.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking down the road then. I think it was I saw a future line of Vanderbilt, Alabama, actually.
Okay.
I saw
October
a future line on it. But Vanderbilt ranked. They're playing good. Last year, not a fluke. They still got that quarterback there who's doing his thing. 2 coaches got fired after week 3, which I'm not a fan of firing coaches in week 3. To me, it doesn't make any sense other than be like, oh, I'm going to show him. I'm going to show everybody that we mean business here. Because the moment you do it, everybody that's good is going to redshirt, into the portal. I saw a couple of guys already doing that.
Yes.
I do not understand at all with a week 3 firing in college football, but Brent Pry got it at Virginia Tech, and Deshaun Foster got it at UCLA.
Yeah, I think both firings I understand. Like, I get why you're like, get this guy out of here. UCLA 0-3, completely uncompetitive against Power 5 opponents, and then capped it off. I think this was a Friday night game. It was a Friday night game where they lose to New Mexico.
Yeah.
You got to get fired doing that.
I don't know. Like, what's the point?
I think you have to get fired.
Sure.
I don't think you have to get fired in week 3 for doing that because you look ahead at UCLA's schedule. There's some more opportunities to fire him after embarrassing losses. There'll be plenty of losses this year for UCLA, and I think it really boils down to what you said, where after week 3, guys can still redshirt.
Yeah.
It's not, it's not morally correct. I would fire him after the guys can't redshirt anymore. That's just to keep the team together for the rest of the season. Now you are kind of holding these guys hostage, but it's like we still have a team to field for the next 9 games.
Yeah,
so
I'm not a fan of it.
I think both firings are they're both ugly, bad losses to teams they have no business losing to. But I mean, Nico could redshirt and transfer again.
He could. He probably will, too.
How fast can he learn Sarkisian's playbook? No.
He can learn it really quick.
Yeah, I mean.
Learn as quickly as possible.
Hey, again, we'll see. We'll see. You got a bye week coming up. We'll see what they look like.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I think when would be the right time? When is the earliest possible for Branham to sign off?
November
1st.
Like, get a little bit of a head start because, like, what is the purpose? Like, what are you gaining? You're gaining nothing. You're gaining nothing by doing it right now. It makes, like, you're first to market. So what? You're not gaining an advantage over, like, openings that come up in November because anybody you want to hire already has a job right now anyways. Like, to me, it makes no sense whatsoever. I think it's more of a flex to the boosters and be like, okay,
that's what
you guys did it. Like, I agree with you. Like, we're making a move because we're not going to stand for this, but that does nothing but stroke their own egos.
Yes, it's a little bit of like, hey, let's give the angry mob, someone to rip their head off, and it's this coach that we're going to fire no matter what. We'll just do it now.
Yeah,
I think part of it is Virginia Tech. They lose 45-26 to Old Dominion. This is like not the first time that Old Dominion has beaten Virginia Tech, which has to be very embarrassing for them. And ODU was up 31-0 against Virginia Tech at one point. There's a good chance that this team just quit on their coach.
Yeah, they try to salvage something.
Yeah, and it's hey, can we get these guys to stop quitting, actively quitting? We're going down 31-0 against ODU.
And you're embarrassing the program with their level of intensity. I can understand that a bit.
I still say wait until week 5, and guys can't redshirt and transfer. In the most cynical move, college football move, it is just like, no, we're keeping these guys.
We
here
got
for
you. You're stuck.
You're the ones that got this guy fired. All right.
Yeah, that would be funny. Do you know the moment that I knew that Deshaun Foster was not going to be there long? Do you remember
was
his
it a third down? Oh no, it wasn't a third down decision.
This was Deshaun Foster, his introductory press conference at UCLA.
I'm sure you guys don't know too much about UCLA, but our football program. But we're in LA. It's us and USC.
Yep. Oh, 2 for 2.
We I'm just basically excited, really. That's it. Any questions?
Could you imagine being the guy that hires that guy, and then that's his introductory press conference?
I forgot about how long and uncomfortable those silences were.
People don't know about UCLA football. We're in LA.
I mean, facts only for the first 2 points.
It's literally in the name. UCLA.
That's what the LA stands for.
Could you imagine though? Like Chip Kelly leaves you because your NIL is terrible. He tells you it's not a good job. He goes on to be an offensive coordinator for another college program, and then you hire Deshaun Foster, and then he immediately is like, deer in the headlights at his introductory press conference.
It's crazy.
They had to know right then. They had to have known right then.
Like maybe he didn't know he wasn't prepped that he had like some mic time that wasn't going to be just Q&A. At the same time, like you got to have something of like, hey, I'm Deshaun Foster, as an alum, blah blah blah. We're going to be an attacking, aggressive team that really is looking to win on the line. It's like just things that every coach says at every introductory press conference. Like he didn't have that in his back pocket. No, I mean it's really bad stuff for UCLA football. Like you said, Chip Kelly leaving you not late in the offseason, but, post most of the coach carousel, so you have to elevate an assistant. He also leaves the head coaching job to be the offensive coordinator of a team in your conference.
Oh, that's right. In your conference.
Theoretical peers.
Cohorts.
And he wins the national championship for him, by the way. And you're taking on Nico Iamaleava. Wow.
I'm impressed you know how to say it.
I used to be able to say it better when he was good. now that he stinks, I've lost it.
It's his own performance, so it's really his fault.
Yeah, I just haven't needed to say it out loud that much. But you take him on. You're like, hey, listen, it's a 5-star talent. We're not getting much of these guys in UCLA, and it's like the biggest disaster you can imagine to start the season. Meanwhile, the quarterback that you had, Joey Aguilar, transfers to Nico's old school and put up 40 points against the Georgia Bulldogs.
I know. It's crazy.
It's a tough beat for any UCLA fan.
I mean, there's been a lot of bad transfers. He's probably the most notable. He's in the conversation.
He's definitely in the conversation.
Who was the ukulele was another one.
Oh, DJ?
Yeah.
But
because he was really good. What was it, Oregon State? And then he was awful at Florida State.
Yes, but at least that makes sense.
Yeah,
he got beat out at Clemson. Then he takes a step down to Oregon State. Then he has a chance to step back up.
Yeah.
Nico, it's 100% self-inflicted wounds of he went asking for more money for his coach. His coach said, you know what? We're good, actually. No thanks. And he basically is the first guy at his level to get his bluff called like that.
Insane.
An SEC starting quarterback who made the playoff.
Good for them. Good for them. Was his Deshaun Foster's or Adam Gaze's press conference worse? Kristen Humble. I don't really remember anything about the Gaze press conference other than his eyes.
The eyes were.
So I don't know if he actually sounded bad. I just remember the eyes, but I don't know.
I'll go Foster because I just heard the Foster one.
No one knows about UCLA football. We're in L.A.
He's an alum. He went to school there.
That was my favorite part.
Can he drop some sort of?
We're in L.A.
Founded by John C. Whatever.
USC and us. That was so good. 5795. Love the show, guys. Big night in Houston. You guys want to talk some Stros. That's a great idea. 5795. Big night in Houston. You got a little Monday Night Football. You also have some Stros Rangers. Let's get to the good, bad, and the ugly from the Astros weekend in Atlanta. 713-780-3776. Mapes in for Joe. It's Jeremy and Joe broadcasting live at Crawfish Cafe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Houston, the Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? Did you know that Walmart has been in business forever? You already know that. But do you know that they have 500 million items online? Yeah. They have a huge selection online that you can't find in stores at Walmart.com. We've been ordering online from Walmart for quite some time now. Branham family loves it. The wife and the kids were out of town over the weekend. Order from Walmart.com. Get everything that I needed without even having to leave the house. It was great. Wonderful for someone like me that doesn't have a ton of time. I don't like to mess with the crowd. I don't want to turn off the game. We order online with Walmart, and we get everything we need without even having to leave the house. It's fantastic. I know what you're thinking, that it's too expensive, that it costs more online grocery shopping. That's not the case. That's not true at Walmart. Grocery prices are the same for delivery as they are in store. And, of course, because it's Walmart, you already know that those prices are low. What I love about it, they're fast. Walmart can deliver in as fast as an hour. They're going to save you time. Use express delivery to get all of the eligible things you need from Walmart, from the groceries, home goods even prescriptions. Walmart is changing the game. So when it comes to feeding your family, hosting a tailgate, or throwing a party, think Walmart for all of those grocery needs. Start an order right now at walmart.com.
Now back to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Crawfish Cafe in the Heights.
Great food. I had a little boudin. Boudin's fantastic. Sean's having the shrimp tacos. He likes it a lot. He gave me a bite of his shrimp. His shrimp was good. I like his shrimp. All the food here at Crawfish Cafe is good. Mapes in for Joe. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5. Carbach out here. $10 bucket of 6 beers. Long necks, just $2. Giving away some merch as well. So if you're looking for a spot, watch some Texans in a little over an hour. This is your spot to do it. Dameon Pierce is expected to be a healthy inactive tonight for the Houston Texans.
Not great for Dameon.
Here are the scratches. Christian Kirk, Braxton Berrios, they've already been ruled out. We knew that.
Yeah.
Graham Mertz is inactive.
Okay.
I still think he can be your emergency third.
Yeah,
guy.
I think he's just the third quarterback.
Jake Andrews hurt, and then Tommy Tagaya, who pretty dang good, that guy. But Dameon Pierce, the final one of the inactive players. I thought it was bad. I thought there was 2 signs for Dameon Pierce that did not paint a great picture for Dameon Pierce. One, he didn't play well. I guess 3. One, he didn't play well in the opener. Didn't have a ton of carries, but didn't play well in those carries. 2, Demeco during the week said that they wanted to get Chubb the ball more.
Yep.
Okay, well, if he's getting the ball more, what does that mean for the rest of the running backs?
Yep.
It means they're getting it less. And then 3rd, he did not field the kickoffs very good. He did not field the kickoffs very good in the opening week loss to the Rams. And then I was listening to Frank Ross last night as I put the dishes away. And he was like, yeah, you got to be a shortstop back there with the way these teams are going to kick ground balls to you. And I'm like, you know what? I wonder if this means Dameon Pierce is not going to return kicks. I didn't allow my mind to go to the healthy inactives. But I was like, yeah, I wonder if they make a change at kick return because he can't field those ground balls. Lo and behold, he will not be returning kicks because he is inactive tonight. He might not be long for this team.
I was going to say, he was in a very perilous position either way. I mean, honestly, there's a case to be made that in the alternate universe where Joe Mixon is 100% healthy throughout training camp, Dameon Pierce is already not on this team. And you throw in, I remember on Sunday being like, when Dameon Pierce was in, being like, oh, yeah, Dameon Pierce. Like, my brain was just so Chubb, Dare, Woody Marks, was the rotation in my head that when Pierce was out there, I was like, Dameon Pierce is still on this team.
Yeah.
And like you said, if he's not going to get as much workload as Demeco kind of foreshadowed, if he's not going to get workload as a running back there, and then I didn't know about the Frank Ross thing.
Yeah.
I
mean, first snap of the first kick of the season, he's like running around aimlessly like he's Yordan Alvarez trying to play a tough grounder up the middle. Like, I was like, if the teams are going to be doing this, I'm not sure I trust them on three hoppers.
You saw the Steelers rookie running back,
Caleb Johnson,
just didn't know the rule and gave up a touchdown.
His press conference, or not his press conference, the media scrum after his locker, or after the game at his locker. They were like, "Did you know the rule?" He's like, "It doesn't matter if I knew the rule or not. I just have to move forward."
Okay,
I was like,
so
she didn't know the rule. Yeah, which, I mean, that's kind of on his coaching staff too, though. Like, he's a rookie. Like, that's got to be like cemented. Like, every time he runs out there, build it. But with the new kickoffs this year, with the touchbacks coming out, deeper in the field, I'm starting to see more often because, like, last year, like, the in vogue thing was running backs. Running backs returning kicks with the new dynamic kickoff rule. But now it's like more emphasis to land in the landing zone. You're seeing more like 2 hoppers, 3 hoppers. I'm starting to see more receivers being used there. Like John Mechie was returning kicks for the Eagles yesterday.
Okay, so it's more of a
it's a league thing.
It's not a hands team, but it's guys on your hands team. You need at least one of them back
good hands.
there.
You can't have brick hands. Like, it's like they're going to kick you short hops.
Yeah. The kickoff thing, it's interesting. I think the tweaks are kind of working. I mean, we got a kickoff return last week in the Dolphins-Pats game. We got a kick return touchdown.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
No, you're seeing more returns.
Yeah, you're seeing more returns. So it seems like it's working, but yeah, there is definitely some kinks to be worked out and some, as the teams kind of figure it out.
Yep.
They're having to shift, and it looks like it might have cost Dameon Pierce a spot on the roster.
I wonder who's going to return kicks, though. My guess would be Noel.
Yeah.
Because he's kind of shifty, quick. Obviously, he has decent hands because he's a receiver. Probably, I say decent. I'm selling him short. Good hands.
Yeah.
My guess would be Noel will be the kick return. I think he'll return both kick and punts.
I think that's safe. I'm trying to think of
Dare. They're going to put Dare back there because he can do it all.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe they will. Texture says
you got to save his legs for
for kicks.
Key 2-minute drills at the end of the game.
Yeah. Save his legs. Y'all want Caleb Johnson? LOL. No. Like what? No. Why? And what? He's asking us. We want him. LOL. Like we suggested, we wanted Caleb Johnson.
No, I said,
what world did you gather that?
I mean, no. Maybe he's a Steelers fan trying to offload him.
Oh, maybe. That could be it.
Pierce for Johnson. Who says no?
He's been a disappointment, man. Like I think he got 1 carry in yesterday's game. He's getting out carried by a lot by Kenneth Gainwell and by Jalen Warren. Like, that's not a great look for a rookie running back who people thought would be the bell cow.
When they signed Aaron Rodgers, that's when the first little red flag of like, ooh, rookie running back with Aaron Rodgers. I'm not sure how much he'll love that. Also, with Rodgers, he's going to be playing out of the shotgun more, so running out of the shotgun more. At Iowa, not exactly what they do there. I thought there was going to be a learning curve. It looks pretty steep and pretty bad for Caleb Johnson and Caleb Johnson fantasy owners.
No, it doesn't look very, very good. We'll get to the good, bad, and ugly here in like 5 minutes. So you're not a boxing fan, huh? Did you watch Canelo Crawford even though you don't like boxing?
Did not. I was aware of it, did not watch it. Those are 2 guys that I know. I don't know. Was it the end of the A&M game or something? Actually, no. Probably
it was
later.
Over. Yeah, it was well over.
Yeah.
Because I turned it on after that game went final, and they were just about to start the co-main event, which was Fernando Vargas Jr. And I remember watching Fernando Vargas fight, which I was like, oh man, I'm getting up there. I'm starting to get a little old. I'm watching Fernando Vargas Jr. fight when I used to watch his dad, and his dad was his corner man. I'm like, oh boy. No, I love boxing. It's definitely been a sport that's been dormant, quite frankly, mostly dormant. Like, you still have your, Canelo's a big draw. Crawford, I mean, Crawford's a stud, maybe the best fighter of his generation after beating Canelo, but, like, not a very popular guy unless you follow boxing. So, like, it's been a sport that lacks stars, and I think a lot of it's not really the quality. I think a lot of it's the marketing behind it. You know, maybe pay-per-view isn't the best way to market the sport. I really hope that they can bring it back to being premier like it used to be. Because I grew up on boxing. I loved boxing as a kid. I would love for it to be mainstream once more. Because, like, even that, like, Canelo Crawford had a huge gate. I mean, obviously everybody's watching it. They're selling out Allegiant Stadium.
Wow.
So for, like, one night it felt like boxing was back. I just hope that they can continue it and, like, find new fighters and market new fighters where this can be sustainable as opposed to, like, a once every 10-year type of thing.
Yeah, it feels like right now it's not once every 10 years, but it's once every 2 years or 3 years that you get one of these fights that becomes sort of mainstream that aren't Jake Paul fights. Like, you'll get a Tyson Fury Usyk fight. You'll get, like,
still not marketable. Like
probably not. I mean, I think Fury is.
This was the biggest fight since McGregor Mayweather. Like, listen to how stupid that sounds. Like,
Is that
Mayweather,
true?
yes. That's what makes me sick about
Like-
it. And, like the Paul
like-
brothers. And, like, you're about to see Mayweather and Tyson fight. Like, boxing's become more about, like, the star name, cachet name, clout name than the actual sport. I want, like, the best fighters in the world, the best boxers in the world being marketed like they should, where we see this on a more than once every X amount of years display. Like, it's sad to me.
Yeah. I mean, it's tough because you don't really have the, like, long-term storytelling with these guys. Like, you kind of, and for the casuals, which is a lot of people now,
sure,
you only find out about these guys when they are, like, 40-0. You're like, oh, this guy, Bud Crawford. It's like, until he fought Spence, that must have been
Earl Spence,
few years ago now.
Yep.
I hadn't heard of the guy. Or if I did hear of him, I probably thought it was two brothers and one named Terrence, one named Bud. I didn't know it was one guy. But to have this guy who's moved up, and now I've learned more about it, moved up 2 weight classes to fight Canelo Alvarez and beats him. Like, that should be one of the biggest sporting headlines of the weekend.
For sure. Yeah, and he was great in that fight. He was really good. I was worried about Canelo's power and Crawford jumping multiple weight classes. And then you could tell, like, round 3, round 4, that Crawford's like, yeah, I don't put any faith in his pop. Like, he was sitting there trading punches with him.
Wow.
Like, he got very confident, as he should, because he fought a great fight, and he just didn't respect Canelo's power like many people thought he was gonna. Which, I mean, speaks to his greatness. Promoters killed boxing. They want to protect their guy, not make the best matches. You're right.
Yeah.
Israel says Crawford. Yeah, but a good fight. All right, let's get to the good, the bad, and the ugly from the Astros weekend. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, Mapes filling in for Joe, broadcasting live, Crawfish Cafe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
This is Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Crawfish Cafe in the Heights. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Mapes in for Joe today. We are at Crawfish Cafe in the Heights, though. Fantastic food. Mapes still haven't put down that second shrimp taco.
I had a wing,
The wings are
I had the
delicious.
boudin the last break,
It's all
so
very good.
I was, there's a lot of good options. I have to pace myself.
But great spot to always, of course, eat lunch, dinner. Great spot to have a drink. Great spot to watch Monday Night Football. A Carbach Monday Night Football special. Bucket of 6 is $10. Long necks $2. Giving out some free Carbach merch as well. They're going to be doing it throughout the football season. Today, here at the Heights. They'll be in Shenandoah October 20th. Cypress on November 3rd. Pearland November 17th. We'll get to the Texans here in a little bit. Monday Night Football less than an hour away. Texans trying to avoid an 0-2 start. Slight favorite over Tampa Bay as well. But good, bad, ugly. Astros got a big one, too. Kind of getting lost in the spotlight a little bit. Astros and Rangers begin a 3-game series. I guess it was a good weekend series. You won it. You took 2 of 3. You do board a flight, though, losing your final game, which always puts a little bit of a poor taste in your mouth. And then Seattle swept, and the Rangers took 2 of 3 from the Mets. So you didn't really gain advantage anywhere. But they won the series. We start with the good. What good did you have?
I had Hunter Brown. Hunter Brown, just another Hunter Brown-like start that you expect. And, really cruising until the very end. And he gives up, I think, one extra run was charged to him because De Los Santos came in and gave up a single. But I think getting the Hunter Brown performance that you got, him also getting run support was huge for him to get a win, and for the Astros to get a win, scoring that much and having it not be such a clinch, you're just clinched the entire game.
Yeah.
That leads me into another good. It's just the offense came alive for the first 2 games of the series. That was also very nice to see.
Even yesterday, I felt like they had some good offensive approaches.
Yeah.
Like they were hitting the ball hard.
It wasn't
the
bad.
Track.
Yeah.
Like it was better than the lifeless 4-hit, 1-run performances. It's just, Fromber. We'll get to Fromber in a minute. It was just so poor.
Won't be in the good.
I think Hunter Brown's locking up top 3 in the Cy Young voting, which is big for the Astros because they'll get a draft pick with the whole PPI thing. The player promotion incentive, which, look, we know their minor league system needs.
Yeah.
So that will be helpful.
Yeah.
And you're going to get a qualifying offer pick for Fromber, although I think that one's going to be a 4th-rounder because pretty sure the Astros are in the luxury tax. There's been some conflicting reports on that. Fangraphs has them under the luxury tax, but they also have players who played on the team missing on their payroll calculator or whatever, and the other sites have them over the luxury tax. So I'm pretty sure they're over. But that's a difference in Fromber leaving and getting a 1st and a 4th. If you're over the luxury tax, you get a 4th. If you're under the luxury tax, you get a 1st.
That's a pretty big – it's the MLB draft, so it's not the same as other drafts, but that's still a bit – I would rather have the – 30-something or 40th because it's the comp pick at the end of the round.
Yeah, the sandwich pick.
Would rather have that than 130.
The pushback would be, well, you got Correa. So that would be I'd rather have Correa in a 4th as opposed to a 1st and no Correa. You know what I mean? So I'm glad that they went into the competitive balance tax, but there is some penalty. There is some punishment for that.
Yeah. If Correa is the one that put you over, then you – I don't grin and bear it. That's a little dramatic, but you accept it. Top 3 in Cy Young. That's going to be Skubal, Brown. Is it DeGrom who's coming to town?
DeGrom will be in the mix. I think Crochet will be in the mix.
Oh yeah, Crochet.
Yeah, Eovaldi would have been if he would have pitched long enough, but he got hurt.
So Eovaldi got hurt. Skubal got pulled, but it looks like he's okay.
Whenever you saw that news, were you hoping that he needed Tommy John?
Skubal?
Yeah.
I think I saw that it was like his side or something. I was still thinking oblique or I was still okay, maybe he misses a little time, but no, it looks like he'll be healthy.
The Zach Cole thing was pretty fun to watch. Homered on his first pitch he sees. First ever pitch he sees as a big leaguer. Hits it out of the ballpark. He sets a franchise record for the most RBIs in a debut. It's okay. That's cool to see. Colton Gordon eating 4 innings to get a save in Friday's blowout. I know his numbers weren't good, but I like guys who can go out there and do a job.
Yeah.
You're up big. Go eat the rest of the game. He did that. I respect that. I like that.
That was a big team performance.
Yeah.
That was you took one for the team in the realest sense.
Your ERA is going to take a hit. but you get a save and you save the bullpen for the team. Like, I respect that kind of job. Like, he did a job. Is he a good pitcher? No. Do I want to see a whole lot of them? No. But if you're up by 9 runs and you can eat the final 12 outs to save the rest of the bullpen while you're in a pennant race, like, thank you. Appreciate that, Colton Gordon. Yiner's coming on and Cam Smith coming on now.
Yeah, that Cam Smith home run was a nice sight to see, not just that he hit a home run and he pulled one, that he pulled it 450.
He hit it far.
That's the aircraft carrier that we were promised in spring training. And, yeah, whatever signs of life from anyone on this offense, like I would like for anyone to start a hot streak right now. Like you said, Yiner has been, I think, under the radar, been pretty good for a good while now.
He has, really since like the start of summer. He had a little bit of a lull in August where his numbers were a bit down, but like in September it's like skyrocketing again. It's gotten to the point because Cam's actually put together a pretty strong September. Like he had a dreadful July and August, really, really bad. I wanted him to send him down so they can get an extra year of club control. They didn't do that, whatever. But it's gotten to the point where he's performing well over the last couple of weeks, and Sanchez has been really bad, that I think that I would lose the platoon. I think that I'm done with I want to see if the Cam Smith revival is real, and I would like to see him get some starts against some righties if Sanchez is going to continue to struggle.
Yeah, his homer yesterday was off a righty, if I'm not.
3-1 count. And then he got pinch hit for later against a righty with Sanchez. Like, they're going straight platoon, and I think Cam Smith is performing good right now, and Sanchez is struggling, that I think I'd rather go with the guy with form until I figure out he doesn't have form.
Yeah,
I would play Cam more
riding the slightly more hot hand in right field there. Yeah, and especially the difference in glove that you're getting with Jesus Sanchez, where once a week there's a blooper reel kind of play.
Sanchez is great at robbing home runs and then literally nothing else.
Just everything else, I have as good of a chance of catching it that he does.
He's Dikembe Mutombo at the wall, and he's like Yordan Alvarez, and that's disrespectful to Yordan.
Yeah.
It's like Pedro Serrano. Like, he's Pedro Serrano in right field unless he's robbing a home run. Then he's Dikembe Mutombo and the greatest defender of all time.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
So
I mean,
weird.
Maybe that's something for. If they, I mean, honestly, this is kind of a playoff type of run here. I was going to say, if they get to the playoffs, that's something where it's like, I need a defensive replacement for Jesus Sanchez in the 7th inning of every playoff game that you're winning. And maybe not the ones that you're winning if those platoons are going to be that close, the splits are going to be that close. But I think for my own mental well-being, I like Cam Smith better in right field.
Yeah, I do too. Good, bad, and ugly texture. Josh Seabrook Fromber having a pitch fit. That was one of my big bads, is that Fromber Valdez is costing himself so much money, and I think that he knows it, and I think it's leading to him unraveling.
I think that's fair. I had him as the ugly.
Okay, yeah.
I don't
either way
really know the difference between bad and ugly. Okay, good.
They're both the same. For me.
Yeah, it felt uglier that I had it as Fromber / the potential for an Astros deep run because of how Fromber's pitching, and Fromber's next contract. Fromber's agent is looking ugly right now. He's still gonna make a lot of money, but the amount of a lot of money I think has gone down basically with every start that he's made since the trade deadline.
Like last 6 to 8 starts for sure. Yeah. I thought at the start of the year he would flirt with $200 million, and he was pitching really well.
I thought he was going to get over.
June.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, he's going to go over $200 million. And now I'm like wondering if he's going to get $150. Like, he's losing a lot of money.
Yes, especially not just in performance, but I really think that the mix-up with Salazar, the post-game clubhouse comments. Like, I think
he got screwed by the interpreter there.
I think that's gonna, but maybe I don't know.
Hey, crazy!
I'll leave that to you. But I think that I think it's rubbing a lot of people the wrong way, and he's a guy who cannot afford to have like one less suitor, one less he can't have the Mets be out on him because the Mets at the very least would bid up whoever eventually signs him.
For his sake, he does not need to go to New York. Like, he would have.
He would also fall.
New York.
It would be wet tissue paper.
Like, I still think that the AAV is going to be high, but what team's going to want to guarantee him 7-8 years?
That's what I was thinking.
That's why I think the total money is going to go down.
Could you 5?
I think he's cost himself $50 million. like that, like total contract, and maybe he can recoup it later in his career.
Yeah.
Like he signs a short-term 3-4 year deal. He still has time in his
then
career
sign
for
a
another
couple
contract, so he can recoup
10
it.
AAVs.
But
at the
this
end.
contract specifically, I think he's cost himself $50 million with how he's pitched in the last 2 months.
Would you do just hypothetical team that needs a starter, 5 for 160?
I'm out. Well, you're talking to the wrong guy because I generally don't like signing free agents to big money.
Yeah.
I generally don't like signing pitchers to big money because they get hurt.
Agreed.
And I generally don't like signing players in their 30s to big money.
Yeah.
So, I already have all of
That's the
those
Triple Crown
built-in
right there.
parameters where,
Uh-huh.
I'm not the guy to ask if I would go that high with Fromber because I wouldn't do that if he wasn't having a meltdown.
I think that's one where I'll just answer my own question. I think that's one where where I think because I've seen it up close and personal with the meltdowns that I'm like, I can't do this. But maybe if you're a different team, that's where like the cross-up thing like really cost him because it became a national talking point of this guy could do this to his catcher, and people be like, I think he did that on purpose.
Whether it was intentional or not, the perception is reality, and everybody
It
thinks
looked on purpose.
Yeah. No, it's he's
because
cost
I know
himself so
you're
much.
the head of. It was actually
No, I do think it was a cross-up. I do. I think Fromber was working too fast and never got the sign until it's too late. And you can there's actually evidence to that. People don't want to hear it because it's better to be like, oh, he did it on purpose.
Yep,
which is fine.
Agreed.
Like, I've moved on.
I'm in camp number 2 on that one.
Which I've moved on. It's fine. Like, you can have that thought. I have mine.
If you had a couple more good starts,
both be
maybe
okay.
I'd be on your side.
Do you have any other good bads that we need to hit before we go to break?
Yeah, I mean, Altuve's foot.
He's back today, though.
Okay.
He is back in the lineup today.
I knew that we were going to get an update by the time the show came on, so I was just monitoring that as a bad, but that in the moment got me a little like, I don't know. And they made a point to show him in the dugout and have Blummer be like, well, he's still hanging out there with the guys? That's a good idea. And I'm like, I don't know. I've seen this movie before with this Astros training staff where that means nothing to me.
You know what I wonder, though, is I wonder if he's been dealing with this. And that's why he's been – I know that he's been DHing more because Jordan wasn't around, but he's still DHing more than Jordan since Jordan has come back. Mm-hmm. I wonder if this has been an element that his numbers have gone down. Like, I wonder if this has been something he's been dealing with that they've kind of been covering up.
Do we know when I'm looking up, but do we know when he got pulled?
Yeah, it was pretty early in the game, like
Okay.
third, fourth inning. Yeah, it was pretty early Saturday, and like they were winning, but it was only 6-0, and it was early. So it's like, it
wasn't quite. That's what I was wondering. It was the bottom of the third. They're up 6-0, but Urias comes in. Yeah,
it was the third. Mm-hmm. It was in the third.
Yeah, it was the bottom of the third. After a single to right for Altuve. So yeah, he might have heard it. Eventually scoring, might have heard it on the base paths there.
Yeah,
my
6-0
is enough benefit of the doubt of like you can
it's
pull
in
them.
play.
Yeah,
it's in play. No, I thought the same thing. It's in play. My theory though is that he's been dealing with an injury and they haven't told us, and I think he's been dealing with this one because he's been DHing way more, even with Jordan back.
Yeah.
He's been playing less left field, which less running and left field in second. His numbers have dipped. Like it's just a theory of mine.
That's enough circumstantial evidence that I
think so.
I can buy into that.
Yeah. Israel says Cam has a 1.9 WAR, 6th on the team in hits, on base of 315, and no ERA. He says.
Beat that, Ohtani.
He meant to say no errors, but he spelled it ERA. So no ERA for Cam Smith. Chas McCormick has an ERA though. Israel.
He does. 6.
All right, 713-780-3776. Texans, Buccaneers, Monday Night Football tonight. How much do you fear Tampa Bay? How much do you fear Baker Mayfield? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe broadcasting live. Crawfish Cafe in the Heights on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. I got a pair of games today, and you already know what app I'm on today. I'm on that Underdog app for both of these games. Football is here. Football is wonderful. We're in the thick of football season already, and the place to make picks and win money all season long is Underdog. You already know that. Playing on Underdog is fantastic. It is easy. Lamont's been flexing all of the winnings he has, and if Lamont can win, you can win too. Pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, yards, interceptions, receptions. I have a couple of those tonight and more. Also new to Underdog, you can pick teams now. That's right. You can pick whether or not your team will win or lose. Get your picks right. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash. and you can play with as little as $1. Here are my picks tonight for Texans Buccaneers. You think I know ball? All right, well, maybe you'll make these picks too. You think I don't know ball and I'm a casual? How about you go against these picks and make your own picks? But here's what I like tonight. Texans, they'll move the ball. Will they get into the end zone? I don't think so. Kaimi Fairbairn higher than 1.5 field goal. I think the Texans are going to throw the ball a lot to Nico Collins. I think they're going to force feed us Nico Collins for better or worse. That seems better. But how about higher 5.5 receptions for Nico Collins? Buccaneers on the other side of Mike Egbuka, higher than 4.5 receptions. So Fairbairn higher than 1.5 field goal. Nico higher than 5.5 receptions, and Mecca Egbuka higher than 4.5 receptions. So much to play, so much fun to be had, so much money to win. Check out the Texans-Bucks game. Check out the Chargers-Raiders. There's something for you. And also with Underdog, you have the originals, you have the drafts, you have the ladders. You can start a streak and win on that streak. Download the app right now and sign up with promo code KILLERB to score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. That's promo code KILLERB, KILLERB. Millions of fans have already won billions making picks on Underdog. Will you be next? Underdog. Make picks, win money.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Crawfish Cafe in the Heights. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
No Joe George today. Mapes is in for Joe. They'll be back tomorrow. Him and Brian. Ryan doing a fantastic job as well. So are the fine people here at Crawfish Cafe. Food here is terrific. It is super. Carbach with the drinks. Bucket of $6, $10. Long necks too. Long neck cold beer ain't ever broke my heart. Then we're gonna do this at every single Crawfish Cafe throughout the year. Today, Heights, September 15th, of course, Shenandoah, Woodland area, October 20th, Cypress, November 3rd, Pearland, November 17th. So this is your spot. This is your spot, Crawfish Cafe in the Heights, right on Shepherd. Get your beer specials for the Monday Night Football special and watch some football. About a little over 30 minutes away from that. We'll talk about that here in a bit. But let's go out to the HR&P listener line, 713-780-3776. Keith, you're in with the Jays. And Sean, what's up?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. Not used to hearing Sean this late in the day. He should be playing video games right now. My question is, 12 games left for the Astros. What do you think their record will be in each series, and what do they have to finish at to make the playoffs? Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it, Keith. I don't love the Astros schedule relative to these other teams, quite frankly.
I don't know if that's I feel the same way. I don't know if that's a lack of belief in the Astros, where it's just like I'm not sure what the good stretch I'd want, but this I don't think is it.
The Athletic had the toughest schedules the rest of the way for every playoff hopeful, and the tough in the division, Mariners, Astros, Rangers. The toughest strength of schedule, winning percentage wise, is actually Seattle, but Seattle also plays 3 games against the Rockies. So it's like how?
Yeah.
2,
What's their other?
They've closed with the Dodgers.
Oh, okay.
They have Kansas City as 1. I forget who the other one is. Maybe like the.
Do they play? They played the Astros.
That's it. That's it. Kansas City, Houston, Colorado, Dodgers.
Okay, so it's 3. That's 3. At least decent teams, and then
the Rangers have the easiest, and then the Astros are in the middle. The Rangers, of course, start a 3-game series tonight with the Astros. Then they go home for Miami. They go home for Minnesota, and they're at Cleveland.
That is an easy schedule.
The hope is that Cleveland's in the race still
they
for that final series, and then with
yeah.
the Seattle thing, you're hoping that the Dodgers have something to play for, which right now they do, but a lot can change over the next 9 games.
Yeah, that's one where do the Dodgers play the Padres, and could we get some separation in the NL West there? And yeah, so it really is. It's a double-edged sword where the Astros just so much have their destiny in their own hands. It's also, I don't think I trust them with their destiny in their own hands. Like, I am not feeling good, especially you look at the starting pitching matchups they are going to be rolling with in the Texas series. Tonight is your best chance, in my opinion, because it's Jason Alexander on the hill versus, is it Jack Leiter?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jack Leiter. And then you have...
He's been pretty good, though. And he's had good starts against you.
Yes,
and
but
you also wonder if like Costanza's summer is going to end.
It
feels like it's coming.
I need 2 more starts, Costanza. I need 2 more.
Yeah.
And then the rest of the series you're looking at Javier versus Merrill Kelly, and then DeGrom versus TBD.
TBD's having a good year.
Hasn't given up a run yet.
Having a good year. I haven't looked at like predicting this. Like the Astros, this is the big week, right? You play your 2.
Yes.
Contenders or your 2 rival contenders both this week. Now they're both at home, which should be good, but the Astros have been awful at home the last 2 months.
I at the very least would rather be playing in Arlington than Dicom.
Maybe so. Maybe I don't necessarily disagree. T-Mobile, no.
Yeah,
T-Mobile
I want them at.
And then they close at Sacramento and at the Angels, which it's like, okay, you should take care of business there, but they give you trouble.
Yes,
those teams.
And Sacramento is such a weird spot because it's going to be such a sleepy environment for these games.
Yeah.
It's going to be so dead. So I actually am worried about
both spots really, but Sacramento more so.
Yes, because it's minor league park and all that. But I'm like, it's just so weird that I don't like it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the most critical that they win the series against Texas because of the lead. Like the lead's currently 2. So if you take just 1 game, you still lead the division by a game. Rangers already had the tiebreaker, and then the Seattle thing's interesting because
you still lead the Rangers by a game.
Yeah.
And
then the Mariners will be unknown. I meant the Rangers.
Yeah,
I meant playoff spot, and then the Mariners would be unknown because they have their own series.
Yeah.
But the Mariners series is interesting because if you win that series, you take the tiebreaker. So.
Yeah.
There's probably, I don't know whether there's more at stake.
Well, you can get the tiebreaker and sweep Texas, but
right.
Yeah.
But not in a scenario where you only win 1.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
If you sweep Texas, I mean, it's over.
Yeah, no, that's why
you're in the playoffs.
That's why Texas to me is the more important series, just because it sets the basement on how bad this can get.
I would agree.
You can you control the destiny there the most because you're ahead 2 games. You can really put an arm's length between you and the Rangers. I mean, 2 out of 3 would put you at a good spot.
I feel like the last 6 games you must go 4-2. I feel like you must go 4-2 at Athletics, at Angels. And I feel like this week you have to go at least 3-3. I think bare minimum you could get in at 7 well, it depends on who you're playing. It depends on who you're playing. I think like worst case scenario where you still can survive is 3-3. I don't think that you have to have a winning week in order to still make the playoffs. I think worst case scenario, 3-3 this week, 4-2 next week can get you in. Worst case scenario.
I think as worst case scenario, you're right, because the idea of them going 3-3, like that is scary to me. Of like, I don't like the spot that they're in.
No, it'd be
but
scary.
they're not dead. Like, they don't have dirt on them yet. So I think that is a good number of like 3-3, but then you really have to get it the next 6 games. I would like a 4-2. That would be.
Does that get
really
you in?
sick.
You think 3-3 this week? Whatever.
3-3.
However you get it done, 3-3. 4-2 next week. Does that get you in?
It does depend on the 3.
I think it's like 60-40, yes.
If it's sweep the Rangers, get swept by the Mariners, you're in a good spot.
Yeah.
If it's split like 2-1, 1-2, I think you're right. I think you're on it. That's bare minimum.
Bare minimum.
A good, like a fine spot to be in.
And look, I don't think it's a slam dunk you get in 3-3, 4-2, but I think it's a 60-40.
You're treading
in.
water. I mean, you split. It's the definition of treading water.
Yeah, it's a big week. It's a massive week. 713-780-3776. Let's go back out to the HRP listener line. Israel, you're on with Mapes and Branham. What's up?
What up? Hey, I know y'all read off a man, Killer Cam stat, but for him to go to right field and never play and don't have no errors, I know I put ERA or whatever I put. For him to have no errors, it's phenomenal. That's phenomenal.
Yeah.
His 1.94, that's phenomenal for a rookie. That he didn't go in the minors, like Myers and the rest of them guys. He went straight to the league. His 6 on the team and hits with all the time he shot out. Ain't no way he's supposed to. He wanted to go center. Ain't no way. When you producing, I don't care which. You can't put him down like that. So that 240, even at 240, that's still decent. And it's not the season not over. 3 more hits. I predicted like 250. But back. So Cam, he having a great year. I don't care what nobody says. But with the Texans tonight, let's go, baby. And I'm looking for them Chubbs. Do your thing, Chubbs. You know what I'm saying? Pierce is the guy y'all talking about. At first it was Pierce, and this guy going to do this, a rookie. Watch my boy Chubb tonight. All right, y'all.
See Israel. No, Cam's had a phenomenal rookie year. I agree.
Yeah, I think we've kind of lost track. I mean, it's obvious just because how the season's gone, where you focus more on the team. And, like, we were doing a lot of Cam Smith updates up until, like, July, and then kind of the pennant race took over from there. But I think, like, sitting back, all but 12 games done of his rookie year, I think he's exceeded like the expectations that you can have, partially because of the 0 ERA or errors that he's got.
I mean,
that he's learning. I know, like, actually errors.
Outfielders making errors doesn't happen very often.
But in the general, how good he is at defense in right field.
No, he's a good defender.
Yes,
he's a good defender.
Him being a plus defender out there is good.
No, in totality, he's had a good rookie year. There's no argument to that. He's had lulls, he's had ups and downs, as rookies do. But no, I agree with Israel that in totality, he's had a good rookie season. I'm clamoring for him to actually play more right now over Sanchez because he's been a little bit better lately.
Yeah.
All right, let's get into some of the Tampa stuff. How much do you fear Tampa? What unit has to play well in order for the Texans to win? And what are we watching closely tonight? Texans-Buccaneers. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Mapes in for Joe, Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from Crawfish Cafe on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Crawfish Cafe in the Heights. It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Joe's out today. Mapes in for Joe. Brian out today. It's his birthday. So Rhino's been doing a great job for us back at the station. 713-780-3776. Broadcasting live, of course, from Crawfish Cafe. There's a spot to watch your football. Monday Night Football special. Carbog, a bucket of 6 beers for $10. Long necks, $2. The food here is terrific. We were able to take part, a little bit of that fare, and it was very, very good. One player or unit you think the Texans will win or lose because of? Real quick, offensive line configuration. This from Cody's Toots. He tweeted this out a little bit ago. Says that Ursary is warming up at left tackle, Laken Tomlinson at left guard, Patterson at center, Ed Ingram at right guard, and they're bumping Titus out to right tackle. That's the ones that are going through warm-up. So Cam Robinson, who was your best tackle last week,
yes.
Ursary out of position, benched your $12 million tackle, benched, even though he was your best tackle last week. You cool with that?
I'm cool with this because it was the configuration that they had settled upon in training camp, and I want you to have some conviction in your prior evaluation and not get so I don't know, skittish off of it based off of one game.
Yeah, I think I would have went with the same offensive line one more week to get finality on that offensive line. We're like, okay, let's
go back to week one's offensive line.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like Ingram's back. Okay, cool.
Because he's not so good.
It's Ed Ingram.
You have to start him.
Like it's Ed Ingram.
Yeah.
Like it's not Quentin Nelson. You know,
Yeah.
It's Ed Ingram. I can wait one more week.
Yeah.
On Ed Ingram. So I would have went the same offensive line one more week to get finality and closure on that offensive line. Where it's like, okay, it's still not good together. And even if you make the move at halftime, okay,
Yeah.
I have my answer.
Yeah.
Maybe one more half, have my answer. But if they perform well, it's like, okay, maybe that is our best offensive line. I would have went at least another half, one more game with that offensive line. I don't love that Cam Robinson was your best performing lineman last week, and he's the one benched. Like, that feels wrong to me. Like, you're benching your best one last week. Not that they performed well, but of the bunch, he was the best.
He performed the best,
and
yes.
they're benching him. Like, I don't love that. I get that Ursary was playing out of position. I get that Ursary is your franchise left tackle going forward, but I would have went one more week with it, I think.
Yeah,
one more week.
I just think that if you came to that decision that Ursary was going to be your left tackle, and franchise left tackle, if all things go well, I'm not moving off of that based off of one game where his PFF grade was low.
That's fair. That's fair. All right, one position, one unit, one player where tonight's game will be won or lost for you.
I'm going to go for the Texans. I'll go edge rushers. I'll go the front four. I'll go with you need to make the Tampa Bay offensive line who's without Tristan Wirfs for this game. You need to make him look like your offensive line. I think that's what you need to do. You need to abuse whatever backup right tackle that they're going to be trotting out there. And so I think it's Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter. If they go out there and have real game-changing performances, I think we're looking at a Texans win.
Yeah, they're without Gedeke, too, so they're without both of their tackles.
That's right. They're down the other tackle, too.
No, I think that they can take a lot of advantage there.
I think Charlie Heck might be one of the starters.
I think they're we had a guest on last week, and they're like, they're trying to do whatever's possible not to play him. Like, they're moving guards around to not play Charlie Heck.
He's a Texans cast-off. I bet they're not trying to play him.
It's pretty funny, where it's like, no, we're going to do whatever we possibly can to not play that guy. So that's pretty funny. But no, I think that's a good call because they're capable of doing that.
Yeah.
Baker's scrambling ability, that's something obviously you have to be mindful of.
Yep.
They will be. But sometimes you can get a little bit in trouble if you're too over-aggressive trying to get to the quarterback because he's pretty shifty.
He'll pick elusive. If you give him yards, he'll pick them up.
Yeah, I like Baker. I think Baker's good. We got into a big argument last week, Baker or Stroud. I rather have Stroud quarterbacking my real football team. I'd rather have Baker on my fantasy team. But if I'm starting a team tomorrow, would I take Stroud or Baker? I would take Stroud. Where do you land on that?
I'd take Stroud, but it's closer than I think both sides think. I think if you're a Stroud person, it's close. He's closer to Mayfield than you think, and if you're a Mayfield person, I think it's closer to Stroud than you'd think.
I would agree with that. I think it's a good way of putting that. To me, it's going to be the offensive line until it's not the offensive line. Until the offensive line proves that they're capable, I'm always going to think that the Houston Texans are going to win or lose based on the production of their offensive line. And then it magnifies it, too, because this is the new-look offensive line. Like, this is obviously the first time we've seen this five together because Ed Ingram is back. So until that is fixed, that's always going to be my answer. But I was actually going to mention who's returning kicks because I thought Dameon Pierce was going to get benched today, like start of the day, because he looked awful fielding kicks. And then they literally made him a healthy inactive. So, like, don't have to worry about that.
He's not returning anything tonight.
But I do wonder who it is in that spot, who's returning kicks. Also, the wide receiver usage is interesting to me.
Yeah.
Because last week, Justin Watson literally played more snaps than both your second-round rookie, Jaden Higgins, and your third-round rookie, Jalen Knoll. I don't think that's the best thing.
No.
So I'm curious to see what that snap rotation looks like for the receivers. And then Nico. Like, Nico didn't have a great statistical game last week. Do they throw him the ball 15 times?
Yeah, that's one where, I mean, you have said the same thing, though, with the Eagles and A.J. Brown. And they threw it to him more, but it still wasn't some game-breaking performance from A.J. Brown. So just because you're making the effort to get on the ball doesn't mean you're actually going to be able to get the ball to him and move the ball. And Tampa has a good defense. That's why, to me, this is another very interesting test. It's a lot like the Rams game, where it's just like you're going to have a real test against not just the wide receivers, but the offensive line as well. Like, I feel like you're really going to learn something about how you feel about both those units.
Vita Vea is a freak.
They're not going to be able to run the ball.
Which is interesting because, like, great point. Because I think Chubb is still capable of running the football in 2025.
Agreed.
But inside the tackles. And Vita Vea makes it very difficult to
Not
run
against
the football
him.
inside the tackles. So I'm actually with you. I don't think Chubb has a very big statistical. I think they'll force feed him. I think he'll touch it 18 times.
Yeah.
But I think he's going to have trouble picking up like 65 yards. Hope I'm wrong on that one. But we'll see. If they win tonight, what are we saying tomorrow? If they lose tonight, what are we saying tomorrow?
I think if they lose, it's a big, not all the way panic time, but it's pretty close to panic time because I imagine that the way they lose, it's pretty ugly along that offensive line again. And you'll be 2 games back from the Colts, who we both are, or at least I'm begrudgingly thinking more of. You're just thinking more of them. So I think 0-2, it's going to be pretty ugly on Tuesday.
See, I think, to me, it's in the division. If they win, it's all is right in the AFC South, all is right in the world.
Yes.
The Texans are who we thought they were.
They're immediately
AFC
the favorites
South
again,
champion.
yes.
If they lose, they're staring a 2-game deficit down the bullet 2 weeks into the season. I think the conversation's about the division. They win, everything's good. They lose, can we imagine a scenario where the Houston Texans are not the AFC South champions?
Yeah, I think that's spot on. I mean, last week the tenor of the conversation was pretty. People were pretty worried about the offensive output.
Oh, yeah.
I think again, if they lose, they're not going to lose a shootout. I don't think they're going to lose a shootout.
Which is interesting because last time they played,
it was the most shootout a shootout can
it was
get.
a shootout.
But a lot of those pockets are very clean for CJ Stroud, and he was throwing to Tank Dell.
Yep.
Who's neither of whom I'm expecting to see a lot of tonight.
Ocho, pay attention to the middle of the field. In particular, Mr. Cade Otton, who caught 6 passes for 70 yards and 2 touchdowns versus Petrie. I do wonder if they try to put Petrie in bad matchups against, specifically Emeka Egbuka.
Yeah, Egbuka. I mean, we're talking about BMAC and I were talking about this on Saturday. Nico Collins is the best skill position player in this game. Who's the next Texan that you're taking before Bucky Irving, Mike Evans, Egbuka, Cade Otton?
Oh, well,
Rashad White. When are we getting to Nick Chubb or Higgins or Knoll?
That speaks to I don't love the skill on this team right now. Currently, like it's not great. It's Nico and that's it. Like,
they went from very receiver heavy last year to now.
It has to be Higgins and it has to be Knoll. That's why I want them to play more so they can develop them. Because if those guys aren't 2, 3, 4 of your most important skill guys, your skill stinks.
Yeah.
Quite frankly. Outside of Nico, it stinks. So that's why I wonder if they try to up their reps, which, of course, leads to the upping of the development. 713-780-3776. Car wreck of the day when we come back. What is your car wreck of the day? Mapes in for Joe, Jeremy, and Joe from Crawfish Cafe in the Heights on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Are you looking to escape the rat race this weekend? Maybe your favorite team didn't play very well and you need to go away for a little bit. Well, you know where you can go away for a little bit? Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston, and forget about all the woe in your life. The hustle and bustle of the job, traffic, whatever's causing you stress. Escape the city and enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. It's only 90 minutes from Houston. You can escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks. We went on vacation over the summer. We drove all the way to Colorado. You don't have to worry about that at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. That's why that was my favorite summer vacation, Two Creeks Crossing Resort, when we went early in the summer. Hike on their 92 acres of property, kayak their water, play some pickleball, hang out by the pool with a drink. From the open green spaces, wildlife you don't see in the city, to the beautiful, majestic trees and some of the best fishing in Texas, you can't beat it. Two Creeks Crossing Resort, always looking to take care of their visitors. We were out there at the start of the summer. Food truck, both nights we were out there. They had some live music. It was awesome. We stayed in the treehouse. Branham family loved it, from the glamping to the cabins. Pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for everybody. So book that stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
This is Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Crawfish Cafe in the Heights. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Thank you so much, Crawfish Cafe, for having us out. Fantastic. Mapes in for Joe. Joe missed out. Fantastic. Rico likes it. Rico just gave us his 2 thumbs up. It's 2 thumbs up. If Rico likes it, everybody likes it. But very good. The wings here are fantastic. I like boudin, sucker for boudin. They had the boiled, the vegetables, potatoes, corn, a little boiled egg. Mapes had his shrimp taco, which was delicious. Food here is fantastic. Carbach will be here as well. Giving out, well, not giving it out. You have to pay $10. But $10 for a bucket of 6 beers is a great deal. Yep. Long necks for $2. They're open all night. So you can get out here if you're in the area for the Texans game. Kickoff in less than 10 minutes. But lots of football tonight. So if you're looking for a spot to watch your football, this is the spot. Crawfish Cafe in the Heights, right on Shepherd. Food is great, drinks great as well. Let's get to our car wreck of the day, Mapes. What is your car wreck of the day?
My car wreck of the day is a viral video from the world of baseball I saw. Ken Rosenthal, is he Fox?
Yeah.
Fox sideline reporter interviewing, I believe, a Brewers player. They do the thing where they're dumping either water or Gatorade, and Ken Rosenthal jumps out of the way, but he backs in to a cameraman who I guess also fell over or was just down on the ground shooting him, and he kind of trips over this cameraman and looks back and gives him just an absolute death glare of like, it was a little scary of like, wow, I didn't know Ken Rosenthal had that look in his bag.
Yeah.
And he looks back at him again and gives him like WTF hands. And so my car wreck is that cameraman for getting in Ken Rosenthal.
The cameraman? Not Ken Rosenthal?
Yeah, as a kid, you got to know, get out of Big K-Dog's way.
Big K-Dog, all 5'2" of them, 125 pounds.
Make room for the bow tie, too.
So he was on he does like a little show, I guess. And
I saw that
did you see his apology?
I saw that he addressed it. I didn't listen to it.
So whenever I saw this live, I thought it was the Fox cameraman. I thought it was a Fox cameraman. He's getting ready to
the guy
interview
he
Ken
works
Rosenthal
with.
and the player. I thought it was his colleague. And, of course, he backs into him, gives him the death stare, which is not a good look. And I thought whenever he did like the come on, like he did the little hand gesture, like, come on. I thought that he missed the shot. And I thought that Ken Rosenthal was mad at his own teammate's cameraman for missing the shot of like the celebration.
Yes.
Not that it's excusable.
That's how I read it.
Just what I read
well.
the situation at. Not excusable, but read the situation as. So I found out today it was the team's photographer. This guy was not employed by Fox. It was a team photographer.
It was the Brewers?
Yeah, it's their content guy. It was the Brewers content guy that Ken Rosenthal's barreling through like he's Mike Allstott.
So why was he mad at him?
I don't know. Like, I guess for just, like, touching him. I guess he's such a diva that because he got brushed up by another dude who took the brunt of the blow, he was mad that he got touched. That was such a bad look. It was such a bad look by Ken Rosenthal.
An insanely bad look from Ken Rosenthal. And, I didn't know that it wasn't – I thought and again, it's not like making it better, but it's more understandable that it's his own guy.
Yeah, it's like we missed the shot, darn it.
Yes, not like what the hell's wrong with you?
Yeah. It wasn't even his own guy. That blew my mind.
Yeah, because
it blew my mind.
Because Ken Rosenthal also, he didn't like fall down.
No,
he just kind of like lost his balance and then really kind of caught his balance on the guy's camera.
Yeah, like so. What is he like in angst over? Like if it was his own cameraman, he's in angst because he missed the shot. But if it's not his own guy, what could he be upset about?
No one makes me bleed my own blood.
You can't touch me.
Yeah,
I'm Ken Rosenthal.
Get your hands off
within
me.
3 feet of me.
Yeah,
don't you know who I am?
I have no idea. It's
such a bad look.
Total diva move. I'll never look at him or those bow ties again.
Same.
The same way. Yeah.
Same. Joe Burrow's toe needs to be mentioned here. I love Joe Burrow. I'm his favorite radio host because we spent that time together in a Northern Kentucky elevator.
Forgot about that.
He's my favorite non-Houston Texan quarterback. So Joe Burrow's toe lands on the car wreck of the day. I'm going to miss Joe Burrow for those 3 months. Really not sure what I'm going to do.
Really? Just instead of watching Red Zone, you'll just pull up some 2019 LSU highlights or something?
You know what? You're right. I'll be fine. He might not be, but I will be. All right, what's winning? I mean, it's Ken Rosenthal.
I think Ken Rosenthal.
Ken Rosenthal takes the takes.
He had to apologize for it.
Yeah, he's not even his own guy. All right, does it for us. Thank you so much to Crawfish Cafe for having us out. Enjoyed the hospitality. Thanks to Rhino for filling in for Brian. Thanks to Mapes for filling in with Joe. They'll be back tomorrow, and we'll talk to you tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your day. ESPN National coming up. Good night, everybody.